From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 950 to chapter 1032. The heavenly Tao did not have intelligence and could not be considered a true living being. Strictly speaking, the heavenly Tao itself was a combination of the wills of all living beings, and its main duty was to maintain the operation of the world. If anyone wanted to go against the normal operation of the world, the heavenly Tao would appear to stop them. The Sun Law. Since its birth, it had been sealed in the depths of the Sea of Death. This was the order of the world. Xianxia released the Sun Law. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, it went against the normal operation of the world. In the endless void, the two looked at each other. The aura emitted from their bodies had already condensed the void. At a certain moment, the void collapsed silently, turning into a raging torrent. In the next breath, Xianxia took a step forward, clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. The void within hundreds of millions of miles shattered like porcelain. This punch. This was the first time he had truly unleashed his strength after breaking through to Tao fruit. This punch. It contained the power of a greater world. When Xianxia punched out, the heavenly Tao moved as well, raising his hand and punching out as well. The two fists collided in the air. Boom, the entire void trembled violently, and the aftermath of the destruction swept out in all directions with the two as the center. To avoid the aftermath of the battle affecting the greater world, Xianxia went directly to the depths of the outer realm, which was unknown how far away he was from the greater world. Even so, the commotion caused by the collision of the two fists caused the outer realm battlefield to tremble. The true immortal overseeing the outer realm battlefield opened his tightly shut eyes at this moment and looked at the depths of the void in shock. There was a wave of air surging that made his heart palpitate. Terrifying power. Even a true immortal was no different from an ant in front of it. Weren't the three great Void Fiend clans destroyed? Why is there such a powerhouse in the void? Just what level of experts are fighting to cause such a fluctuation? The true immortal overseeing the outer realm battlefield was completely confused. It was unknown how far away those mysterious existences had been fighting, but the ripples they had caused were already so strong. If they were to fight nearby, the extraterritorial battlefield would be reduced to ashes in an instant. At once, he sent the news back to the greater world. On the other side, Xianxia and the heavenly Tao were also exchanging blows. The two of them did not use any fancy martial arts, only the simplest moves. In the eyes of others, it was no different from a fight between ordinary people. But there was a difference. Every time the two of them threw out a punch, Taoist rhyme would circulate and an endless river of laws would surge. Boom, boom. The two destructive forces collided. Every time they collided, the void would crumble. Then, in the crumbling void, a new world would be born. The moment the world was born, it was shattered by the destructive power. Good, that's great. Xianxia laughed out loud. Boundless Taoist rhymes circulated around his body. He was like a living god, exuding boundless power. Ever since he ascended to the Tao fruit realm, this was the first time he had fought to his heart's content. Being able to unleash one's strength without restraint was an extremely satisfying thing in itself. It was a pity. There was no fruit of the way in the great wide world, so there was no one worthy of him going all out. However, the heavenly Tao was different. The other party was the combination of all living beings in the great wide world. He was born with the power of endless laws, and his strength was stronger than ordinary fruit of the way. Another punch was thrown. The two forces collided, and the Taoist rhymes on Xianxia's body overflowed and collapsed. He could not help but take a step back. At the same time, the heavenly Tao also retreated. In the next breath, the two collided again. Boom, his physical body collapsed, and a faint colorful light overflowed. In just an instant, the collapsed physical body was restored to its original state. Xianxia turned a blind eye to this. There was only the heavenly Tao in his eyes. All living beings, the heavenly Tao threw out a punch, and the shadow of a great wide world directly appeared, crushing the endless void until it collapsed inch by inch. Good timing. Xianxia was not afraid. At the same time, he summoned the shadow of his inner world. The shadows of the two great wide worlds collided fiercely. The power of birth and death entangled and destroyed each other. In the end, the void was forcefully shattered into nothingness. The battle continued. Wave after wave of destructive power swept out and spread. The entire outer realm was covered by the power of the two Dao fruits. After a long time, Qin Shujian paused. His chest rose and fell violently, and the injuries on his physical body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the injuries on the heavenly Dao's body were also revealed. You want to suppress me, but you're still a little short. Retreat. Qin Shujian said calmly. He did not want to fight with the heavenly Dao anymore. After fighting for so long, he almost knew where the limits of the heavenly Dao were. With his current strength, it was not a problem for him to fight with the heavenly Dao, but it was impossible for him to suppress the heavenly Dao. The difference between the two. It was pitifully small. The heavenly Dao looked at him indifferently, and his figure slowly disappeared into the void. Qin Shujian was not confident that he could kill him, and he was also not confident that he could suppress him. If they continued to fight, it would only result in both sides suffering. Once he was injured, the great wide world would also be strongly affected. Unless it was a last resort, the heavenly Dao would not easily make a move to destroy jade and common stone. Seeing the heavenly Dao retreat, Qin Shujian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was also worried that the heavenly Dao would be stubborn and want to fight to the death with him. When that time came, although he was confident that he would win in the end, the losses would definitely not be low. Based on the current situation, if he was seriously injured, Qin Shujian was not confident that he could deal with all the variables. A battle was fine, as it could be considered to relax his muscles and bones. However, if he really fought to the point of life and death, it would be a little too much. The heavenly Dao retreated. That would prove that there would be no problem for him to save Yang. He took a step forward, and the scene changed. Qin Shujian had already returned to the great wide world. In the Sea of Death, Yang Yuan's body, which was originally tens of thousands of feet tall, had now become the size of a normal person. Even though the seal had been lifted, he did not leave the Sea of Death. It was very simple. Qin Shujian was fighting with the heavenly Dao. If the other party won, then he would be able to regain his freedom. On the contrary, if the other party lost, then it would be useless no matter where he fled. In the eyes of the heavenly Dao, everything in the great wide world would have nowhere to hide. As the embodiment of the rules of heaven and earth, Yang could not leave the great wide world, so there was no possibility of escaping to the void of the outer realm. When he saw that Qin Shujian had returned, he was finally able to put his heart at ease. The Qin Emperor is back. That's right. From today onwards, you are free. Qin Shujian said indifferently. I'm free. Yang was in a daze for a moment before he recovered. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Freedom, perhaps, strictly speaking, although he had escaped from the Sea of Death, he had to serve the heavenly court. In terms of freedom, he was indeed free after escaping from the Sea of Death. But in terms of not being free, it was indeed not freedom to serve the heavenly courts forever. However, compared to the endless loneliness in the depths of the Sea of Death, Yang yearned for the prosperity of the upper-class world more. A moment later, Yang's expression returned to normal, and he bowed to Qin Shujian. Greetings, Emperor Qin. Since you've entered the heavenly court, you should have a deity position. Qin Shujian reached out and waved his hand. The investiture of the gods flew through the air and landed in his hand. You were born from the laws of the sun. Logically speaking, you should have the deity position of the Sun Monarch. However, the deity position of the Sun Monarch in the heavenly court already has an owner, so I appoint you as the Sun Monarch. With that, a surge of providence landed on Yang's body. Then, Yang's name appeared on the investiture of the gods. At that moment, the immortals and gods on the investiture of the gods instinctively raised their heads and looked in the direction of the Sea of Death. The Sun Monarch, that was a deity position that completely surpassed the Sun Monarch. It wasn't much different from the 5 emperors. In the Vermilion Bird clan's territory, the Vermilion Bird Emperor woke up from his seclusion with a bitter smile on his face. Sun Monarch, she was originally the Sun Monarch, but now there was a Sun Monarch above her. Although it didn't have much of an impact, the name was definitely unpleasant. However, no matter how unpleasant the name was, the Vermilion Bird Emperor couldn't protest. Because the person who obtained the deity position of the Sun Monarch was a supreme existence in the depths of the Sea of Death. When the other party obtained the deity position, all the immortals and gods in the heavenly court received information about the other party. Everyone knew what level of powerhouse the existence in the depths of the Sea of Death was. An existence that surpassed a 9th-level immortal and reached half-step Dao fruit. To be honest, an existence at that level, in the vast heavenly court, other than the celestial emperor, could already be considered a supreme expert. As powerful as the 5 great imperial emperors were, they had yet to step into the ranks of the upper 3 true immortals. Not to mention half-step Dao fruit, it was even more distant and untouchable. He would become a god. Xianxia didn't break through his realm, and his strength didn't become much stronger. At his level, the providence of the heavenly court could hardly change anything. On the contrary, after the investiture of the gods received the reverse nourishment of a half-step Dao fruit, it vaguely showed signs of transforming again. Putting away the investiture of the gods, Xianxia said, "Sun Star Lord, accompany me to another place." As the Emperor of Heaven commands. Yang nodded in agreement. He knew exactly where Xianxia wanted to go. Since he had been subdued by the other party, then there was no reason for the Yin in Heaven Abyss to be spared. The next moment, the two of them disappeared from the Sea of Death. Following Yang's escape, the chaotic laws in the Death Sea domain started to crumble bit by bit and were replaced by the powerful laws of the Great Thousand World. This change wasn't very fast, so it wasn't something that anyone could detect in a short period of time. But as time passed, the changes would become obvious. Heaven Abyss. Xianxia and Yang's figures suddenly appeared there. Is this Heaven Abyss? Sensing the aura in Heaven Abyss, Yang had a curious look on his face. He was aware of the existence of Heaven Abyss, but he had never been to Heaven Abyss. This was the first time. Soon, Yang collected his thoughts and set his gaze on the giant beast in front of him. Yin, we meet. Yang, you're free. Yin also noticed the existence of the two of them. His gaze was fixed on Yang, and his huge eyes were filled with shock. He was free, the other party had really broken free. When Yang was able to come to Heaven Abyss and talk to him face to face, Yin understood that the other party had really broken free. Immediately, his emotions became agitated. How did you do it? How did you successfully break free? Quick, let me out. Yin struggled violently, and the chains of the universe that bound him made a loud noise, forcibly sealing his body in place. After a while, Yin gradually calmed down. His gaze moved away from Yang, and then fell on Xianxia. It's you. Until now, Yin only discovered the existence of Xianxia. It couldn't be helped. Just now, his attention was all attracted by Yang. It wasn't until now that he calmed down that he noticed there was someone else beside Yang. As for Xianxia, Yin naturally wasn't unfamiliar with him. He had existed for so many years, and the only person who had the guts to enter Heaven Abyss to scare him was Xianxia. To this, he regarded this as the shame of his life. Yin had long vowed that if he had the chance to meet Xianxia in the future, he would definitely tear him into pieces. But now, when they really met face to face, this thought had already disappeared without a trace. He was very clear. The Xianxia in front of him was no longer the ant who deceived him in the past, but a Dao fruit expert. Then, thinking of Yang's escape, Yin instantly understood something. Are you here to help me break free? Yes, and no. Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back. He calmly looked at Yin in front of him. In the past, the other party had forced him to use other means to deceive him and then flee. Compared to now, in his eyes, the other party was no different from an ant. With a wave of his hand, then, he would be able to make this elite that was created by the lunar laws completely vanish into thin air. Hearing this, Yin's attitude was extremely low, and he respectfully replied, I don't know what conditions you have, as long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. For hundreds of millions of years, he had been sealed in Heaven Abyss, and he had had enough. There was no sunlight in Heaven Abyss all day long, and it was always like this. In terms of the degree of desolation, it was countless times more terrifying than the Sea of Death. It was also because of such an environment that Yin's tyrannical and evil personality was created. If he really had a choice, Yin only hoped that he could get rid of this damned place as soon as possible and never return. Even if he died, he also wanted to die outside. Qin Shujian said, I can let you out, but after you break free, you have to serve the heavenly court forever, and cannot disobey in any way. If you dare to disobey, I will seal you in heaven abyss again, and you will never have a chance to escape. He repeated what he said to Yang to Yin. Experts like Yang and Yin who had existed for hundreds of millions of years might not be afraid of life and death. But, not being afraid of life and death did not mean that they were not afraid of being sealed. Qin Shujian believed that the endless years of being sealed had already given birth to the source of fear in the depths of their hearts. No matter what, the other party would not think that one day, they would return to the place where they were sealed. P.S. I beg for monthly votes. Just as expected. After hearing Qin Shujian's words, Yin hurriedly nodded. Okay, as long as you can get me out of this damn place, I will serve the heavenly court forever and never betray you. He had had enough. The loneliness in heavenly abyss, even the most powerful existence, could not bear it. As long as he could get out. No matter what the price was, it was not a problem. Seeing this, Qin Shujian once again summoned Sanhua, and like a gourd, he directly cut off the chains of the universe that sealed Yin. The chains of the universe collapsed. Yin's aura suddenly soared. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted like a wave, instantly filling the entire heavenly abyss. At this moment, the sky above heavenly abyss changed color, and dark clouds gathered, casting a lingering shadow over the hearts of the creatures in the western region. Fortunately, the aura did not last long, and gradually quieted down. In the depths of heavenly abyss, the giant beast body that Yin transformed into shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then transformed into a human form. Sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, dressed in white, like an elegant young master. Seeing this, the corner of Qin Shujian's mouth twitched slightly. Compared to the burly man after Yang shrank, Yin transformed into a scholar's appearance, which was completely unexpected. It was hard to imagine. A terrifying giant beast would eventually transform into such an appearance. Yin looked himself up and down, and then looked at Qin Shujian and asked, How is it? There should be no problem with my appearance, right? There were many creatures that fell into heavenly abyss in the past, and among those that I have eaten, this is the one with the best appearance. Well, not bad. Qin Shujian nodded and gave a pertinent evaluation. Then he took out the investiture of the gods. Today, I confer you the title of Moonstar Lord. After saying this, with the blessing of the heavenly court, Yin's name also appeared in the investiture of the gods. At the same time, he received the reverse nurturing of 2 half-step Dao fruits, which directly transformed the investiture of the gods to the level of the 8th tribulation Zubing. Merely, to Qin Shujian, an 8th tribulation ancestral armament was something that he could do without. Of course, being able to advance was also a good thing. If he had another chance to advance in the future, he would be a top 9 tribulation Zubing. He would become a god. A lot of information appeared in Yin's mind. After a long time, he bowed. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. The chains of the universe have already shattered. You all have to be conferred the deity positions of the celestial court. Now, you can leave the place where you are sealed and follow me to the celestial court. Finished speaking, Qin Shujian took a step into the air, already leaving heaven abyss. After the remaining Yang and Yin glanced at each other, they rose into the air and left heaven abyss together. As soon as he left heaven abyss, Yin immediately felt that the haze that had shrouded him for countless years had finally disappeared without a trace. A carefree feeling surged from the depths of his heart, causing him to laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. His voice resounded through the heavens and earth like thunder, causing thousands of mountains to tremble and rivers to stop flowing. Silence. Qin Shujian's face darkened as he shouted coldly. In an instant, all the strange phenomena disappeared. He took a step into the air and directly arrived in front of Yin. He warned coldly, the beings of the vast thousand worlds are fragile and can't withstand the power of a half-step Dao fruit. Remember, don't arbitrarily release your power. Once you do, it will definitely cause a lot of casualties. At that time, I might have to seal you back again. His words. Instantly, Yin broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly lowered his head and apologized. I was just reckless just now. I hope Emperor of Heaven won't take offense, it's best that you understand. Qin Shujian took a step into the air and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, a sentence entered their ears. I'll go back to the Celestial Court first. You need to report back to the Celestial Court in 3 days. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. The two of them looked at each other and bowed in the direction where Qin Shujian disappeared. They knew. What was the other party's intention for giving the two of them 3 days? It was nothing more than seeing that they had been sealed for too long, so he gave them 3 days to appreciate the scenery of the vast thousand worlds. He turned around and glanced at Heaven Abyss. Yin looked at the surrounding scenery with a gentle smile on his face. So this is the vast thousand worlds. It's really colorful and completely different from Heaven Abyss. Ever since he had gained sentience, he had been sealed in the depths of Heaven Abyss. Until now. Only then did he have the chance to break the seal and walk out of Heaven Abyss. Although there wasn't a single living being in the vast thousand domains within Heaven Abyss, Yin Yan was already satisfied with what he had found. Yes, this is the vast thousand worlds. Yang also sighed. If he had a choice, he would rather give up his cultivation and not be the incarnation of the Tao of the Sun. That way, he wouldn't have been sealed in the depths of the Sea of Death for countless years and only had a chance to escape now. He thought back to the years of being sealed. Yang shook his head again. The past was unbearable to look back on, and there was no need to think so much. Qin Shujian had returned to the Celestial Court. In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer couldn't help but ask, Emperor of Heaven, if you let them stay in the 4 continents for a few days, will it cause any trouble? He didn't have much confidence in Yin and Yang. Both of them had been sealed for countless years and had long been sealed to the point of psychopathy. If the 2 half-step Tao fruits went crazy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't worry, they won't do it. Qin Shujian's expression was the same as usual with a faint smile on his face. The seal for countless years made them fear the Sea of Death and Heaven Abyss. Now that the seal has been removed and they have experienced the beauty of the vast thousand worlds, they naturally won't be willing to return to such a place and stay there forever. If they don't want to go back, they have to act according to the rules. What were the rules? The words of the Emperor of Heaven were the rules. Qin Shujian believed that Yin and Yang wouldn't take things too hard and slaughter the living beings of the myriad races. In that case, they really wouldn't have a chance to come out again. After all, both of them were the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth. For the sake of the vast thousand worlds, even if they really did something out of line, Qin Shujian wouldn't kill them. He couldn't kill them. It didn't mean that he couldn't seal them. For the two of them, sealing them back was often more terrifying than directly killing them. After returning to the Celestial Palace, Qin Shujian calmed his mind and observed the changes in his inner world. Although he had broken through to the Tao fruit realm, the Tao was endless. Breaking through to the Tao fruit realm didn't mean that he had reached the peak of the cultivation Tao. Moreover, with his current strength, Qin Shujian didn't dare to say that he was the number 1 Tao fruit. Therefore, observing the changes in his inner world and being able to steadily improve his strength was the most important thing. 3 days had passed. Yin and Yang left the 4 continents and reported to the Celestial Court. Heavenly Court. Deities stood in great numbers. All the immortals and deities gathered there. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly solemn. In the meantime, some immortals and deities looked at the 2 people in front of them. One was a scholar in white, and the other was a burly man. On the surface, the 2 looked ordinary, but all the immortals and deities knew very well that they were the newly conferred Sun Star Master and Sun Star Master of the Heavenly Court. Besides that, the 2 of them had an even more powerful identity. That was the existence in the depths of Heavenly Abyss and the Dead Sea Domain. 2 supreme beings that had been born since the beginning of the era. In terms of age, all the immortals and deities present added together were not even a fraction of one of them. In terms of knowledge, although the two of them were sealed in the Dead Sea domain and heavenly abyss, it did not mean that they were uninformed. No matter how old the news was, they could still know a little bit. Even Emperor Zhao, who had received the legacy of the heavenly court, paled in comparison to the two of them. Even Xiao Qingfeng, who was the reincarnation of Hao Tsong. He could only admit that he was inferior. I didn't expect the Emperor of Heaven to subdue them. In the position of the four war gods, Xiao Qingfeng's mood was very complicated. He had always been wary of the two terrifying existences in the Dead Sea domain. Even the two of them were imaginary enemies in Xiao Qingfeng's heart. It could be said that he had never thought that one day he would be an official in the same court as such powerhouses. It could only be said that the world was changing too fast, so fast that he could not keep up. Qin Shujian said, "A few days ago, I conferred the Sun Star Master and Sun Star Master two deity positions. I believe you are not unfamiliar with them. The Sun Star Master is the Master of Heavenly Abyss, Yin. And the Sun Star Master is the Master of the Dead Sea Domain, Yang. Greetings to my colleagues." Yang stepped out and turned around to salute the immortals and deities. Seeing this, the immortals and deities hurriedly saluted back. Sun Star Master is too polite. Sun Star Master, although the person in front of them was polite, they knew very well that as the overlord of the Dead Sea domain, Yang looked polite on the surface, but in his heart, he regarded all races as ants. If they angered him, they might not even know how they died. No matter how powerful a true immortal was, in the face of a half-step Dao fruit expert, he didn't have the qualifications to resist. Not to mention, none of the perfected immortals present were in the upper three tiers. If they really angered a half-step Dao fruit expert, it would be fine with the Emperor of Heaven suppressing them. However, if the Emperor of Heaven was not present, they would be in big trouble. After getting to know each other, Yang finally stood back. Immediately after, Yin stepped forward as well. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I am the Lunar Star Master. Greetings, my colleagues. In the past, I left some things in Heaven Abyss, but I will not be returning to Heaven Abyss. If you are interested, you can go there and take a look. As long as I can get anything, I'll give it to you." The current Yin. There was no trace of the tyrannical aura he had when he was in Heaven Abyss. He was truly like an elegant and easygoing gentleman. "Greetings, Lunar Star Lord. Moon Star Lord." The immortals and deities cupped their fists in return, just like before. However, what was different was that they were all recalling what Yin had said. Indeed, Heaven Abyss had existed for countless years. In the past, it was impossible to say that there were no experts who were curious about Heaven Abyss. Once those experts entered Heaven Abyss, there was naturally no need to mention the consequences. For countless years, the number of powerhouses that died in Heaven Abyss was definitely unknown. It wasn't impossible to say that among those experts who died, there were some supreme treasures left in Heaven Abyss. As a half-step Dao fruit expert, Yin didn't care about those things. However, for ordinary perfected immortals, those things were definitely among the supreme treasures. Taking 10,000 steps back. Even if there were no supreme treasures there. However, Heaven Abyss was equivalent to Yin's dojo. A dojo where a half-step Dao fruit expert had stayed for hundreds of millions of years. Even the Dao runes left behind were supreme treasures for perfected immortals. As long as they could comprehend one or two things there, they might be able to break through their original realm. For a time, many immortals and deities were interested in Heaven Abyss. In the past, Heaven Abyss was a forbidden area where humans and animals were extinct because of Yin's existence. Now that Yin had left Heaven Abyss, the forbidden area would become a treasure land. While many immortals and deities were having different thoughts, Qin Shujian said, "You all know the two star masters, Tai Yin and Tai Yang, so I won't say more. The real purpose of this court meeting is the Demon Abyss." As soon as the words Demon Abyss came out, all the immortals and deities' expressions turned solemn. Even Yin and Yang's calm expressions had some ripples. For them, the Demon Abyss that had caused the Great Thousand Worlds to collapse was also deeply etched in their memories. Yin couldn't help but say, "Is the Emperor of Heaven planning to make a move on the Demon Abyss?" Speaking of which, more than 1,000,000 years ago, when the demon abyss attacked the Great Thousand Worlds, I also sensed some powerful auras. If I wasn't trapped in Heaven Abyss, I would have wanted to have a good fight with those experts in the demon abyss. Let them know that our Great Thousand Worlds are not at the mercy of the demon abyss. In the end. He snorted coldly and gloomily. He was also very clear about the demon abyss invasion of the Great Thousand Worlds, because at that time, there were demons that broke into Heaven Abyss, and the final result was naturally to become food. As a half-step Dao fruit expert, Yin was confident that he was not afraid of anything except the heavenly Dao. Of course, now there was also Qin Shujian. Therefore, if he hadn't been trapped in Heaven Abyss, he would have made a move 1,000,000 years ago. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang also nodded slightly. At that time I was also sealed in the Sea of Death, so I couldn't make a move, but at that time, there were demons that ran to the Sea of Death and wreaked havoc there, causing the deaths of many beasts. Some of them even broke into the depths of the Sea of Death. It's worth mentioning that the taste of demons is really not that good. Speaking of the taste of demons, Yang shook his head with a disgusted look on his face. Of all the living beings he had ever eaten, the taste of evil devils was the worst. Hearing this, all the immortals and deities were speechless. So in front of them, demons were just a matter of taste. However, with their strength, they indeed had the qualifications to say such words. On the other side, Xiao Qingfeng pondered slightly. He was also thinking about something. If the two sealed experts 1,000,000 years ago could have made a move, the situation might not have been so one-sided. After all, 2 more half-step Dao fruits could completely make up for the lack of half-step Dao fruits in the Great Thousand Worlds. The reason why the demon abyss was powerful. In addition to the fact that demons could be immortal to a certain extent, their biggest advantage was that there were 3 half-step Dao fruit experts in the demon abyss. Looking at the Great Thousand Worlds, the only one who could really make a move was the ancient Emperor of Heaven, Qin Song. If Yin and Yang could be added, then the Great Thousand Worlds could also gather 3 half-step Dao fruits. In that case, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Qin Shujian glanced at the two of them and did not refute anything. He had to be honest. As the incarnations of the laws of Yin and Yang, the two of them were indeed considered top experts in the great wide world. Unless it was in existence at the Dao fruit level, very few half-step Dao fruits could contend against them in a one-on-one situation. Even Chu Quantu and Niu Dali, who were reincarnated Dao fruits, could not guarantee that they would be able to suppress the two of them if they were of the same realm. Therefore, if the two of them could really break out of the seal, perhaps there would be no need for the demon abyss. Putting everything else aside, it was impossible for the demon abyss to break through the great wide world alone. Unless, the demon abyss still had other backup plans. For example, the demon abyss had more half-step Dao fruits or power at the Dao fruit level. Only then would it be possible to break through the great wide world. However, if the two of them could make a move, they would at most be able to contend against the demon abyss. Under the restriction of not being able to leave the great wide world, it was impossible for them to attack the demon abyss. As a result, the demon abyss was also in an invincible position. After the two of them bragged in front of the many immortals, Qin Shujian said calmly, "I said before that in another year, the heavenly court will attack the demon abyss on a large scale. Now that I've calculated the time, a year's time is almost up. How are the preparations of the cultivators of the myriad races?" As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Zhao stepped forward, cupped his hands, and replied, "Emperor of Heaven, the human race is ready to fight at any time." Emperor of Heaven, the demon race can also fight. Reporting to the Heavenly Emperor, the demon race is ready. Emperor of Heaven, the moon race, one by one, the immortals stepped forward and said loudly. Conquering the demon abyss. That was what they had always thought. 1,000,000 years ago, when the myriad races were at their peak, the demon abyss collided with the great wide world, causing the great wide world to be completely defeated. In that battle, the ancient heavenly court collapsed, and almost all the experts of the myriad races were killed or injured. This was a blood feud that could not be erased even after millions of years. Every powerhouse of the myriad races hoped that one day, they would be able to conquer the demonic abyss and wash away the humiliation from 1,000,000 years ago. It was just that the demonic abyss was very powerful. Even when it was at its peak a million years ago, it was still defeated. Before that, the myriad races had declined, and it was even more impossible for them to fight back. Until now. Only when the new Emperor of Heaven appeared and led the thousands of races to rise again did they have the confidence to declare war on the demon abyss. Especially now. The experts of the Dead Sea Realm and Heaven Abyss were all subdued by Xianxia and brought into the heavenly court. Not to mention, Xianxia himself had already broken through the limits and become the first Dao fruit expert of this epoch. The current strength of the heavenly court had completely surpassed that of the ancient times. No. It wasn't as simple as surpassing. If one were to consider it seriously, the ancient heavenly court would be completely crushed. The strength of the heavenly courts. This gave the cultivators of the myriad races great confidence. Looking at the reactions of the immortals below, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Since all of you are ready, then the heavenly court will officially begin the battle against the demon abyss. At the same time, the extraterritorial battlefield will be activated again as the rear supply point for the heavenly court's battle against the demon abyss. This battle will also restart the merit points exchange system. At that time, I will refine a batch of treasures that are mainly used to collect the aura of the evil demons. Every time you kill an evil demon, you will obtain a corresponding amount of merit points. After saying that, immediately an immortal god cupped his hands and asked, "May I ask, Emperor of Heaven, the evil demons can only be killed by Zhu Bing. Now that many races don't have Zhu Bing in their hands, how can we completely kill the evil demons? If they couldn't really kill the evil demons, how could they obtain merit points? Similarly, if they couldn't kill the evil demons, then the losses in attacking the demon abyss would definitely increase." Hearing this, Xianxia smiled faintly. There are no living beings in the world that are immortal and indestructible. This is the rule that no living being can violate. The immortality of the evil demons is because they rely on the demon abyss. Any evil demon, when born in the demon abyss, will leave a trace of true spirit in the demon abyss. Every time an evil demon dies, the demon abyss will consume its power and borrow that trace of true spirit to revive the evil demon. Isn't that the same as the investiture of the gods? The expressions of the immortals changed. From Xianxia's words, they could tell that the principle of the immortality of the evil demons was exactly the same as the investiture of the gods. All the immortals and gods on the list would leave a trace of true spirit on the list. As long as they didn't completely die, they could borrow that trace of true spirit to be reborn. Hearing this, the other immortals and gods were also shocked. Originally, they didn't combine the principle of the investiture of the gods with the demon abyss. After all, no one would think in this direction. But now that they were enlightened, they suddenly realized that the immortals and gods on the investiture of the gods were very similar to the evil demons in the demon abyss. Xianxia nodded, "That's right. Just like how you left your names on the investiture of the gods, you can think of the demon abyss as a larger version of the investiture of the gods. All the evil demons are powerhouses who left their names in the demon abyss. But, there's one thing you need to know. I've already said before that no living being is truly immortal. Even if you leave your names on the investiture of the gods, you're not truly immortal. One day, when the end of the world comes, even if you leave your names on the investiture of the gods, you won't be able to be reborn. In addition, once the power of the investiture of the gods is exhausted, you won't be able to be reborn." Speaking of this, Xianxia paused, then continued, "By the same logic, there are actually 3 ways to kill evil demons. The first is to use Zhu Bing. The power of faith surpasses everything and can naturally kill evil demons. The second is to destroy the demon god steel in the demon abyss. The demon god steel mainly contains evil demons' true spirits. As long as the demon god steel is destroyed, all the evil demons will lose the ability to be reborn. As for the third option, it is to kill. Repeatedly kill until the repeated rebirth consumes too much energy. Then, the devil abyss will give up on the rebirth of the evil devil. This way, the evil devil will truly die." The first method was known to almost everyone. As for the second method, only a few people knew. For example, Xiaoqingfeng. As for the third method, all the immortals had never heard of it. After all, it was not easy to kill an evil demon. Moreover, there were many evil demons in the demon abyss. No one could catch an evil demon and kill it repeatedly. Therefore, what they didn't know was that killing an evil devil too many times could actually kill an evil devil. Hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng cupped his hands and asked, "May I ask, Emperor of Heaven, how many times do you have to kill an evil demon before it truly dies?" The other immortals all pricked up their ears. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment, then finally said, "Maybe 180 times." 180 times, all the immortals and gods were speechless. It was not easy to kill them once, let alone 180 times. Perhaps they would be killed by the evil spirits before they could kill them 180 times. Seeing this, Qin Shujian smiled again and said, "Perhaps we don't have to kill them 180 times. If a large number of evil spirits die at the same time, the power needed to revive the evil spirits in the demon abyss will increase greatly. At that time, we don't have to kill too many evil spirits to make some of them completely die. No matter how abundant the power of the demon abyss was, there would be a limit. Once the power was exhausted, the rumor that evil spirits were immortal was a joke." Qin Shujian did not understand these things in the past. He only understood after awakening his innate wisdom. Moreover, when he broke through to the Dao fruit realm, he also took a look at the demon abyss. The clues could not be hidden from his eyes. The weakness of the demon abyss, Qin Shujian knew very well. After that, he looked at Emperor Zhao and said calmly, "Emperor Zhongyuan, you don't have to care about the crack in the demon abyss in the eastern continent. With me in the heavenly court, the demonic chi in the demon abyss has no right to invade the eastern continent. The great Zhao has suppressed the crack in the demon abyss for so many years. When this battle is over, I will reward you according to your contributions." "I don't dare. This is what the human race should do." Emperor Zhao did not take credit for himself and only replied simply. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not say anything else. However, the other immortals and gods looked at Emperor Zhao strangely. If Qin Shujian had not mentioned it, they would not have known that the crack in the demon abyss was suppressed in the eastern continent. "I will give the myriad races 3 days to gather in the foreign battlefield. At that time, I will open a passage in the demon abyss for the cultivators of the myriad races to enter and officially conquer the demon abyss." Qin Shujian's expression was impassioned. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. "Court dismissed. We will take our leave." Many immortals and gods bowed. Eastern Continent, Great Zhao Imperial City. Zhao Huang came to a cave once again. The stone spear that was suppressed in the array also noticed his arrival at the first moment. "Why is the human emperor here again today?" Shi Chang's tone was a little strange. In the past, Emperor Zhao might not even come here once in 8 to 10 years, but recently, he had been coming here frequently. Although he found it strange, he didn't think too much about it. Speaking of which, the demonic chi seems to have decreased a lot recently. It's not that difficult for me to suppress it anymore. He looked at the stone spear. Emperor Zhao smiled and said, "In 3 days, the heavenly court will officially declare war on the demon abyss. Our human race will also be the vanguard to conquer the demon abyss." Battle of the demonic abyss. The stone spear shook violently. It could not believe what Zhao Huang had just said. "Human sovereign, do you mean that our human race is going to officially attack the devil abyss?" After the tremor, the stone spear quickly calmed down. The demonic abyss is very powerful. In the ancient times, even the heavenly court was no match for the demonic abyss. Isn't attacking the demonic abyss a little too rash? Conquering the demonic abyss was indeed a good thing. It represented the strengthening of the human race and the heavenly court. However, if the heavenly court misjudged the strength of the demon abyss and attacked without permission, causing the human race to suffer heavy losses, that was not what he wanted to see. Hearing that, Emperor Zhao shook his head and said, "Senior, you may not know this, but the heavenly court today is several times more powerful than the heavenly court in the ancient times. Although the demonic abyss is strong, it will definitely not be able to resist the heavenly court. It's time to settle the blood feud from 1,000,000 years ago. Senior, you must have been lonely for so many years. I wonder if you have any thoughts of conquering the demonic abyss with me." Qin Song has fallen, and Emperor Xia has died in battle. I have always hoped that one day, I can destroy the demonic abyss and take revenge. The stone spear's voice was low, but it immediately became excited. Now that I have the chance, how can I refuse? But once I leave, I'm afraid that the demonic chi will leak out, and it will cause a lot of trouble in the future. Senior, you don't have to worry about the demonic chi. The Emperor of Heaven has already said that with him suppressing it, you don't have to worry about the demonic chi leaking out of the demonic abyss. As Emperor Zhao spoke, he had already walked in front of the stone spear. His broad palm held onto the spear's body, and an unprecedented feeling welled up in his heart. At that moment, the stone cave trembled, and the array below flickered violently. An extremely powerful aura rose from Emperor Zhao and the stone spear. It instantly broke through the imperial astronomer's restraint and rushed into the clouds. At that moment, the wind and clouds changed. "Huh!" Emperor Zhao shouted. The hand holding the stone spear suddenly pulled hard, and the stone spear was instantly pulled out. Boom, the stone spear was pulled out, and its aura swept across the world like a wave. Human Emperor, I'm going to transcend the tribulation. Senior, please go ahead. Emperor Zhao released his hand, and the stone spear disappeared into the sky like a stream of light. In the next breath, rolling lightning gathered, and countless thunderbolts bombarded the stone spear. Bathed in the endless lightning, the stone spear was not affected at all. Instead, it was filled with pride. Ha ha ha, I've finally come out. When we fight in the future, I'll definitely destroy the demonic abyss. It was a roar, but it sounded more like an oath. Then, the stone spear flew into the air, and an extremely powerful spear energy shot out. It instantly annihilated the thunderbolts, and then it sank into the tribulation clouds, forcibly tearing them apart. The moment the tribulation clouds were destroyed, a powerful aura surged on the stone spear. Another 6 tribulation Zubing has been born. Wu Ming said in surprise in the Eastern God of War Palace. In the past, the 6 tribulation Zubing was like a rare treasure. But now, they were like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. One after another, they were born. On the other side, the skybreaking halberd's tone became strange. That aura seems a little familiar. After saying that, he fell silent. After a long while, the skybreaking halberd suddenly woke up, and his tone became shocked. That's the aura of the 10,000 tribulation. The 10,000 tribulation spear has been born. The 10,000 tribulation spear, it was the strongest Zubing of the human race in the past. There was no other weapon like it. 1,000,000 years ago, the 10,000 tribulation spear was already a 5 tribulation Zubing. According to what he knew after returning from the demonic abyss, the 10,000 tribulation spear had completely disappeared 1,000,000 years ago. He did not know if it had fallen in the tribulation or was sealed somewhere. After a long time, the skybreaking halberd forgot about it. But now, the 10,000 tribulation spear that had disappeared for a long time had reappeared. To him, this news was more than just a little shocking. Xiao Qingfeng frowned and looked in the direction of the tribulation. The 10,000 tribulation spear has been born, and the tribulation came from the eastern continent. Could it be that the 10,000 tribulation spear has always been in the hands of the human race? He thought about what Qin Shujian had said during the imperial court meeting, and now the 10,000 tribulation spear had been born. In his mind, he already had a guess. The 10,000 tribulation spear has appeared. The Godslayer suddenly spoke in the palace of the Emperor of Heaven. The 10,000 tribulation spear? Qin Shujian had a surprised look on his face. When the stone spear broke out of the seal, he had already noticed it. A Dao fruit expert, especially one who held the position of the Emperor of Heaven, controlled the destiny of the entire heavenly court. He could know everything that was happening in the great thousand world with just a thought. Therefore, the appearance of the stone spear could not be hidden from Qin Shujian's perception even in the distant eastern continent. However, this was the first time he had heard of the 10,000 tribulation spear that the Godslayer had mentioned. The Godslayer's voice rang out in his sea of consciousness. The 10,000 tribulation spear is the most powerful Zubing of the 3 Zubing of the ancient human race. A long time ago, the 10,000 tribulation spear was already a 5 tribulation Zubing. However, I don't know what happened to the 10,000 tribulation spear and whether it collapsed with the Great Tribulation. Now that the 10,000 tribulation spear has appeared again, and its aura comes from the eastern continent, it seems that it has always been in the hands of the human race. Qin Shujian nodded and said calmly. According to what you said, if the Zubing is the 10,000 tribulation spear, then the 10,000 tribulation spear has always been in the hands of the human race. There is a crack in the demon abyss in the eastern continent. The great Zhao Empire built its capital in the central state prefecture, then built the imperial city and the imperial observatory. Its real purpose was to suppress the crack in the demon abyss and prevent demon qi from leaking out and polluting the living beings of the eastern continent. The 10,000 tribulation spear is the main divine weapon to suppress the crack. The demon abyss and the great thousand world were not connected. However, in reality, there was an unknown passage between the two. That passage completely crossed the barrier of space and was close to the point of being attached. Therefore, every time the eastern continent was born, demons would be born. The reason was that the invisible passage between the two had always existed in the eastern continent. Every time a region was born, it would cause turmoil in the eastern continent, causing the suppression of the crack in the demon abyss to loosen, and demons would be born in the eastern continent. The 10,000 calamity spear should have existed in the eastern continent for a long time. Since hundreds of thousands of years ago, or after the collapse of the primordial age, it has been suppressing the human clan's crack. Later on, Zhao Emperor must have discovered the existence of the 1,000 tribulation spear, so he built the imperial city there. When Qin Shujian was traveling the river of time in the past, although he was going against the current, it did not mean that he was clear about everything. To put it bluntly, every section of the long river of time represented something that happened in the entire universe. As he went against the flow, his mind was unable to observe the changes in the entire universe. He could only see a part of it and miss out on the rest. Therefore, Qin Shujian didn't dare to be 100% sure about many things. He just made an inference. Hearing this, Godslayer agreed. Emperor of Heaven's analysis is very reasonable. If it weren't for the 1,000 tribulation spear and the subsequent great revelation, perhaps the evil demons would have already wreaked havoc in the eastern continent. By then, the original void turbulence wouldn't have been able to stop the powerful ancient demon gods. Once the evil demons crossed the void turbulence, the myriad races would be doomed. Speaking of which, the myriad races owe the human race a huge favor. Qin Shujian said. In his opinion, the human race was still a little too merciful. After the ancient times were destroyed, the myriad races had been forcing the human race, but no one from the human race had opened the seal of the 1,000 tribulation spear. If the human race took away the 1,000 tribulation spear, the myriad races after the ancient times were destroyed would definitely not be qualified to resist the attack of the demon abyss. Of course, it was also possible that the remaining human race did not know about the existence of the 1,000 tribulation spear at all. However, the probability of this happening was extremely small. He shook his head. Qin Shujian could not be bothered to talk about this matter. Anyway, it was something that happened millions of years ago. There was no need to talk about it. Now that the human race was the #1 race, and the heavenly court intimidated the myriad races, it was enough. However, if he really had to fight with his back against the wall, or even if he was bound to lose, he wasn't sure what he would do. On the other side, the heavenly tribulation was shattered by the 1,000 tribulation spear. The moment the heavenly tribulation shattered, a powerful aura rose from the 1,000 tribulation spear and instantly swept across the eastern continent. It's the 6th tribulation Zhu Bing. Looking at the 1,000 tribulation spear, Emperor Zhao revealed a gentle smile. The human race was so large that it didn't even have a 6th tribulation ancestral weapon to guard it. Even though Qin Shujian and Xiao Qingfeng both possessed ancestral armaments, and very powerful ancestral armaments on top of that, Qin Shujian and Xiao Qingfeng both possessed extremely powerful ancestral armaments. But in his eyes, one was the Emperor of Heaven, and the other was the reincarnation of an ancient immortal lord. Although they were both human race, the Zhu Bing in their hands was not the Zhu Bing that could suppress the human race. Now, the human race was dominated by the Great Zhao. However, the Great Zhao did not have the Zhu Bing that he could use. It was undoubtedly a very awkward thing. Emperor Zhao thought about how he had to borrow the Zhu Bing from Xiao Qingfeng every time he started a battle. Although he did not say anything, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. But it was different now. The Thousand Tribulation Spear had successfully transcended the tribulation, and the Great Zhao officially had the Sixth Tribulation Zubing. With his own strength, Emperor Zhao believed that there were less than 5 experts in the heavenly court who could compete with him. At this moment, another heavenly tribulation condensed in the sky. Emperor Zhao's face was filled with astonishment. This is the 7th heavenly tribulation. He did not expect the Thousand Tribulation Spear to attract the 7th heavenly tribulation so quickly after transcending the 6th heavenly tribulation. To be honest, Emperor Zhao knew a little about the Thousand Tribulation Spear. 1,000,000 years ago, the human race's number 1 Zubing. None of the Zubing in the hands of the 10,000 races could compete with it. Now that it had been accumulating for 1,000,000 years, it was not strange for it to transcend the 6th heavenly tribulation. However, the 6th to 7th heavenly tribulation were completely different. Even if he had a lot of confidence in the Thousand Tribulation Spear, he did not think that the probability of it transcending the 7th heavenly tribulation was high. I'm a little impulsive. Emperor Zhao took a deep breath. He wanted to stop the Thousand Tribulation Spear's impulsiveness and let it accumulate more strength before transcending the 7th heavenly tribulation. But after thinking about it, Emperor Zhao finally gave up on this idea. There was no other reason. Since the Thousand Tribulation Spear dared to attract the heavenly tribulation on its own, it meant that it had already made a decision. If he interfered, it would undoubtedly make the Thousand Tribulation Spear unhappy. In fact, it might even dampen the other party's spirit. Moreover, now that the heavenly tribulation had been formed, it did not mean that it would not transcend the heavenly tribulation. Suppressing the urge to stop it, Emperor Zhao looked at the powerful Zubing in the sky with a complicated expression. I hope you can successfully transcend the heavenly tribulation. A 7 tribulation Zubing is enough to keep the human race going. Unless the era comes to an end, with the 7 tribulation Zubing, the human race's chances of being exterminated will be greatly reduced. He shook his head. Emperor Zhao focused his mind and kept an eye on the changes in the sky. Rumble, the heavenly tribulation had been brewing for a long time, and the first thunderbolt that symbolized the 7th heavenly tribulation finally descended. At that moment, the thunderbolt illuminated the boundless world. He's going through the 7th tribulation. How dare he? The young man formed by the sky-breaking halberd shook his head in disbelief. Just born. To break through 2 levels in a row was almost as difficult as the 7 tribulation Zubing going through the 8th tribulation. No matter how deep one's foundation was, the possibility of failing the tribulation was extremely high. Originally, the sky-breaking halberd thought that the 10,000 tribulation spear had succeeded and was about to find a chance to catch up with him. But before he could do anything, he saw the 7th tribulation descend. At that moment, he suppressed the impulse in his heart. Don't die under the heavenly tribulation before I have time to talk to you. The sky-breaking halberd couldn't help but complain. On the other side, Wu Ming also had a complicated expression. So this is the so-called era of great battles. Not only are there endless powerhouses, but also powerful divine weapons. It's not comparable to the past at all. In the ancient times, the most powerful Zubing was the 5 tribulation Zubing. In the ancient times, the most powerful Zubing was only the 7 tribulation Zubing. Not to mention the 8 tribulation Zubing, even the 7 tribulation Zubing was just a flash in the pan. But now, although the 7 tribulation Zubing didn't exist in the world, there were divine weapons that were comparable to the 7 tribulation Zubing. Those divine weapons were not Zubing, but they were better than the Zubing. In addition, the 8 tribulation Zubing that had never appeared before had also appeared in the world. It could be said that this era was the most powerful era in the history of this era. Even the later generations would find it difficult to surpass it. A Tao fruit that surpasses the true immortal realm. The 8 tribulation Zubing that had never appeared before have all appeared one by one. Powerful divine weapons that are comparable to the 9 tribulation Zubing also exist. It may not be long before the real 9 tribulation Zubing is born. No matter how strong the later generations are, they can't surpass it. Wu Ming sighed with emotion. He couldn't imagine how strong the later generations would be if they could surpass this era. True immortals were inferior to dogs, Dao fruits were everywhere. As soon as such a thought appeared in his mind, John Doe suppressed it. The seventh tribulation was much more powerful than the sixth. The ripple was not limited to the eastern continent. Even the other three continents could feel the terrifying aura. Almost all the first-level true immortals looked in the direction of the eastern continent. Another powerful divine weapon of the human clan has appeared. With such power, I'm afraid it's not much weaker than the investiture of the gods. First, it was the endless stream of experts, then powerful divine weapons came one after another. The human race is now more glorious than it was 1,000,000 years ago. If our race had half of the human race's opportunities, we wouldn't be like this. Some true immortals sighed at the strength of the human race, but most of them were jealous of the human race's fortuitous encounters. Among the thousands of races in the 4 great continents, there was not a single race that could compare with the human race in terms of opportunities. Not to mention being comparable. Even half of it would be an extravagant hope. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation crashed down. The powerful force made the 1,000 tribulation spear tremble violently. The heavenly tribulation, that's right. This is the power I want. Come, I'm going to become the 7 tribulation Zhu Bing today. Even the heavenly tribulation won't be able to stop me. The 1,000 tribulation spear laughed loudly, and its heroic voice resounded through the clouds. The heavenly tribulation was powerful, but it didn't make it feel any fear. As the strongest Zhu Bing of the human race, the 1,000 tribulation spear had its own pride. Moreover, it had sealed itself and suppressed the crack in the demonic abyss for 1,000,000 years. Although the 1,000 tribulation spear didn't say anything, it had always been suppressing its anger. Now that it could finally break the seal and come out, it didn't need to stay there. No one else could understand that feeling. As a Zhu Bing, and as the strongest Zhu Bing of the human race, the 1,000 tribulation spear needed a battle to its heart's content. Now that the 7th tribulation had descended, it felt as if it had met a powerful opponent. At this moment, the 1,000 tribulation spear didn't care whether it could pass the tribulation or not. It just wanted to have a good battle with the heavenly tribulation. Even if it died in the tribulation, it would be satisfied. A shocking spear intent erupted from the stone spear, trying to pierce through the clouds. Then, the spear energy shot out and collided with the heavenly tribulation. In an instant, the spear energy shattered, and the lightning fell on the spear body, causing the stone spear to tremble a few times. There seemed to be stone fragments falling. Without a host, the amount of power that an ancestral armament could unleash was limited. The spear that broke the heavenly tribulation was the foundation that the 1,000 tribulation spear had accumulated for 1,000,000 years. However, after the 1,000,000 years of accumulation was unleashed, there wasn't much power that could be used in the future. To pass the tribulation successfully, it depended on Zhu Bing's own strength. To this, the 1,000 tribulation spear didn't care. It didn't matter whether its attack could affect the heavenly tribulation or not. As long as it was happy, it was enough. Rumble. The dense heavenly tribulation struck down, causing a vast sea of lightning to appear above the imperial city. The 1,000 tribulation spear was immersed in the sea of lightning. Occasionally, the spear energy would pierce through the sea of lightning and attack the heavenly tribulation above. However, most of the time, the 1,000 tribulation spear couldn't break through the sea of lightning. Time slowly passed. Emperor Zhao was paying attention to the changes in the heavenly tribulation. Judging from the current situation, the 1,000 tribulation spear didn't show any signs of failure. This Zhu Bing's foundation and power were much stronger than he had expected. It's time for the great Zhao to have a 7 tribulation Zhu Bing. Father, is the 1,000 tribulation spear going to pass the tribulation successfully? Shi Yang's voice came from behind. Emperor Zhao didn't turn around and replied calmly. If nothing unexpected happens, the 1,000 tribulation spear should pass the tribulation successfully. Hearing this, Shi Yang also had a smile on his face. Once the 1,000 tribulation spear succeeds, our great Zhao will have a 7 tribulation ancestral weapon. At that time, even the Eastern Pole War God will not be able to contend against Imperial Father. Xiao Qingfeng was a human, but he didn't want him to be above the great Zhao. Now, the Great Zhao was the most powerful force of the human race and could be regarded as the orthodox force of the human race. Even the Qianyuan sacred ground couldn't compete with the Great Zhao. However, the Great Zhao was so powerful, but the emperor of the Great Zhao wasn't the strongest person of the human race. This was undoubtedly not a good thing. Qin Shujian was fine. After all, he was the emperor of heaven. Ordinary people couldn't compare to him. But if Xiao Qingfeng couldn't be suppressed by the Great Zhao, then it would be a little awkward. In the end. In terms of cultivation, Xiyang knew that his father was no weaker than Xiao Qingfeng, the reincarnation of the ancient immortal Lord Haozong. However, the other party also had a very obvious advantage, which was that he had two powerful Zhu Bing. Let's compare. His father didn't even have a decent Zhu Bing. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage. If the Thousand Tribulation Spear succeeded, then everything would be different. Boom! When the heavenly tribulation came to an end, the Thousand Tribulation Spear bathed in the sea of lightning finally accumulated enough power to fight back. An extremely powerful spear intent burst out of the spear, shaking the void. The sea of lightning was destroyed. The Thousand Tribulation Spear rose into the sky and disappeared into the heavenly tribulation. In the end, the heavenly tribulation shattered, and all the fluctuations dissipated. Then, an even more powerful fluctuation burst out from the east continent and swept across the four continents in an instant. All the true immortals who were watching the heavenly tribulation changed their expressions. The heavenly tribulation had succeeded, the situation that they didn't want to see the most had finally happened. Now that the powerful aura had spread out, it proved that the human race had an extremely powerful divine weapon. The Thousand Tribulation Spear fell and turned into a middle-aged man with a dignified face. Human Emperor, I've succeeded. Senior, congratulations on successfully transcending the heavenly tribulation. Emperor Zhao said with a smile, Senior, now that you've transcended the heavenly tribulation, no other divine weapon can compare to you except for the 8 Tribulation Zhu Bing. 8 Tribulation Zhu Bing. The Thousand Tribulation Spear looked surprised. In the ancient times, the 7 Tribulation Zhu Bing disappeared, and the 5 Tribulation Zhu Bing reigned supreme. Now, an 8 Tribulation Zhu Bing has appeared in the world? It was really shocked by Emperor Zhao's words. It had thought that after transcending the heavenly tribulation, it would become the most powerful Zhu Bing in the world. Until now. The Thousand Tribulation Spear realized that an 8 Tribulation Zhu Bing had appeared. In comparison, the joy of transcending the 7 Tribulation Zhu Bing was greatly reduced. I wonder which Zhu Bing broke through to the 8 Tribulation. Was it the skybreaking halberd? The Thousand Tribulation Spear asked. In its memory, the skybreaking halberd had the most hope of breaking through to a higher level in a million years. The other divine weapons Zhu Bing were slightly inferior. Emperor Zhao shook his head. It's not the skybreaking halberd. It's the Godslayer. The Godslayer. The Thousand Tribulation Spear's expression became a little strange. It's him. Emperor Zhao said, with Senior's foundation, it's not impossible for you to transcend the 8th tribulation in the future. Now that our human race is about to go to war with the demon abyss, it's undoubtedly a great fortune for Senior to succeed in transcending the tribulation before the war. With Senior's help, our human race will definitely sweep through the devil abyss. I don't dare to say that I can sweep through the demon abyss, but killing a few ancient demon gods is not bad either. The Thousand Calamity Spear shook his head. He knew that with the current strength of the human race, they were still far from being able to sweep through the demon abyss. After that, his expression turned regretful again. It's a pity that the human sovereign has only cultivated for a short period of time. If you were given another 10,000 years, you might be able to reach the level of the ancient Emperor of Heaven. At that time, I might also have the opportunity to taste the blood of the 3 ancient demon gods. This is also a good opportunity to see if the rumored demon god steel is truly indestructible. Thinking of the 3 ancient demon gods, the Thousand Tribulation Spear's eyes flashed with killing intent. They were the culprits behind the collapse of the ancient era. They were also the culprits behind the destruction of the heavenly court and the heavy losses of the human race. If it weren't for the 3 ancient demon gods, the demon abyss wouldn't have been able to destroy the heavenly court, let alone bring the human race to the brink of extinction. Everything. It was all because of the three ancient demon gods. I've disappointed Senior. Emperor Zhao shook his head. Seeing this, the Thousand Tribulation Spear said, "Human sovereign, you've cultivated for less than 10,000 years. To have such achievements is already unprecedented. If I'm not wrong, you're only one step away from the upper three true immortals." After breaking through to the seventh tribulation, his eyes became sharper. The Thousand Tribulation Spear could clearly feel the surging power contained in Emperor Zhao's body. That power was almost comparable to that of a seventh true immortal. Thus, it could be seen. Emperor Zhao's strength had long reached a powerful level. Although he hadn't broken through to the seventh true immortal level, he was definitely at the peak of the sixth true immortal level. Hearing this, Emperor Zhao didn't deny it. Then, the Thousand Tribulation Spear's gaze fell on Xianxia. Your descendant is also not bad. The great Zhao has a successor. In his eyes, Xianxia had also reached the fourth true immortal level. He had cultivated for a shorter time than Emperor Zhao. At such a young age, he already had the cultivation of a fourth true immortal. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he would be equivalent to an upper three true immortal in the future. The ancient Emperor Xia. He was only an eighth true immortal. Senior, you're exaggerating. Shi Yang's expression was calm, but he laughed bitterly in his heart. A successor, those words weren't suitable for him at all. To be honest, Xianxia wasn't sure if he would be able to sit on the throne of the great Zhao on the day he died. His father, the emperor, might have lived longer than him. Fortunately, he'd long given up on the idea of fighting for the throne. Otherwise, his current days would be torturous. 3 days passed very quickly. The Thousand Tribulation Spear's tribulation took about 2 days. At this moment, the news that the Heavenly Court was going to attack the demon abyss had long spread. Whether it was the human race or the other races, they all gathered their experts and hurried to the extraterritorial battlefield. They're going to attack the demon abyss. Origin sect. Xingfang's expression was solemn. After breaking through to true immortal, he was considered the strongest person in Origin sect. In front of him, Su Yuanming and the others were sitting there. At this moment, Su Yuanming's expression was also solemn. Attacking the demon abyss is the most important thing right now. According to the Qianyuan sacred ground, all the cultivators above the transcendent level of each sect need to fight. In other words, if we fail in this battle, I'm afraid our origin sect will decline for a long time. This matter is not as simple as the Qianyuan sacred ground's order. It's an order from the Heavenly Court itself. Xingfang shook his head. Not to mention our origin sect, even the great Zhao won't be able to get away with it. But there's one advantage, which is that only the transcendent level and above are required to participate in the battle. Those below the transcendent level can stay and continue the legacy. We were nurtured by the heavens and earth, and we owe them a lot for being able to cultivate in such an environment. Now that we're attacking the demon abyss, we're returning the favor of the heavens and earth. There's no possibility of refusing. They couldn't refuse. There was no way to refuse. Hearing this, the others tacitly agreed. But everyone's hearts were quite heavy. On the surface, the Heavenly Court seemed to have a great advantage in attacking the demon abyss. However, the overall advantage was only the overall advantage. If they really went to war, it was unknown how many people would die in the battle. With their strength, they didn't have much confidence that they could survive in the demon abyss. Looking at everyone's heavy expressions, Xingfang suddenly smiled and said, "People live for a lifetime. If we really die in battle, it's fate. There's nothing to regret. If it weren't for the opportunity given to us by the Emperor of Heaven, we might have already exhausted our lifespans and died. Besides, we might not necessarily die if we start a war. We might be able to survive until the end. Speaking of which, my old bones have been idle for too long. It's time to exercise." In the fallen immortal realm, the heaven and earth passage was completely open, and the immortals who guarded the passage were no longer there. One by one, the cultivators of the 10,000 races walked into the passage. In addition to that, there were also a large number of players rushing towards the extraterritorial battlefield. Until now, The players were no different from the native living beings of the upper-class world. If there was any difference, then the only difference was that the players could not die. But in fact, even if the players did not die in the upper-class world, every time they revived, they would lose levels as the price. Now, the players' world and the upper-class world were becoming more and more closely integrated. Many times, the level in the upper-class world determined the cultivation level of the players in the real world. As a result, the players did not dare to court death and cause their levels to drop. Especially now that the 10,000 races were getting stronger and stronger, there were more and more perfected immortal experts. They were not something that the players could compare to. Even for the current players, celestials were no longer something rare. However, the gap between celestials and perfected immortals was not ordinary. Back then, the gap between each realm was like heaven and earth. With a thought, a perfected immortal could kill tens of thousands of ordinary celestials. This was an indisputable fact. With such a deterrence, the players did not dare to be presumptuous. In the extraterritorial battlefield, in the various cities, the cultivators of the 10,000 races gathered. Unlike the beginning of the void demons, the number of perfected immortals in the 10,000 races was not comparable to the past. One by one, the perfected immortals stepped out, and the aura they unintentionally emitted suppressed the void and caused it to tremble violently. Perfected immortal Bichuan, you're here. So it's perfected immortal Yu Hua. Perfected immortal Long Yu. The perfected immortals who were familiar with each other greeted each other with harmonious smiles on their faces. At this point, the gap between the races could be considered to have been temporarily eliminated. Even the perfected immortals who did not have a good relationship with each other would only look at each other coldly when they faced each other and would not easily fight. Everyone understood. Now that the heavenly court was going to attack the demon abyss, they would definitely not allow any conflicts within the heavenly court. Strictly speaking, the 10,000 races were also a part of the heavenly court. So, even if the 10,000 races had many conflicts, they had to hold it in at this time. Otherwise, the Emperor of Heaven might kill a few perfected immortals as a sacrifice before the war. So many experts. Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked when he followed the strong cultivators of the Qianyuan sacred ground into the extraterritorial battlefield. Usually, he stayed in Yuanzhong and did not move much. Before that, he had been in the Sea of Death. Even though there were many true immortal-level ferocious beasts there as well, they were nothing compared to the true immortals of the 10,000 races before him. Even now, Xianxia had made great achievements in the Guiyuan ancestral canon. Even if he could match a true immortal with his Deva body, it wouldn't be much of a problem. However, he was still shocked by the aura that intertwined in the void. Strong, very strong, among the many auras, there were many that were much stronger than his. The arrogance and complacency in his heart had disappeared without a trace. The number of experts in this world is as vast as the stars in the sky. Those who haven't broken through to the true immortal realm are ultimately nothing. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Behind him, the bow of heaven and earth spoke with a complicated tone. I never thought that there would be so many true immortals in just a few decades. It was hard to imagine. A few decades ago, the human race was still revered by Deva beings and true immortals were extinct. Such a change, even if it was caused by tens of thousands of years ago, people would believe it. However, if it was caused by a few decades, those who didn't know the truth would definitely not believe it. Shock was shock. The bow of heaven and earth quickly came back to his senses. While others improved quickly, his improvement wasn't slow at all. From a spirit artifact in the past to a powerful Tao artifact now, if it were to be differentiated by cultivators, it could be considered to have crossed many realms. Dog, work hard. You still have a long way to go. The bow of heaven and earth said earnestly. I don't expect you to be like the Emperor of Heaven. Even if you break through to the upper 3 true immortal realms in the future, I might be able to benefit from your glory. Speaking of this, he was very sad. He was supposed to be the Emperor of Heaven's divine weapon. Now, he should be living a good life with the Emperor of Heaven. Not to say that he was comparable to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, but to beat the ordinary Zhu Bing was something that could be done in a matter of minutes. However, he didn't know what went wrong. By a freak combination of factors, he became Zhang Ergu's divine weapon. Thinking of this, the Bao of heaven and earth was sad again. In fact, when he was first lent to Zhang Ergu, he should have been vigilant. He was careless, he sighed secretly. The Bao of heaven and earth was full of helplessness. As if he sensed the Bao of heaven and earth's thoughts, Zhang Ergu said in an unfriendly tone, "Old Qian, I think I've treated you well. What do you mean by being so half-hearted?" "I'm not half-hearted. I just want you to work harder." Haha, Zhang Ergu laughed coldly. In public, he couldn't be bothered to argue with the Bao of heaven and earth. Looking at those powerful true immortals, a thought suddenly came to Zhang Ergu's mind. If I can swallow all those true immortals, wouldn't I be flying on the spot? He didn't know what the word flying meant at first, but he gradually understood after listening to the mutated people talk about it. Don't act recklessly. There are so many experts here. If you really cause trouble, unless the Emperor of Heaven takes action, no one can protect you. Sensing the fluctuation in Zhang Ergu's heart, the Bao of heaven and earth couldn't help but be shocked. How daring of him, indeed, so many true immortals of the 10,000 races in front of him looked very tempting. However, no matter how tempting it was, he couldn't act recklessly. If he really swallowed all those true immortals, there would be endless trouble. And most importantly, Zhang Ergu didn't have the strength to do so. If they fought and he was slapped to death, that would be a big joke. He was nervous about the Bao of heaven and earth. Zhang Ergu didn't think much of it. "I'm just thinking about it." "Why are you so nervous?" "When we attack the demon abyss later, there will be so many demons that it will be enough for me to swallow. This is an excellent opportunity for me to break through to the true immortal realm. If I can break through to the true immortal realm, maybe the position of the sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground will be taken over by my Yuan sect." He didn't say these words out loud. He just communicated with the Bao of heaven and earth in his heart with his divine thoughts. Zhang Ergu knew very well. In fact, all the elders in the sect expressed dissatisfaction with the position of the sacred lord falling into Qin Yuanbai's hands. No matter what. The Qianyuan sacred ground was also established by the sect master of Yuan sect. Therefore, the position of the sacred lord should be taken over by someone from Yuan sect. However, Yuan sect didn't have enough manpower. Since Qin Shujian established the heavenly court and became the emperor of heaven, none of the successors were good enough. They could only watch as the position of the sacred lord was taken over by Qin Yuanbai. The people of Yuan sect. All the time, they were thinking about how to regain the position of the sacred lord. However, although the strength of Yuan sect was not weaker than that of the Nine Palaces sect, it was much weaker than Qin Yuanbai. Even if Xingfang broke through to the true immortal realm later, it would still be the same. If I want to compete for the position of the sacred lord, I must have the power to suppress the entire Qianyuan sacred ground. Ordinary true immortals definitely won't be able to do it, but if I use the Guiyuan ancestral scripture to become an immortal and walk the system of evolving heaven and earth, then I have a lot of hope. Zhang Ergu thought to himself. The evolution of heaven and earth was the most powerful system of all. Others might not be sure, but he was 100% sure that Qin Yuanbai walked this system. In other words, apart from the Emperor of Heaven, there were only two people who walked the evolution of heaven and earth system. One was Ningbo, who had already entered the heavenly court as an official. The other was himself. Zhang Ergu and Ningbo didn't have much interaction, so he didn't know much about this disciple of the Emperor of Heaven. In his opinion, even if Ningbo entered the heavenly court as an official and had great opportunities, he might not be able to compare with him. Besides, Ningbo joined Yuan sect halfway and left quickly. He didn't have much of a sense of belonging to Yuan sect, unlike himself who had watched Yuan sect grow step by step. So, even if the others didn't say anything, Zhang Ergu would definitely compete for the position of the sacred lord. For no other reason, it was to protect Yuan sect's face. Sensing Zhang Ergu's inner thoughts, the Bao of heaven and earth fell silent. All along, the other party had always acted like a sloppy person, but in fact, he was very competitive. The red lotus of purgation's means are indeed powerful. I once saw the Emperor of Heaven use the red lotus of purgation to completely kill demons. If you can enter the demon abyss and use the red lotus of purgation to kill a large number of demons, it won't be difficult for you to break through to the true immortal realm. The system of evolving heaven and earth was truly too powerful. You haven't reached the limits of the Deva realm yet, but you're already no weaker than a first-level immortal. If you can break through to the true immortal realm in the future, you might not be comparable to a middle-level immortal, but it won't be difficult for you to defeat a lower-level immortal. The Cosmos Bao said in a deep voice. Those who had never seen the evolution of the heaven and earth system would never be able to appreciate its power. He had seen it for himself when he was with Qin Shujian. Following behind Zhang Ergu, he could also tell that the other party had undergone a metamorphosis. Therefore, he was sure that once Zhang Ergu broke through to the true immortal realm, he would become another powerful expert. I hope so. Zhang Ergu smiled, the pressure in his heart dissipating. He was not good at suppressing himself. It was just that sometimes, when he thought of certain things, he would feel unhappy. But most of the time, Zhang Ergu's mentality was very good. At this moment, more and more true immortals of the myriad races were coming out into the world. One by one, the true immortals were so strong that even the void was starting to distort due to that tyrannical aura. At this moment, the void shattered, and a few people stepped out from it. Those are the Imperial Emperors of the 5 directions. Hiss, the leader must be Imperial Emperor Zhongyuan. Rumor has it that he's the #1 expert of the human race after the Emperor of Heaven. Not necessarily. I heard that the Eastern War God is the #1 expert of the human race after the Emperor of Heaven. Be careful with your words. Seeing the Imperial Emperors of the 5 directions appear, the cultivators of the myriad races exclaimed. Some cultivators could not help but compare Xiao Qingfeng to Emperor Zhao, but most of them kept their mouths shut. Whether it was Imperial Emperor Zhongyuan or the Eastern War God, they were not people that ordinary cultivators could talk about. Talking about the experts without permission might bring about a fatal disaster. After the Imperial Emperors of the 5 directions appeared, the war gods of the 4 extremes and the other immortals of the heavenly court appeared one after another. For a moment, the number of true immortals increased greatly. That must be the demon abyss. Emperor Zhao looked at the cracked void in front of him. There was an endless amount of blood surging. If one looked carefully, one could see a floating continent in the boundless blood. That was the demon abyss. When heaven and earth were constantly being born, the demon abyss was also rapidly approaching. Now, the distance between the demon abyss and the great thousand world was no longer as far as before. It could be said that even if the heavenly court did not attack the demon abyss now, the demon abyss would completely collide with the great thousand world in a few years. At that time, a great war would still erupt. The demon emperor nodded slightly. That's the demon abyss. It's a good thing that the Emperor of Heaven has decided to attack the demon abyss now. At least the heavenly court will have the absolute initiative. Otherwise, when the demon abyss attacks, we will be at a disadvantage. The one who strikes first has the advantage. The one who strikes later will suffer. Although it wasn't 100% accurate, it still made sense. Now that the heavenly court's strength had increased greatly, it was the right time to attack the demon abyss. The Imperial Emperors of the 5 directions discovered the existence of the demon abyss. Some of the more powerful true immortals could also clearly sense the aura from the demon abyss. Time passed bit by bit. The noise in the extraterritorial battlefield gradually calmed down. Every cultivator had a solemn expression on their faces. They were waiting for an opportunity to officially launch an attack. After an unknown period of time, the void within hundreds of millions of miles suddenly shattered like a mirror. A finger that seemed to penetrate the universe reached out from heaven and earth. Under the shocked gazes of the cultivators of the 10,000 races, it directly pressed down on the demon abyss. Boom, the boundless blood-red color collapsed. The huge barrier that covered the demonic abyss suddenly started to tremble. Then, in the Imperial Emperors of the 5 directions sight, the shield shattered, and a monstrous demonic aura spread out from it. Buzz, a shocking fluctuation spread out. Everyone's face instantly turned solemn. There was no need to say much about the immortals of the heavenly court. As for the cultivators and players of the 10,000 races, they could vaguely guess who the owner of that finger was. When the demon abyss shield shattered, a loud voice rang out. Pass down my order. The heavenly court will attack the demon abyss with all its might. In addition, all otherworlders must be at least in the god martial arts realm to participate in the battle. Those below the god martial arts realm are not allowed to enter. Those who violate this will be killed. As soon as the words fell, a large group of players had the same expression on their faces as Seema's. What did this mean? Did those below the god martial arts realm eat your rice? Why were those below the god martial arts realm not allowed to enter the demon abyss? Discrimination. This was blatant discrimination. Many players were so angry that their chests violently rose and fell violently. They gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. There was nothing they could do. The order was given by Xianxia, the #1 powerhouse of the Great Thousand World. Not to mention the players below the god martial arts realm. Even if all the players in the Great Thousand World worked together, they would probably not be able to defeat him with a single slap. Therefore, it was impossible to resist. They could only silently endure everything. As for the players above the god martial arts realm, they had smiles on their faces. At this moment, Emperor Zhao waved his hand and immediately shouted, "Let's go!" The Demon Abyss. When Qin Shujian smashed the barrier of the Demon Abyss, the entire Demon Abyss shook violently. Whether it was the ancient god fiends or the other demons, they were all shocked. There's an elite attacking the Demon Abyss from outside. The eternal life ancient god fiend's expression was ugly, and his anger could be vaguely seen. Attacking the Demon Abyss, how many years had it been? How many years had it been since something like this happened? Ever since the Demon Abyss's notoriety spread, no one dared to approach it, let alone attack it. But now, the Demon Abyss was under attack. Beside the eternal life ancient god fiend, Yi Huang, who was also one of the 3 ancient god fiends, looked gloomy. Who dares to attack the Demon Abyss? Could it be a being from the Great Thousand World? Impossible, the Great Thousand World is extremely fragile. It's fine if they don't think of a way to escape, but how would they dare to attack the Demon Abyss? The eternal life ancient god fiend shook his head and refuted. He did not think that it was caused by a being from the Great Thousand World. The battle 1,000,000 years ago had destroyed the entire Great Thousand World. Now that only 1,000,000 years had passed, it was impossible for the Great Thousand World to recover. As for attacking the Demon Abyss, that was a joke. Hearing this, the heavenly saint ancient god fiend seemed to want to calculate something, but he gave up in the end. I can't calculate anything. It's as if the heavenly secrets have been blocked. I'm afraid that the being attacking the Demon Abyss is not ordinary. At this moment, the blood-red color hanging above the Demon Abyss suddenly fell from the sky. The blood-red moon fell. From afar, the blood-red color was only the size of a millstone, but now that it fell, it became billions of miles wide. Oh no! The blood-red moon is falling. Run! Oh no, the demons who looked up at the blood-red moon were shocked. The blood-red moon fell, and the powerful force alone made them feel the aura of destruction. Needless to say, if the blood-red moon fell, they would definitely die. The blood-red moon is falling. The eternal life ancient god fiend frowned as he looked at the blood-red moon that was about to smash into the Demon Abyss. A giant hand that covered heaven and earth reached out from the deepest part of the Demon Abyss and directly bombarded the blood-red moon. Boom, the palm and the blood-red moon collided, and the blood-red moon. But before the blood could splash out, the wound had already healed. At the same time, the momentum of the blood moon's descent had also lessened. Although it caused quite a commotion when it fell towards the Devil Abyss, it no longer had the destructive might that it had at the beginning. In the end, a few unlucky demons were smashed to death and then reborn in the Devil Abyss. The blood moon then fell into the deepest part of the Devil Abyss. Looking at the descending blood moon, the eternal life ancient fiend celestial withdrew his palm, his face as gloomy as water. This was the first time the ancient demon god had truly made a move since awakening, but it ended in a crushing defeat in front of Shuiyu. This made the powerful ancient demon god feel somewhat humiliated. Fortunately, ancient demon god Night Emperor and ancient demon god Sky Saint did not show any strange expressions. Or else, the eternal life ancient fiend celestial wanted to take this opportunity to flip out. Ever since the birth of the Demon Abyss, the blood moon has always been hanging in the sky above the Demon Abyss. It is also the bridge between the Demon Abyss and the universe. Now that the blood moon has fallen, the demon abyss is going to have a big change. The sky saint ancient demon god had a grave expression. First, the demon abyss was attacked. Then, the blood moon that had been hanging in the sky for countless years suddenly fell. This in itself indicated that something was not right. Combined with the changes in front of him, he thought of many things. Look, ancient demon god Night Emperor suddenly spoke. Hearing that, the other two ancient demon gods looked in the direction he was pointing. They saw that there was a huge hole where the blood moon had fallen. Behind the hole was what seemed to be darkness, but it also seemed like a galaxy of stars. Behind the blood moon is the universe. After seeing that hole, the ancient demon gods became excited. It was the aura of the void. When they had attacked the vast thousand domains, they had already felt the aura of the void outside. Thus, it could be seen. Behind the blood moon was the passage from the demon abyss to the universe. By the time the three ancient godfiends discovered this, the other demons had also discovered the passageway that had been exposed after the blood moon had fallen. That is the aura of the universe, I smell it. It is the smell that belongs to the void. Freedom. That is true freedom. All of the demons were overjoyed. They were constantly thinking about leaving the demon abyss and going to the vast thousand domains or even other places to be free. But there was no other way. Apart from the blood moon, there was no other way to leave the demon abyss. In addition, there was the suppression of the ancient demon gods. The other demons did not dare to leave through the blood moon passage. Moreover, the blood moon passage could only accommodate a limited number of demons each time it opened. However, it was different now. The blood moon had fallen, revealing a passage behind it. From the looks of it, the passage was very stable and could allow all demons to leave the demon abyss through it. This discovery, it completely drove the demons crazy. A large number of demons completely ignored the ancient demon god's warning and flew out of the demon abyss toward the blood moon in the sky. The restriction that usually covered the demon abyss had also disappeared. When the demons in the devil abyss saw that their fellow demons had left the devil abyss without any obstruction, they couldn't help but rush toward the passageway as well. Should we stop them? Ancient demon god Night Emperor looked at the demons leaving and turned to the other two ancient demon gods. Hearing this, the immortal ancient demon god pondered for a moment and finally shook his head. No. Since the blood moon has fallen and a passage has appeared, let them go ahead and explore. We will wait and see. If it was in the past, he would have killed those demons long ago. However, when he thought of the mysterious force that had attacked the demon abyss and saw the passage in front of him, the ancient demon god hesitated. The immortal ancient demon god was not sure if there was any unpredictable danger behind the passage. In that case, he might as well let those demons explore. Seeing this, the other two ancient demon gods also silently agreed with the immortal ancient demon god's words. At this moment, a large number of demons took to the air and flew toward the passage that appeared after the blood moon fell. The closer they got to the passage, the more obvious the aura of the void became. For all the demons, the aura of the void meant the aura of freedom. Therefore, they became even crazier. Soon. I will be free soon. A demon god-level demon looked at the passage that was getting closer and closer to him and could not contain his excitement. Just as he was about to cross the passage, a force that could destroy the void and shatter heaven and earth suddenly erupted. In just an instant, the demon god's body exploded and countless pieces of flesh and blood scattered. Then, more spears pierced through the air and dozens of demon gods exploded and died. It was a sudden turn of events. This caused the remaining demons to be stunned in midair. What's going on? What's going on? While they were still in shock, a middle-aged man with a dignified face wearing a black dragon robe with golden patterns stepped forward. A stone spear pierced through the air. All the demons who were hit by it died one after another. A human. The moment they saw Zhao Huang, some of the demons recognized him. Then, another demon cried out in shock. Xianxia of the human race. He's the human emperor of the human race. Emperor Zhao had been the human emperor of the East continent for thousands of years. During that time, many demons had come into being during the birth of the world. Therefore, Many of those demons were personally suppressed by the Zhao Emperor. These demons naturally wouldn't forget what Emperor Zhao looked like. However, they didn't expect that. Emperor Zhao was supposed to be a cultivator in the divinity realm. How did he become so powerful now? Not only were the demons and demon gods killed by the spear, but there were also a few ancient demon gods at the true immortal realm. While the demons were still in shock, the Thousand Calamity Spear unleashed a powerful force and smashed many demons into pieces. At the same time, a golden-winged great ping that was 1,000,000 feet long tore through the air. As it flapped its wings, endless astral winds erupted. All the demons that were swept in exploded into clouds of blood mist. Then, a three-headed giant dog stood proudly in the air. It opened its mouth and swallowed many demons into its stomach. Then, a sea of blood rose into the sky. A blood lotus bloomed. The current demon emperor, Emperor Xiling of the heavenly court, Xianxia, sat cross-legged on the blood lotus. The moment he opened his eyes, the demon abyss seemed to be dyed red. The demon abyss is destroyed. The demon race shall rise. Demons like you should pay a visit to Benhuang's Sea of Blood. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea of blood fell. A large number of demons didn't have time to struggle before they were completely swallowed by the sea of blood. After swallowing many demons, the sea of blood surged violently. It spread out like a scroll and became even more vast. Hee hee. Ear-piercing laughter rang out. The voice was like a ghost that went straight into the hearts of all the demons. At that moment, the bodies of many evil spirits stiffened. The moment the laughter rang out, their divine souls silently disappeared. Their voices that lingered in the air turned into ashes that scattered across the sky. It was the first time. This was the first time the imperial emperors of the 5 directions had joined forces to attack after they had become middle 3 true immortals. Instantly, the number of fallen demons was innumerable. Among the fallen demons, most of them were ordinary demons and demon gods, but there were also quite a number of ancient gods and demons that had fallen. No matter if it was the Zhao Emperor or the Soul Protection Emperor. With the support of the 5 great imperial emperors' deity thrones, their cultivation speed was extremely fast. The weakest Soul Protection Emperor. Now, they had already reached the 5th heaven immortal realm. The other 5th heaven immortal was the demonic emperor. The remaining 3 imperial emperors of the 5 directions were all true 6th level immortals. Among them, Zhao Huang was at the peak of the 6th level immortal, only 1 step away from the 7th level immortal. Those evil demons. How could they be qualified to resist? It happened so suddenly. By the time the demons below the Devil Abyss reacted, a large number of demons above the Devil Abyss had been eliminated. In the tunnel behind, the powerhouses of the heavenly court and the 10,000 races immediately rushed in. Zhao Huang stood with his spear and looked down at the Devil Abyss that looked like a giant beast with its mouth open. His expression was extremely cold. Cultivators of the 10,000 races, follow me and kill. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed directly into the Devil Abyss. Not good. The creatures of the great wide world are invading. Preposterous. Kill. Kill them all. The demons in the Devil Abyss were all flustered and exasperated. After a short period of shock, they all came to their senses. Before this, no one had thought that the great wide world would be so bold as to take the initiative to counterattack before the Devil Abyss attacked. Although the imperial emperors of the 5 directions had just displayed very strong methods. But seriously speaking, there was no lack of such powerful ancient demon gods in the Devil Abyss. So, although the other demons were shocked by the strength of Zhao Huang and the others, they did not feel afraid at all. For a moment, the Devil Abyss was full of emotions. The great wide world is invading, kill the enemy. In the deepest part of the Devil Abyss, a loud voice sounded. Hearing this voice, all the evil spirits were shocked. It was the voice of the 3 ancient demon gods. Although the 3 ancient demon gods regarded the other demons as ants, they were still the biggest backbone of the Devil Abyss. With them around, there was no possibility of the Devil Abyss being breached. Instantly, a large number of demons rushed out of the Devil Abyss and fought with the cultivators of the 10,000 races. The voice of eternal life. Xianxia killed a demon god with his halberd and looked directly at the deepest part of the devil abyss with his cold gaze. The voice just now was not only heard by the demons, but also by the cultivators of the 10,000 races. Even if he died, he would not forget who the voice came from. The scene from 1,000,000 years ago flashed through his mind, and Xianxia had the urge to fight the other party again. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he forcefully suppressed it. He was no longer the Haotsong from 1,000,000 years ago, nor was he the 9th-level immortal of the past. The current him. He was only a true immortal at the peak of the 6th level. Although his strength had recovered a lot, there was still a big gap between him and his peak in the past. Xianxia was confident. With his current strength, it was not a problem to deal with an ordinary true immortal of the upper 3rd level. However, it was impossible to challenge a 9th-level immortal. Not to mention a half-step Dao fruit that was stronger than a 9th-level immortal. If he really fought against it, that was no different from courting death. So, Xianxia suppressed the impulse in his heart and turned his attention to the ancient demon god in front of him. An eternal ancient demon god could not be killed. However, it would not be difficult to kill an ordinary ancient demon god. Kill, with an earth-shattering roar, Xianxia took a step forward, and the void under his feet instantly cracked. The sky-breaking halberd in his hand erupted with a terrifying wave and directly bombarded the ancient demon god's body in horror. No, with an unwilling roar, the ancient demon god's body was directly torn apart. In an instant, he had completely fallen in the hands of Zhu Bing. Kill, immortal monarch, kill quickly. Today, I will slaughter the entire devil abyss and advance to the 7th level, Zhu Bing. The sky-breaking halberd shouted excitedly as it absorbed the power of the ancient demon god. He had already received a lot of stimulation in the Great Kiliacosm. His former colleagues were all either promoted to 8 Tribulation Ancestral Armaments or 7 Tribulation Ancestral Armaments. Compared to himself, he felt ashamed. So, the sky-breaking halberd was very eager to transcend the tribulation and become a more powerful existence. Now that he had entered the devil abyss, it was the best opportunity. Every evil spirit was a moving nourishment. As long as he slaughtered enough, he would definitely be able to transcend the tribulation. Moreover, with sufficient energy, the success rate of transcending the tribulation would be unusually high. Kill everyone in the demon abyss. The murderous aura hidden in the sky-breaking halberd was completely unleashed. Xianxia was affected and immediately laughed out loud. Good. Today, you and I will fight again in the demon abyss and wipe away the humiliation from 1,000,000 years ago. Boom, the sky-breaking halberd shattered the void. Any demon touched by it, no matter how strong or weak, died instantly. At this moment, Xianxia held the sky-breaking halberd, as if he had returned to 1,000,000 years ago. At that time, he also killed his way into the demon abyss, all the way to the demon god steel. Unfortunately, in the end, he died at the hands of a half-step Dao fruit cultivator. No matter how strong a 9th-level immortal was, it was already the limit to fight a half-step Dao fruit cultivator. It was impossible to win. In the knowledge sea, Nameless also seemed to be affected, and his voice was not calm. Eastern War God, why don't you let me join the battle? Okay. Xianxia did not refuse. The next moment, the stone spear appeared in his left hand. At his level, multitasking wasn't a difficult thing at all. Xianxia held the sky-breaking halberd in one hand and the nameless stone spear in the other, directly killing the demons. Boom, a long arrow pierced through the air. A demon god was caught off guard and was directly pierced in the chest, bringing with it a rain of blood. Roar. The intense pain made the demon god's face contort. He threw out a punch, intending to destroy the ant who had attacked him with a sneak attack. Good. Xianxia first put away the cloud-piercing arrow. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and punched out, colliding with the demon god's fist. Boom. The two terrifying forces collided, and the void instantly shattered. The next moment, the demon god's arm cracked, as if it had suffered a force beyond its limit. Its huge body retreated. Seeing this, Xianxia naturally would not let go of the opportunity to kill the demon god. In his opinion, Every demon god was his tonic. Whether he could break through to the true immortal realm depended on whether the battle in the demon abyss could bring him benefits. A red lotus rose from his palm. Then, he flung it at the demon god. Wherever the red lotus passed, the void was reduced to dust. The demon god wanted to dodge, but the red lotus was too fast. It landed on his body in an instant. The power of destruction. It made the demon god feel the aura of death. What is this? Devil chi surged, trying to extinguish the red lotus of purgation. However, Zhang Ergu's red lotus of purgation had been cultivated to a very high level. Although the devil chi that erupted was strong, it was not strong enough to extinguish the red lotus. In the end, amidst the shrill screams, the demon god was completely swallowed up, leaving only a red lotus floating quietly in its place. Zhang Ergu grabbed the red lotus and extracted the energy contained within. When the demon god fell, in the depths of the demon abyss, the three ancient demon gods immediately sensed that something was amiss. There's something wrong with that red lotus. The demon god that was swallowed up seems to have really fallen. The eternal ancient demon god frowned and looked at Zhang Ergu, who was absorbing the power of the red lotus. A strange look flashed across his eyes. In his eyes, Zhang Ergu, who was not a true immortal, was naturally no different from an ant. However, when his attention fell on the other party, the eternal ancient demon god also realized that something was amiss. Zhang Ergu, who was not a true immortal, contained a powerful force in his body that was not inferior to an ordinary true immortal. To this, the eternal life ancient demon god was surprised again. In the vast thousand domains, those who can kill immortals as a heavenly being can be called outstanding. If I'm not wrong, that person seems to be able to kill immortals as a heavenly being. The other two ancient demon gods also had strange expressions. Yi Huang said, "That's right, that demon god seems to have really fallen. That red lotus-like flame is strange. It can actually kill us demons completely. Such a secret technique must be eliminated." That's right, such a secret technique must not be left behind. The heavenly saint also nodded. The biggest advantage of the demons was that they had the characteristic of being immortal. Anything that could threaten this characteristic had to be destroyed. Early on, when they attacked the vast thousand domains, the demon abyss had destroyed many things that could kill demons. In the end, only Zubing could not be completely destroyed. However, even though their ancestral armaments were not destroyed, they were unable to kill the nefarious demons without restraint. After all, the more demons it killed, the more power Zubing would absorb. When it reached a limit, then, Zubing would attract a heavenly tribulation. Many Zubing in the vast thousand domains were destroyed in the heavenly tribulation. Due to the fact that the ancestral armaments possessed such a clear weakness, they were not in a rush to destroy all of them. However, it was different now. In the eyes of the three ancient demon gods, the red lotus of purgation was like some kind of secret technique. If it was a secret technique, it proved that others could cultivate it. Once others succeeded in cultivating it, it would be a disaster for the demon abyss that could not be ignored. Therefore, such a secret technique must be destroyed. If one person knew it, they would kill one person. If two people knew it, they would kill both of them. As long as everyone who knew it was killed, the secret technique would naturally be lost. The secret technique is a small problem. Until now, what we have relied on to cultivate is not the advantage of being immortal, but absolute strength. Therefore, compared to the secret technique, I am more curious about what gave the vast thousand domains the confidence to attack the demon abyss. Immortal Life's expression became calm. In his eyes, the red lotus of purgation was not a threat to him at all. The reason why the three ancient demon gods were powerful was not because of their advantage of being immortal, but because of their own strength. If they did not have absolute strength, even if they were immortal, they would be no different from human targets. Therefore, what Immortal Life really cared about was what the trump card of the vast thousand domains was. He thought of the mysterious power that broke the demon abyss. There must be a mysterious expert hidden in the vast thousand domains, perhaps as powerful as Xianxia of the heavenly court. There was no reason. Immortal Life thought of Xianxia. When they attacked the vast thousand domains 1,000,000 years ago, The greatest resistance the demon abyss encountered was the heavenly court, and the most powerful cultivator they encountered was the Emperor of Heaven, Xianxia. Xianxia was powerful. Even a mortal life did not dare to say that he could suppress him in a one-on-one situation. If it were not for the restraint of the vast thousand domains, Xianxia might not have been defeated in the end. The Night Emperor said gloomily, "If you want to know what the vast thousand domains trump card is, we can just attack directly. With these ants in front of us, I can destroy them all with one hand." As soon as he finished speaking, the void collapsed. An extremely terrifying palm rose from the bottom of the demon abyss. Yi Huang made a move. Yongxing did not stop him. He also wanted to know what the foundation of the great wide world was. Otherwise, judging from the powerhouses of the great wide world, they were not qualified to attack the demon abyss at all. Powerhouses like Zhao Huang and Xiao Qingfeng. In Yongxing's eyes, they were not much different from ants. Middle three true immortals. No matter how powerful they could not compete with a half-step Dao fruit. This was the suppression of the realm, and it had nothing to do with anything else. The moment Yi Huang struck, the vast commotion caused the void to shatter silently. Regardless of whether it was the heavenly court's experts or the demon abyss's experts, they could not help but tremble when they felt the terrifying aura. The three ancient demon gods have made a move. Xiao Qingfeng looked at the rising power, and his expression changed drastically. That aura. It was obviously the three ancient demon gods. However, he was not sure which ancient demon god had made a move. Yongxing, Heavenly Saint, or Yi Huang. Just as Xiao Qingfeng was in doubt, he saw a huge palm reaching out from the bottom of the demon abyss. At that moment, Zhang Ergu felt the qi and blood in his body freeze, and his body was forcefully fixed in midair, unable to move at all. That terrifying existence is coming for me, in an instant. He immediately understood what was going on. The powerful existence in the demon abyss was actually targeting him. No matter how hard Zhang Ergu thought about it, he could not figure out why such a powerhouse would target an ant like him, who was not even a true immortal. But soon, he thought of the red lotus of purgation. Obviously, the appearance of the red lotus of purgation had attracted the powerful existence in the demon abyss to make a move. Otherwise, the other party would not have made a move to deal with a heavenly human cultivator. After all, there were so many true immortals in the myriad races, and the imperial emperors of the 5 directions had a dazzling battle record. If they did not kill those powerhouses, they would have to be out of their minds to kill a heavenly human. What should I do? Elder Qian, what should we do now? Zhang Ergu's body stiffened in midair, and he could only scream crazily in his heart. However, the bow of the cosmos did not answer. Outside the devil abyss, the three of them appeared there and looked down at the Scarlet Continent. When Yi Huang made his move, the three of them sensed something. That's not very appropriate, is it? A dignified half-step Dao fruit realm cultivator actually dares to bully a minor sky human stage cultivator? Qin Shujian clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head helplessly. Shortly after, he then looked at Chu Kuangtu. Saber Master, I'll have to trouble you to take action. Also, let Mo Yuan see that our great thousand realms is not without people. At the same time, teach him some principles. A half-step Dao fruit cultivator should have the face of a half-step Dao fruit cultivator. Qin Emperor, don't worry. He's just a half-step Dao fruit cultivator. Watch how I kill him. Chu Kuangtu smiled proudly as a powerful aura emanated from his body. The surrounding void was silently destroyed. Thanks to the time formation set up by Qin Shujian, his cultivation base had recovered to the half-step Dao fruit realm. But the last step, it was not something that could be accomplished with time. However, it was enough for Chu Kuangtu to be able to recover to the half-step Dao fruit realm so quickly. His figure suddenly disappeared from where he was, and in the next breath, he had already appeared in the demon abyss. Watching Chu Kuangtu leave, Niao Dali suddenly said, Qin Emperor, you seem to value Zhang Ergu a lot. He was no stranger to Zhang Ergu. Before his innate wisdom awakened, he had a lot of contact with Zhang Ergu when he was in the Yuan sect. But now that his innate wisdom had awakened, Niao Dali did not have much interaction with the people he used to know. Hearing this, Qin Shujian smiled slightly. No matter what, Ergu is still a member of the Yuan sect. If he was killed by someone in the same realm as him, it would be fine. But he bullied the weak. Does he really not take me seriously? Moreover, Ergu cultivates the Guiyuan ancestral scripture that I created. To a certain extent, he can be considered my successor. A dignified successor of the Dao fruit realm was killed by a half-step Dao fruit realm cultivator. Isn't that a disgrace to me? Niu Dali obviously did not believe such an explanation. But he did not ask too much. There were some things that the other party did not want to say, and he would not get the answer he wanted even if he continued to ask. On the other side, the demon abyss, Yi Huang's sudden attack made Zhang Erge feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Just when he thought he was going to die, a beam of saber light cut through the universe and directly split the terrifying aura. At the same time, it blasted toward the giant hand. Boom, the two collided. The giant hand suddenly split open, and a large amount of blood gushed out. A painful roar rang out from the depths of the demon abyss, shaking the entire demon abyss. This sudden turn of events gave Zhang Erge the illusion that he had just survived a disaster. When he came back to his senses, he saw that there was another person beside him. Say Senior, Zhang Erge did not know Chu Kuangtu at all. Go do your thing. Don't worry about anything else. Chu Kuangtu waved his hand and said casually. His eyes were looking at the depths of the demon abyss from beginning to end, and a cold smile appeared on his face. A mighty half-step Dao fruit cultivator actually dares to attack a deva? Truly shameless to the extreme. Today, let me see how strong the three ancient demon gods of the demon abyss are. His voice was loud and clear, covering everything in the demon abyss. At the bottom of the demon abyss, Yi Huang's face was gloomy and ugly. The injury on his hand had not healed yet. The inextinguishable saber qi lingered in it, and from time to time, it would reopen the healed wound. He could only use his demonic qi to forcibly expel the saber qi. Is this the foundation of the vast thousand domains? He's even more powerful than Qin Song from 1,000,000 years ago. Yi Huang's voice was cold. He had fought with Qin Song before, and there was no way the other party could injure him with a single blow. Besides that, what really made Yi Huang afraid was the saber in Chu Kuangtu's hand. The saber could injure him, and the saber qi remained. It was obviously a very terrifying divine weapon. The other two ancient demon gods, in addition to being shocked by Yi Huang's injury, were more concerned about what Chu Kuangtu had said. Half-step Dao fruit. What was a half-step Dao fruit? To be honest, like the vast thousand domains, the demon abyss was only aware of the rules, but had never heard of the word Dao fruit. Half-step Dao fruit. Could it be that the realm we are in now is called the half-step Dao fruit? Then, should the realm beyond the rules be called Dao fruit? Immortal Life murmured, and when he looked at Chu Kuangtu again, his eyes were filled with horror. Something must have happened in the vast thousand domains. How could he know about the realm beyond the rules? Suddenly, the three ancient demon gods looked at each other and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Let's attack together and take him down. What was the Dao fruit realm? They could only take down the person in front of them and then slowly interrogate him. In an instant, with Immortal in the lead, the three ancient demon gods walked out from the depths of the demon abyss. A terrifying aura spread out from the void, destroying everything in its path. The three auras gathered together as if the entire demon abyss was ushering in the end. Whether it was the demons or the immortals of the heavenly court, when they sensed the terrifying aura, they instinctively retreated, not daring to get close. Very strong, Emperor Zhao stared coldly at the depths of the demon abyss. The aura made his body tremble involuntarily. It was not fear. It was an instinctive reaction. It was the suppression of the realm, and there was no way to resist it. That's the aura of the three ancient demon gods. The Thousand Tribulation Spear said coldly. As the number one human, Zhu Bing, he would never forget the aura of the three ancient demon gods. Hearing that, Emperor Zhao fell silent. He also knew that no other ancient demon gods could have such an aura in the demon abyss except for the three ancient demon gods. Half-step Dao fruit, Emperor Zhao murmured in his heart, then charged toward the other ancient demon gods. Half-step Dao fruit experts were not people he could deal with. Qin Shujian would naturally make arrangements. As for the others, It was enough to deal with the other demons in the demon abyss. Sensing the aura quickly approaching, Chu Quantu's expression was both solemn and a little excited. He had spent tens of thousands of years in the time formation. It could be said that for so many years, Chu Quantu had not had a chance to fight. The battle intent in his heart was forcibly suppressed, and it was very uncomfortable. Now, he finally had a chance to fight. Although facing 3 half-step Dao fruit experts, Chu Quantu was not the slightest bit afraid. Any expert who could become a Dao fruit expert was an unparalleled talent. At most, there would be 2 or 3 in an era. Such people. Every one of them could challenge those of a higher realm, and their battle prowess could be said to be unparalleled among those of the same realm. Now that Chu Quantu had reincarnated and recultivated, although he had lost the strength of a Dao fruit, he retained the experience of a Dao fruit. Coupled with the precipitation in the time formation, his strength had reached the peak of the half-step Dao fruit realm. Distance from the Dao fruit. There was only a fine line between them. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let me see how powerful the 3 ancient demon gods of the demon abyss are. Chu Quantu laughed arrogantly, his right hand already holding the hilt of the saber on his back. The next moment, the long saber was unsheathed. It was as if the torch dragon had opened its eyes. The entire demonic abyss seemed to have brightened up. Buzz, bright light flashed and transformed into an earth-shattering saber projection. Space was sliced in half by the saber projection as if it were a rag, and the remaining force of the saber projection plunged straight into the depths of the devilish abyss. Along the way, all the demons that were touched by the saber radiance did not even have time to react before their bodies were split into 2 and they died. Just as the blade light was about to blast into the devil abyss, a terrifying fist blasted out from below and collided with the saber light. Immediately afterward, the fist collapsed and shattered. The saber light only paused for a moment before it continued to slash down. Soon, 2 more terrifying forces came crashing down like torrents. Boom, the saber radiance bloomed with endless light before it finally disappeared into nothingness along with the 2 forces. The demonic abyss shook. 3 10-million-foot-tall figures stepped out of it. Their flourishing demonic chi swept out in all directions like waves. Compared to the demonic chi of the other demons, it was like a drop in the ocean. When did such an expert like you appear in the vast thousand domains? Eternal Life looked at Chu Quantu, who was as small as an ant in front of him, without the slightest contempt in his eyes. Saber chi lingered around Xiaochen's right hand. That was an injury left behind from the earlier battle. Even with the powerful physique of the ancient demon gods, there was no way for them to recover immediately. How much can a frog at the bottom of a well know? Chu Quantu smiled disdainfully. His body grew with the wind and instantly turned into a 10-million-foot-tall giant. After the shocking hibernation saber in his hand enlarged, the overflowing saber chi also became much more terrifying. Hearing this, Eternal Life's face suddenly darkened. How arrogant! How long have you cultivated? How dare you be so arrogant? He had existed since the birth of the demon abyss. In terms of age, it could be said that he was almost as old as the demon abyss. Therefore, in Eternal Life's eyes, Chu Quantu was just a junior with some achievements. When I attained the Tao, you were still in someone's womb. How dare you talk to me like this? It's ridiculous. It's not wrong to say that you're a frog at the bottom of a well. The smile on Chu Quantu's face became more and more sarcastic. In terms of age, even if all the demons in the demon abyss were added together, they would not be a fraction of his age. In his eyes, the so-called 3 ancient demon gods were even more junior than him. Immediately, Chu Quantu had no intention of talking nonsense with Eternal Life and the other ancient demon gods. He directly shattered the demon abyss void and slashed toward the 3 ancient demon gods with his saber. He was not afraid of fighting 1 against 3. How dare you? Arrogant! Night Emperor and Heavenly Saint both shouted and immediately attacked at the same time. Like an eruption of the abyss, it turned into a shocking fist and fell toward Chu Quantu. The long saber slashed out. All the demonic chi was scattered. But at the same time, Chu Quantu was also impacted by the demonic chi, and his body could not help but shake. On the other side, Eternal Life also found the right opportunity to attack. The moment he struck out with his palm, there was endless Taoist rhyme lingering in it, as if he had incarnated into the demon abyss heavenly path. Terrifying pressure accumulated from all directions. Child's play, a terrifying aura erupted. Chu Kuangtu laughed loudly. The long saber slashed out like a crescent moon, and the biting cold saber light shattered everything. Boom, boom. The battle completely unfolded in the demon abyss. Whether it was Chu Kuangtu or the three ancient demon gods, they all used all their strength in the beginning. Every collision shook the demon abyss violently, as if it would shatter at any time. At their level, any mistake could determine the outcome of the battle. Therefore, no one dared to relax in the slightest. Although Chu Kuangtu's words were arrogant, when he really faced the three ancient demon gods, he was still under great pressure. After all, no matter what, the other party was also the strongest in the demon abyss. Although he had not reached the Tao fruit level, he was also an existence that surpassed the 9th level immortal. They were both half-step Tao fruit. To be honest, even if there was a gap, it was definitely not too big. In a one-on-one situation, it was difficult to crush them. In a one-on-three situation, it was even more difficult to stabilize the situation. Although 1 against 3 was very stressful, Chu Kuangtu was not afraid at all. Outside the demonic abyss, Qin Shujian's gaze directly penetrated the bloody barrier and saw what was happening inside the demonic abyss. The Swordmaster is indeed powerful. The three ancient demon gods have existed since the birth of the demonic abyss. They have accumulated many years of foundation and are not weaker than the former emperor of the Star Beast clan. He can fight 1 against 3 without showing any signs of defeat. Not bad at all. While watching the battle, he was also in the mood to comment leisurely. Attacking the demonic abyss. For others, it was a shocking event. But for Qin Shujian, it was just a disguised training. The threat of the demonic abyss was insignificant. As long as he wanted. In that case, he would only need one hand to wipe out all the evil spirits. This was the power of the Tao fruit. It was completely above all living beings in the world and promoted to another terrifying level. Therefore, in Qin Shujian's eyes, the demonic abyss was not a threat at all. On the side, Niu Dali was also paying attention to the battle. Hearing Qin Shujian's praise, he could not help but retort, Chu Kuangtu is arrogant by nature. Unfortunately, his strength does not match his character. In my opinion, it won't be long before he can't hold on. It won't change anything even if he holds on. Qin Shujian could see that. Niu Dali could also see that. 1 against 3. If he was in the true immortal realm, it would not be strange. But once he was in the half-step Tao fruit realm, it would be a joke to fight 1 against 3. Even a powerful half-step Tao fruit realm expert could not fight 1 against 3. It was very simple. Every expert who had reached this realm was a peerless genius with unparalleled combat strength. In short, who was not a genius? Who was not a hero? Usually, it was fine to bully the weak in the true immortal realm. There was no such thing as weak in the half-step Tao fruit realm. Experts at this level were all qualified to look up to the Tao fruit realm. Perhaps they only needed an opportunity to break through successfully. Therefore, it was almost impossible to achieve an overwhelming advantage in this realm. At least in Niu Dali's memory, there was no expert who could do that. Even the ancient gods of the first era hadn't been able to crush other half-step Tao fruits while they were at the half-step Tao fruit realm. The might of the ancient gods. It was only after advancing to the Tao fruit realm that the Tao fruit realm further expanded its original advantage, allowing it to surpass ordinary Tao fruits. But even so, at the Tao fruit realm, ancient gods could not completely crush ordinary Tao fruits. At most, it was just that he was slightly stronger. Hearing Niu Dali's words, Qin Shujian only smiled and did not say anything else. Regarding the grudge between the two of them, it was not appropriate for him to intervene. Speaking of which, the first to make a mistake was probably Niu Dali. In the second era, before Chu Kuangtu rose to power, he encountered Niu Dali, who was traveling the mortal world. They had a quarrel, and Niu Dali directly suppressed Chu Kuangtu in a cesspool. This matter. It was the greatest shame of Chu Quantu's life. Even after advancing to the Dao fruit realm, there was no way to wash away this shame. After all, if anyone knew that a Dao fruit had been soaked in a cesspool, it would be a loss of face. Experts at that realm were, in a sense, immortal and indestructible. Therefore, their pursuit of material things would be reduced, and they would pay more attention to their pride. Obviously, before becoming a Dao fruit, Chu Quantu had lost all his face. As a result, naturally, the two sides became enemies. At this time, the battle in the demonic abyss was still ongoing. Chu Quantu's strength was indeed very strong, but as Niu Dali had said, a half-step Dao fruit was still a half-step Dao fruit. It was not a real Dao fruit, so there was no way to crush a half-step Dao fruit. Therefore, as the battle continued for a long time, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Kill him, don't leave any future troubles. Eternal Life blasted out a punch, shaking Chu Quantu back. His face was cold and terrifying. Until now, he had no intention of capturing Chu Quantu alive. The strength that Chu Quantu had shown made the ancient demon god feel a strong threat. Such an expert. Even if he really wanted to capture Chu Quantu alive, it was impossible. Since there was no way to capture him alive, he could only kill him. Otherwise, having such an expert alive in the world would be like having a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he would feel uncomfortable no matter what. Hearing that, Night Emperor and Heavenly Saint did not object. As early as the battle, they understood how great a threat Chu Quantu was. At the same time, they also understood how great a threat the vast thousand world posed. Only 1,000,000 years had passed, and such an expert had been born in the vast thousand world, which should have been extinct. Not only that, there were so many true immortal experts who had been born, and they were more terrifying than 1,000,000 years ago. If the vast thousand world was allowed to grow, in another 1,000,000 years, the demonic abyss might really be destroyed by them. Kill him, kill all the true immortals in the vast thousand world, and then the demonic abyss will invade the vast thousand world and completely destroy that world. Heavenly Saint roared. His words were meant for the other two ancient demon gods, as well as Chu Quantu. He hoped to distract him. In his eyes, Chu Quantu was the biggest trump card of the vast thousand world, just like Qin Song. Such an expert was strong, but there were too few of them, and they were not qualified to destroy the demonic abyss. As long as they worked together to kill him, the remaining experts of the vast thousand world would not be a concern. While speaking, Heavenly Saint also noticed the change in Chu Quantu's expression, but unfortunately, there was no panic or anger on his face from the beginning to the end. There was only calmness. It was a chilling calmness. Boom, the saber aura was destructive, and it collided with the three terrifying forces. In an instant, Chu Quantu's hands, which were holding the long saber, split open, and golden blood flowed out. The three ancient demon gods' bodies shook, and their injuries recovered in an instant. The scale of victory between the two seemed to be very clear. Today, you will die without a doubt. Night Emperor roared, and demonic chi surged. It was as if night had fallen, and it burst out in all directions, turning into a powerful domain that directly swallowed Chu Quantu. Then he punched, and all the demonic chi was mobilized. You don't deserve to kill me. Chu Quantu roared, and suddenly slashed out. The saber aura directly shattered the fist, and at the same time, the entire domain cracked. However, the domain could not be completely shattered, and the other two ancient demon gods attacked at the same time. In an instant, Chu Quantu's anger erupted, and his voice shook heaven and earth. Haven't you seen enough? Can I just quit now? The words that shook the demon abyss shocked the three ancient demon gods. What did he mean? Could it be that the great wide world still had other backup plans? However, 1 breath, 2 breaths, a few breaths of time passed, but nothing happened. Their hearts, which had just been raised, finally relaxed. Yi Huang sneered, you've reached the point where you can only bluff. Prepare to die. As he spoke, his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Hearing that, Chu Quantu could not help but be furious. He was not angry at the three ancient demon gods, but at Qin Shujian and Niu Dali. At this point, they still did not make a move. It was obvious that they wanted to see him make a fool of himself. At that moment, Chu Quantu had the urge to quit. However, the attacks of the three ancient demon gods were fierce. Even if he wanted to retreat, it would not be an easy task. He could only grit his teeth and fight. Outside the demon abyss, Qin Shujian smiled when he heard Chu Quantu shout. It seems that the Blade Master can't hold on any longer. Green Bull, go and help him. If something really goes wrong, I won't be able to explain it to him afterward. If I make a move, I'll be suspected of bullying the weak. The three ancient demon gods looked very strong, but that was only relative. Qin Shujian was afraid that if he used a little more strength, he would crush the three ancient demon gods to death. Hearing that, Niao Dali did not refuse. Instead, he directly revealed his true form and headed toward the demon abyss. Even if there were any grudges, it was a secret matter. In terms of right and wrong, it was still necessary to distinguish clearly between right and wrong. For example, in the previous eras, the two of them fought each other, but in the battle that ended the era, they were considered to have worked together. In the demon abyss, a terrifying force suddenly came crashing down from the sky. Immortal Life raised his head and saw a huge ox hoof descending. His heart immediately raised a huge warning sign. Without thinking, he threw out a punch, colliding with the ox hoof. Boom, his arm exploded, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Immortal cried out in pain and retreated. In less than 2 breaths of time, the arm that had exploded had returned to normal. However, the recovery of his body could not erase the shock in his heart at all. The sudden change. The two ancient demon gods, Night Emperor and Heavenly Saint, were also shocked. They did not expect that a mysterious expert would appear at this time and injure Yongxing with a single blow. Such strength. He was clearly not weaker than Chu Quantu. While the three ancient demon gods were still in shock, a green bull had already stepped into the air and landed not far from Chu Quantu. Seeing this, Chu Quantu immediately scolded, "Why didn't you wait for me to die before coming here? Madman Chu, don't be so stinky with your mouth. Do you believe that Grandpa Niao will turn around and leave and let you be hammered to death by these bastards?" Flames of fury appeared in Niao Dali's eyes as he opened his mouth to speak. Being scolded by a cow for no reason, the three ancient demon gods were infuriated. However, although they were angry, they were also extremely shocked. It turned out that the great wide world really had other backup plans. Apart from the person just now, there was also a green ox of the same level. For a moment, the three ancient demon gods' hearts turned heavy. They were confident that they could deal with Chu Quantu alone. However, if the tyrannical green ox joined the fray, they were not 100% sure that they could win. Originally, victory was in their grasp. Now, it had become erratic. Chu Quantu sneered, "Go ahead and leave. If you leave today, I will definitely not stop you. If you make a move, you are my grandson." Niao Dali's eyes suddenly darkened, and an unknown anger rose in his heart. He really wanted to just leave. However, when he thought of Qin Shujian outside the demon abyss, Niao Dali finally suppressed the impulse in his heart that he should not have. He could leave. The Qin Emperor would definitely blame him. If they were of the same level, he would not be afraid of the blame of a Dao fruit expert. However, he was only a small half-step Dao fruit expert now. The glory of his previous life had become a thing of the past. Whether it was a human or a cow, they only looked at the present. Therefore, Niao Dali knew very well how big the gap between him and Qin Shujian was now. In the past, when the other party had not become a Dao fruit expert, he could still talk to him as an equal. Now, he was already a head lower than him. Although the other party was still polite, it was also because of their relationship in their previous life. Otherwise, Qin Shujian would have completely ignored him. There was no way to refute. Niao Dali could only vent his anger on the three ancient demon gods. Without saying a word, he directly raised his hoof and kicked toward the eternal life ancient demon god. That simple hoof shattered the void within hundreds of millions of miles. Its power was so great that it was like a blood moon falling, causing eternal life's expression to change drastically. However, after all, he was a supreme expert of the demon abyss. Although he was shocked by Niao Dali's strength, he did not feel afraid because of it. He blasted out a punch and collided with the cow's hoof. In an instant, eternal life was knocked back. I will hold this cow back. You guys quickly finish off the other person. Otherwise, things will not be good if this drags on. Okay. Yi Huang and Heaven Saint nodded. The next moment, they joined forces and attacked Chu Quantu. Chu Quantu was already injured, and it was only a matter of time before the three of them joined forces to kill him. Who knew that a green cow would appear midway? If they did not get rid of Chu Quantu at this time and dragged on, eternal life would definitely be defeated. Once eternal life was defeated, they would not have an easy time. Therefore, eternal life could not be defeated. The premise of eternal life's invincibility was that they had to defeat Chu Quantu first. Only then could they free up their hands and join forces with eternal life to deal with the green cow. I was not as good as you two when fighting 1 against 3 just now, but 1 against 2 is not a problem. Watching the two ancient demon gods attack, Chu Quantu's heart was full of killing intent. After being suppressed for so long, it could be said that he had lost all his face. If he did not redeem himself now, when would he be able to? The waking hibernation saber erupted with a shocking evil chi. This powerful divine weapon in his hand displayed a sharpness comparable to an innate cardinal treasure. The saber light pierced through the air. It was as if it was going to cut the entire demon abyss into pieces. Yi Huang roared angrily. The demonic chi turned into a domain that rose and was about to swallow Chu Quantu. At the same time, Heaven Saint struck out a palm strike. All the gods and demons in the heavens wailed, and the aura of destruction swept across the world. The two ancient demon gods did not hold back. At this moment, they fully exerted 120% of their strength. The attacks of the two sides collided. It was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. On the other side, Niao Dali and Eternal Life were also fighting fiercely. A green cow that was 1,000,000 feet tall stepped on the air with its 4 hooves. Wherever it passed, the space turned into nothingness. Its pair of horns pierced through heaven and earth, showing a sharpness that was not inferior to an innate cardinal treasure. Eternal Life's strength was also tyrannical. His fist shattered the vacuum, trying to suppress the green cow. Then, the cow's horns pierced through the sky and directly pierced through the fist. Blood splattered across the sky. Boom, boom, in the demon abyss, the battle continued. A demon god of the almighty realm was fighting with 2 people. Boom, he threw a punch, and a violent recoil shook Xianxia's body. He could not help but retreat. Elder Xiang set up a formation to seal him. Looking at the demon god in front of him, Xianxia roared. Hearing that, Xiang Haogan did not stop. With a wave of his hand, a set of formation plates flew out, and a large formation was formed in an instant. The large formation was formed. The surging energy gathered into several chains, and directly fixed the demon god's limbs on the spot. Then, Xiang Haogan's face turned slightly red, and he shouted in a deep voice, Elder Niao, hurry up and do something. He's too strong. I can only hold on for 15 minutes at most. After 15 minutes, the formation will definitely break. Although the human race's formation path was popular now, and his talent was very strong. But even so, until now, he had only barely reached the 2nd realm of formation master. Although he relied on Yuan Zhong's rich resources to refine a set of extremely powerful formation plates that could match Almighty's above the 7th level of the sky human realm, the demon god in front of him was not an ordinary almighty. To be able to seal him for 15 minutes was already an extraordinary performance. Hearing that, Xianxia stepped into the air, and a red lotus condensed in his hand. A quarter of an hour is more than enough. As soon as he said that, the red lotus fell like a flame of death, and directly ignited the demon god's monstrous demonic aura. In an instant, the shadow of death covered the demon god's heart. Roar. The angry roar and crazy struggle made the chains clang, as if they would break at any time. Seeing that, Xiang Haogan directly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood on the formation plate. The power of the formation plate instantly increased. At the same time, the red lotus took the opportunity to completely devour the demon god. The demon god disappeared. Only a red lotus remained where it was. Xianxia grabbed the red lotus with a wave of his hand, and a surge of power merged into his body, causing his flesh and blood to surge. A tyrannical aura rose from his body. Elder Zhang, what kind of trick is this? Seeing Zhang Tiniu directly swallow the demon god, Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with astonishment and curiosity. To be honest, he had never seen Zhang Tiniu use such a method. Until now. Only then did he suddenly realize that the other party was actually hiding such a technique. Zhang Tiniu was in a good mood after absorbing the power of the demon god. He could not help but smile when he heard the question. This method was passed down to me by the Emperor of Heaven. Without the permission of the Emperor of Heaven, I have no way of teaching it to others. If Elder Xiang really has an idea, perhaps you can ask the Emperor of Heaven for advice. I see. Xianxia shook his head and laughed, directly dispelling the thought in his heart. Since the method was taught by Qin Shujian, it was not something he could learn. The other party was the Emperor of Heaven, a man of noble status. He was no longer someone he could talk to directly. Moreover, since Qin Shujian did not teach this method to him previously, it was unlikely that he would teach it to him in the future. Since that was the case, why waste time, all of a sudden? The void collapsed. A terrifying palm broke through the air and directly pressed down on the two of them. Be careful. Looking at the huge palm, Zhang Tiniu's expression changed. The power that could shatter the void was obviously not something that a celestial being cultivator could possess. In other words, the existence that attacked was very likely to be a true immortal ancient demon god. In this regard, it was obviously too late to retreat. It just so happened that he had absorbed the power of the demon god in front of him, allowing Zhang Tiniu's strength to reach an unprecedented peak. He took a step forward and punched directly at the palm like a black tiger coming out of its cave. Roar, the black tiger roared, shattering heaven and earth. In an instant, Zhang Tiniu's body exploded, and a terrifying force with a crushing momentum directly sent him flying across the endless void. At the same time, Xianxia retreated at the right time. A true immortal ancient demon god was not something that one or two celestials could deal with. No matter whether he went up or not, he was definitely not the ancient demon god's opponent. If he really went up, he might just deliver a head on the way. So, Xianxia retreated very decisively. However, he did not simply retreat, but at the same time, he threw out all his trump cards. When the huge palm crossed the air and took the opportunity to kill Zhang Tiniu, those trump cards that were thrown out all exploded at the same time. Boom, many treasures exploded, and the powerful force gathered together could be said to be terrifying. However, even such a powerful force only paused for a moment in front of that palm. Very soon, the palm did not stop and crushed toward Zhang Tiniu. It's over. Looking at the falling palm, Zhang Tiniu was completely disheartened. Although he was very strong and had already reached the limit of a celestial being, compared to the true immortal ancient demon god, the gap was not ordinary. Now that the ancient demon god had attacked, he was obviously at the end of the road. In this regard, although Zhang Tiniu was unwilling in his heart, there was nothing he could do. The war between the vast thousand world and the demon abyss was destined to have a large number of cultivators die on both sides. This was a fact that no one could change. So, even if he died in the demon abyss, it was an inevitable fact. Have you asked me for permission to kill the people of Yuan sect? A furious roar shattered the void, and then a bunch of arrows pierced through the air and directly pierced the huge palm. Poof! The palm was pierced, and blood splattered everywhere. A tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of Zhang Tiniu. Ergo? Zhang Tiniu stuttered. He almost could not believe that the tall and sturdy figure in front of him could overlap with Zhang Ergu in the past. However, when the figure turned around, a familiar face appeared. Zhang Ergu grinned. Elder Zhang, you won't die, right? I'm fine. Zhang Tiniu took a deep breath and accepted the fact that the person who saved him was Zhang Ergu. At this moment, the ancient demon god who had attacked had already broken through the air, and his million-feet-tall body exuded a terrifying aura. Seeing the million-feet-tall ancient demon god, Zhang Tiniu's face turned ugly. Elder Ergo, the ancient demon god is powerful, you have to be careful. He knew very well. Zhang Ergu's realm was definitely not at the true immortal realm. Although he did not know why the other party was able to injure the ancient demon god with one arrow, it was still very risky to fight with such an expert. Hearing this, Zhang Ergu's expression did not change. He stretched out his hand and saw the cloud-piercing arrow fly back. In the next moment, he had already drawn his bow and aimed at the ancient demon god. The moon-worshipped demon god was furious. As the ancient demon god of the demon abyss, he was a big shot before the three ancient demon gods were born. Even after the three ancient demon gods were born, he was not a weakling. For no reason. The Great Thousand Worlds sent troops to attack the demon abyss, which made the moon-worshipped demon god extremely angry. In order to defend the dignity of the demon abyss, he could only attack and kill the cultivators of the Great Thousand World. However, the moon-worshipped demon god also understood the principle of picking soft persimmons. There were many experts among the cultivators of the Great Thousand World, and some of them exuded an aura that made his heart palpitate. For this reason, every time the moon-worshipped demon god attacked, he would choose the cultivators of the celestial realm. His purpose was simple. The celestial realm cultivators were neither strong nor weak. Killing them would not damage his dignity as an ancient demon god, and would not put him in too much danger. However, he did not expect that. One day, he would be injured by a celestial realm cultivator. Recalling the arrow that he could not react to in time, the moon-worshipped demon god's heart palpitated in addition to anger. At this moment, he looked at the person in front of him, and a murderous intent surged in his heart. "Ant, you've successfully angered me." "Ant? It's hard to say who's the ant here." Zhang Ergu sneered. At that moment, the cosmos bow in his hand had already been pulled to a full crescent. A surging power gathered within it and an invisible aura leaked out to mince the surrounding space into pieces. "Qian, are you confident in killing him?" "Hey, it's not a big problem." The bow of Cosmos smiled. Right now, his heart was burning with impatience. Killing the ancient demon god. It was something that he did not even dare to think about before. The ancient demon god was a true immortal expert, but it was completely different from the true immortal beasts in the Death Sea region. The latter could only be regarded as a killing machine, without any spiritual intelligence. The former was a real true immortal expert. If he could kill such an expert, it would be of great benefit to him. Okay. Zhang Ergu nodded and suddenly released the bowstring in his hand. The cloud-piercing arrow shot out instantly, as though it had crossed the barrier of time and space. In less than a breath's time, it arrived in front of the moon demon god. So fast, the moon-worshipped demon god was shocked. He didn't even have time to think. He instinctively raised his hand and blocked the piercing cloud arrow. Shwa, Puchi, the arrow pierced through his palm and continued to fly toward his UI. The moon-worshipped demon god let out a blood-curdling scream as he fell from the sky. However, before he could fall into the demonic abyss, he forcefully stabilized his falling body. There was an arrow stuck in his forehead. Just as he was about to make a move and grab the cloud-piercing arrow, a huge fist appeared in front of his eyes. Boom, a gigantic fist came crashing down with a terrifying force, causing the moon-worshipped demon god to be in tears and snot. Another punch. His nose exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The immense pain made the moon-worshipped demon god's face contort. Before he could do anything to resist, Zhang Ergu, who had grown bigger, bombarded him with punch after punch. Every punch was aimed at the moon-worshipped demon god's face. Just like that, the scene turned into a one-sided beating. Xianxia and Zhang Tiniu were stunned. They didn't expect things to develop in this direction. So powerful. Xianxia muttered to himself. He couldn't believe that the person who was beating up the ancient demon god was Zhang Ergu from his sect. With the strength that the ancient demon god had just shown, even Jing Feng, who had broken through to the true immortal realm, might not be able to deal with it. However, an expert that even Jing Feng might not be able to deal with was powerless in front of Zhang Ergu. Such strength, it was impossible not to be shocked. Zhang Tiniu couldn't help but gasp. When did Elder Ergu become so powerful? He hasn't passed the tribulation to become an immortal yet, has he? As soon as he finished speaking, his face stiffened. Because, Xianxia suddenly thought of something. That was the path that Zhang Ergu had taken. It was not the ordinary path of Tao, nor was it the new path of physical sanctification. It was exactly the same path as the Emperor of Heaven. He remembered it clearly. When Qin Shujian had become an immortal, there had been no thunder tribulation. Now, Zhang Ergu could beat up an ancient demon god. Zhang Tinyu would never believe that he had not become an immortal. So there was only one explanation for what was happening in front of him. And that was, Zhang Ergu was actually already a true immortal. It was just that he had taken a different path, so there was no thunder tribulation. In this way, our origin sect has two true immortals. Thinking of this, Zhang Tinyu was both shocked and relieved. Two true immortals. After this battle, Origin sect would definitely be a powerful sect in the Qianyuan sacred ground. Even if it was not the top, it would definitely not be too far away. Boom, boom. The battle continued. Zhang Ergu bombarded the moon demon god's face with punch after punch. The other party's screams gradually subsided. Boom, with another punch, the head that was as big as a small mountain suddenly exploded. The head exploded. For a true immortal, it did not mean death. In less than a breath, the moon demon god's head returned to its original state. But at this moment, Zhang Ergu directly used the red lotus of purgation and swallowed the entire moon demon god. No matter how much demonic chi surged, there was no way to extinguish the vast red lotus flames. Not only that. As the demonic chi became stronger and stronger, the red lotus flames burned more and more intensely. It was unknown how long this lasted. The worship moon demon god had completely disappeared. Only a huge red lotus was left floating in the air. Seeing that red lotus, Zhang Tinyu's eyes almost turned red. One could only imagine how much energy was contained in such a large red lotus. If he devoured it, he could definitely break through to the true immortal realm. However, he was just thinking about it. Although the red lotus was tempting, the person who killed the ancient demon god was Zhang Ergu. It had nothing to do with him. On this point, Zhang Tinyu was very clear about it. In his sight, Zhang Ergu grabbed the red lotus and absorbed the energy in it little by little. A surge of power. It emerged from Zhang Ergu's body. Feeling that terrifying aura, Zhang Tinyu faintly felt a sense of palpitations. Elder Ergu's strength has become stronger again. He thought to himself. However, he did not disturb Zhang Ergu. Instead, he exchanged a look with Xiang Haogan and directly stood guard beside Zhang Ergu. It was not easy for Origin sect to produce a top powerhouse. They could not let the evil demon harm him. While the two of them were guarding, Zhang Ergu's body was also undergoing earth-shaking changes. Looks like he's about to break through. Outside the demon abyss, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on Zhang Ergu's body, and he couldn't help but nod his head. Others didn't know about Zhang Ergu's changes, but as the creator of the Guiyuan ancestral canon, how could he not see it, before this? Zhang Ergu's foundation had already accumulated to a very strong point. Later, he killed his way into the demon abyss and directly devoured many powerful demon gods. Now, he directly devoured a powerful ancient demon god. In this way, it was only natural that he had reached the critical point of breaking through. Looking at Zhang Ergu's breakthrough, his gaze fell on another person. Ningbo, speaking of which. Compared to Zhang Ergu who relied on himself, Ningbo undoubtedly had a lot of convenience. In the early stages, as the disciple of the Emperor of Heaven, and later on, as a deity position, he had a lot of bonuses in his cultivation. But now, Ningbo still hadn't reached the step of evolving heaven and earth. In terms of strength, it could only be said that he had barely stepped into the 9th level of the celestial being, and even the 10th level of the celestial being was a certain distance away. Evolving heaven and earth. Needless to say, Ningbo has been staying in the heavenly court all these years, and it's too easy after all. Although Ergo isn't in the heavenly court, he's fighting in the sea of death, and the benefits he's gained aren't any worse than cultivating in the heavenly court. Compared to the two, Ningbo is already at a disadvantage. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. To be honest, in his eyes, the two of them were actually of the same weight. Although Ningbo was his disciple, Zhang Ergu had always been by his side. The most important thing was He was able to reach this step today because he couldn't avoid the knife that he had used on Zhang Ergu back then. So, when he taught Ningbo the Gui Yuan ancestral canon, Qin Shujian did not favor one over the other. He also taught it to Zhang Ergu. Therefore, Zhang Ergu's breakthrough was undoubtedly a joyous occasion in his eyes. Evolving heaven and earth is the fastest way to reach Dao fruit. Without a lifespan limit, as long as Airhound is given enough time, the heavenly court will undoubtedly have another Dao fruit expert in the future. However, given the current situation, he may not be given that much time. Qin Shujian shook his head when he thought of this. Given the current situation, there was not much time left. However, since Zhang Ergu had made a breakthrough, his short-term lifespan was no longer limited. He could set up a powerful time formation for Zhang Ergu and directly shorten his lifespan by 100,000 years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand the effects of the time formation. That was because the lifespan of ordinary cultivators was very limited. Even if they were to break through to the true immortal realm, they would only have 129,600 years. For ordinary people, 129,600 years, it was undoubtedly a time of great changes. However, in Qin Shujian's eyes, 129,600 years was just the blink of an eye. Especially now that he had broken through to the Dao fruit level, the time formation he set up was even more terrifying. At its peak, 1 year was comparable to 100,000 years. In that case, if other true immortals entered the time formation for a period of time, they might directly turn into ashes. In comparison, only cultivators who walked the path of evolving heaven and earth and were not afraid of losing their lifespan were qualified to enter the time formation. The problem was, there were very few people who were qualified to evolve heaven and earth. Moreover, this was Qin Shujian's own Dao attainment technique, so he could not spread it without permission. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome if there were adverse consequences for him in the future. So until now, the only ones who were truly qualified to evolve heaven and earth were Zhang Ergu and Ningbo. Breakthrough. When you succeed, I will set up the time formation. Other things aside, the heavenly court is destined to have another half-step Dao fruit expert. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Half-step Dao fruit experts might not be of much use to him, but they were still reserves for Dao fruit experts. There was a great chance that they could reach the Dao fruit realm in the future. Such a cultivator. No matter which epoch it was indispensable. At this moment, most of Qin Shujian's attention fell on Zhang Ergu. Since he had reached this stage, he definitely could not let him die in the demon abyss. Otherwise, it would really be a waste of talent. On the other side, after Zhang Ergu killed the moon-worshipped demon god, some of the other ancient demon gods were also frightened and did not dare to step forward rashly. However, when Zhang Ergu stood in front of them, they immediately realized that something was wrong. Then, an ancient demon god attacked and tried to kill Zhang Ergu. Zhang Tiniu and Xiang Haogan, who were guarding Zhang Ergu, could not retreat. They could only fight with all their might. However, the gap between a heavenly being and a true immortal was huge. Even if the two of them resisted at all costs, they had no way to fight back. In just a short while, they were almost beaten to death by the ancient demon god. Die, ants. The ancient demon god looked at the two of them disdainfully and threw a punch, about to kill them completely. However, before the punch landed, a gentle breeze blew, and the ancient demon god's body froze on the spot. The next moment, it disappeared like ashes. Looking at the ancient demon god that had suddenly died, the two of them were stunned. They did not understand what had happened. It had died, an ancient demon god comparable to a true immortal had died just like that. From the beginning to the end, they did not see who had attacked, nor did they see clearly how the ancient demon god had died. The other ancient demon gods who were about to attack were all frightened. To be able to kill an ancient demon god without a sound, the strength of the expert who had attacked must be terrifying. Before figuring out the situation, none of the ancient demon gods dared to attack Zhang Ergu again. In view of this, Zhang Tiniu and Xiang Haogan also got a chance to breathe for a while. Outside the demon abyss, Qin Shujian withdrew his hand. How dare you kill my people? You must have lived too long. Without a doubt. He was the one who had killed the ancient demon god. For Qin Shujian, killing an ancient demon god at the level of a true immortal was no more troublesome than crushing an ant. It was not difficult to kill it without anyone noticing. Originally, he was not going to attack. However, seeing that the ancient demon god wanted to attack Xianxia when he was breaking through, he had no choice but to kill it. He withdrew his hand. Xianxia continued to watch the battle in the demon abyss. He had no intention of intervening. In the demon abyss, Xianxia's breakthrough had also come to an end. The evolution of a part of the world in his body made him indulge in endless mysteries for a while. When he came back to his senses, he suddenly realized that he had unknowingly stepped into the ranks of a true immortal. The insides of his flesh crumbled. A world was formed. Xianxia could feel the changes in his physical body. A vast and surging power was rising from within. So this is the system of heaven and earth evolution. A long time ago. He had always thought that the so-called evolving heaven and earth should be similar to the sanctification of the physical body. It was an extreme transformation of the physical body. However, Xianxia had never thought about it. The so-called heaven and earth evolution turned out to be the formation of a vast world in Zhou Tian's flesh after he opened up the 129,600 star acupuncture points. The formation of a world. What kind of astonishing power was that, at this moment? Xianxia already knew that he had officially achieved the true immortal realm the moment the heaven and earth evolution was born. He could understand it too. Why was Xianxia so strong? Among the three major systems, the heaven and earth evolution system is superior to the other two. It's not unreasonable. A world is directly formed in the flesh. Every punch and kick contains the power of a world. How could ordinary true immortals stand a chance against such power? Xianxia burst out laughing after understanding his current state. The heaven and earth evolution system was powerful. To him, this was undoubtedly a great thing. Following it, Xianxia recovered from the state of breakthrough. He glanced at Zhang Tiniu and Xianxia who were standing to the side with weakened auras. Thank you, elders, for protecting me just now, allowing me to successfully break through. Elder Ergu, have you broken through to the true immortal realm? Zhang Tiniu asked tentatively. When he saw the changes in Zhang Ergu, he was more or less certain. However, it was still shocking that there were no rare phenomena or lightning tribulations when he broke through to the true immortal realm. In order to confirm the guess in his heart, he asked out of turn. Beside him, Xianxia's gaze also landed on the other party. Hearing this, Xianxia said with a smile, I'm lucky to have broken through. I'm barely considered a true immortal. Gasp, he had really broken through. Xianxia's words made the two's hearts tremble again. After a brief moment of shock, Zhang Tiniu sighed with emotion. So, when one evolves the heaven and earth system and breaks through to the true immortal realm, there really isn't any strange phenomenon, and one doesn't have to go through any heavenly tribulations. I just don't know what stage Elder Buttface strength is at now. Evolving the heaven and earth system. Xianxia had a big question mark in his mind. In fact, he had no idea what path Xianxia had taken. Until Zhang Tiniu opened his mouth. Xianxia suddenly realized that Xianxia's path was completely different from his. Evolution of heaven and earth. Rumor has it that the Emperor of Heaven's path is the system of evolving heaven and earth. He heard Xianxia's exclamation. Zhang Tiniu nodded. That's right. The Emperor of Heaven should be following the evolution of heaven and earth system. Now that Elder Ergo has made a breakthrough, there will be a second expert in the world who is following the evolution of heaven and earth system. Speaking of which, he was also a little excited in his heart. Xianxia had successfully broken through. Although he didn't know how strong the other party was, he was definitely much stronger than ordinary perfected immortals. The evolution of heaven and earth system. Just by looking at Xianxia's strength, one could understand how powerful this system was. Moreover, the fewer people who walked on a system, the more powerful it was. After all, the effort and the reward were proportional. The more difficult the system was to walk on, the more important the final step was. Naturally, his strength couldn't be compared to others. Xianxia touched his head and immediately estimated. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a big problem to kill a third-level immortal. Zhang Tiniu and Xianxiagan were speechless again. What did he mean by killing a third-level immortal? You just broke through. The two of them couldn't help but groan in pain in their hearts. Strong, terrifyingly strong, he had just broken through and was already qualified to kill a third-level immortal. This kind of system was too shocking. However, the two of them didn't completely believe it. Everyone knew how to make empty promises, but the truth had to be seen before one could understand. The two elders are seriously injured. You can find a place to rest for the time being. Leave the demons here to me. Xianxia didn't intend to waste too much time talking and directly picked up the cosmic bow. He pulled the bow and arrow. Like Dai shooting the sun. Whoosh, the long arrow shattered the vacuum. An ancient demon god was caught off guard and was directly shot in the air by the cloud-piercing arrow. The moment the ancient demon god's body exploded, Xianxia and Zhang Tinia's eyes were completely fixed on that spot. An ancient demon god. An ancient demon god at the perfected immortal level. In the hands of Xianxia, it didn't even last a round. Even if there were elements of a sneak attack, the method of shooting the body with an arrow still shocked them. Recalling what Xianxia had said just now, the doubts in their hearts had disappeared completely. At this moment, the ancient demon god whose body had exploded could only be seen rolling in blood mist. Soon, a complete body condensed. Rebirth with a drop of blood. For an expert of this level, it was not difficult. Who dares to sneak attack me? The ancient demon god roared angrily. For no reason at all, he had been sneak attacked and his physical body had exploded. Although this made his heart palpitate, it was more of anger. When the anger accumulated to a strong degree, it directly drowned out the palpitating feeling. Suddenly, the ancient demon god looked at Xianxia, who was holding the cosmic bow. You sneak attacked me. So what if it's you? Why would I sneak attack you? Xianxia smiled disdainfully. Carrying the cosmic bow on his back, his body disappeared instantly. In the next breath, a terrifying fist broke through the air and directly reflected in the ancient demon god's eyes. The terrifying power completely stimulated the ancient demon god's inner ferocity. He raised his head and threw out a punch as well. The two fists collided. Boom, the void was destroyed. The flesh and blood on the ancient demon god's arm burst open in an instant, and under the terrifying force, he could not help but frantically retreat. The sudden change made the ancient demon god's face reveal a look of horror. Before he could say anything, Xianxia's attack was already on him again. Boom! The fist shattered the void, and the ancient demon god's body collapsed. One punch, two punches, after countless punches, the ancient demon god's body had already exploded from the bombardment. However, the moment it exploded, it returned to normal again. This cycle repeated. More than half of his monstrous demonic aura was directly consumed. At this point, Xianxia stopped and threw out a red lotus of purgation, which landed on the ancient demon god's body. More than half of the demon chi was consumed. The ancient demon god had no way of resisting the power of the red lotus of purgation. It could only howl and scream under the burning of the red lotus. After a long time, the red lotus completely swallowed the ancient demon god, leaving a red lotus floating in the air. Then, Xianxia grabbed the red lotus and absorbed its power to nourish the newly born heaven and earth. Energy flowed in. His inner heaven and earth seemed to have expanded a little. The fact that the heaven and earth in my body can keep expanding proves that my power can also grow with the expansion of the heaven and earth. The heaven and earth system is much more powerful than I thought. Sensing the changes in the heaven and earth in his body, Xianxia gasped again. If the heaven and earth expanded, if it could increase his power, then theoretically, the heaven and earth in his body could keep expanding. In this way, to a certain extent, wouldn't it also indicate that one's own strength could increase without limit? The premise was that there was enough energy for him to absorb. Otherwise, there was no way to expand the heaven and earth infinitely. He collected his thoughts. Xianxia soon turned his gaze to the other ancient demon god. That ancient demon god was now fighting with Xingfang. After breaking through to the true immortal realm, Xingfang's strength was actually one of the weaker ones among the true immortals. Compared to the others, Xingfang's foundation was relatively weak. If it were not for the opportunity given by Qin Shujian, he would at most be in the basic realm for the rest of his life. Now that he had obtained many opportunities and broke through to the true immortal realm in one fell swoop, it was a very fortunate thing. Some clues could be seen from the fact that he did not dare to go through the tribulation and could only barely prove his Tao through the rules. Therefore, in terms of strength, Zheng Fang was really not very good among the true immortals of the 10,000 clans. Now, facing an ancient demon god from the demon abyss, he was being beaten back. If they were not both true immortals, at this moment, he might have died in the hands of the ancient demon god. However, from the current situation, although Zheng Fang was not at the point of death, he was close. The two forces collided. The energy palm shattered. Zheng Fang's body retreated. His flawless body cracked like porcelain under the bombardment of that power. Golden blood seeped out from his body. Very soon, the injuries on his physical body were healed. A long sword fell into his hand, and as he raised his hand, a sword energy swept out. What a ridiculous attack! The ancient demon god sneered and punched out, shattering the sword gale. The remaining force of the attack continued to bombard Zheng Fang, causing him to cough up blood and retreat. Explode! Seeing that the ancient demon god was coming for him again, Zheng Fang's eyes hardened. He threw out the long sword in his hand and it exploded in the air. The explosion of a powerful divine weapon could easily cause a shockwave. But to the ancient demon god, such fluctuations did not affect him much. In less than a few breaths, that power was forcibly extinguished. Seeing the surging power coming at him, Zheng Fang's expression was unprecedentedly calm. As early as when he participated in the battle, he was already mentally prepared. With his strength, it was unlikely that he could survive in the battle between the demon abyss and the vast thousand domains. Now that he had encountered a powerful ancient demon god, he had no choice but to die in his opponent's hands. In this regard, Zheng Fang resigned himself to his fate. If you want to kill me, you have to pay a price. Zheng Fang suddenly smiled. His celestial core power had already condensed in his body. The long river of laws that seemed to have condensed into a substance lingered on his body, as if his strength had reached an unprecedented peak. Just as he was about to explode and take the ancient demon god down with him, swoosh, a beam of cold light shattered the vacuum and instantly pierced through the ancient demon god's chest. Next, violent power raged, causing the ancient demon god's body to explode like a bomb. Boom, flesh and blood splattered. Next, another drop of blood rebirth. Before the reborn ancient demon god could react, a person stepped out of the void and punched at the ancient demon god. Boom, boom, the tyrannical power directly obliterated the ancient demon god. A red lotus was thrown down. Everything around was burned to ashes. Elder Ergu? Looking at the person who suddenly appeared, Zheng Fang gradually dispersed the power that was about to explode in his body. His face was full of astonishment. He did not expect. At the critical moment, Zhang Ergu would suddenly attack. What was even more unexpected was that the other party's strength was so powerful that he could kill an ancient demon god that was comparable to a true immortal without any effort. When Zhang Ergu absorbed the red lotus, Zheng Fang could not help but ask, "You broke through to the true immortal realm?" "I broke through by luck. Is the great elder all right?" Zhang Ergu said with a smile. Absorbing the power of another ancient demon god was a good thing for him. The power of two ancient demon gods had entered his body consecutively, causing the world to expand a lot. At the same time, his own strength was also steadily increasing. Nothing. Compared to the steady improvement of his strength, there was nothing that made him happier. I'm fine," Zheng Fang coughed softly. With the self-healing ability of a true immortal, the injuries on the surface of his body had all healed. The Zhang Ergu in front of him was still the original Zhang Ergu. But for some reason, he felt a little unfamiliar. Compared to the past, his temperament seemed to be a little different. However, Zheng Fang could not pinpoint what exactly was different. "Elder Ergu, congratulations on breaking through to the true immortal realm. When the battle in the demon abyss is over, the strength of our Sky Origin sect will also reach a higher level." If he could not figure out something, he might as well not think so much about it. Nothing. Compared to the Sky Origin sect having another true immortal, it was more joyous. Hearing this, Zhang Ergu also smiled. Great Elder, stay here to rest and take care of the others in the sect. I'll go hunt other demon gods and expand the advantage of the human race. No problem. Zheng Fang nodded. Seeing this, Zhang Ergu did not waste any more time and directly picked up the Qianquan bow. He did not use the cloud-piercing arrow and just used the energy in his body to produce arrows. The moment he shot out the arrows, the physical body of a true immortal ancient demon god exploded. Swoosh, swoosh, Zhang Ergu stood in the void as if he had transformed into an unparalleled god of archery. Powerful arrows shot out from the Qianquan bow one after another. Regardless of whether it was the ancient demon god or the other demon gods or demons. In the face of the arrows, there was no resistance at all. As the powerful demon gods and ancient demon gods were killed one by one, many experts also noticed Zhang Ergu, who had achieved impressive results. To this, Zhang Ergu did not pay much attention to it. Every time he used the arrows to kill the demons and let them revive a few times, he would throw out the red lotus of purgation to completely refine them and turn them into energy for his own absorption. In an instant, he entered a state of rapid improvement in his strength. Ergu looks like Dai in the past. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered as he watched Zhang Ergu kill many demons with the bow of heaven and earth. Dai. He was an expert from the previous era. Qin Shujian had heard of him in the third era and had even seen the inheritance imprint left behind by him. To be honest, experts who had yet to attain Dao fruit would usually have all traces of their existence disappear completely after the end of an era. There were very few experts like Dai who could leave behind a legacy in the first era that lasted all the way to the third era. Thus, it could be seen. Although Dai from the first era had not achieved the Dao fruit level, his true strength was not much weaker than the Dao fruit level. He recalled Dai's inheritance that he had seen in the third era. Qin Shujian could not help but sigh. Since ancient times, no one other than Dai is qualified to be called the best in archery. His gaze fell on Zhang Ergu. His mind was filled with memories of Dai. No one was born a top-notch expert. Qin Shujian was naturally not. In the third era, he had also started as an ordinary person and walked step by step to reach the supreme position of the Emperor of Heaven. Anyone who was able to reach that step did not lack opportunities. Opportunities, talent, luck, they were the three main elements of breaking through Dao fruit. None of them could be missing. Qin Shujian was able to break through to Dao fruit and become the first person in the third era because he had obtained many opportunities when he was weak and finally grew step by step. Among them, Dai's inheritance was one of the opportunities. At a certain stage, it was because of Dai's inheritance that he had survived some life and death crises. However, a long time passed. There were many things that Qin Shujian had gradually forgotten. Until now. Zhang Ergu wielded the bow of heaven and earth and killed numerous evil spirits. Only then did he recall the matter regarding Dai. He looked at Zhang Ergu and compared him to Dai in his memory. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. Zhang Ergu now had the demeanor of Dai, but in reality, the two were completely different. If he really had to comment, he could only say that it was a bit like him. If he wanted to be compared to Dai in the first era, he would need to put in a lot of hard work. The bow of heaven and earth is complementary with Zhang Ergu. It should be an ordinary Dao weapon, but now it has the potential to be further improved. A 9-seal Dao weapon was the limit of an ordinary divine weapon. This was the limit of heaven and earth. However, it did not mean that a divine weapon would always remain stagnant. In other words, strictly speaking, the heavenly quartz, heavenly mirror and celestial emperor's bell could only be considered spirit artifacts. However, their true power had long surpassed the limits of spirit artifacts. They were comparable to 6th or 7th tribulation ancestral artifacts. Therefore, the level of a divine weapon was one thing and its power was another. Although the bow of heaven and earth was now at the Dao weapon level, in terms of power, it already had a little shadow of Zhu Bing. If it was allowed to absorb the power of demons, it would definitely be greatly improved. When that time came, its power would be increased to a higher level. In the demon abyss. At this time, the battlefield was divided into 3 areas. The first area was the battle between Niu Dali and Yongxing. The second area belonged to Chu Quantu and the other two ancient demon gods. The last area, which was the third area, was the area where the Heavenly Court and other demons of the demon abyss were fighting. Among them, the area with the most casualties was naturally the third area. With each passing breath, an evil cultivator or an evil cultivator would fall. It had to be said. The demon abyss had accumulated for countless years and was indeed terrifyingly powerful. There were countless ancient demon gods comparable to true immortals. There were even ancient demon gods who had reached the middle three true immortals and the upper three true immortals. That kind of strength. It could be said to be extremely powerful. The ancient Heavenly Court's defeat was not without reason. Fortunately, now that the Heavenly Court had the power of the stars, many true immortals were born. Although until now, there had not been any upper three true immortals. But in fact, with the strength of the 5 imperial emperors and the 4 war gods, most of the time, they were not weaker than 7th immortals. More importantly, there were only a few upper 3 true immortals in the demon abyss. And basically all the upper 3 true immortals were at the level of 7th immortals. There was not a single one higher than that. That was why the situation was like this. It was all because of the 3 ancient demon gods. For the 3 ancient demon gods, the demon abyss did not need too many top powerhouses. 3 half-step Dao fruits were enough. There was no need for a 4th half-step Dao fruit. The more powerhouses there were, as a result, the amount of resources they could occupy would decrease. So, every time an 8th immortal or 9th immortal appeared, they would be killed by the 3 ancient demon gods personally. They were also worried. When they were asleep, these 8th immortals and 9th immortals would directly break through to a level comparable to them. After all, an ancient demon god's sleep was calculated in millions of years. Only 7th immortals and below were too far away from their level. With the power of the demons, they could not grow in just a few million years. That was why they were allowed to live freely in the demon abyss. It could be said that, in the eyes of the 3 ancient demon gods, the other demons were no different from food. So, there were many demons in the demon abyss, but no other ancient demon gods could really crush the Heavenly Court except for the 3 ancient demon gods. In addition, the Heavenly Court had a strong foundation. Until now, the Heavenly Court had almost not fallen into any disadvantage. If the demons could not be constantly reborn, the demon abyss might have been completely defeated. So, the third area suffered the greatest loss. However, the most intense battles were in the first and second areas. The power of the battle between 5 half-step Dao fruit powerhouses was enough to destroy the world. As a reincarnation Dao fruit, Chu Quangtu's strength was extremely powerful. Previously, he was suppressed by the 3 ancient demon gods and could not fully exert his advantage. Until now, eternal life was intercepted by Niu Dali. This Blade Master could be considered to be the one who had fully unleashed his advantage. The divine weapon hibernation exuded a terrifying sharpness. Every time he slashed out with his saber, it was as if he was splitting the heavens and the earth. The terrifying radiance seemed to have turned into a domain, causing the 2 ancient demon gods, Heavenly Saint and Night Emperor, to feel immense pressure. Even with their powerful physical bodies, there was no way to resist the sharpness of the hibernation sword. One had to know. One of the great advantages of the ancient demon god's strength was reflected in their physical bodies. Now that their physical bodies were restrained by the divine weapon, the strength of the 2 ancient demon gods was first reduced by 1/3. So, it was easy to imagine how difficult the battle was. The hibernation slash was unleashed. Rule power that was so condensed that it was almost tangible lingered on it. When it was slashed out with the long saber, its power could be said to be destructive. The Heavenly Saint stepped on the ground of the demon abyss. His 3-headed and 6-armed body was surrounded by endless Taoist rhymes. When he waved his 6 arms, they seemed to shake heaven and earth as they collided with the saber aura. The laws collapsed. The void shattered. The skin on his 6 arms cracked and a large amount of blood spilled out. The Heavenly Saint let out an earth-shattering roar. His scarlet eyes were full of inextinguishable battle intent. Kill. He was one of the 3 supreme ancient demon gods of the demon abyss. He was one of the top experts in the demon abyss. No living creature had ever been able to defeat him. Not in the past. Not now. Not in the future. Even though Chu Kuangtu had shown extremely terrifying power, the heavenly saint did not yield in the slightest. The killing intent in his chest overflowed as a terrifying power was unleashed. Boom, boom. Boom, his 6 arms waved and his 3 heads roared. Chu Kuangtu fought with his saber and disintegrated the heavenly saint's attack. At the same time, his power erupted and completely suppressed his opponent. When the heavenly saint was suppressed, the Night Emperor's attack did not stop for a moment. The rich power of the laws transformed into a terrifying dark sky curtain. All living creatures within the dark sky curtain were devoured without any resistance. The devoured living beings merged with the curtain of darkness. In the end, all the power was condensed to the extreme. A beam of black light shattered the sky and blasted toward Chu Kuangtu. It was a destructive power. It made Chu Kuangtu's heart palpitate. Slash. However, he did not retreat. All the power in his body poured into the long saber and finally turned into a shocking saber slash. Rumble, the demon abyss collapsed and shook. The black light was immediately shattered by the long saber. The Night Emperor was covered in blood and fell directly from the void. On the other side, the void also collapsed. A cow's hoof stretched out from it and a 1,000,000 feet tall body fell from the void. It was the eternal life. The eternal life now no longer had the aura of the 3 supreme ancient demon gods. His body was broken and his aura was flickering like a candle in the wind. After fighting with Niao Dali for so long, his foundation was still lacking. Until now, he had finally reached the stage of defeat. What 3 ancient demon gods? They can't even withstand a single blow. How dare they go against the heavenly court? What a joke! Niao Dali sneered as he looked at the ancient demon god below. Even though he acknowledged Yongxing's strength in his heart, it did not stop him from openly mocking him. Eternal Life did not reply. He just stood there and silently absorbed the power of the demonic abyss to heal his injuries. Niao Dali's strength was much stronger than his. Although the other party's words were very ugly, he was not angered by it. When one reached the realm of immortality, one would not easily get angry over some things. Especially now that the situation was stronger than the person, there was no need to waste time arguing. The other party did not reply. This made Niao Dali feel a little bored. In the next breath, his attack had already arrived. Since there was no communication, he might as well kill the other party. At this point in the battle, Niao Dali did not want to delay any longer. If he could kill Yongxing first, then he could take the opportunity to ridicule Chu Kuangtu. He saw the falling hooves. Yongxing's expression was extremely solemn. He did not dodge because it was useless to do so. That simple attack actually contained a surging power of the rules that sealed the space in all directions. Therefore, this attack was destined to be met head-on and not dodged. The demonic abyss shook. The rule-bending power that belonged to the demonic abyss manifested. Eternal Life punched out, colliding with the ox's hoof. Boom, the fist cracked and shattered. Yongxing coughed up blood and retreated. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the moon. Niao Dali sneered. The hooves landed hard on Yongxing's chest, and his body exploded in an instant. At this moment, a long saber broke through the air and landed in front of Niao Dali. Green Niao, use this saber to kill him. Qin Shujian's calm voice came from it. Seeing this, Niao Dali directly withdrew his body, grabbed the Godslayer, and slashed at Yongxing. The evil demon did not die. Only an ancestral armament would be able to kill it. Seeing Zhu Bing slashing at him, Yongxing's expression changed drastically. Demonic aura surged out, but it split in front of the blade. Soon, a mountain-like arm fell to the ground. The next breath, a new arm appeared on Yongxing's body. How many arms do you have that can be regenerated? Niao Dali's expression did not change. The Godslayer continued to slash. Swish, the arm fell. Swish, another arm fell off. He did not directly kill Yongxing. After all, it was not that easy to kill a half-step Dao fruit powerhouse. He could only use other methods to exhaust the other party's strength and then kill him in one fell swoop. If you want me to die, I'll take you down with me. Once again, Yongxing's expression became fierce. He completely ignored the Godslayer's blade and charged directly at Niu Dali. Next. Boom, his body exploded with a loud bang, and the aftermath of the destruction swept out in all directions with him as the epicenter. Self-destruction. Niu Dali's expression also changed drastically when he saw Yongxing self-destruct. Without a second thought, he fled into the distance. The void collapsed silently. Everything was headed for destruction under the cover of this power. Somewhere far away, the heavenly sage, Yi Huang, and Chu Quantu also felt the explosion of that destructive power. Yongxing self-destructed. The two ancient demon gods' expressions were extremely ugly. They could imagine how difficult the battle would be if Yongxing was forced to self-destruct. However, in addition to their anger, they also had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Yongxing's self-destruction could take Niu Dali down with him. However, this thought did not last long before it was dispelled. A weak aura spread out from the aftermath of the destruction, and then it became stronger and stronger. Finally, it reached a level that could not be ignored. Self-destruction, you win. Niu Dali was entangled by a destructive force. His body was cracking at every moment, but it was also recovering at every moment. He fell into an endless cycle. After a long time, the destructive force was wiped out, and his body was restored to its original state. However, only Niu Dali himself knew how much power he had consumed in order to resist the aftermath of the destruction. If his physical body was strong enough, he might have died in the explosion. Not long after, the demon abyss shook violently. Vast power gathered at the bottom of the demon abyss, where an illusory figure gradually condensed. Niu Dali's gaze pierced through the obstruction of the demon abyss and saw the illusory figure. Want to be reborn? Wishful thinking. Murderous intent surged in his heart. The self-destruction had injured him quite badly, and he still wanted to use the demon abyss to be reborn. If he allowed the other party to be reborn successfully, he would lose all face. Thinking of this, Niu Dali went straight into the deepest part of the demon abyss. He slashed with his long blade. The monstrous murderous intent contained in the god-slaying saber was instantly unleashed. In an instant, the long blade slashed across. The figure let out an unwilling roar, and then disappeared without a trace under the long blade. Bang! At that moment, there was a surge of sadness in the hearts of all the demons. The eternal ancient demon god has fallen. Impossible, how could the eternal ancient demon god fall? All the demons' faces changed drastically, and they looked at the deepest part of the demon abyss, their eyes full of horror. The eternal ancient demon god had fallen. Since the appearance of the demon abyss, one of the three ancient demon gods had been at the top of all the demons, and now, one of them had fallen. This was not an ordinary fall. Instead, he had truly fallen. Even when the Great Thousand World was attacked 1,000,000 years ago, the three ancient demon gods had only fallen into a deep sleep, and none of them had fallen. For many demons, the three ancient demon gods were the existence that suppressed the growth of the demon abyss, and also the confidence of all the demons. As long as the three ancient demon gods were still around, the demon abyss would not be breached. The same logic. If the three ancient demon gods had fallen, it proved that the demon abyss had fallen into a dangerous situation. Now, the eternal ancient demon god, one of the three ancient demon gods, had completely fallen. The status of the remaining two ancient demon gods was still unknown. They were definitely alive. Whether or not they would also fall later on was an unknown matter. The three ancient demon gods have fallen. Seeing the changes in the demons' expressions, and the commotion just now, Xiao Qingfeng instantly understood. He narrowed his eyes, and the skybreaking halberd pierced through and killed a demon, then ignored the other demons and went straight into the deepest part of the demon abyss. Now, all the evil demons in the demon abyss were at war with the heavenly court. The interior of the demon abyss had entered a state of emptiness. Very soon, he arrived at the bottom of the devil abyss. On the other side, after Niu Dali killed Yongxing, He was about to support Chu Kuangtu when he saw Xiao Qingfeng rushing over. Xiao Qingfeng greets Senior. When he saw Niu Dali, Xiao Qingfeng also cupped his fists politely. He understood. The person in front of him was no longer a simple mount of the former Emperor of Heaven, but the reincarnation of an extremely powerful existence. Xiao Qingfeng did not dare to be rude to such a strong cultivator. Furthermore, even if the other party was not the reincarnation of an expert, the fact that the other party had slain the 3 ancient demon gods was already worthy of his respect. So it's the Eastern War God. Niu Dali's expression was calm. He was not familiar with Xiao Qingfeng. Normally, a level 6 immortal would not be worthy of his attention. But things were different now. In addition to Xiao Qingfeng's position in the heavenly court, Niu Dali had to give him some face. Xiao Qingfeng did not feel much about the other party's calmness. Since Senior has slain the supreme ancient demon god, then it's time to destroy the devil god steel. As long as the devil god steel is destroyed, then all demons will have no chance of being reborn. At this point, he looked at the Godslayer in Niu Dali's hand. The Godslayer is already an 8th tribulation Zubing. It's probably qualified to break the devil god steel. Senior, please do it. Devil god steel? Niu Dali raised his eyebrows slightly. He finally understood why Xiao Qingfeng had come. He was here for the demon god steel. Subsequently, Niu Dali turned his head to look at the center of the devil abyss. There was a tall stone stele standing there. Let's go take a look. After saying that, Niu Dali disappeared from where he was. Seeing this, Xiao Qingfeng followed closely behind. Not long after, the two arrived in front of the tall stone stele. A bleak and ancient aura hit them in the face. They could not help but feel the illusion of worship. Is this the lifeline of all demons in the devil abyss? It really lives up to its name. Even with Niu Dali's experience, he could not help but exclaim when he saw the devil god stele. The stone stele in front of him. It was clearly an extremely powerful supreme treasure. Judging from its aura alone, it was not weaker than an 8th tribulation Zubing. Xiao Qingfeng also looked at the devil god stele in front of him. His eyes became deep. 1,000,000 years ago, he wanted to break the devil god stele and completely shatter the legend of the undying demons. However, with the existence of the 3 ancient demon gods, he failed in the end. After 1,000,000 years, he came to the deepest part of the devil abyss again and saw the devil god stele. Xiao Qingfeng's heart was filled with emotions. Immediately, he collected his thoughts and looked at Niu Dali. Senior, this is the devil god stele. If you destroy it, everyone in the devil abyss will lose the right to be reborn. Are you sure? I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think it's wrong. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head. Destroying the devil god stele was just a guess. There was no evidence to support it. However, at his level, any conjecture actually pointed to the truth. Just like an expert's whim, there was rarely a time when he was wrong. Hearing that, Niu Dali nodded. Eastern War God, step back. Let me see how strong this devil god stele is. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Qingfeng stepped back. Then, Niu Dali activated his power and condensed it on the Godslayer. An aura that could sweep through heaven and earth spread from his body. It made Xiao Qingfeng, who was close to him, unable to breathe smoothly. Under his unwavering gaze, Yi Zichen looked at her. The Godslayer had already struck the devil god stele heavily. Boom, the long saber struck, causing the entire devil abyss to tremble violently. At that moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The mountains collapsed. All the commotion did not cause Xiao Qingfeng's body to move much. His gaze was fixed on the devil god stele from beginning to end. There was an additional crack on the devil god stele. However, the expected shattering did not happen. How is that possible? Xiao Qingfeng could not help but cry out when he saw this. The Godslayer was an 8 tribulation Zubing. Even with a half-step Dao fruit expert attacking with all his power, there was no way to shatter the devil god stele. This supreme treasure's valiant shrewdness had completely exceeded his imagination. Even Niu Dali's expression turned solemn. What a hard steel. Although it's not as strong as a 9 tribulation Zubing, it's definitely not far off. It's definitely not an easy task to shatter it. When the heavenly court was at war with the demon abyss. In the passageway of the vast thousand domains, 2 people sat there in boredom, glancing at the passageway from time to time, trying to see something through the passageway. The heavenly court is attacking the demon abyss, but I can't participate in such a grand event. It's so boring. Ian took out a folding fan out of nowhere and shook his head. In his words, he was full of regret for not being able to participate in the battle. To be honest, he had stayed in the heavenly abyss for so long, and had long been lonely, but he couldn't act recklessly. When attacking the demon abyss, if he could follow, he would definitely be able to kill to his heart's content. However, as the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth, Ian had no way to leave the vast thousand domains. So, when all the experts of the 10,000 races participated in the battle, he could only stay here and act as the person guarding the passageway. Hearing that, Yang, who was at the side, also sighed. Who said it wasn't you? More than 1,000,000 years ago, those demons in the demon abyss were not weak, but they refused to enter the sea of death, so I couldn't do anything. Now that I'm restricted by heaven and earth and can't fight, it would be a lie to say that I don't regret it. But what can I do? You and I can't leave this vast thousand domains. After saying that, Yang shook his head again. Although they had escaped the seal of the sea of death and the heavenly abyss, they couldn't escape the seal of the vast thousand domains. In other words, in fact, they didn't really break free from the seal. They just moved from one seal location to another bigger seal location. Of course, unlike the loneliness of the original seal location, the vast thousand domains was colorful, and neither of them felt bored. They just felt a little regretful that they couldn't participate in the battle. I don't know if there's a chance in the future to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. If we can really break free, then it's true freedom. Yin's face was full of longing. But soon, the longing on his face disappeared. Freedom. There was no real freedom to speak of. Even if he jumped out of heaven and earth, he was still bound by the universe, but every time he jumped out of a cage, the next one would be a little bigger. In fact, he was still in a sealed state. Seeing through Yin's thoughts, Yang shook his head. Don't think about those useless things. It's already good enough that we were able to get out of that damned place. Otherwise, who knows how many years we would have been imprisoned there. We might not even be able to get out until the end of the era. Now that I have the chance to see the prosperity of the great wide world, it's undoubtedly a wonderful thing. You're right. Ian nodded. However, it would be better if there were more supplements in life. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them shut their mouths at the same time and turned to look at the heaven and earth passageway. At the same time, outside the passageway, there were no longer any cultivators in the extraterritorial battlefield. All the cultivators had joined the heavenly court in attacking the devil abyss. On the other hand, an expanse of dark clouds had suddenly appeared in the sky above the Outerium battlefield. The dark clouds twisted and transformed into several people. This is the passageway. Lei Erfu looked at the entrance of the tunnel with a cold look in his eyes. Now that the experts of the Great Thousand World are at war with the demon abyss, the Great Thousand World must be defenseless. This is the best time for us to enter the Great Thousand World. As long as we enter, we will definitely be able to escape the pursuit of those people. Thinking of the pursuit, apart from the surging killing intent in Lei Erfu's heart, he also felt some palpitations. He was originally the demon king of the Emo Shalua clan, but when the Emo Shalua clan was defeated, he immediately fled. There were also a few demon masters of the Emo Shalua clan who fled with him. Later, Celestial Heaven sent out experts to sweep through the universe and hunt down the remaining evil void devils. Lei Erfu had also met with the Celestial Heaven's experts many times. He was chased down by the Celestial Heaven's experts many times and was forced to flee. During this time, a few more demon masters fell. Even he himself had suffered serious injuries. In Lei Erfu's opinion, although the universe was vast, the heavenly court's continuous search and pursuit made it unsafe. It was said that the most dangerous place was the safest place, compared to the dangerous universe. If they could enter the Great Thousand World, their safety would undoubtedly be greatly improved. After all, no matter what, the heavenly court would not have thought that there would be void demons sneaking into their territory. Hearing this, a demon master said worriedly, "Sir, if we go in, there won't be any experts guarding there, right?" "The possibility is not high." Lei Erfu shook his head. "The demon abyss is very strong. If the heavenly court wants to attack the demon abyss, they will have to go all out. Even if there are experts guarding there, their strength can't be that strong. With our strength, the chances of winning are very high. Besides, instead of staying in the void and waiting for death, it's better to enter the Great Thousand World and fight. I heard that the Great Thousand World has a powerful source of heaven and earth. That's something that even the Demon Emperor covets. If we can absorb the source of heaven and earth, then our strength will definitely increase greatly. It's not impossible for us to even surpass the Demon Emperor of the past." Surpass the Demon Emperor. When the other demon masters heard this, their eyes became burning. If they could surpass the Demon Emperor, then it was very likely that they could rebuild the void demons. Even if it was to fight against the heavenly court, it was not impossible. "We'll listen to you, sir. Let's go in and talk." Lei Erfu nodded in satisfaction and then took the lead to enter the passage. On the other side, Ian smiled. "Do you think we should directly destroy them? Or play with them first? It's not easy for us to have some fun. Why are we in such a hurry to destroy them?" "That's true." Ian nodded. With a wave of his hand, a dark power surged and directly covered the entrance of the passage. Soon, the dark power disappeared. After doing all this, Ian and Yang did not do anything. They only looked at the entrance of the passage and quietly waited for the arrival of the void demons. They passed through the passage. The void demons led by Lei Erfu all entered the Great Thousand World. "Strange, why is the Great Thousand World like this?" Looking at the gray sky above his head and the dilapidated ground below, Lei Erfu was stunned. Was this the Great Thousand World? It was completely different from what he had imagined. However, after a short moment of shock, Lei Erfu was quickly relieved. He had never seen what the Great Thousand World was like. His senses of the Great Thousand World were at the stage of his own speculation. It was normal for the real Great Thousand World to be different from what he had guessed. When the other void demons saw this, they could not help but complain. "Looks like the Great Thousand World is not much. Although it has more things than the void, it also seems to be extremely desolate. What should we do now?" The sky was dark and the ground was broken. White bones could be seen everywhere, as if there was no life. When Lei Erfu and the rest walked on the ground, the white bones came back to life and pounced on them. To this, none of them, including Ralph, showed any signs of fear. In their eyes, those white bones were no different from ants. They had no way of causing any harm to them. Without Lei Erfu saying anything, the remaining demon masters all attacked directly, wanting to crush those white bones. However, when they wanted to mobilize their own strength, they were shocked to find that their cultivation level had fallen without them knowing when it started. The amount of strength they could use was pitifully little. When they attacked with their palms, only a small amount of black smoke was emitted. However, before it left the palms, it disappeared without a trace. The sudden change caused all the demon masters to be unable to react. At this moment, a bone blade slashed over, breaking through the defense of a demon master. Originally, the demon did not have a physical body. However, when the bone blade slashed over, blood splattered. "What's going on? Why did my strength disappear? And I seem to have lost my body as a demon." Those demon masters were all horrified. When they looked at those white bones that had come back to life, their expressions changed. Lei Erfu's face darkened when he heard this. He tried to use his own strength, but in the end, he found that his strength had disappeared without a trace. Something's not right. There's something wrong with this great wide world. It can actually seal our strength. It seems to be very different from the information we received. Lei Erfu shook his head. At this moment, more and more white bones came back to life. Gradually, a large number of white bones came back to life. At a glance, there were hundreds and thousands of them. However, the white bones moved slowly and did not form an absolute encirclement. Seeing this, Lei Erfu instantly made a decision. Retreat. He decided to retreat from the great wide world first before making any further plans. However, when Lei Erfu turned back, he was shocked to find that the heaven and earth passage existed in the void. His cultivation was limited and he did not have the ability to fly. In other words, he could only see the heaven and earth passage and had no way of going up. At this moment, those white bones that had come back to life had already surrounded him. This scene caused Lei Erfu's face to turn ugly. Let's leave first. After saying this, he was the first to flee in another direction. When the demon masters heard this, they all followed behind Lei Erfu and escaped. The skeletons on the ground seemed to have a reaction. Wherever Lei Er and the others went, the skeletons would wake up and chase after them. Why is the Great Thousand World like this? Where are the creatures of the Great Thousand World? How did they survive in such an environment? Run! There are more and more bones inside the passageway. Yin and Yang sat cross-legged in the void. A black sphere appeared in front of them. Inside the sphere, it was the scene of Lei Erfu and the others. Reaching their realm, casually fabricating a small world was simply an easy matter. Furthermore, he didn't even need to expend much of his strength. How long do you think they can last? Seeing Ralph and the others being chased by white bones all over the place, Shadow had a carefree smile on his face. In his eyes, those fiendish void devils posed no threat at all. The only reason he hadn't killed them yet was because he wanted to have more fun. After all, now that all the experts of the Heavenly Court had gone to war with the Demon Abyss, the two of them were ordered to guard the passageway to prevent any creatures from sneaking into the Great Thousand World and causing any negative effects. Before the Heavenly Court returned, they could forget about leaving. This way, the two of them just wanted to have some fun. Just nice. Lei Erfu and the others bumped into them. Hearing this, Yang shook his head. Their strength has been sealed by you. I don't think they can hold on for long. Let's make a bet. What do you want to bet? How about a wisp of your sun rule? Yin chuckled. Sun rule? Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, and the way he looked at Yin became strange. He was a living being born from the sun rule, and the sun rule was equivalent to his main body. If he lost a wisp of the sun rule, it would obviously affect his strength. The last time Qin Shujian cheated him of a wisp of the sun rule, it caused a flaw in his strength, and he hadn't made up for it until now. If he lost a bit more, it would have a certain impact. However, the impact wouldn't be too big. After all, the sun rule was vast and boundless. Although losing a wisp would have an impact, it wouldn't hurt. After looking at Yin a few times, Yang seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. You want to borrow my strength to reverse deduce the sun rule and break the original cage? Yin and Yang is one, heaven and man is one, you and I both understand it very well. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to try it before. Now that I have the chance to try it, wouldn't it be a pity if I don't do anything? Yin replied indifferently. Anyway, he was just doing it on a whim. Hearing this, Yang was silent for a while and then nodded. Alright, then let's bet a wisp of the sun rule. Similarly, if you lose, you have to give me a wisp of the moon rule. Yin wanted to comprehend the Yin and Yang as one, and he also wanted to try the realm of heaven and man as one. To this, Yin directly smiled and said, no problem, then it's settled. After a pause, his gaze fell on the ball again. The rules are very simple. You and I will each say a time and see how many days they can hold on. When they can't hold on anymore, then look at the number of days they can hold on, and see which one is closest to the time you and I said. The one who is closest to the time will be the winner. How about it? No problem. Yang nodded without hesitation. Who's first? I'll let you go first. Yin was generous for once, and directly let Yang guess first. Yang didn't shirk anything and directly said, I guess 3 days. I guess 7 days. Yin said calmly. As the two spoke, they looked at each other and smiled. Then, their gazes fell on the ball. Since they had already made the bet, the rest was to see how long Lei Er and the other void demons could hold on. At the same time, The two were also focused to prevent one of them from cheating. Suddenly, the place where the heavenly court was located shook, and an incomparably sharp aura suddenly erupted. When they sensed that aura, the two instinctively retracted their gazes from the ball and looked at the place where the aura came from. A stream of light pierced through the air. A young Taoist appeared in front of the two of them and bowed slightly. "Greetings, Star-Lord Yin and Star-Lord Yang." "Sword Master, you're too polite." Yin and Yang's expressions turned solemn as they nodded in response. As for the Sword Master, they had some understanding of him. Although the other party did not seem to be strong, his body was a world-shaking divine weapon. From the words of the immortals of the heavenly court, the Sword Master's body was very likely an existence comparable to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, that was an existence that completely stood at the peak of Zhu Bing. That kind of divine weapon. It could be said to be a Dao fruit expert in the world of divine weapons. In other words, the Sword Master had gone further in the level of divine weapons than they did in the realm of cultivators. Therefore, even if the Sword Master was not strong, considering the other party's actual identity, the two of them did not have any arrogance. At this moment, Sanhua also saw the existence of the ball. When he looked over, he happened to see the scene of Lei Er and the others being chased by Baigu. This is some small grasshoppers that have barged into the great wide world. I happened to be bored, so I circled them to play with. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Yin explained. Then, he looked puzzled. Sword Master should be in the heavenly court at this time. Why would he have time to come here? Could it be that something happened? The Emperor of Heaven summoned me to go to the demon abyss. Sanhua answered truthfully. Hearing this, Yin and Yang's expressions turned solemn again. If there was anyone in the great wide world that was worthy of their fear, then one was the heavenly Tao, and the other was the Emperor of Heaven, Qin Shujian. Especially Qin Shujian. The other party could make the heavenly Tao give in, his strength was unfathomable. Therefore, after hearing that Sanhua said that it was Qin Shujian's order, the two of them immediately made way. Since it's the Emperor of Heaven's summons, then the Sword Master should go quickly. Thank you, Star Lords. Sanhua nodded. His body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the passageway. It wasn't until he had completely left that Yin and Yang's solemn expressions became gentle again. Why do you think the Emperor of Heaven asked the Sword Ancestor to go there for no reason? The Sword Ancestor's body is a world-shaking divine weapon. I guess it's of great use. That's true. Forget it, these things are not under our control. Let's continue to see how long they can last. Let me tell you, don't go back on your word if you lose. You're the one who shouldn't act shamelessly. Sanhua left the passageway of heaven and earth, following Qin Shujian's guidance. He flew directly in the direction of the demon abyss. Not long after, a blood-colored continent appeared in his sight. In the meantime, a person standing in the sky above the scarlet continent attracted Sanhua's attention. Without any hesitation, he arrived at the man's side. Emperor of Heaven! You're here. Take a look over there. Qin Shujian nodded before pointing at the demon god steel that was being continuously attacked by Nyodali. Sanhua heard this and looked in the direction of the finger. That's the lifeline of all the demons in the demon abyss, the demon god steel. The demons are immortal because of the demon god steel. As long as the demon god steel is destroyed, the demons will lose the right to be reborn. Qin Shujian looked calm. The demon god steel is so hard that even an 8th tribulation Zhu Bing can't destroy it. But as a Khanate cardinal treasure, there aren't many people in the world who can resist you. I believe you can destroy the demon god steel if you take action. I'll do my best. Sanhua didn't dare to speak too confidently. Regarding this, Qin Shujian didn't force him to do anything. Do your best and destroy the demon god steel. Yes. Sanhua cupped his fists before heading towards the demon abyss. From the beginning to the end, Qin Shujian's expression was calm without any change. The demon god steel was indeed a divine weapon. In terms of hardness, it wasn't something an ordinary Zhu Bing could destroy. Even with Godslayer and Nyodali's strength, they couldn't destroy the demon god steel. It was obvious that the cardinal treasure was at the fruit of Tao level. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialization. Facing such a cardinal treasure, even Qin Shujian wasn't 100% confident that he could destroy it. On the contrary, Sanhua was a connate cardinal treasure. It was an absolute top existence in any epoch. In any epoch, only connate cardinal treasures could resist the sharpness of connate cardinal treasures. Although the demon god steel below was powerful, it wasn't at that level. So, Sanhua was a great counter to it. Looking away from the demon god steel, Qin Shujian looked at the entire demon abyss, or rather, the fruit of Tao body that gave birth to the demon abyss. I really want to see if you've really died or if you've left something behind. When all the demons in the demon abyss are destroyed, if you really have a trump card, it should be completely exposed. He whispered to himself. He seemed to be saying it to himself, but also seemed to be saying it to the fruit of Tao body. A fruit of Tao. Even if it had died and only left behind a body, he couldn't let his guard down. Existences at this level would never truly die. Even Qin Shujian wasn't sure if the fruit of Tao that gave birth to the demon abyss had truly died. If it hadn't completely died, then it must have left something behind. As for what that something was, he had no way of knowing. But there was one thing. Qin Shujian was 100% sure of that. Once all the demons in the demon abyss were dead, the fruit of Tao would definitely not sit still. Therefore, he stayed outside the demon abyss for two reasons. First, he wanted to intervene in the battle and let the demon abyss be used as a training tool for the heavenly quartz races. Second, he wanted to prevent any changes to the fruit of Tao body. If there were no changes, then so be it. But if there were any changes, it would be a devastating disaster for other cultivators. Qin Shujian didn't dare to be careless. Boom, his fist tore through the void, shattering an ancient demon god's body and sending it tumbling backward. Good, good. Xiayi roared with laughter, his azure robes fluttering in the wind like a god descending to the mortal world. He easily suppressed an ancient demon god with a single punch. He was the strongest human powerhouse 200,000 years ago. He was also the most talented human powerhouse in the 800,000 years since the end of the primordial era. If it weren't for the myriad races joining forces and forcing Xiayi to take them down with him, he would have been the first true immortal to reach the upper third level in a million years. From this, one could see how terrifyingly talented Xiayi was. At the same time, he'd been able to wipe out nearly all the true immortals of the myriad races in one fell swoop with his own strength. No one could compare to him in terms of battle prowess. Now that he'd recuperated in the heavenly court, Xiayi's strength had almost recovered to its former peak. In terms of overall strength, although he wasn't as strong as an upper third level true immortal, he was still at the peak of the middle third level. No matter how the ancient demon god roared, it had no effect at all. Finally, the ancient demon god's body collapsed. A powerful force acted on his body, and the moment he recovered, it was immediately obliterated. And so on. Until the ancient demon god's power was exhausted, and he could only die unwillingly. The ancient demon god fell. Xiayi retracted his fist, and his gaze seemed to be able to see into the depths of the demon abyss. He couldn't help but shake his head. Unfortunately, the ancient demon god is difficult to completely kill. After being obliterated, he can be reborn in the demon abyss. Even if his strength drops, he still has a huge advantage. With such an advantage, it's no wonder he could destroy the ancient heavenly court. He hadn't fought with demons before, so he didn't understand how difficult it was to deal with them. But now, after truly fighting with them, Xiayi finally understood how difficult it was to deal with them. It wasn't that they were very strong, but that their undying and indestructible nature was indeed very annoying. Obliterating an opponent of the same realm consumed a lot of energy. Once or twice was fine, but if he repeated it dozens of times, his own strength would be exhausted. When that time came, the resurrected demons. Naturally, they would have the qualifications to counterattack. A large part of the reason why the ancient heavenly quartz experts fell was because of this. They spent a lot of effort to kill the demons, but in the end, they were worn down to death by the other party's continuous rebirth. Unless they had the means to kill the demons in one go. Or else, it wasn't that easy to fight against the demons. Retracting his gaze from the depths of the demon abyss, Xianxia looked elsewhere. Up until now, the heavenly quartz side had gained a lot of the upper hand. Although the demons could be reborn, the heavenly quartz experts were clearly more than the demons. In this case, it balanced out the demons' advantage of being reborn. Not only that, the heavenly quartz immortals and gods held Zhu Bing to continuously kill the powerful ancient demon gods, further weakening the demon's strength. This way, the heavenly quartz advantage increased by a lot. The heavenly court will definitely win this battle. Xianxia was relieved. Once the demon abyss was destroyed, the heavenly quart's last threat would no longer exist. In that case, the human race might have a chance to truly recuperate. However, as soon as this thought popped up in his mind, he quickly dismissed it. Because when Xianxia thought of what Qin Shujian had said to him, he had a bad premonition. Forget it. There's no need to think so much now. Let's wait and see. Shaking his head, he did not think too much about it and turned to attack the other ancient demon gods. Although the heavenly court had the upper hand, there were still a lot of demons. Zhu Bing only had that little bit. The number of ancient demon gods that could be killed was limited. Even more of the fallen sinister devils were reborn in the demonic abyss before charging towards the heavenly court again. Although the heavenly court had a great advantage in the battle, they had no way to kill all the demons. In the deepest part of the devil abyss, Niao Dali stood where he was, panting slightly. The Godslayer stood where he was, no longer attacking the demon god Steel. What the hell is this thing? It's actually so tough. Did you really charge into the demon abyss alone 1,000,000 years ago to destroy the demon god Steel? The latter part of his sentence was directed at Xiaoqingfeng. Before knowing how tough the demon god Steel was, Niao Dali was impressed by Xiaoqingfeng's actions. Now that he looked at it, the other party's way of doing things was somewhat wise. Hearing that, Xiaoqingfeng's face was also as black as ink. How could he not understand the meaning behind Niao Dali's words? He only did not flare up because he considered Niao Dali's identity. Although he was dissatisfied. After hearing Niao Dali's words, Xiaoqingfeng still replied helplessly. I didn't know that the demon god Steel was so powerful. Now it seems that without the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, there's no way to destroy it. 1,000,000 years ago, he was too impulsive. The strength of the demon god Steel was completely beyond his expectations. Such a Steel. Even if there were no demons to stop him, he might not be able to damage it much even if he stood there and slashed with the heaven-breaking halberd for 100 years. Niao Dali's gaze fell on the demon god Steel again. Although the heavenly court doesn't have the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, they still have Khanate cardinal treasures. Speaking of which, the thunder sting saber in that boorish man's hand is no weaker than a Khanate cardinal treasure. It might be effective to attack the demon god Steel. The boorish man he was referring to was Chu Quantu. Although the thunder sting saber was not a Khanate cardinal treasure, it was still a top divine weapon that was no weaker than a Khanate cardinal treasure. At that moment, a stream of light came. Niao Dali and Xiaoqingfeng both looked sideways and saw Sanhua, who had come to the deepest part of the demon abyss. The sword ancestor is here. Seeing Sanhua, Xiaoqingfeng looked surprised. On the other side, Niao Dali revealed a smile on his face. Sanhua, you came at the right time. Although that boorish man's thunder sting saber is no weaker than a Khanate cardinal treasure, it is not a Khanate cardinal treasure. In comparison, you are a true Khanate cardinal treasure. If you attack, you should be able to destroy the demon god Steel. Hearing that, Sanhua nodded. I am here on the Emperor Heaven's orders. After that, he put away his avatar and showed his divine weapon. Seeing that, Niao Dali understood. He grasped the sword hilt and slashed at the demon god Steel. At that moment, the demon god Steel seemed to sense a great threat. The entire steel shook violently, and a powerful ripple spread out from it, spreading out in all directions. The expressions of all the evil spirits who sensed the fluctuations changed drastically. The demon god Steel is asking for help. Oh no, the demon god Steel is in danger. Some experts are trying to destroy the demon god Steel, after understanding what had happened, the evil spirits immediately abandoned their opponents and rushed towards the demon god Steel. The demon god Steel, it was the lifeline of the entire demon abyss. The reason why the nefarious demons were able to remain undying was because of the existence of the devil god Steel. If the devil god Steel was destroyed, then their immortality would become a joke. Therefore, no matter what, the demon god Steel could not be destroyed. The experts of the heavenly court were momentarily stunned when they saw all the demons heading towards the depths of the demonic abyss. However, a cold voice quickly woke them up. Stop them. Don't let them return to the depths of the demon abyss. After that, a stone spear pierced through the air and sent an ancient demon god flying. Although Emperor Zhao didn't know why the demons were rushing back, he was sure that something bad must have happened there. Since it was bad for the demons, it was good for the heavenly court. Therefore, no matter what price they had to pay, they couldn't let the evil spirit return. Intercept, they had to intercept, immediately. The great Pung spread its wings, and as it flapped its wings, a gust of wind swept across and swallowed all the demons. In the next instant, the gust of wind collapsed. A large number of ancient demon gods attacked and directly shattered the demon emperor's body. But it was also at that moment that the demons who were returning to help paused. Soon, the other imperial emperors of the 5 directions also attacked at the same time. Set up the array. The heavenly general roared. The heavenly soldiers formed a large array at the same time. Soon, the array was formed. A vast illusory figure stood proudly in the void. Vast power surged, and the illusory figure gradually solidified. A mighty divine general wearing silver armor and holding a 3-pointed double-edged saber appeared in the illusory figure. At that moment, all the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals seemed to have disappeared, and only the divine general stood proudly in the void. The divine general held the divine weapon and stood in the void with his eyes closed, and a mark appeared between his eyebrows. In the next instant, the divine general opened his eyes, and a terrifying cold light shot out from them. At the same time, the mark between his eyebrows expanded and turned into a vertical eye. The moment the vertical eye opened, a golden light burst out. A powerful ancient demon god could not dodge in time and was shot by the golden light. Its body was torn into pieces, and it died on the spot before it could even let out a scream. Such a change. It directly shocked the other demons. Even the heavenly court's experts were stunned when they saw the divine general appear. The heavenly soldiers' array. To be honest, even the heavenly court's immortals and gods did not know much about it. Back when they were fighting the star beasts, the heavenly soldiers used the array to summon the phantom of an expert, but it was just a phantom. Until now, the phantom of an expert had been further enhanced, as if an ancient expert had been resurrected here, and the terrifying power made people's hearts palpitate. I didn't expect their array to have evolved to this extent. Outside the demon abyss, Qin Shujian's expression turned strange when he saw the divine general appear. The array he taught the heavenly soldiers was not as simple as an array. Instead, each formation contained the means of a certain expert. That method. Qin Shujian had used the strength of the Dao fruit to retrieve it during the Third Era. As long as the formation was cultivated to a certain level, it would be possible to use that method to summon the consciousness of that powerhouse and even recreate a portion of that powerhouse's strength. The person summoned by the formation was an expert from the First Era. Erlangshen, Yangjian. Erlangshen wasn't weak in the First Era. He was also a 9th heaven immortal expert. Moreover, in terms of true battle prowess, he should be comparable to Hao Tsung of the ancient heavenly court. Right now, the heavenly soldiers in the formation are too weak. Even if I summon Yang Jian's soul, I'm afraid I won't be able to use much of my strength. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Although Yang Jian was only slightly stronger than Hao Tsung, it didn't seem like much. Seriously speaking, Hao Tsung of the ancient heavenly court was indeed a top expert. The other party had been able to charge into the demon abyss. Although he had died at the hands of the 3 ancient demon gods, he had still been able to fight against a half-step Dao fruit expert. The higher the realm, the greater the gap between each small realm. In the 9th heaven immortal realm, no matter which epoch it was, those who could truly contend against a half-step Dao fruit expert were few and far between. Xianxia of the First Era was like that, and so was Hao Tsung of this era. However, the current Xiao Chunfeng hadn't fully recovered his strength from his previous life, so he didn't reveal much of his strength. If he waited until he recovered to his peak strength from his previous life, coupled with the physical sanctification system, his strength would surpass that of the ancient times and reach a whole new level. At that time, only then would Xiao Chunfeng be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yang Jian of the First Era. In the demon abyss, Yang Jian opened his eyes and looked at the numerous demons in front of him. A faint smile appeared on his face. How many years has it been? I never thought that there would still be someone in the universe who could summon my consciousness. This is good too. I can finally move my limbs. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his three-pointed, double-edged sword. The void in front of him was torn apart like a piece of paper. His sharpness was revealed. An ancient demon god attacked, but his flesh and blood were torn apart by the divine weapon. There was no way to resist at all. In response, Yang Jian wasn't happy at all. Instead, he frowned. A puny level 3 immortal can actually block my three-pointed, double-edged sword. Unfortunately, this isn't the real three-pointed, double-edged sword. It's just a manifestation of power. Otherwise, how could a level 3 immortal be qualified to fight against my sharpness? Although he was displeased, Yang Jian's attack didn't stop. With a shake of his right hand, the three-pointed, double-edged sword shattered the ancient demon god's shoulder like a whirlwind, then pierced through his chest. Roar! The ancient demon god's face twisted in pain, completely arousing his inner ferocity. Not only did he not retreat, but he took a step forward, wanting to kill Yang Jian with a punch. Seeing this, Yang Jian wasn't afraid either. His left hand clenched into a fist and collided with the ancient demon god's fist. In an instant, the ancient demon god's fist shattered. Yang Jian's body shook slightly. He wanted to take a step back, but he forced himself to stay where he was. Then, with a shake of the three-pointed, double-edged sword, a destructive power erupted, instantly tearing the ancient demon god's body apart. His body collapsed. Soon, the ancient demon god's flesh and blood were regenerated. You want to be reborn from a drop of blood in front of me? You're too naive. Yang Jian shook his head and pressed down with a punch. The terrifying power acted on his flesh and blood, directly obliterating the remaining power. After doing all this, he withdrew his fist, a look of pity on his face. The power that summoned me is too weak, so I can't use much power. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to deal with such an ant. He mainly cultivated the 8-9 arcane art, so his physical strength had reached a terrifying level. That punch just now, if he was at his peak, it would be enough to directly obliterate the ancient demon god. But, Yang Jian also understood that he had fallen for so long, it was already an intolerable thing for someone to collect his consciousness from the underworld to return. To use his strength at his peak was an extravagant hope. Looking at the rest of the battle, he didn't make any more moves. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move, but to maintain his strength, which was only enough to kill one ancient demon god. Until now, Yang Jian was almost on the verge of returning to the universe. Work hard. I hope that one day when you summon me again, I can truly reflect the feeling of my peak. After saying that, his body suddenly exploded, turning into countless specks of light that scattered. If one looked carefully, one could see that those specks of light were the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals that formed the formation. Phew! Qin Yuanbai felt the weakness in his body and could not help but smile bitterly. He was a heavenly general. Although he was conferred the title of 3,000 heavenly general, he was still a heavenly general. So, Qin Yuanbai also participated in the formation of the formation. War God Yang Jian. Thinking back to the fragmented memories that he had obtained from Yang Jian when he had fused with him, his eyes flickered slightly. That was a terrifying expert. He and the others used the formation to summon the power of such an expert, thus exerting power far beyond his own. For the first time, Qin Yuanbai experienced the thrill of the power. At the same time, he also deeply understood his own insignificance. We are too weak. If we can improve further, the Yang Jian summoned might be comparable to a level 3 true immortal. He shook his head. Qin Yuanbai took out a pill and swallowed it, beginning to recover his consumed immortal essence. Ordinary pills were useless for a true immortal. However, there were only so many alchemy grandmasters and not a single saint-level alchemist. However, no matter how bad the effect of the pill was, it was better than nothing. Especially in the current situation, the more power he had, the more likely he could survive. Of course. Now that he could leave his name on the investiture of the gods, Qin Yuanbai also understood that he had an immortal body. Although he did not die, he did not want to be killed and then resurrected. Every time he was resurrected, there would be some sequelae, and it would take a long time for him to recuperate. When the heavenly soldiers formed the formation, the other heavenly court experts also attacked with all their might, intercepting most of the demons. But there were still a few demons who went deep into the demon abyss. In front of the demon god steel, Niu Dali was holding the radiant sword and attacking the steel. As expected, a Khanate cardinal treasure level divine weapon was indeed the demon god steel's nemesis. Previously, he had been using the god-slaying saber to hack at the demonic god steel, but now that he was using scatter light, it made the demonic god steel tremble violently. It was covered in cracks, as though it would shatter at any moment. When Niu Dali attacked, Xiao Qingfeng looked up at the sky above the demon abyss, where demons were descending. "Puny demons, how dare you come here to die?" He smiled disdainfully, and a shocking cold light erupted from the sky-breaking halberd, instantly tearing apart a nearby evil spirit. Immediately after, Nameless also appeared in his hands. The two Zubing weapons exuded a terrifying aura. It said that evil spirits don't die, and Zubing is your only nemesis. Now that I have two Zubing in my hands, I wonder how many evil spirits I can kill. Xiao Qingfeng looked proud. Hearing this, those demons involuntarily stopped and looked at the person in front of them with fear. To be precise, he was looking at the two Zubing weapons in his opponent's hands. Obviously, Xiao Qingfeng's words made them feel very threatened. The evil demons did not die, but Zubing was their nemesis. Any demon that fell in Zubing's hands would truly fall. Even the demon abyss would not be able to revive him. Now that Xiao Qingfeng was extremely powerful and had two Zubing in his hands, he had become the bane of the evil demon tribe. For a moment, those demons did not rashly move forward. He's just one person. Even if he's strong, how strong can he be? Kill him, and those two Zubing weapons will be ours. Haotsong is already dead. He's just a reincarnation. That's right. Even if Haotsong is not dead, we can kill him in the demon abyss millions of years ago. We can kill him now too. Go, one by one, the demons shouted loudly, but each of them seemed to be rooted to the ground and did not have the slightest intention of moving. Some of them were afraid of Zubing, and some were afraid of Xiao Qingfeng. After all, Haotsong's name was not just for show. There were so many experts in the ancient heavenly court, but there were only two who were truly worthy of the demon's fear. One was Qin Song. The other was Haotsong. Compared to the former, the latter's reputation of killing his way into the demon abyss was like thunder to the ears. Millions of years ago, countless demons had died once in Haotsong's hands. When the demons present saw Xiao Qingfeng, they recalled Haotsong's unparalleled aura millions of years ago. However, they did not hesitate for long. Because Niu Dali was constantly attacking the demon god Steel, the signal for help sent by the demon god Steel became more and more urgent. If they did not go, they would die. When the demon god Steel was destroyed, they would lose their means of reincarnation and would most likely die. In that case, thus, the demons present would have no way out. Soon, all the demons seemed to have agreed to it, and they all attacked at the same time. All the power gathered together, like a torrent of heaven and earth, obliterating hundreds of millions of miles of the void into nothingness. To this, Xiao Qingfeng was not afraid at all as he charged towards the group of demons. The great battle had begun in an instant. Boom! The two forces collided, and the aftermath of the destruction swept through the demon abyss. The demons present were not weak, but they were not very strong either. Because the strong demons were all intercepted by the heavenly court. The strongest demons who came to the depths of the demon abyss were only equivalent to a middle 3 true immortal. However, the demons were not strong individually, but there were many of them. With a certain amount of foundation, they could make up for the difference in quality. Looking at Xianxia, he was a top 6th level immortal, and with the 2 Zubing weapons as support, his strength was even more terrifying. He could even fight a 7th level immortal. So, when the two sides started fighting, they were almost evenly matched. In addition, both sides were determined to kill. Therefore, from the very beginning, demons began to fall. Boom, the halberd light scattered, and a demon was annihilated. At the same time, more power bombarded and landed on Xianxia's body. His body shook. His extremely strong body cracked, and blood flowed out faintly. But in less than a breath, this injury was completely healed. Xianxia's attack did not stop, and he killed another demon. Physical sanctification system: the further he went, the stronger his body would be. Although Xianxia was only a 6th level immortal, in terms of physical strength, those upper 3 levels true immortals who had attained Tao through laws could not compare to him. In this way, it was undoubtedly very difficult for ordinary demons to cause him harm. Only those ancient demon gods of middle 3 levels true immortal level could cause him some damage when they attacked. However, to Xianxia, that kind of injury was not even worth mentioning. On the contrary, none of the demons could withstand Zhu Bing's attack. Not long after the battle began, several evil devils had already fallen. The battle above began. Niao Dali ignored it completely. What he needed to do now was to destroy the demon god steel. It had to be said. The demon god steel was indeed very powerful. Even with the sharpness of a connate cardinal treasure, it was impossible to destroy it immediately. However, the demon god steel's power was only reflected in this. This cardinal treasure was more powerful than an ordinary 8 tribulation Zhu Bing, but it could not reach the level of a 9 tribulation Zhu Bing. This way, it was destined that the demon god steel could not compete with a connate cardinal treasure. Therefore, under Niao Dali's attack, more and more cracks appeared on the demon god steel. Now, the entire demon god steel was cracked like a cracked ceramic. It would shatter completely with just a light touch. Slash! Niao Dali's eyes hardened as he slashed out with the radiant sword again. When the sword blade struck the demon god steel, a destructive power erupted. In an instant, the demon god steel completely shattered in his sight. The moment the demon god steel completely shattered, the entire demon abyss shook violently. The sky above was covered in blood, as if the entire world had fallen into doomsday. At the same time, the auras of all the demons weakened a little, and endless grief surged in their hearts. The demon god steel shattered. Impossible, how could the demon god steel shatter? No. All the demons were shocked by the shattering of the demon god steel. The shattering of the demon god steel meant that they had completely lost the chance to be reborn. All of a sudden, a fist smashed down, and an evil spirit that couldn't react in time was crushed by the fist, completely dissipating into nothingness. Emperor Zhao roared loudly. The demon god steel has shattered, and the demons are no longer immortal. Immortals of the heavenly court, follow me to kill the demons and destroy the demon abyss. Kill the demons and destroy the demon abyss. Kill the demons and destroy the demon abyss. All the powerhouses of the great wide world were in high spirits at this moment. They unleashed 120% of their strength and attacked the demons in front of them. The demon god steel shattered. The demons did not have the means to be reborn. In that case, they had no right to compete with the heavenly court. Immediately, there were two extremes in the demon abyss. The demons' morale had fallen to a freezing point. The heavenly court's strength was like the sun in the sky, reaching a peak level. Boom, the three forces fiercely collided. The Sky Saint and the Night Emperor turned around in disbelief and looked towards the depths of the demonic abyss. The demon god steel is broken. Impossible. The two ancient demon gods could not believe that the demon god steel had shattered. Even though the three ancient demon gods would not die easily, but that did not mean that they would not die. And the demon god steel was their final trump card. As long as the demon god still existed, they would have a chance to be reborn if they were careless and died. However, now that the demon god steel was gone, the so-called chance of rebirth had become a complete joke. Not only that. When the demon god steel shattered, the two ancient demon gods clearly felt that their strength had dropped a little. The demon god steel has been shattered. Your doomsday has arrived. Chu Kuangtu laughed wildly. Now, he had the upper hand and had been suppressing the two ancient demon gods. Unfortunately, the two of them were very strong. Even if he had the upper hand, he couldn't kill either of them. Now, the demon god steel had shattered and the two ancient demon gods' strength had dropped. This was a good thing for Chu Kuangtu. Kill. The cold voice was accompanied by a shocking slash of the saber. The Sky Saint and the Night Emperor's faces changed. They did not dare to take it head-on and dodged to the side. In the deepest part of the demonic abyss, the demon god steel had shattered, but the entire demonic abyss had not stopped shaking. There was a bottomless black hole where the demon god steel had been. The black and red gas was rolling in it. Looking at the black hole, Niao Dali had a bad feeling. Is there any powerful existence in the demonic abyss? His face became serious. With his current realm, it was definitely not a simple matter to make him have a bad feeling. However, thinking that Qin Shujian was watching outside the demonic abyss, Niao Dali was not too worried. However, when he saw the black and red gas rolling in the black hole, he instinctively stepped back and did not approach it. All of a sudden, the black and red gas flew out of it and split into countless threads that spread in all directions. What's that? Oh no, I can feel that those threads are draining my power. Damn it, all the demons were shocked to find that their bodies were inexplicably entangled by the black and red threads. The power that they had originally controlled was also being drained by the black and red threads bit by bit. Some demons tried to cut off the black and red threads. However, when they attacked, they were shocked to find that they could not do any damage at all. What the hell is this? The Sky Saint's face changed completely when he saw the black and red threads entering his body. He could clearly feel that his power was being drained by the black and red threads. No matter how he tried to control it, there was no way to stop the loss of his power. He threw a punch. The void collapsed. However, the black and red threads did not change at all. They were still draining his power. The Sky Saint was the same. The Night Emperor was the same. Chu Kuangtu looked at the state of the two and his face became strange. He looked at the black and red threads with fear in his eyes. At this moment, the entire demon abyss was covered by the black and red threads. Every single thread represented the power of an evil devil being sucked out of it. The source of the black and red threads came from the original location of the demon god steel. Outside the demon abyss, Qin Shujian saw what was happening in the demon abyss and his face became solemn. Then, he gave the order to retreat to all the creatures in the vast 1,000 domains who participated in the battle. Pass down my order. All the immortals and gods of the heavenly court and the cultivators of the thousands of races are to immediately withdraw from the demon abyss and not stop at all. After that, Qin Shujian thought and reached out his hand. A miniature version of Zhou Tian's star map was already suspended in his palm. It was a top divine weapon comparable to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. Zhou Tian's star map. Ever since he broke through the Dao fruit, Qin Shujian rarely took out Zhou Tian's star map. But now, the changes in the demon abyss made him feel threatened. On the other side, in the demon abyss, all the immortals and gods of the heavenly court and the cultivators of the thousands of races received the message. Many of them were stunned. However, they quickly reacted and headed out of the devil abyss without any hesitation. The sudden order to retreat was obviously related to those strange black and red threads. Since Qin Shujian had given the order, they did not dare to disobey. At the same time, Niao Dali and Xiao Chungfeng, who were in the deepest part of the demon abyss, also withdrew and left this place completely. At this moment, the demon abyss shook. The blood-red color that covered the demon abyss surged crazily. The black and red threads tied up the demons and absorbed their energy. What the hell is this? Heaven Saint roared crazily. He did not look like one of the three supreme ancient demon gods at all. Instead, he looked like a weak ant. In front of the black and red threads. Heaven Saint could not resist at all. He could only watch as his energy was absorbed and his body became weaker. He tried to attack the black and red threads. However, no matter how powerful his attack was, it could not damage them at all. As time passed, Heaven Saint's cultivation realm had fallen unknowingly. Save me. No. I don't want to die. One by one, the evil spirits roared out in unwillingness. It did not take long for their powers to be sucked dry and their bodies dissipated like smoke. The demons fell. At this moment, it did not matter if it was an ordinary demon, a demon god, or even an ancient demon god. They were no longer immortal demons. Instead, they were like pigs and lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They could only watch as the butcher's knife fell, and they fell. A large number of demons fell. In the black hole where the demon god steel was, the black and red mist became stronger. The two supreme ancient demon gods had bitter smiles on their faces. I did not expect that we would end up like this. We were just sacrifices from the beginning. Night Emperor smiled bitterly. Now, he finally understood some things. As one of the three supreme ancient demon gods, Night Emperor had some understanding of the demon abyss. However, he did not expect he would end up like this one day. Supreme ancient demon gods. Top experts of the demon abyss. They were just a joke. Hearing that, Heaven Saint smiled bitterly. I am unwilling. I have cultivated for billions of years, but I can only fall like this. I am unwilling, in the end. The Heavenly Saint became crazy. A terrifying power gathered in his body. It was like a bomb that could explode at any time. He would not survive if he did not go crazy, since he was going to die no matter what, he would go all out. Self-destruct, this was the only thing he could do now. However, before the Heavenly Saint could successfully self-destruct, a large number of threads flew out from the black hole and weaved into a large net, completely trapping him. A huge amount of energy was being sucked out. The Heavenly Saint's aura quickly declined. Immediately after, as he let out an indignant roar, his million-meter-tall body disappeared bit by bit like smoke. He watched as the Heavenly Saint fell. Yi Huang also felt a sense of sympathy for the loss of a rabbit. He was already dead. He was not far from death. Why? Since you allowed us to be born, why did you destroy us? Why? The Night Emperor looked at the deepest part of the Devil Abyss and asked his final question. Helplessly. There was no response. Only more black and red threads flew over and absorbed the power in his body. In the end, the Night Emperor was also drained of all his power and died like a heavenly saint. With the fall of the two supreme ancient demon gods, all the demons in the demon abyss had disappeared. Outside the Devil Abyss, the powerhouses of the heavenly court and the cultivators of the 10,000 races who had received the order all gathered there. Through the blood-red fog, they could clearly see the changes in the demon abyss. The powerful evil spirits that had fought against them earlier had all fallen one by one. That kind of scene didn't look ordinary strange. The Emperor of Heaven, what exactly is that? Xiao Qingfeng looked at the black and red threads that destroyed the demon abyss with a horrified expression. He did not expect. The Great Thousand World's mortal enemy for millions of years did not perish in the hands of the Great Thousand World but in the hands of the demon abyss. In particular, the fall of the Night Emperor and the Heavenly Saint shocked Xiao Qingfeng greatly. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn, and his originally relaxed expression had disappeared. The demon abyss has awakened. The demon abyss has awakened. Xiao Qingfeng looked puzzled at first, then as if he had thought of something, his pupils constricted violently. He remembered it clearly. Qin Shujian had once said that the demon abyss was an illusion of a powerhouse's physical body. The so-called awakening of the demon abyss. Could it be that the powerhouse who created the demon abyss had awakened? Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Qingfeng's breathing slowed by a few beats. One had to know that the powerhouse who created the demon abyss was a fallen Dao fruit powerhouse. As for what a Dao fruit was and how powerful a Dao fruit was, he could vaguely understand it. If such an expert were to appear, it was easy to imagine what kind of consequences it would cause. This matter is not something you should care about. All cultivators of the 10,000 races immediately retreat to the Great Thousand World. At the same time, no living beings are allowed to stay in the extraterritorial battlefield. Qin Shujian ordered coldly. In response, the immortals of the heavenly court did not dare to refuse. After bowing and receiving the order, they led the cultivators of the 10,000 races to retreat. Some people did not understand the origin of the changes in the demon abyss. However, they were certain that the changes in the demon abyss were definitely not a good thing. Just by looking at Qin Shujian's solemn expression and the order he gave, it could be seen that the Emperor of Heaven was very cautious about the demon abyss. Soon, the cultivators of the 10,000 races retreated. Only Qin Shujian, Niu Dali, and Chu Kuangtu were left in the void. Emperor Qin, I'll return the divine weapon to you. Niu Dali handed back the Godslayer and the Sanhua sword. Seeing this, Qin Shujian waved his hand and put the Godslayer into his sea of consciousness. Then, he looked at the Sanhua sword. Sword ancestor, you don't have to show others in the state of a divine weapon anymore. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. The Sanhua sword immediately transformed into its physical body and stood beside Qin Shujian. Is the fallen Dao fruit about to completely awaken now? Chu Kuangtu looked at the trembling demon abyss in front of him with an unprecedentedly solemn expression. The awakening of the Dao fruit. This was a big deal. Even if he had the peak cultivation of his previous life, he could not be 100% sure that he could deal with an expert of the same level. Not to mention, the current Chu Kuangtu was only a half-step Dao fruit. He did not have the means of his previous life at all. Right now, there was only one Dao fruit, Qin Shujian. In other words, there was only one person who could fight. If Qin Shujian could not defeat him, then all of them would be in danger. It was obviously not a good thing to pin their hopes on one person. However, it was not easy to break through the Dao fruit level. He's about to wake up. Qin Shujian nodded and said in a heavy tone. I didn't expect that this Dao fruit really did not fall. But with my eyesight, I can't recognize this Dao fruit's identity. It can be seen that he is not an expert of the third era. He is also not an expert of the second era. Chu Kuangtu shook his head. In the end, their gazes landed on Niu Dali. Don't look at me, I don't know this fallen Dao fruit either. Niu Dali hurriedly opened his mouth as he felt his hair stand on end under their stares. Hearing that, Qin Shujian couldn't help but frown. If it's not from the first, second, or third eras, then it must be a Dao fruit from the later eras. I'm not sure which era this one is in. A Dao fruit with an unknown background was a huge threat. If they knew each other, they could at least know whether the other party was a friend or foe. At the same time, they could understand the other party's strength. Now that they were so confused, they had no idea where to start. At this moment, Niu Dali was also in deep thought. After a while, he regained his senses and his tone became hesitant. Actually, as soon as he started, everyone's eyes fell on him again. Seeing that, Niu Dali could only continue. Actually, all of you know that the strongest Dao fruits in the first era were the ancient gods that were born when the universe was just born. At the beginning of the era, the ancient gods fought and many ancient gods perished. For example, the Taiching Holy Man and the other ancient gods were not the first batch of ancient gods. For Niu Dali, he was the last to attain Dao. Therefore, the Dao fruits that Old Bull knows are from the last batch. As for the ancient gods from the very beginning, I do not know many of them. Are you saying that the physical body in front of us could be the physical body of an ancient god from the first era? Qin Shujian frowned. The ancient gods of the first era. If that was really the case, then the problem was much trickier than he had imagined. After all, every ancient god was a very powerful existence. With his strength in the third era, he could only fight with the weaker ancient gods. He was no match for the stronger ancient gods. Furthermore, the so-called fight. He could only do so with the help of the heavenly court. As for this era, his strength was much stronger. However, no matter how strong he was, Qin Shujian felt that he was only comparable to an ancient god. In other words, if the physical body in front of him was the physical body of an ancient god, with his current strength, he might not be able to take it down. Niao Dali shook his head. I'm only saying that there's a possibility. I can't be 100% sure. It's extremely difficult to preserve the physical body of an ancient god that fell at the beginning of the First Era. Perhaps I was wrong. This might be a Dao fruit from a later epoch. No. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. You have to be prepared for the worst. If the body in front of me is really that of an ancient god, then there will be a fierce battle. Hearing this, the hearts of the others became heavy. They knew exactly what Qin Shujian meant. How strong were the ancient gods? In fact, they had all seen it before. Every time an epoch was destroyed, the ancient gods of the first epoch would appear. That kind of shocking power was not what ordinary Dao fruits could grasp at all. Qin Shujian looked at the trembling devil abyss in front of him and suddenly said, "There's something that you might not know." What? Chu Quangtu and Niao Dali's faces were full of question marks. The sudden change of topic caught them off guard. As for Xianxia, he was completely like a spectator, quietly listening to their conversation. He did not interrupt, nor did he have any intention of leaving. Qin Shujian said, "Hongjun is in the desolate great world." Boom. As soon as he said that, everyone, including Xianxia, was shocked. Niao Dali's body trembled a few times and his face became extremely frightening. Qin, Emperor Qin, you mean, the Dao ancestor is not dead, that's right. Qin Shujian nodded. The avatar I left in the desolate great world met Hongjun. He's not dead and will probably return to the universe soon. Hiss. Niao Dali gasped when he heard the confirmation. Hongjun was not dead. This news was more shocking to him than any other news. No one knew better than him what the two words Hongjun represented. He was an expert of the first epoch, but he also had another identity. He was the mount of the Taiqing Holy Man, but the Taiqing Holy Man was only Hongjun's disciple. In a sense, Hongjun was equivalent to his grandmaster. However, Niao Dali dared not to have any good feelings about this grandmaster. Instead, he had an indescribable fear. It's over. It's over, it's over. The Dao ancestor is not dead. If he returns to the universe, it will be a big trouble. He dared not imagine. What would happen if Hongjun returned? Qin Shujian turned his head and looked at Niao Dali's pale face. He frowned immediately. Green Bull, are you scared? On the other side, Chu Quangtu also looked at Niao Dali with a strange expression. He had known Niao Dali for a long time. This bull had always been arrogant and did not know what fear was. He had never seen such a side to him before. In Chu Quangtu's memory, he had also met Hongjun face to face. But at that time, other than feeling the strength of the other party, there did not seem to be much to be afraid of. I'm scared. Niao Dali nodded frankly. After that, he explained again. You haven't really had much contact with the Dao ancestor, so you won't understand how terrifying he is. The Taiqing Holy Man once said that if one day the era is destroyed, part of it may be fate, and the other part may come from the Dao ancestor. What do you mean? Qin Shujian was puzzled. Hearing that, Niao Dali shook his head. I don't know what it means either. I only know that the Dao ancestor is very scary. No one knows what he is scheming in his heart. Even the Taiqing Holy Man can't see his plan clearly. If not for the Dao ancestor's strength, the Taiqing Holy Man once wanted to join forces with the other Dao masters to suppress the Dao ancestor. Suppress the Dao ancestor, Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. There were only a few strong people who could be called Dao masters, and they were all Hongjun's disciples. Suppress the Dao ancestor. In other words, deceive the master and destroy the ancestors. To be able to make the Taiqing Holy Man and the others have the impulse to deceive the master and destroy the ancestors, could it be that Hongjun really had some unknown terrifying plan? On this point, Qin Shujian could not figure it out for the time being. Looking at Niao Dali in front of him, he could not possibly know too much. He also extinguished the idea of getting some information from this bull. The Taiqing Holy Man wants to deceive the master and destroy the ancestors. This is not simple. Chu Quangtu shook his head as if he was thinking about something. However, he did not think too much about it. Given his character, the plan had nothing to do with him. If there was a problem, he could just use his strength. If he could not do it, then he would accumulate strength and wait until he had enough strength to do it. The fact that Hongjun was still alive made the atmosphere a little more solemn. However, compared to Niu Dali's fear, Qin Shujian was not too worried. What was going to happen would happen sooner or later. Instead of worrying and being afraid, it was better to face it calmly. Moreover, with his current strength, he was confident that he could even fight against Hongjun. The main thing was that it was still unknown whether Hongjun could retain the peak strength of the first era. He got rid of all distracting thoughts. Qin Shujian looked at the demon abyss in front of him again. Whether the body of the demon abyss is an ancient god of the first era or a Dao fruit of the later era, since he has begun to wake up, I'm afraid there is no way to avoid a battle. A battle at the Dao fruit level is not something that others can interfere in. I suggest you go back first and leave the rest to me. Emperor Qin, are you confident? We'll know if I'm confident or not. However, even the great wide world's heavenly Dao can't do anything to me. A fallen Dao fruit can't suppress me. Qin Shujian glanced at Chu Quantu, then looked away and said faintly. The battle with the heavenly Dao gave him great confidence. Hearing that, the two didn't say anything else and nodded. Emperor Qin, be careful. After that, the man and the ox flew away, leaving only Sanhua behind. Emperor of Heaven, I'm a Khanate cardinal treasure. If there is a battle between Dao fruits, I should be able to help. A Khanate cardinal treasure. It was a divine weapon at the Dao fruit level. There was a big difference in strength between a Dao fruit with and without a Khanate cardinal treasure in hand. Hearing that, Qin Shujian didn't refuse. Then you can wait at the side. Yes. Sanhua nodded and didn't say anything else. The man and the sword silently watched the changes in the demon abyss in front of them. The mountain rocks in the demon abyss rolled down and the earth shifted. The whole world seemed to have entered the end of the world. But in Qin Shujian's eyes, the changes in the demon abyss were the process of showing the body of the fallen Dao fruit. It was unknown how long the tremors lasted, but the devil abyss had already undergone earth-shattering changes. After countless years of evolution, a thick layer of rock had formed on the Dao fruit's body. Now that the Dao fruit had awakened, those layers of rock fell off. Large chunks of rock broke through the void and flew towards an unknown place. Seeing this, Qin Shujian didn't stop them either. The rocks attached to the Dao fruit's body were top-notch treasures to ordinary people, but they were of no use to him. As long as he wanted to, he could create a bunch of them himself. What really caught Qin Shujian's attention was the Dao fruit body that was gradually revealing itself. The rock layer fell. A sparkling and translucent luster was emitted from it. Not long after, a figure with the appearance of a human, billions of zhong tall, was lying in the rift. What can be seen is, there was a bottomless hole in the chest of the body, which seemed to be the fatal wound that caused this Dao fruit to fall. Inside the hole, black and red gas was surging. Very soon, the black and red gas gushed out of the hole. As the black and red gas appeared, a long spear also appeared from within. As soon as the long spear appeared, a shocking murderous aura was revealed. Fiend gods roared, all living beings wept, a rain of blood seemed to envelop the universe, making people fearful. A Khanate cardinal treasure. Qin Shujian spat out a few words. The long spear in front of him was clearly a powerful Khanate cardinal treasure in his eyes. Hearing this, Sanhua immediately shook his head. His voice was solemn and filled with an unknown heat. No, it's not a simple Khanate cardinal treasure, but a Khanate cardinal treasure that's about to evolve. A Khanate cardinal treasure that's about to evolve? Qin Shujian looked a little confused. Sanhua nodded. Yes, it's a Khanate cardinal treasure that's about to evolve. Khanate cardinal treasures are among the top divine weapons in all eras, but the Dao is endless, and Khanate cardinal treasures are not the real peak. There are still divine weapons that are more powerful than Khanate cardinal treasures. It's just that it's very difficult to complete the evolution. Even after many eras, no divine weapon has been able to do that. Although the long spear in front of us has not successfully evolved, it's on the verge of evolving. It's the divine weapon closest to that mysterious realm. Breaking the limit, this was what Sanhua had always wanted. He also wanted to be able to break the limit one day. But this step was really too difficult, and he had no clue at all. It was so difficult that Xianxia sometimes thought that Khanate cardinal treasures might really be the ultimate peak. But now, he finally understood that there was a path above Khanate cardinal treasures. The divine weapon in front of him was the best proof. After hearing Xianhua's words, Qin Shujian's heart could not help but tremble. Anything that broke the limit was definitely not simple. The body in front of him actually hid such a powerful divine weapon, so the identity of the body's owner was probably not simple. At this moment, in his sight, after the long spear left, the hole in the huge body was healing bit by bit. In less than a few breaths. Then, the hole disappeared completely. By the time his injuries were healed, the aura of his gigantic body had become even more terrifying. Without any movement, a turbulent airwave spread out, and the void within hundreds of millions of miles collapsed. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's body also rose a powerful aura, competing with the airwave. The two auras collided, as if supreme experts were fighting. The waves of destruction. It directly hit the long river of time in the outer void, and then forcibly broke it. Time broke. The terrifying waves did not stop. But the great thousand world behind Qin Shujian was not affected at all, because all the waves were blocked by Qin Shujian alone, and did not affect the great thousand world at all. After an unknown period of time, the body's head, which was originally closed, suddenly opened its eyes. Boom, two beams of light broke through the void and directly disappeared into the void. Everywhere it passed, the void turned into nothingness and dissipated. Then, the head's tightly closed mouth opened slightly, and a sound like the sound of the great Tao came out from it. Buzz, the void shattered. The rules collapsed. The long river of time in the outer void was shaken out again, and then it shattered inch by inch under this power. So powerful, Qin Shujian's face was solemn. Just the aura of this awakening was already so powerful that it was terrifying. He was now 100% sure. Even if the body in front of him was not an ancient god of the first era, it was definitely a supreme expert who was not weaker than an ancient god. The void crumbled. The universe shook. Endless rays of light shone down like drooping clouds. Amidst the destructive waves, it was gorgeous. Soon after, his body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, a man in a black robe appeared in front of Qin Shujian. The long spear landed and floated beside the black-robed man. The boundless might retracted, and the destroyed void gradually recovered, as if nothing had happened. So powerful, Xianxia looked at the black-robed man in front of him and could not help but be shocked. Even though the other party no longer emitted any aura, he could still clearly feel the vast and terrifying power. That kind of power. It was as if he could destroy the universe with a gentle touch. That feeling. Even Sword Master at his peak could not compare to it. Only Qin Shujian, who was beside him, could give him the same feeling. In the void. The two of them looked at each other silently. After a long while, Qin Shujian said calmly, "The Emperor of Heaven of the Great Thousand World, Qin Shujian. Demon Ancestor, Luo Ho." The black-robed man, who was Luo Ho, also said calmly. After that, there seemed to be some fluctuations in Luo Ho's dark abyss-like eyes. "I never thought that an expert like you would be born in this epoch. I'm really surprised." Hearing that, Qin Shujian did not answer but recalled the information about Luo Ho in his mind. Demon Ancestor Luo Ho? To be honest, in his memory, he had never heard of this name before. Qin Shujian had seen most of the Tao fruits of the previous eras. Even if he had not seen them, he could hear some names from other Tao fruits. However, the name Luo Ho was completely unfamiliar to him. Seeing the change in Qin Shujian's expression, Luo Ho's face was indifferent. "You don't have to think about it. Not many people in the universe have heard of my name. In the first era, only the ancient gods know of my existence. So you are an ancient god of the first era. Sorry for the disrespect." Qin Shujian's eyes flickered and his expression did not change much. The ancient gods of the first era, from the very beginning, he already had such a guess in his heart. Now, Luo Ho's answer had undoubtedly confirmed this point. Without a doubt. He had never heard of this name before, and it was an ancient god of the first era. It was obvious that he was one of the ancient gods that had fallen when the universe had just started. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was also reassured. Since the other party was able to fall at the very beginning, it proved that his strength had not reached a terrifying level. After all, the truly powerful ancient gods always returned to the end. Even if he had fallen. Just like the Taiqing holy man, he was courting death. Not knowing what Qin Shujian was thinking, Luoho continued. Ever since I fell in the first era, I have been waiting for an opportunity to be reborn. Only in this era did I finally see hope. Unexpectedly, all my plans were destroyed by you. The demon-killing abyss was indeed a good place to slay evil spirits. However, since you have destroyed my plans, you naturally have to pay a price. You better be prepared to die. When Luoho spoke, his expression was indifferent. He looked at Qin Shujian as if he was looking at a dead man. He had waited bitterly for a few eras and finally found an opportunity to strike in this era. At first, he thought. After the demon-killing abyss swallowed the greater world, all of his origins would be reborn and he would surpass his previous peak in one fell swoop to become the true top existence in the universe. Then, he would be able to sweep the universe and take revenge for the first era. At first, everything was fine. However, 1,000,000 years ago, Qin Song appeared in the greater world and caused the demon-killing abyss's plan to swallow the greater world to be destroyed. And because of certain reasons, he could not do anything. Therefore, he could only watch as the other party destroyed the greater world and cut off the connection with the demon-killing abyss. At first, he thought. After Qin Song's fall, in the greater world 1,000,000 years later, there should be no one who could stop the demon-killing abyss. What he did not expect was. After the death of Qin Song, there was an extra Qin Shujian. Compared to 1,000,000 years ago, the heavenly court was even more ruthless. They directly killed their way into the demon-killing abyss and even broke the demon god steel. One had to know. The demon god steel was Luoho's last resort. Once the demon god steel was broken, it proved that the demon-killing abyss was at a critical juncture of life and death, thus forcing him to awaken in advance. As a result, that was the scene just now. The demons of the demon-killing abyss were born using your physical body. In other words, the power of the demons of the demon-killing abyss is actually a part of your own power. Now, you have taken out all of the demons' power again. However, at this point, Qin Shujian revealed a faint smile. Not to mention that the demon-killing abyss had already suffered heavy losses at that time. Even if the demon-killing abyss was at its peak, you would still not be my match after absorbing all of the demon's power. As for the current you, he shook his head. The expression on his face had already explained everything. Qin Shujian almost said directly. Given your current state, Luoho, I'm afraid you don't have the right to fight him. Despite being ridiculed for no reason, there was no anger on Luoho's indifferent face. Countless years had passed. It had already allowed him to reach a level where he could not show his emotions. You're very arrogant. To tell the truth, even Hongjun wouldn't dare be so arrogant in front of me. You're the first person who's dared to be so arrogant in front of me. Do you really think you're invincible just because you've broken through to Dao fruit? Luoho gripped his spear with one hand. This action alone caused the void within hundreds of millions of kilometers to be shrouded in a terrifying killing aura. The killing aura descended. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and waved his sleeve casually. A weak gust of wind blew past, shattering the void. More than half of the killing aura that covered hundreds of millions of kilometers was dispersed. After a brief clash, neither side had a clear winner. Since I became the Emperor of Heaven, very few people have dared to be so presumptuous in front of me. Those who used to be presumptuous are no longer here. You're the first, but I wonder if your strength is worthy of your tone. As Qin Shujian spoke, he threw out a punch. The void collapsed. The universe collapsed. It was a simple punch, but it was as if the end of the world had arrived. The laws of the universe were all presented. There was no point in saying anything more. Since it didn't make sense, then he'd just fight and see. Given Luoho's level of arrogance, he'd have to beat him into submission to understand other things. As for killing him, to tell the truth, Qin Shujian didn't have such thoughts for the time being. After all, killing a Dao fruit cultivator was extraordinarily difficult. If Luoho was no match for him and fled, he wasn't 100% sure that he could keep him here. Of course, that wouldn't stop him from beating him up to vent his anger. The moment Xianxia made his move, Luoho loosened his grip on the long spear and similarly punched out. A force that could obliterate the laws of the universe erupted. In the end, the two forces collided fiercely. Boom, the aftermath of the destruction spread. Immediately after, an even more powerful force rushed over. Luoho's body shook, and he actually retreated uncontrollably. He took a step back. His expression finally changed. Your strength has actually reached such a level. It's really unexpected. Luoho was truly shocked. As an ancient god, his physical body was very strong, and his strength was not comparable to ordinary Dao fruits. Even now, his strength had not fully recovered, but it was enough to suppress ordinary Dao fruits. However, in the confrontation just now, he was actually at a disadvantage. Luoho could not help but be shocked. Before he could be more shocked, on the other side, Xianxia had already launched another attack. He took a step forward, and the endless void exploded under the pressure. He punched out and directly punched through the void. A terrifying force poured down without restraint, wanting to completely suppress his opponent. Seeing this, Luoho's expression was solemn. He did not retreat in the face of such an attack, but still faced it head-on. Boom, the long river of time that belonged to the void outside the domain appeared. In the next instant, the long river of time collapsed and was obliterated by the two terrifying forces. Soon, a world opened up in the void, and earth, water, fire, and wind emerged. However, in less than an instant, the earth, water, fire, and wind were extinguished, and the world that had just been born fell into silence. The movements of the two seemed to be fearless, but each time they attacked, the force was extremely terrifying. Ever since the inner world was upgraded to a Great Thousand World, Xianxia's strength had leaped to a level comparable to the Great Thousand World's heavenly Tao. The Great Thousand World's heavenly Tao was not weaker than the ancient gods of the First Era, and even stronger. Luoho. Although he was an ancient god of the First Era, his strength had not fully recovered. Comparing the two, naturally, he was slightly inferior. However, this gap was not very big, and there was no way to show it in a short confrontation. Boom. Boom, now, it seemed that the entire universe was covered by a terrifying force. The world barrier that protected the Great Thousand World also shook violently. In the outer region battlefield, they had long been reduced to ashes by the aftershocks and no longer existed. The great wide world. The passageway of heaven and earth entered. Both Yin and Yang stared at the faint fluctuations with astonishment. Ever since they were born, they had never seen such a terrifying confrontation. Just the ripples that leaked out made them feel the silence of death. What kind of expert is the Emperor of Heaven fighting against? How could it be so powerful? I don't know. He's so strong. If I can grow to such a level in the future, I will have no regrets in this life. Yin shook his head, his face filled with fear and yearning. Half-step Dao fruit was nothing. Before such a supreme expert, half-step Dao fruit was just an ant. Although the half-step Dao fruit also involved the two words Dao fruit, the two additional words in front completely lowered the level of the Dao fruit. This also caused the two of them to be on opposite ends of the spectrum. The ball that originally contained the void demons had already disappeared. As for Ralph and the rest of the void demons, they were also wiped out by them. Retracting his gaze, Yin looked at the golden ball in his hand, his eyes flashing with determination. This was a strand of the Sun Law that he had won from a bet. Yin and Yang as one, celestial transformation, this was a key that could allow him to break through his limits and enter that supreme realm. Looks like I have to find a chance to comprehend the Sun Law. If I can comprehend its mysteries, I will definitely be able to reach the celestial transformation level and break through the limits. At that time I will be standing at the peak of the universe. Yin thought to himself. Restricted by the law, he was born at the peak. At first, he was a half-step Dao fruit. Even after billions of years, he was still a half-step Dao fruit and would not change at all. This was a good thing. But it was also a bad thing. Before he had truly seen the power of the Dao fruit level, Yin was not in a rush to break through to the Dao fruit level. But now, he only wanted to comprehend the yin and yang as one and the celestial transformation method. After all, no one was willing to be an ant. Only by understanding a higher level could one understand exactly what it meant to have endless Tao. Looking at Yin, who had his head lowered in contemplation, Yang also understood what he was thinking. The celestial transformation is just our guess. It might not necessarily exist. Don't put too much hope on it. Even if there is a slight possibility, I have to find out. You and I have endless years of lifespan. As long as heaven and earth are not destroyed, we will not run out of lifespan and die. Since we have so much lifespan, instead of wasting it, we might as well study something else. If I can really comprehend it, that would be great. Yin shook his head, but he did not feel discouraged. In his opinion, he was just using his endless lifespan to do something meaningful. Even if he did not gain anything in the end, he would accept it. But if he did gain something, it would be something to be happy about. Seeing this, Yang stopped talking about this matter. He looked in the direction of the passageway again. The destructive power was still palpitating. It was only because of the uniqueness of the passageway that the aftermath of the destruction did not invade the upper-class world. However, there was a worried look on Yang's face. Judging from the fluctuations, they are fighting fiercely. I am worried that if the power leaks in, it will definitely have an impact on the upper-class world. Should we temporarily destroy the passageway to make the barrier more complete? The existence of the passageway caused the barrier to have a certain loophole. Only when the passageway was destroyed would the barrier be at its most complete. Hearing this, Yin, however, had a different opinion. There is no need. If the power really leaks in, the passageway will be destroyed first. There is no need for you and me to do anything. Instead of worrying about the passageway, we should worry about the Emperor of Heaven. If the Emperor of Heaven is accidentally defeated, with the current power of the upper class world, no one can compete with that mysterious existence. That kind of existence. It was not something that cultivators below the Dao fruit realm could fight against. It could be felt from the destructive fluctuations that the other party could probably bury hundreds of millions of lives with a wave of his hand. Alas! Yang sighed heavily. For the first time, he felt a great deal of pressure in his heart. However, no one was destined to be able to intervene in this battle. The battle in the void outside the realm. As it became more intense, it gradually affected the inside of the vast thousand domains. As long as one was a true immortal, one could almost feel that terrifying killing power. In the heavenly court, Chu Guangtu's face was very ugly. Such terrifying killing power is definitely not something that Godslayer can possess. It must be that unknown Dao fruit expert, it should be. Niao Dali nodded, still feeling a lingering fear in his heart. That murderous power made him feel fear. However, although he was afraid, he was still going through the memories in his mind. There are not many experts who can possess such killing power. If he is an ancient god who fell in the first era, there are some ancient gods who can meet this standard. Which ancient gods? 3,000 fiend gods. Niao Dali said softly. 3,000 fiend gods. Chu Guangtu had a puzzled look on his face. It was the first time he had heard the words 3,000 fiend gods. Seeing his puzzlement, Niao Dali could not help but look at him with contempt. What do you mean? Sensing the contempt in Niao Dali's eyes, Chu Guangtu's face darkened. What do you mean? Do you think you're amazing just because you know about the 3,000 fiend gods? In an instant, he had the urge to directly attack and fight with Niao Dali again. Seeing this, Niao Dali did not provoke him anymore. The current situation was not suitable for too much internal strife. He coughed twice and then explained. At the beginning of the first era, the universe was chaotic and thus gave birth to the 3,000 fiend gods. Each fiend god was a 9th-level immortal expert when they were born. Moreover, the 3,000 fiend gods had strong physical bodies and great talents. Although they were 9th-level immortals, they were comparable to half-step Dao fruit experts. Later on, some fiend gods began to make breakthroughs, and Dao fruit experts were born. Such experts also had another name, ancient gods. Listening to Niao Dali's words, Chu Quantu finally understood that the origin of the ancient gods was actually from the 3,000 fiend gods. Every fiend god was an expert with great killing power. They could borrow the killing power of the universe, which is very similar to the current killing power. However, in the great battle that followed, almost all of the 3,000 gods and devils were killed. Not many of them survived. The later batch of ancient gods actually borrowed the power of the fallen gods and devils to give birth to experts. Although they were equally powerful, very few of them were able to master such terrifying killing power. When Niao Dali finished speaking, only then did Chu Quantu interrupt. You're saying that it's very likely that this expert is one of the 3,000 god fiends that died in the first era, and his corpse was preserved until now before he finally revived in this era? Impossible. Niao Dali shook his head. It said that not a single one of the 3,000 fiend gods that perished at that time was a Dao fruit level existence. It's impossible for their fleshly bodies to survive until this epoch. However, this killing power is very similar to an ancient god that I've heard of. Which ancient god? Demon ancestor, Rahu. Niao Dali said calmly. Demon ancestor Rahu, Chu Quantu frowned and said in a deep voice, how come I've never heard of this name? Of course you haven't heard of it. Demon ancestor Rahu was the second batch of ancient gods between heaven and earth, and he was also the first ancient god to perish. At the beginning of the first era, he once competed with the Dao ancestor. Unfortunately, the Dao ancestor's means were slightly better, and demon ancestor Rahu perished. It was also at that time that there was the saying that Dao diminished and demon flourished. Demon ancestor Rahu was born with the ability to control terrifying killing power, and he had several amazing treasures in his hands, each of which was the embodiment of killing power. However, with his death, many of his treasures fell into the hands of the Dao ancestor. Only one of his treasures disappeared with the fall of the demon ancestor. Niao Dali said. As the Grand Pure Holy Man's mount, he knew quite a lot about these matters under the influence of his surroundings. Strictly speaking, the Tai Ching Holy Man was also the second batch of ancient gods between heaven and earth, but in terms of seniority, he was slightly lower than Hong Jun. Hearing this, Chu Quantu fell into deep thought. After a long time, he looked in the direction of the passageway. According to what you said, the person fighting with the Qin Emperor now is very likely to be demon ancestor Rahu of the first era. Very likely. Niao Dali nodded, and then his face turned solemn. Rahu was able to compete with the Dao ancestor, and his strength is not ordinary. Even when the Tai Ching Holy Man talked about Rahu, he said that he may not be his opponent. If Rahu is really revived now, with the Qin Emperor's strength, I'm afraid he may not be able to deal with him. Although he had not really seen Rahu's means, he could understand from the Tai Ching Holy Man that the other party was an extremely terrifying powerhouse. Moreover, just the fact that he could start a Daoist demon battle with the Dao ancestor was enough to show his strength. After all, not everyone was qualified to fight with Hong Jun. In the first era, Hong Jun was recognized as the strongest. Looking at the universe, the number of ancient gods that could match Hong Jun could be counted on one hand. If the Qin Emperor is defeated, Niao Dali's words made Chu Quantu's heart sink. If Rahu was really so terrifying, Qin Shujian may not be able to deal with him. Hearing this, Niao Dali shook his head slightly. If the Qin Emperor is really defeated, with Rahu's means, the vast 1,000 domains will definitely become a demonic domain, and there will be countless casualties. With our strength, even with the two nomological incarnations, it is impossible to compete with Rahu. At that time, everyone will be waiting to be killed. To put it nicely, it was called waiting to be killed. To put it bluntly, it was waiting to die. In this regard, Chu Quantu also felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Without Dao fruit, there was no way to control oneself. In the outer void, the battle between the two had already turned the void hundreds of millions of miles into nothingness. Qin Shujian relied on the power of his inner world, and his strength was not weaker than the ancient gods of the first era, and was even stronger than Rahu, who was not in a complete state now. In the beginning, it was fine. Although there was a gap between them, it was not revealed. However, as time passed, Qin Shujian gradually gained the upper hand. Boom, the power collided. Rahu groaned, and his strong physical body finally showed signs of collapse. Is this why you're so confident? If that's all you've got, then you'll die here today. Qin Shujian's tone was indifferent. When his fist came down, it seemed to be able to suppress the entire universe. Luo Ho's face turned gloomy when he sensed the terrifying sealing power. I underestimated you, but that's all. He decided not to waste any more time. Holding the long spear in his right hand, the destructive power that could destroy the universe instantly erupted. The next moment, the long spear stabbed out, and the endless destructive power swallowed everything. Just as Xianxia had said, the long spear in his hand was a top primordial cardinal treasure, one that was about to transform completely. So, Qin Shujian didn't hesitate and waved his hand. Xianxia returned to his original form and a long sword that emitted sword energy fell into his hand. The long sword slashed down. The monster sword energy destroyed everything. The two forces collided violently as if two supreme experts were fighting fiercely. In the end, the sword energy shattered. Qin Shujian's body trembled. His body, which had never once retreated in the face of the spear's sharpness, actually took a step back. At the same time, he waved his left sleeve and a disc array rose into the air. The next moment, a river of stars broke through the sky. Above the void, the stars in the sky swayed. Dazzling starlight scattered, but there was an endless murderous intent hidden within. Zhou Tian Star's formation. Luo Ho's expression changed slightly. When the galaxy fell, his attack was forcefully stopped. I didn't expect you to have two Khanate cardinal treasures. I underestimated you. Khanate cardinal treasures, no matter which epoch it was in, it would be an extremely rare supreme treasure. Even he only had one primordial cardinal treasure. When he was at his peak, he had two primordial cardinal treasures, but that was a thing of the past. For a Dao fruit, every additional Khanate cardinal treasure would be able to unleash great power. An ordinary Dao fruit with one Khanate cardinal treasure was comparable to an ancient god. If he had two Khanate cardinal treasures, even an ordinary ancient god would avoid him. As for Qin Shujian's strength, Luo Ho had to admit that he wasn't weaker than an ancient god from the first era. His strength hadn't recovered and he wasn't Qin Shujian's match in a one-on-one battle. Only by using his own divine weapon would he be able to suppress it. Xianxia, who had been staying by Qin Shujian's side, had long seen through his identity. It was just a Khanate cardinal treasure and Luo Ho didn't pay much attention to it. However, Luo Ho didn't expect Qin Shujian actually had a second Khanate supreme treasure in his possession. In that case, the problem was troublesome. Before Luo Ho could think further, Qin Shujian had already made his move. Zhou Tian's star map pressed down, and the Milky Way drooped down as if it was suppressing the world. Then, a terrifying star beast was born in the Milky Way, and its scaly palms bombarded Luo Ho. The void was annihilated. The rules crumbled. After sensing the aura of the star beast, Luo Ho's expression changed again. Dao fruit, the strength of a star beast born from the galaxy had reached the level of a Dao fruit. After Zhou Tian's star map had evolved to the level of a primordial cardinal treasure, the strength of the star beasts that could be created after the formation was set up in it had undergone tremendous changes. It was a Dao fruit level star beast. This was the most powerful means of Zhou Tian's star map. The long spear pierced through the palm of the star beast. No blood flowed. The star beast didn't seem to know pain. Even though the spear pierced through it, it didn't stop attacking. In the blink of an eye, it landed on Luo Ho's body. Boom, a terrifying power poured out. Luo Ho's body trembled, and he was immediately pushed back by the force. Then, Qin Shujian took a step forward and slashed down with scattering light. The sharpness of a primordial cardinal treasure was completely stimulated. Sword energy swept across the universe, and any one of them could kill a cultivator below the Dao fruit realm. Even a Dao fruit. In the face of such sword energy, he didn't dare to face it head-on. Retreat, retreat, Luo Ho retreated again, trying to avoid the tip of the long sword. However, the sword energy had turned into a powerful domain that covered the universe. It didn't allow him to escape at all. Seeing this, Luo Ho didn't panic either. As his spear trembled, flowers of death bloomed. When each flower bloomed, it seemed as if endless laws were being born from it, and endless laws were being destroyed from it. In an instant, the sword energy domain shattered inch by inch. A spear flower flew out, forcibly obliterating half of the star beast's body. Energy from the Milky Way poured in, constantly repairing the star beast's body. That's all. Looking at the destructive attack, Xianxia smiled slightly. He slashed down with his long sword, and all the strange phenomena dissipated. At his level, he didn't need any fancy means anymore. Turning complexity into simplicity. Returning to simplicity. That was the level he was at. Xianxia was now able to see through the essence of the universe. Every strike he made was naturally able to break through tens of thousands of techniques. A simple slash of his sword disintegrated all of Luoho's attacks. I don't care if you're an ancient god of the first era or a demon ancestor. In this era, you'll have to bow down to me. Because, I'm invincible. Xianxia's voice was loud. The primordial cardinal treasure erupted with terrifying fluctuations, forcibly breaking Luoho's attack, and heavily bombarding his opponent's body. The cardinal treasure was sharp enough to cut through the universe. No matter how strong an ancient god's body was, there was no way he could resist it. At that moment, Luoho's body collapsed. Before he could fully recover, Xianxia threw out another punch. Boom! Before Luoho's body could heal, it collapsed again. Golden blood flowed down, smashing through the void. The force acted on his body, constantly wearing him down, preventing him from fully recovering. Boom, boom, now that Xianxia had the upper hand, he had no intention of going easy on Luoho. Luoho's identity didn't have much to do with him. He only knew one thing: since Luoho wanted to go against him, only death awaited him. Come to think of it, up until now, he hadn't killed any Dao fruit experts. But now, Luoho might be the first. Damn it, Luoho was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back at all. Every time he tried to resist, an even more terrifying attack would come. Even if he had a top primordial cardinal treasure, he still couldn't fight back against two primordial cardinal treasures. Gradually, his injuries became more and more serious. Even if one's Dao fruit was almost immortal and indestructible, it was not truly immortal and indestructible. Before he knew it, Luoho was already thinking of retreating. Looking at the power that came crashing down again, he didn't try to resist. Instead, he used his body to forcibly withstand the force. In an instant, his body exploded again. To this, Luoho didn't care. He blasted the space beside him with his spear, instantly tearing apart the intertwining power. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he dove in and successfully broke free from Zhou Tian's grand astral formation. In less than a breath, he was about to disappear. Trying to escape? Xianxia's eyes were cold. Just as Luoho was about to disappear, he swung his sword again with all his might. Sword energy cut through space and disappeared with Luoho. With a grunt, golden blood splattered, and Rahu disappeared completely. Seeing this, Xianxia did not chase after him. He took a deep look at the healing void and then looked away. Unfortunately, he still escaped. The ancient gods of the first era live up to their reputation. If he was at his peak, it would be hard to say who would win. In this battle, Xianxia had a clearer understanding of his own strength. At the same time, he had a very direct understanding of the strength of the ancient gods of the first era. That was strong, very strong, very strong. An ancient god who was not at his peak, even if he had a top true treasure in hand, could easily escape when facing him who had two innate true treasures. As for those injuries, to be honest, for a Dao fruit, those injuries could not threaten his life at all. From this, it could be seen. The ancient gods were terrifying. Demon ancestor Rahu, it seems that I have to go back and ask. If Rahu is just one of the many ancient gods and is not at the top of the ancient gods, then I have to seriously consider when facing other ancient gods in the future. Xianxia took a deep breath. And, if Rahu is not dead, he will always be a hidden danger. A Dao fruit hiding in the dark cannot be on guard all the time. If there is a chance, it is best to kill Rahu. After all, there is no such thing as being a thief for 1,000 days. He shook his head. Xianxia headed toward the vast thousand domains. The universe was too big. It was not easy to find a Dao fruit who was deliberately hiding in the universe. Therefore, instead of wasting time searching, it was more practical to go back to the vast thousand domains. However, now that Rahu had escaped, the extraterritorial void had to be abandoned temporarily. If the passage of heaven and earth remained open, Rahu might sneak in at any time. A Dao fruit. If he wanted to sneak into the vast thousand domains, Xianxia was not 100% sure that he would be able to detect him. That kind of expert had many means to hide himself. For example, if he sent out an avatar to sneak into the player world, the heavenly Dao of the player world would not be able to detect anything. Thinking from another perspective, Luoqi wanted to be a parasite on someone unless they were face to face. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to detect it. As such, it was inevitable that the passageway would be closed. Only by closing the passageway could they ensure that Rahu could not sneak into the great thousand worlds. With the existence of the heaven and earth barrier, if a Dao fruit wanted to enter, it could only use brute force to break the barrier, and could not quietly sneak in. As long as the heaven and earth barrier had any abnormal movements. As the Emperor of Heaven, Xianxia was able to detect it immediately and put an end to the possibility of Luo Ho taking advantage of the situation. The void beneath his feet shrank. Very soon, Xianxia entered the passageway. At the entrance, Yin and Yang continued to stand guard. They only felt a powerful aura rushing towards them. Then, their vision blurred, and Xianxia appeared in front of them. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." Seeing Xianxia appear, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Since the other party had made a move, it meant that the one who had lost was that mysterious expert. In this way, there would be no big problem in the Great Thousand Worlds. "Thank you for your hard work, Star Lords." Xianxia smiled faintly. "From today onwards, you don't have to guard the passageway anymore." After that, he turned around and struck out with his palm. The originally stable passageway disappeared in an instant. Looking from outside the world, the only gap in the heaven and earth barrier had disappeared directly. At this point, all the flaws had been repaired. Outside the Great Thousand Worlds, Rahu, who had disappeared, returned. He looked at the heaven and earth barrier in front of him with a gloomy expression, but he had no intention of making a move. He's cautious enough to break the heaven and earth barrier. Humph. Rahu snorted coldly, his face cold and terrifying. To him, being defeated by Xianxia was a disgrace. In the universe, the first era was the beginning of the era, and he was born at the beginning of the era. Although he was not the oldest ancient god, he was not far from it. In Rahu's eyes, Xianxia was a junior. But now, yet, he was defeated by a junior. The injuries on his body were secondary. The real thing was that he had lost a lot of face. "Xianxia, I'll remember you. When I recover from my injuries, I'll definitely take your life." Rahu took a deep look at the Great Thousand Worlds, then turned around and left. He had no intention of making a move now. His strength had not recovered, and his injuries had not healed. If he really fought with Xianxia again, it would be equivalent to a dead end. He could escape the first time, but it did not mean that he could escape the second time. If the heaven and earth barrier had not been destroyed, Rahu would have wanted to sneak into the Great Thousand Worlds and see if he could find an opportunity to make a move. However, with the heaven and earth barrier destroyed, his original plan naturally fell through. He turned around and left. Soon, Luo Ho left the Great Wide World and headed toward the void outside the Great Wide World. With every step he took, he crossed a distance of hundreds of millions of miles. A ferocious beast that was 1,000,000 feet long was slowly moving in the void. All of a sudden, as the palm fell, the body of the ferocious beast, which was comparable to a middle three true immortal, exploded without any warning. Before its flesh and blood could scatter in all directions, it was restrained by a powerful force. Then, all of the flesh and blood gathered in the middle of the palm. In less than a few breaths, the flesh and blood disappeared, and in its place was a blood-red ball that remained there quietly. The palm disappeared. Even the blood-colored ball was taken away. On the other side, Rahu stood in the void, looked at the blood-colored ball in front of him, and swallowed it in one gulp. The blood pill entered his stomach. The inextinguishable sword energy that lingered around his body seemed to weaken a little. However, the sword energy left behind by the innate cardinal treasure was left there, constantly destroying his body, and then it was automatically healed by the power of his body. The entire process, it was as if he had fallen into an endless cycle. The blood pill of a middle 3 true immortal is still too weak. If I can refine a Dao fruit into a blood pill, then I will definitely be able to recover to my former peak, or even surpass it. A cold light burst out of Rahu's eyes, and then it was immediately hidden. He also knew that his thoughts were really just thoughts. It was not easy to kill a Dao fruit. If he wanted to refine a Dao fruit into a blood pill, the difficulty would be even greater. The blood pill of a middle 3 true immortal was a little weak, but at least it could be supplemented, and it was better than nothing. He scanned with his divine will. Rahu soon found the place where the other ferocious beast was. With a step, his body appeared in another part of the void. His body cracked. The blood pill condensed. Luoho opened his mouth and swallowed the blood pill. He smacked his lips and his face was full of dissatisfaction. What's going on in this era? Why are there so few living creatures in the universe? After searching for so long, I only found a few middle 3 true immortals and a few lower 3 true immortals. He was completely speechless now. He thought that there were many living creatures in the universe. As long as he devoured some of them, he would be able to recover his strength in a short time. However, when Luoho was really looking for living creatures, he realized that living creatures in this era were terrifyingly rare. He scanned with his Dao fruit's divine thought, but he could not find many edible ones. In the past, without the upper 3 true immortals, Luoho would not be interested at all. But now, not to mention the upper 3 true immortals, he did not even let go of a Deva realm beast. All of a sudden, Luoho felt helpless. With so few living creatures, it was difficult for him to refine the blood pill. Without the blood pill, it would take a long time for his injuries and lost cultivation to recover. I have to recover my strength as soon as possible. I don't have much time left in this era. If I'm not strong enough, I'll die sooner or later. Luoho's expression was solemn. The reason why he was resurrected in this era was because he had enemies in the previous 3 eras. His strength had not recovered. Naturally, he did not dare to reveal his whereabouts in front of his enemies. Only in this era, which was also the 4th era, Luoho could ensure that all his enemies were not in the universe. That was why he dared to prepare with peace of mind and wait for a chance to fully revive. However, he did not expect that. The revival plan that he had carefully prepared was ruined by Qin Shujian. Not only was his plan ruined, but he was also beaten to a pulp by the other party. The more he thought about it, the more Luoho felt that he could not swallow his anger. Dao fruit experts had almost endless lifespan. They did not care much about many things. Only their pride was the most important thing. After losing his pride, he had to find a way to get back at him. He was thinking about something. Luoho's figure disappeared again. Almost at the same time, he appeared in another place. In front of him, a ferocious beast at the sky human stage was shivering. It was as though it had encountered some terrifying existence. It lay there in the void, not daring to make any movements. Luoho's expression was indifferent. He simply waved his hand and the ferocious beast's body seemed to be compressed by a big hand. Its huge body disappeared, leaving only a blood pellet quietly hovering there. Open your mouth. The blood pill seemed to have been pulled into his mouth. The blood pill entered his stomach. A look of contempt flashed across Luoho's eyes. In the past, celestials were trash to him. He wouldn't even give them a second glance. Now, he had to eat such trash. It was also a disgrace to his status. Qin Shujian had already returned to the heavenly court while Luoho was constantly hunting vicious beasts to recover from his injuries. In the heavenly palace, the first thing he did when he returned was to find Nyodali. Green Ox, have you heard of demon ancestor Rahu? It really is him. Hearing this, Nyodali's expression changed. Seeing his reaction, Qin Shujian had already confirmed his guess. It seems that you have a certain understanding of Luoho. Tell me about his strength. Is he strong or weak among the ancient gods of the first era? Facing the question, Niao Dali pondered for a moment and then spoke. Luo Ho is from the second batch of ancient gods of the first era. In fact, he is the reincarnation of the 3,000 fiend gods who died at the beginning of the first era. In terms of foundation, very few people in the first era can compare with him. 3,000 fiend gods, Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows. Like Chu Quantu, he had also never heard of the 3,000 fiend gods. After Niao Dali explained, he finally understood. I didn't expect Luo Ho's foundation to be so powerful. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. He didn't know about the 3,000 fiend gods, but Pangu knew very well. Pangu was a powerful ancient god of the first era. He had even seen Pangu in the third era. That terrifying power was still fresh in his memory. According to Niao Dali, Pangu's foundation was the three fiend gods. In this way, Luo Ho's origin was obvious. Seeing Qin Shujian's slightly shocked expression, Niao Dali continued, Luo Ho is the demon ancestor of the first era and the founder of the demon Dao of all eras. He once competed with Dao ancestor Hong Jun for the general trend of the world. Unfortunately, Dao ancestor had many helpers who jointly besieged Luo Ho. Luo Ho was outnumbered and defeated by Dao ancestor. Naturally, Luo Ho disappeared after that. According to the rumors, when Luo Ho was defeated, he was killed and sealed in a certain place by Dao ancestor. Now, it seems that Luo Ho used extraordinary means to seal his body until now and then resurrected in this era. A battle between Daoists and demons, Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. Luo Ho's strength is relatively strong to be able to fight with Hong Jun. Of course. Niao Dali nodded in agreement. Luo Ho is definitely strong. Even the Taiqing holy man said that he might not be Luo Ho's match. However, I didn't expect the Qin emperor to be able to force Luo Ho to retreat. This level of cultivation is considered top-notch even in the first era. Luo Ho's cultivation hasn't fully recovered. I took advantage of him. Qin Shujian smiled. He had a good understanding of Luo Ho's strength. According to Niao Dali, when Luo Ho was at his peak, he was not weaker than Hong Jun. Therefore, even if his cultivation hadn't recovered, he was probably not weaker than an ordinary ancient god. In this way, since he could suppress Luo Ho, his overall strength was definitely not weaker than Hong Jun's. After figuring out the crux of the matter, Qin Shujian's confidence increased greatly. It turned out that he was really that strong. He was much stronger than he was in the third era. Although he was also very strong then, he couldn't compete with an ancient god with his strength alone. Unless he borrowed the power of the heavenly court. But even so, he could only fight to a draw with an ordinary ancient god. Ancient gods like the Taiqing holy man could also suppress him. As for the stronger Hong Jun and Pangu, it was needless to say. He was completely no match for them. Now, it was different. With his own strength, he wasn't weaker than the powerful ancient gods of the first era. If he was on his home ground and borrowed the power of the heavenly court, even if Pangu came, Qin Shujian was confident that he could wrestle with him. However, these were all thoughts in his heart. Qin Shujian didn't say it out loud, as if he was bragging to Niao Dali. Demon ancestor Luo Ho can fight against Hong Jun. There's no doubt that he's extremely powerful. In this way, my strength is considered not weak among the ancient gods. With the help of a supreme treasure, my strength will reach a higher level. After sending Niao Dali away, Qin Shujian recalled his previous battle. After breaking through to the Dao fruit realm, he had a total of 2 battles. The first was with the great wide world's heavenly Dao. Although that battle was also intense, both sides held back to a certain extent. They didn't really fight to the death, so it wasn't considered a full display of strength. However, the battle with Luo Ho was completely different. Both sides' goal was to kill each other, so they both went all out. In this battle, it allowed Qin Shujian to truly understand his own strength and what stage he was at. In general, the system that evolved the world was indeed terrifyingly powerful. He had just broken through to the Dao fruit realm and was already comparable to the powerful ancient gods of the first era. One had to know the reason why the ancient gods of the first era were powerful, apart from being blessed by nature, was the accumulation of endless years. Therefore, when he had just broken through, he was already comparable to the powerful ancient gods of the first era. If he had more time to settle down, his future potential would be too terrifying. After all, the breakthrough from the inner world to the great wide world was just the beginning. There would still be continuous birth of laws, and the existing laws would be strengthened step by step. When that time came, his inner world would further expand. At the same time, Xianxia's own strength would also steadily increase. I can completely borrow the power of the time formation for the evolution of my inner world. This way, my strength will be greatly improved in a short period of time. The time formation is indeed a bug-like existence in the system of evolving the world. For other Dao fruits, the time formation had no effect at all. This was because the improvement of the Dao fruit was the comprehension of the universe's origin, further increasing one's strength. The time formation could only be fixed in a region and was not very useful at all. However, the Dao fruit's comprehension of the universe's origin required divine consciousness to wander in the universe all the time. As a result, the time formation was completely useless. All Dao fruit experts used millions, tens of millions, or even billions of years to increase their strength. Such a long time. However, the increase in strength was only a tiny bit. Furthermore, he couldn't do it at all. However, Xianxia did not need to comprehend the origin of the universe to increase his strength. He mainly relied on the evolution of his inner world. As long as his inner world was strengthened, his own strength would also be strengthened. In the end, he would reach a realm where his strength could break through all techniques. I don't care what kind of origin laws you have, I don't care what kind of heaven-defying methods you have. I only need to throw out a single punch. How many people in this world can take it? Xianxia smiled. He could cleanse the universe with just a pair of fists. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that his inner world had to be strong enough. If his inner world wasn't strong enough, then the increase in strength wouldn't be much. Shortly after, he took out Zhou Tian's star array diagram and used it as the core of the array to set up a powerful time array on the emperor's throne. For Xianxia, setting up a time formation was just a matter of thought. Even if it was to set up a very powerful time formation, it wouldn't take much effort. In less than a few breaths, a time formation with a flow rate of 1 to 200,000 was completely formed. 1 to 200,000. That meant that 1 year outside was equivalent to 200,000 years inside the time formation. 1 to 200,000 is still too little. It would be best if it could be 1 to 1 million or even 1 to 10 million. But, the current flow rate of time has reached the maximum limit that the universe can accommodate. It's impossible to increase it any further. Xianxia shook his head. There was the origin of laws in the universe. Although the Dao fruit was said to be detached from the laws, it was only detached from the laws of the upper-class world or the laws of the outer realm. The laws of the universe were the origin of all laws. Even the Dao fruit couldn't surpass the origin of laws. Even if it was on par with the origin of laws, it was still a little inferior. Therefore, as long as there were laws, then everything was orderly. The flow rate of time was also controlled by the laws. The laws of the universe limited the time formation to a maximum of 1 to 200,000. It wasn't allowed to exceed it at all. Other Dao fruits couldn't. Xianxia couldn't do it either. Unless one day, he completely surpassed the origin of laws of the universe and was no longer bound by the origin of laws. Then, he could set up a more powerful time formation without restraint. As the saying goes, the Tao is endless. Even if I have the chance to surpass the laws of the universe in the future, there will definitely be more powerful laws. If I want to truly not be bound by the laws, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to not be bound by the laws. In Xianxia's opinion, it wasn't as simple as surpassing the origin of laws of the universe. There was always someone else. There was always someone else. For ordinary people, the upper-class world was everything. But for the strong, only then did they understand that there was a universe above the upper-class world. Then, it was normal for there to be other existences above the universe. At the very least. In Xianxia's understanding, the player's real world was a little more advanced than the current universe. And through the understanding of the incarnation, the player's world was probably not the most advanced existence. However, he was also clear. It wasn't the time for him to think so much. Whether it was the player's world or surpassing the origin of laws of the universe, it wasn't something he should think about for the time being. When he really reached the limit, it was time to consider other things. Now that the demon abyss has been destroyed, the escaped Rahu is not a small hidden danger. Since his strength is comparable to Hongjun, if he recovers in the future, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. It seems that I have to find a chance to get rid of this hidden danger. In addition, the demon abyss has been destroyed, the heavenly court has a chance to recuperate for the time being. The heavenly axiom of the player's world is still constantly fusing and invading, it's not yet time to launch a decisive battle. Wait a little longer, everything is not far away. Thoughts surged in Qin Shujian's mind, and the context of some things had become clear. Before the demon abyss was destroyed, he didn't think so much. But now that the demon abyss was destroyed, then it was time to consider the future. Compared to the battle between the illusory and reality, the demon abyss was just a small problem. Just as Qin Shujian was about to go into seclusion, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Right, there's something I almost forgot. The East Continent. In the main hall of the Qianyuan sacred ground. Qin Yuanbai's face was ugly as he stared at Zhang Ergu below with a murderous look in his eyes. At the same time, the other elders of the sacred ground were all sitting on both sides with different expressions on their faces. Some looked ugly, some looked strange, and some were completely gloating. You want to challenge me for the position of the sacred lord? Have you really thought about it? Qin Yuanbai's voice was cold. He didn't expect that the position of the sacred lord would be threatened as soon as he returned from the demon abyss. What was even more unexpected was that the person who issued the challenge was Zhang Ergu. To be honest, Qin Yuanbai had vaguely heard of Zhang Ergu's name. He was considered a strong cultivator in the Yuan sect, but no matter how strong he was no different from an ant in the eyes of a perfected immortal. Moreover, the other party's name was also extremely unconventional. After all, for any expert, even if they didn't have a great reputation, they were at least in the normal range. No matter what, it was impossible for someone to be called Zhang Ergu. Ergu, what kind of weirdo could have such a name and use it to this day? In the face of the threat in Qin Yuanbai's words, Zhang Ergu stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferent. The Qianyuan sacred ground has a rule that only the strongest person in the sacred ground is qualified to be the sacred lord. At the same time, each sect has the right to challenge the sacred lord once every 10 years. Now I am just following the rules of the sacred ground. For some reason, when he saw that Qin Shujian often liked to put his hands behind his back, Zhang Ergu was a little puzzled at first. When he learned to do it, he suddenly realized that it was really cool to talk like this. Not to mention anything else. Just by standing there, he gave people the feeling that he was a master. After only trying it once, Zhang Ergu was deeply addicted to it. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai's face became colder. Are you using the rules of the sacred ground to suppress me? You've misunderstood. I'm just stating the facts. If you don't want to abide by the rules of the Holy Land, I can ask the Emperor of Heaven if the rules set by the Qianyuan sacred ground are still accurate. Zhang Ergu was not afraid, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Having been countered, Qin Yuanbai's complexion turned ugly. She didn't wait for him to speak. Immediately, an elder from the Holy Land rebuked him angrily. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to the Holy Master like that? Quickly kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, even Yuan Zong won't be able to protect you. You forgot to take your medicine when you went out? Zhang Ergu glanced at him and said lightly. Hearing this, the Holy Land elder was puzzled at first, then he flew into a rage. How dare you scold me? So what if I'm scolding you? Right now, I'm challenging for the position of Holy Master. The challenger's status isn't any lower than Qin Yuanbai's. When the two of us are talking, a little elder like you dares to interrupt? Could it be that you're used to being a dog and can't change it? Zhang Ergu retorted. Boom, a powerful aura rose from the Holy Land elder's body. No matter how good his temperament was, Zhang Ergu's words had triggered the killing intent in his heart. In an instant, the elder attacked, and a palm blasted toward Zhang Ergu. challenging the Holy Master? Let's see if you're qualified. You're courting death. Zhang Ergu's eyes turned cold. His body suddenly moved, and he directly kicked out in the air. The space in the hall instantly shattered. Boom, the elder's body flew out horizontally. When he landed, the flesh on his chest exploded, and at the same time, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with horror as he looked at Zhang Ergu. He didn't expect this at all. His opponent's strength had reached such a level. Not only was the Holy Land Elder shocked, but the other Holy Land Elders also looked at Zhang Ergu in shock at this moment. They also didn't expect this. How could the unknown Zhang Ergu be so powerful? No matter what, the Holy Land Elder who attacked was an expert at the limit of the heavenly being realm, but he was almost kicked to death by the other party. Such strength was definitely possessed by a heavenly being. A true immortal. Qin Yuanbai's voice was cold. So you've already broken through to the true immortal realm. No wonder you dare to challenge the Holy Master's position. The Origin sect has 2 true immortals, how lucky. As he spoke, a strong killing intent had already risen in Qin Yuanbai's heart. The Origin sect had only been around for a short period of time, and 2 true immortals had already been born. This kind of luck was much more terrifying than his 9 palace sect. If this was allowed to continue, the Origin sect's power would definitely grow again soon. When that time came, he was afraid that his position as the Holy Master would really be unstable. Kill him, in an instant, this thought surged in Qin Yuanbai's heart. Only by killing Zhang Ergu and weakening the Origin sect's strength could he stabilize his position and prevent the Origin sect from overtaking him in the future. As for whether he was a match for Zhang Ergu, this point, Qin Yuanbai was not worried at all. Although he had not broken through to the 2nd level immortal realm, with the support of the deity position of the heavenly court, his strength was not weaker than an ordinary 2nd level immortal. He looked at Zhang Ergu again. The other party was not well known, and it was obvious that he had just broken through to the true immortal realm not long ago. How much strength could such a true immortal have? If he wanted to fight with him, who was comparable to a 2nd level immortal, he would be digging his own grave. After kicking the sacred ground elder, Zhang Ergu looked at Qin Yuanbai. How is it? I'm qualified to challenge you now, right? Since you're a true immortal, you're naturally qualified to challenge me. However, in the battle for the Holy Master's position, both sides have no eyes. It's inevitable that there will be some injuries. You have to think carefully. Since I dare to challenge you, it means that I've never been afraid. If you're strong enough, even if you kill me on the spot, I, the Origin sect, will definitely not say a word. Zhang Ergu sneered. This sentence was exactly what Qin Yuanbai wanted. Although he was not afraid of offending the Origin sect, he was wary of Qin Shujian behind the Origin sect. After all, the Origin sect was founded by Qin Shujian. Even if Qin Shujian was now the Emperor of Heaven, to a certain extent, he had separated himself from the Origin sect, that friendship was still there. If he really blatantly killed the people of the Origin sect, especially the true immortal of the Origin sect, the Emperor of Heaven might blame him for it. At that time, even if he was the Holy Master of the Qianyuan sacred ground, there was no way he could bear the punishment. Now, since Zhang Ergu took the initiative to speak, all his concerns were resolved. Okay. Qin Yuanbai nodded and then stood up from his seat. Since you want to challenge me, I'll give you this opportunity. You and I don't have to waste time. Let's settle it today. I'll wait for you outside the palace. After saying that, his figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Seeing this, Zhang Ergu did not do anything. His body also slowly disappeared. In the main hall, all the elders did not hesitate and directly walked out. Soon, only the seriously injured elder was still lying there, slowly healing himself with his self-healing ability. Outside the human emperor's palace, now the 5-sided stone tablet was standing there again. But because of the loss of fate, the 5-sided stone tablet fell directly from the level of Zhu Bing's embryo. Fortunately, among the human clan, there were countless cultivators who cultivated the method on the 5-sided stone tablet. As a result, there was a steady flow of fate gathering on the 5-sided stone tablet. Although there was no way to make the five-sided stone tablet rise back to the level of Zhu Bing's embryo, it was recovering little by little. So, in the Qianyuan sacred ground, there were still countless cultivators who were comprehending the method of the five-sided stone tablet. But today was completely different. In front of the stone tablet, not a single cultivator was comprehending the method. Instead, a large area of the field was directly emptied. Qin Yuanbai and Zhang Ergu stood opposite each other in the void, not saying a word. The surrounding cultivators in the void and on the ground all looked at the two of them with curiosity in their eyes. I heard that the elder of the Yuan sect wants to challenge the position of the sacred lord. This is going to be a good show. Hey, I haven't heard of Zhang Ergu's name before. When did the Yuan sect have such a mysterious expert? Who knows? Anyway, there's going to be a good show. Should we step back a little? The two true immortals are going to fight. It's going to be so noisy that it might affect us. What's there to be afraid of? The deputy sacred lord will naturally set up the array later. It won't have a big impact. That's true, many experts were whispering to each other. In their opinion, being able to witness the battle between two true immortals was also a good experience. Apart from that, for many people, it was a good thing that someone dared to challenge Qin Yuanbai. Because Qin Yuanbai had held the position of sacred lord for decades. One thing to know was, since the establishment of the Qianyuan sacred ground, it had only been a few decades. Except for the first few years when Qin Shujian was in charge, Qin Yuanbai had been in charge for the rest of the time. Because of this relationship, it also caused the Jiugong sect, where Qin Yuanbai was, to grow stronger day by day. As a result, the other sects suffered a lot of suppression. Now, if someone could succeed in the challenge and change the position of sacred lord, it was obviously a great thing. In that case, the Nine Palace sect's power would definitely suffer a huge blow. At that time, in the Qianyuan sacred ground, the Nine Palace sect's dominance would be alleviated. However, there were also some who did not wish for Zhang Ergu to succeed in his challenge. These people, basically, they were all Qin Yuanbai's people. Can Elder Ergu succeed? The gazes of the experts from Yuanzong's side also landed on the two of them. Their expressions were grave. Hearing this, Zhongfang shook his head slightly. It's hard to say. Although Elder Buttface has reached the genuine celestial realm through the heaven and earth derivation system, Qin Yuanbai has reached the genuine celestial realm many years ago and has a deity position. Other things aside, if I were to fight with him, I wouldn't have any chance of winning. Doesn't that mean that Elder Ergu will lose for sure? Some of the Yuan sect elders were startled. Zhongfang said, not necessarily. The heaven and earth derivation system is very strong. The strength that Elder Buttface showed in the demonic abyss is also very strong. I am not Qin Yuanbai's opponent, but that doesn't mean that Elder Buttface is not. Let's wait and see. This battle will be the battle that will completely turn our Yuan sect around. Since Qin Shujian became the Emperor of Heaven and the Qianyuan sacred ground was taken over by Qin Yuanbai, the strength of Yuan sect had plummeted. As a sect founded by the Emperor of Heaven and the first sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground. After Qin Shujian left, it was a shame that Yuan sect did not get the position of sacred lord. Later on, Qin Yuanbai's subtle suppression made it even more difficult for Yuan sect to develop. Over the years, there were only a few experts born in Yuan sect. Zhongfang could understand the actions of the sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground. After all, the Sky Origin sect was founded by the Sky Emperor. It could be considered to have great fortune on its body. Who knew when an elite would be born and threaten his position as the Holy Lord? In this way, the suppression was justifiable. But understanding was one thing. Zhongfang would never agree with Qin Yuanbai's approach. After all, he was a member of Yuan sect, not a member of the Jiugong sect. Qin Yuanbai suppressed Yuan sect, which meant that he was Yuan sect's enemy. However, it was also because of his relationship with Qin Shujian that Qin Yuanbai only dared to do some things secretly and never dared to suppress Yuan sect openly. However, once Qin Shujian was gone, Zhongfang was almost certain that Yuan sect would be destroyed by Qin Yuanbai in an instant. Therefore, Zhengfang was very supportive of Zhang Ergu's fight for the position of Sacred Lord. As long as the other party succeeded in winning the position of Sacred Lord, then Yuan sect would be able to control the resources of the Qianyuan sacred ground. At that time, they would naturally be able to cultivate many experts. The others did not dare to say. But he still had a little confidence in Zhang Ergu's words. In the demon abyss. The other party's method of killing the ancient demon god was enough to prove that his strength was extremely tyrannical. Although Qin Yuanbai was strong. But there was a high probability that he was no match for him. When the other elders of Yuan sect heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Zhengfang's words, to them, were the greatest stimulant. On the side. Zhang Tiniu also nodded solemnly. First elder is right. Elder Ergu is very strong. I think Qin Yuanbai is definitely no match for him. The position of Sacred Lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground should be returned to Yuan sect. The position of Sacred Lord was very important to Yuan sect. In fact, the position of Sacred Lord was equally important to other sections. It was just that other sects lacked experts and had no way to compete for it. Now that Zhang Ergu had broken through to the true immortal realm using the method of deriving heaven and earth, his strength was terrifying. However, few people knew how Zhang Ergu had broken through. In that case, when they really fought, they would undoubtedly be able to catch the other party off guard. Time passed slowly. Fang Xinglan stepped into the air, looked at the two of them with a complicated expression, and then said, Elder Zhang, are you sure you want to compete for the position of Sacred Lord? Of course. Well, in that case, this challenge will be up to me. Just as Fang Xinglan was speaking, a gentle voice sounded. Oh, what day is it today? Why is it so lively? Hearing this voice, some people looked confused, some people's expressions changed drastically, and some people's faces showed surprise. Soon, a corner of a green robe appeared in everyone's sight. Without any hesitation, everyone bowed at the same time and shouted in unison. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. Even Qin Yuanbai bowed respectfully at this moment. The Sacred Lord of a sacred ground was only a force of the human clan. The heavenly court was the existence that ruled all clans. Any one of the clans could not be rude when they saw the Emperor of Heaven. Not to mention, Qin Yuanbai was the founder of the Qianyuan sacred ground. In the Qianyuan sacred ground, from the Sacred Lord to the ordinary cultivators, they all bowed down at this time, not daring to be the slightest bit rude. Qin Shujian looked at the crowd with a faint smile on his face. No need to be so polite, get up. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. After saying this, everyone dared to straighten up. Qin Shujian's eyes wandered between Qin Yuanbai and Zhang Ergu, and finally fixed on Zhang Ergu. It seems that Elder Ergu intends to compete for the position of the Sacred Lord? Emperor of Heaven, according to the rules of the Qianyuan sacred ground, any sect is qualified to challenge for the position of the Sacred Lord. Our Yuan sect is also one of the sects of the Qianyuan sacred ground, so we naturally have this qualification. Zhang Ergu cupped his fists and replied solemnly. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai's face turned a little ugly. Qin Shujian's sudden appearance gave him a bad feeling. Although they were all humans, and they were all from the Qianyuan sacred ground, the Emperor of Heaven might not be too biased. But the real problem was, compared to Yuan sect, there was still some gap. No matter what, Yuan sect was also a sect that was founded by Yuan sect. When it came to feelings, no one else could compare. Qin Shujian nodded. That's right. The position of the Sacred Lord belongs to the capable. If you have the confidence, of course you can compete for the position of the Sacred Lord. After saying this, he looked at Fang Xinglan on the side. Being stared at by Qin Shujian, Fang Xinglan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly saluted. Emperor of Heaven. Although he was now the array ancestor and had a position in the heavenly court that was not much lower than that of the four war gods, he was still just an ant in front of the Emperor of Heaven. Qin Shujian said, Array ancestor, are you going to be a witness to this battle? Yes. No matter what, the Qianyuan sacred ground was once founded by me. Since I am here today, I will preside over this battle. Does the array ancestor have any objections? It is our honor to be presided over by the Emperor of Heaven. How could this subject have any objections? Feng Xinglan hurriedly replied. It didn't matter to him whether he was the host or not. If Qin Shujian wanted to be the host, then so be it. After all, he was the Emperor of Heaven. Offending the other party over such a small matter would be purely idiotic. Yes. Qin Shujian nodded, and then his gaze moved away from Feng Xinglan. The means of a genuine immortal are extraordinary. If they really want to fight, destroying a domain is a small matter. Although the Qianyuan sacred ground is strong, it may not be able to withstand the aftermath of the battle between two genuine immortals. I will supervise and preside over this battle to prevent serious damage. He paused for a moment. He looked at the two parties involved. You don't have any objections, right? Qin Yuanbai bowed. It is our honor to be presided over by the Emperor of Heaven. We will listen to the Emperor of Heaven. Zhang Erge grinned. Originally, he was worried that if Qin Yuanbai couldn't win, the others would secretly use some tricks. Now that Qin Shujian was here, all the problems were no longer a problem. After all, the Emperor of Heaven was still on his side. From some of the things that the other party had done, Zhang Erge could almost see it. There was someone behind him. His confidence was instantly boosted by a few notches. The experts of the other sects, as well as many elders of the sacred ground, now had complicated expressions. The appearance of Qin Shujian was completely beyond their expectations. It seems that this time the sacred ground is really going to change. In the crowd, Xia Kun's expression was calm, but a lot of thoughts surged in his heart. Originally, he didn't have much confidence in whether Zhang Erge could succeed or not. But now, the appearance of Qin Shujian had increased this probability. Everyone knew. The first sect master of Yuan sect was Qin Shujian. Now that the other party had appeared, no one dared to believe that there was no bias at all. After all, this friendship had always been there. Moreover, taking a step back, even if Qin Shujian was really fair and just, then when Zhang Erge was defeated, there would definitely be no danger to his life. Looking at the current situation, Zhang Erge dared to challenge Qin Yuanbai. Even if he couldn't win, his strength wouldn't be much weaker. If the other party didn't die, he would always be a big threat to Qin Yuanbai. In this way, only by killing Zhang Erge would he be able to eliminate this threat. But Qin Shujian was here, then there was no possibility of killing Zhang Erge. No matter how strong Qin Yuanbai was, he was not qualified to kill in front of the other party. Now, Qin Shujian waved his hand and saw the void vibrate. A lot of materials appeared out of thin air and then melted in front of everyone's eyes at an extremely fast speed. In less than a few breaths, the materials melted and there seemed to be a thunder tribulation in the sky. Get lost. Qin Shujian raised his head and spat out a word. In an instant, the thunder tribulation dissipated. In the Qianyuan sacred ground, everyone looked up at the sky and their necks stiffened. It was already shocking enough to refine a supreme treasure that attracted the thunder tribulation in a few breaths. Many people wanted to see how many thunder tribulations would come. In the end, with just a few words, the thunder tribulation retreated. Such a thing was simply unheard of and unheard of. Terrifying. This was the only word left in everyone's mind. Terrifying. It was too terrifying, as everyone knew, the thunder tribulation was so powerful that even a 9th-level immortal had to bear it honestly. True immortals had a limited lifespan. At the moment of the end of their lifespan, the thunder tribulation would descend. At that time even a 9th-level immortal would die. From this alone, it could be seen that the thunder tribulation was completely superior to that of a true immortal. It was just that most of the time, the thunder tribulation that descended was not very powerful. The thunder tribulation retreated. It was not that the cultivator defied the heavens with his own strength. It was just the rules. So, ordinary cultivators were not qualified to command the thunder tribulation to do things. However, Qin Shujian's words made the thunder tribulation retreat obediently. In their eyes, they seemed to have seen an extremely powerful existence come arrogantly and then leave with his tail between his legs. For a moment, the scene was eerily silent. Many people did not know how strong the Dao fruit was. Now, the tip of the iceberg of strength that Qin Shujian had shown had already made them feel what it meant to be unpredictable. The thunder tribulation retreated. A platform had been condensed in the air and landed directly in front of the human emperor's palace. The platform did not look big, only about 30 to 50 feet. There were no patterns on it, but it exuded a deep and simple aura that made people involuntarily feel awe. This divine weapon, in the Yuan sect's camp, Shen Yuqing's pupils suddenly shrank. He was a grandmaster blacksmith. In terms of blacksmithing, he was already one of the top blacksmiths in the eastern continent. However, when the platform was condensed and formed, he deeply felt his insignificance in the field of blacksmithing. Uncanny craftsmanship, a word appeared in Shen Yuqing's mind. Uncanny craftsmanship, he was sure. If he could comprehend 1% of it, he might be able to directly advance to the Saint Realm. Although, the position of the artifact ancestor was already taken. If he could advance to the Saint Realm, he would definitely be able to step into the true immortal realm. In that case, he would have completed his lifelong pursuit. However, Shen Yuqing also understood. Relying on his own foundation, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to comprehend such a method. The platform was cast. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and made a simple stroke. It was as if heaven and earth had just been created, and endless mysteries appeared from within. The void stirred. A large array was quietly set up. When the array appeared, Fang Xinglan's pupils contracted violently. With his current array Dao cultivation that had reached the Saint Realm, he actually couldn't see through the clues of the array in front of him. It was so mysterious. It was completely beyond the scope of this array ancestor's knowledge. Fang Xinglan originally wanted to calm his mind and forcefully comprehend it. In the end, a feeling of dizziness attacked him, causing him to almost lose his balance in the void. At this point, he no longer dared to forcefully comprehend that array on his own. What kind of level has the Emperor of Heaven's array Dao reached? Fang Xinglan looked at the majestic back with shock and doubt in his eyes. Originally, he thought that the Saint Realm was the pinnacle of the array Dao. But when he really broke through to the Saint Realm and obtained the array ancestor deity position, he truly understood that the Saint Realm was just a starting point in some aspects. Once a cultivator stepped into the Saint Realm, he was considered to have broken through to the true immortal realm. Ordinary true immortals were divided into 9 levels. Similarly, the Saint Realm was also divided into 9 levels. Strictly speaking, Fang Xinglan himself was at the first level of the Saint Realm, which meant that he was at the first level of the immortal realm. However, with the support of the array ancestor deity position, the array he set up could even contend with the second level of the immortal realm. If he wanted to go any higher, it would be impossible. But even so, facing some powerful arrays, Fang Xinglan was confident that he was qualified to comprehend them. Just like the one in front of him. He couldn't even comprehend it. The gap between the two was a little too big. 9th level of the Saint Realm. It's still beyond the 9th level. Fang Xinglan was not sure. Qin Shujian was a top expert in the Great Thousand World and the most powerful one in history. Even the ancient Emperor of Heaven, Qin Tsung, was not qualified to be compared to the Emperor of Heaven. Therefore, the limits that others could not break, being broken in this heavenly Emperor's hands was also all too normal. This is the sacred battle platform. This Emperor has already set up a formation. Although this platform seems to be only a few meters wide, there is actually a heaven and earth within it. Even if 9th level immortals were to fight, they wouldn't be able to break through the defenses of the sacred battle platform. There's also no need to worry about the shockwaves from the battle leaking out. In the future, as long as there is a Holy Lord competition, it can be held on the sacred battle platform. Qin Shujian said slowly. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked once again. Sacred battle platform, it could accommodate 9th heaven immortals. From the moment he started refining the sacred battle platform to the moment he set up the formation, it only took less than 10 breaths of time. To be able to set up such a trap in such a short period of time. Immediately, they deeply felt the terror of the number one person in the vast thousand world. After Qin Shujian finished speaking, Zhang Erge took the lead and entered the sacred battle platform. Qin Yuanbai, I'll be waiting for you inside. After saying this, he had already entered the sacred battle platform. The scene changed and Zhang Ergu found himself in a boundless void. He couldn't see the end of it. Hiss. He couldn't help but be shocked by such a scene. Although Qin Shujian said that there were some differences between the inside and outside of the sacred battle platform, when he really entered and discovered that there was a void hidden inside, he truly understood how terrifying this method was. Not only that, in the boundless void, there were a large number of images appearing. When he looked carefully, he realized that these images were actually the scenes outside the sacred battle platform. Perhaps it was to match the boundless void, or else the scene outside would be too small. Therefore, every image was magnified many times. They were like gods silently standing in the void, looking down at him. This kind of method is really shocking. The bow of heaven and earth side. All innate spiritual objects have the imprint of heaven and earth in them. I have also seen the scene of experts being born in heaven and earth, but I have never seen an expert with such methods as the Emperor of Heaven. Creating a void with a wave of his hand is not something that a true immortal can achieve. For such an expert, the more he understood his own ignorance. With the knowledge of the bow of heaven and earth, he could understand that the void in front of him actually had laws. Once there were laws, to a certain extent, it could be considered a part of heaven and earth. However, the number of laws determined the degree of completeness of heaven and earth. However, even if there was only one law, it was enough to be shocking. This was because a real heaven and earth was different from a small world. There were no laws in a small world. It was just equivalent to a domain or a boundary. The difference between the two, it was not something that could be described with words. On the other side, after seeing Zhang Ergu enter the sacred battle platform, Qin Yuanbai didn't hesitate for long and directly stepped in. After entering, like Zhang Ergu, he was also shocked by the existence of the boundless void. However, Qin Yuanbai wasn't shocked for long before his attention fell on Zhang Ergu. What he should think about now was how to get rid of this opponent. If he couldn't even keep the position of the sacred lord, then everything else was just empty talk. However, Qin Yuanbai wasn't too worried. In his opinion, no matter how strong Zhang Ergu was, it was impossible for him to compete with him. On the contrary, what he should consider was what Qin Shujian would do if Zhang Ergu was defeated. Both of them had their own thoughts in their minds. Very soon, the void collapsed. Qin Yuanbai directly made his move. The long river of laws broke through the void, like a torrent that could destroy heaven and earth, bombarding the void until it was buzzing and trembling. The moment he made his move, he went all out. Although he looked down on Zhang Ergu in his heart, Qin Yuanbai would not relax in the slightest for any opponent. Carelessness, it would only cost him his life. He had lived for thousands of years, so it was impossible for him not to know about these things. The moment Qin Yuanbai made his move, Zhang Ergu's expression remained unchanged. Holding the Qianquan bow in one hand, he directly drew the bow and shot out a spiritual arrow, bombarding the torrent of laws. Boom, the two forces collided, and the spiritual arrow was instantly destroyed. To this, Zhang Ergu wasn't in a hurry. He drew his bow again and shot out over 100 spirit arrows in one breath. The numerous spirit arrows gathered together and were as dazzling as the stars in the sky. The galaxy condensed and collided with the torrent of rules. Rumble. Who does the Emperor of Heaven think will win? In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Qin Shujian didn't change his expression on the surface, but inside, he gave an answer with his divine sense. Both of them are actually not weak. Godslayer was speechless at this answer. What was the difference between saying it and not saying it? However, he didn't directly complain. His attention fell on the sacred battle platform, and his tone was a little strange. The Emperor of Heaven didn't come here specifically for Zhang Ergu, right? That's right. Qin Shujian admitted frankly. Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven is worried that Zhang Ergu is not a match for Qin Yuanbai? If so, with the Emperor of Heaven's means, he should have a way to let Zhang Ergu win. Godslayer said in a deep voice. He understood how important Zhang Ergu was to Qin Shujian. He had also helped him many times before. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. I'm not worried that Ergu is not a match for him. Instead, I'm worried that Ergu will kill Qin Yuanbai. No matter what, Qin Yuanbai has sacrificed a lot for the human race. If he dies here, it will be too much of a loss. He didn't have any bad feelings for Qin Yuanbai. No matter what, the other party had sacrificed a lot for the human race. Qin Shujian also saw the subtle suppression of Yuanzong, but he didn't intend to intervene. Although Yuanzong was founded by him, it didn't mean that he would always protect Yuanzong's growth. If he really relied on himself for everything, then the existence of this sect would be meaningless. So, if he wanted to get rid of the decline, he could only rely on himself. If Yuanzong couldn't do it, then there was no other way. The Emperor of Heaven thinks that Zhang Erge can win? He walks on the system of evolving heaven and earth. Don't underestimate him. Qin Shujian smiled. Evolving heaven and earth, Godslayer was silent. There were only two people who had succeeded in using this system. One was the Emperor of Heaven, and the other was Zhang Ergu on the sacred battle platform. How strong was Qin Shujian? Godslayer knew this very well. He had been by Lu Xian's side since Lu Xian was still a diviner. Lu Xian's ability to challenge those of a higher level was indeed shocking. If Zhang Ergu was really like Qin Shujian at that time, then it was really possible to kill Qin Yuanbai. Just as he was thinking about this, on the sacred battle platform, the battle had already reached an intense stage. Boom, boom. Countless voids collapsed. In the face of this destructive power, anything would be destroyed. Qin Yuanbai's body was encircled by the rules. The dense power of the rules was like the life and death of the world. A palm strike was enough to destroy the world. Then he looked at Zhang Ergu. He did not manifest his rule power, but every punch he threw out could destroy the void. This was a performance that could only be achieved when one's power was exerted to the extreme. I don't care how many rules you have. I'll break all of them with my strength. Zhang Erge laughed, but the attacks in his hands were frighteningly fierce. Evolving heaven and earth. Each of his attacks contained the power of a part of heaven and earth. It was very terrifying. Even if there were no living creatures born in his inner world, the power he could release with the vastness of heaven and earth had already surpassed ordinary true immortals. He threw out a punch. The rules collapsed. Qin Yuanbai's body shook and he retreated. Then, the bow of Cosmos shot out a shocking cold light. The cloud-piercing arrow pierced through the void and attacked him crazily. In an instant, Qin Yuanbai was greatly alarmed. Without thinking, he took out a shield and blocked in front of him. Bang, the shield cracked. It could not withstand the power of the cloud-piercing arrow at all. However, with the shield blocking, Qin Yuanbai had enough time to retreat and not be injured by the cloud-piercing arrow. But not long after he retreated, he saw a huge fist coming toward him. Boom! He was caught off guard. Qin Yuanbai was directly sent flying outside the sacred battle platform. In everyone's sight, they could only see two people fighting fiercely on the platform that was dozens of feet long. There was no such thing as a boundless void. In addition, there was an array to block the fluctuations. In the eyes of these people, the two people fighting did not look like true immortals. Instead, they looked like basic realm cultivators. From the start of the battle until now, Qin Yuanbai was almost at a disadvantage. Such a situation caused many people's hearts to tremble. Zhang Ergu's strength is so strong that the Sacred Lord is at a disadvantage. Hiss. Even if he achieved Tao with his physical body, he can't be so strong. Yuanzong hit it so well. Many experts from the sacred grounds could not help but discuss. Zhang Ergu's strength was completely beyond their imagination. In their opinion, it was impossible for him to be a match for Qin Yuanbai. But now, it was not just a matter of being evenly matched. The side that could not win was completely suppressing the other side. Such strength, it was shocking. While they were shocked by Zhang Ergu's strength, they were even more shocked by Yuanzong's endurance. It had been so long. Zhang Ergu's strength was not exposed at all. Until now, when he started to challenge the Sacred Lord's position, it was exposed. In this way, Yuanzong's scheming was quite deep. Looking at Yuanzong's side, many people had smiles on their faces. Great, Elder Ergu, well done. Looks like the Sacred Lord's position will be returned to my Yuanzong. Niao Feng laughed, his voice was quite arrogant. The people from Nine Palace sect looked at him angrily, but with Qin Shujian around, no one said anything. Noticing the gazes of the people from Nine Palace sect, Niao Feng did not care. The relationship between the two sects was not good, so there was no need to hide it. Moreover, Zhang Ergu's challenge for the Sacred Lord's position was destined to be torn apart, so there was no need to waste any more time. Zheng Fang looked at the battle and nodded in satisfaction. Elder Ergu's strength is indeed very strong. Even if Qin Yuanbai has the support of the deity position, it will be difficult to fight against him. Since he has the upper hand at the beginning, there is not much suspense in the following battle. If there is no accident, Qin Yuanbai's defeat is just a matter of time. Once Qin Yuanbai was defeated, the Sacred Lord's position would be Yuanzong's. When the time came, being able to control the resources of the sacred ground, Yuanzong would definitely be able to develop to a great extent. More importantly, Zhang Ergu followed Qin Shujian's system. Even if he did not grow to the level of the Emperor of Heaven in the future, even if he only had 1/10 of it, it would be enough for Yuanzong to stand tall. With such a powerhouse holding down the fort, Zheng Fang also felt relieved. Hearing his words, the other experts from Yuanzong all had bright smiles on their faces. To be in charge. It had always been what they had been thinking about, but they did not have the chance before. Now that they had the chance, of course, they would not give it up easily. Is the Sacred Lord really going to lose? Although Yuanzong's words made the people from Nine Palace sect angry, they were also very worried. At this moment, in the sacred battle platform, the battle situation changed rapidly. Boom, hundreds of millions of miles of void shattered. Zhang Ergu was like the god of war descending to the world. His aura soared to the sky. Every time he punched out, the rules would collapse, and Qin Yuanbai would fall into a state where it was difficult to defend himself. It's impossible, how can he be so strong? Qin Yuanbai was now in a state of confusion. In his imagination, Zhang Ergu should not be his opponent. No matter what, he had the deity position of 3,000 divine generals. His strength was not weaker than an ordinary second-level immortal. Zhang Ergu did not have the deity position, so it was impossible for him to be stronger than him, who had the deity position. However, the truth was often unexpected. Not long after the fight began, Qin Yuanbai fell into a disadvantage. Until now, he had completely entered a passive situation. Whether he could hold on was a problem, let alone make a comeback. Boom! A huge fist crushed the rules of the void and landed heavily on Qin Yuanbai's body. A terrifying force burst out, causing the body of the Sacred Lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground to crack. He was already sent flying, crashing through layers of void. The position of Sacred Lord will definitely belong to my Yuanzong. Zhang Ergu took the Qianquan bow, knocked the cloud-piercing arrow, and directly pulled it into a full moon. In the dark, it was as if a mysterious force had been triggered, causing his aura to become even more vast. When the mysterious power was activated, Qin Shujian raised his head to look at the sky. His calm eyes finally rippled with emotion. This fluctuation, De-yi, he did not expect that Zhang Ergu would trigger the remnant power of De-yi at this time. One had to know. De-yi had already fallen in the first era. But even if an expert of that level had fallen, there would still be a mark left behind. It was just a matter of how strong or weak it was. During normal times, those imprints would be like rootless duckweeds, drifting aimlessly in the universe without any purpose, nor would they make any sort of stop. In the world, as long as there was a living being that was compatible with it and could attract the attention of the imprints, then the imprints would leak out some of their power, allowing the living being to gain all sorts of enlightenment and further improve on their original foundation. This situation was commonly known as epiphany. However, in the end, there were only a few living beings who could truly match those ancient experts. As such, there were very few living beings who could comprehend it. However, as long as any living being activated those marks, their strength would increase greatly. Of course, the amount of increase would depend on the living being's own level. If the living being was too weak, in that case, the power that he could control would not be that strong. Now, Zhang Ergu had drawn out the imprint that belonged to De-yi. The arrival of that mysterious power was no longer as simple as an epiphany. To a certain extent, it had borrowed De-yi's power. In other words, the power of this arrow was absolutely extraordinary. Fortunately, I am here. Otherwise, the Qianyuan sacred ground would really be in chaos. Qin Shujian shook his head helplessly. If Qin Yuanbai died, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. No matter what. When Qin Yuanbai was in power, he had made a lot of contributions to the Qianyuan sacred ground and the human race. If he died in the infighting, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the other sections. In the end, Qin Yuanbai and Yuanzong were not wrong. It was just that the two sides had different standpoints, so they had different opinions. At this moment, in the boundless void of the sacred battle platform, Zhang Ergu pulled the Qiankuan bow into a full moon, and a majestic figure appeared in the void. A wild and ancient aura swept through the void, causing mysterious lines to appear on the Qiankuan bow. In an instant, Qin Yuanbai had the illusion that he was being stared at by the Grim Reaper, and his heart trembled uncontrollably. I will die, such a thought appeared in his mind. In an instant, Qin Yuanbai directly summoned the Rule Monument. The power of the Rule Monument was so dense that it was manifesting, as if it had turned into a terrifying behemoth, suppressing Zhang Ergu. He understood. He had been locked on, and there was no way to escape. The only thing he could do now was to use all his strength to resist. When the behemoth of the Rule Monument fell, Zhang Ergu's fingers that were clasping the bowstring finally loosened. Swoosh! The cloud-piercing arrow pierced through the air, and the majestic figure in the void also turned into a stream of light and sank into the cloud-piercing arrow. In an instant, the power of the cloud-piercing arrow soared, and wherever it passed, space and time were frozen. As soon as the powerful Rule Monument touched the cloud-piercing arrow, it was annihilated by an absolute force. Rumble! The Rule Monument dissipated, revealing the Rule Monument. Finally, the two bombarded together. Crack! The powerful Rule Monument, under the attack of the cloud-piercing arrow, showed signs of cracks, and was about to completely shatter. At the same time, the Rule Monument was damaged, and Qin Yuanbai's body was also struck by lightning. Just as the Rule Monument was about to shatter, a palm stretched out from the void and directly pinched the cloud-piercing arrow. Then, the boundless void collapsed inch by inch. Whether it was Qin Yuanbai or Zhang Ergu, they all felt as if the world was spinning. When the two came back to their senses, they were already outside the sacred battle platform. Outside the sacred battle platform, Qin Yuanbai's broken body was recovering, but the cracked Rule Monument was not so easy to recover. If it wasn't for the support of the deity position, that blow just now would have been enough to make him fall from the true immortal level. Looking at Zhang Ergu again, the cloud-piercing arrow had unknowingly returned to his hand, and the bow of Cosmos was once again on his back. Just from the scene in front of them, everyone knew the outcome of the battle. However, no one spoke. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Shujian. The outcome had been decided. All that was left was to wait for the Emperor of Heaven to speak. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Shujian spoke calmly. The outcome of the battle for the position of Sacred Lord has been decided. The previous Sacred Lord, Qin Yuanbai, has been defeated, and the current Sacred Lord belongs to the Yuan sect. As long as the Yuan sect is a true immortal, they can choose one person to take over the position of Sacred Lord. In the next 10 years, no one is allowed to challenge the position of Sacred Lord. After 10 years, those with great strength will also start a new round of battle for the position of Sacred Lord. We obey the order of the Emperor of Heaven. Everyone bowed and saluted. They all understood that these words had completely sealed Qin Yuanbai's defeat, and the Yuan sect's turn to become the Sacred Lord. The position of Sacred Lord had fallen into the hands of the Yuan sect. No matter who took over the position of Sacred Lord, it would be greatly beneficial to the Yuan sect. Looking at Qin Yuanbai again, he had been badly injured in the battle, and the Nine Palace sect had offended many sects before. Their situation would definitely become difficult in the future. When Zhang Ergu bowed and thanked him, Qin Yuanbai also took a deep breath. After easing his injuries, he also bowed and accepted the order. P.S. I recommend my friend's new book, The Global Era of Beasts. Yuan Sect. On an uninhabited mountain peak. Qin Shujian and Zhang Ergu stood there and could almost overlook half of the Qianyuan realm. I didn't expect you to have grown to such an extent. Who do you plan to leave the position of Sacred Master to? Right now, Grand Elder and I are the only true immortals in Yuan sect. I'm not interested in the position of Sacred Master, but Grand Elder is quite suitable. Xianxia replied indifferently. After that, he seemed to have thought of something and looked a little displeased. Why did the Emperor of Heaven attack just now? If you didn't attack, Qin Yuanbai definitely wouldn't have been able to block that arrow. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't dare to speak like that in front of Qin Shujian. However, Xianxia didn't think so much. He had doubts in his heart. Then he would ask them face to face. For this, the heaven and earth Bao was already sweating on his behalf. He wanted to remind them of each other's identities, but Qin Shujian was standing there and he didn't dare to speak. Although the conversation with spiritual sense was secretive, it also depended on the occasion. In front of such an expert, there was no difference between talking with spiritual sense and speaking directly. Hearing that, Qin Shujian wasn't angry. He just shook his head slightly. You'll understand when you reach my position. Although Qin Yuanbai suppressed Yuan sect, he did a lot for the human race. In the past, in the myriad race battlefield, and later in the extraterritorial battlefield, he fought for the human race. Although suppressing Yuan sect is selfish, everything has to be done for the sake of the overall situation. In the end, your goal is to hold the position of Sacred Master. Qin Yuanbai's nomological monument was damaged and it's already difficult for him to retain the true immortal realm. He will be in a healing stage for the next 10 years. Since you have successfully opened up your inner world, your strength will steadily increase. Qin Yuanbai is inferior to you now and he won't be your opponent in the future. Since that's the case, why are you worried that he will threaten Yuan sect? On the contrary, keeping such an expert will be more beneficial to the sacred ground in the future. If it was someone else who questioned him, Qin Shujian would have killed him with a slap. However, he was still very patient with Xianxia. Other things aside, just the fact that he had opened up an inner world was enough to prove that he had a chance of becoming a Dao fruit expert. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. Xianxia nodded. Shortly after, Qin Shujian said, I didn't come here to compete for the position of Saint Master. I came here purely for you. For me? That's right. Now that you've opened up your inner world, you can be considered to have officially stepped into the system of heaven and earth derivation. Those who open up their inner worlds will have a lifespan equal to that of heaven and earth. Indirectly, you've broken the 129,600-year limit of a true immortal. In this way, to a certain extent, your lifespan will be as long as the heavens. Qin Shujian patiently explained. Those who have opened up their inner worlds use different methods to increase their strength compared to other true immortals. The strength of your strength comes from the strength of your inner world. The first was a minor chiliocosm, which corresponded to cultivators in the middle 3 true immortal realms and below. One was a medium-class realm, and it corresponded to half-step Dao fruit and below. The other was a greater world, and it corresponded to the Dao fruit level. Only by perfecting your inner world can your strength steadily increase. However, the time needed to complete the inner world is measured in millions or even billions of years. It's completely different from other cultivators. Millions of years, billions of years, Xianxia's face turned slightly pale. According to Qin Shujian, there was almost no problem with lifespan when it came to the system of heaven and earth derivation. However, using millions or billions of years as a unit to increase one's strength was too terrifying. He found it hard to imagine. He had to sit in boredom for so many years before he could make a breakthrough. How torturous would that be? Wait a minute, Xianxia seemed to have thought of something. His gaze fell on Qin Shujian with a puzzled look. Then how did the Emperor of Heaven reach this step? He remembered. It had only been a few decades since Qin Shujian broke through to the true immortal realm. A few decades. He had already broken through to the Dao fruit level. In other words, his inner world had reached the level of a greater world. According to him, the time needed to evolve from a lesser world to a greater world wasn't something that could be done in a few decades. There are shortcuts to everything. Although the process of heaven and earth derivation is very slow to increase one's strength, there is a shortcut that other true immortals don't have, and that is a time formation. A time formation? Xianxia was confused again. Qin Shujian nodded. As the name suggests, a time formation is a formation set up using the laws of time. A year in the real world is 200,000 years in a formation. Such a long time is enough to greatly improve your inner world. Although it's not easy to evolve a greater world, it's still possible to break through to a lesser world. Normal true immortals have lifespan limits and can't use time formations to cultivate, but you don't have such a limit. This is also the main reason why I'm here. After hearing Qin Shujian's explanation, Zhang Ergu understood. The Emperor of Heaven wants to set up a time formation for me? That's right. Qin Shujian nodded. Soon after, he stretched out his hand and an ancient bronze bell appeared in his palm. The Tiandi bell. The moment he saw the ancient bronze bell, Zhang Ergu recognized the other party's identity. He was very familiar with this treasure that had been suppressed in the off-world battlefield. Even though it had been shrunk many times over, he could still recognize it at a glance. To set up a time formation, you need an ultimate treasure to suppress the formation I. The stronger the time formation, the more powerful the ultimate treasure to suppress the formation I. I have already set up a time formation in the Celestial Emperor Bell. Although the flow of time can't be as fast as 1 in 200,000 years, it can be 1 in 80,000 years. In other words, if you cultivate in the Tiandi Bell for 80,000 years, only a year will pass in the outside world. The power within the Tiandi Bell can support you for at least 100 years in the real world. Qin Shujian explained. 100 years in the real world was equivalent to 8 million years in the time formation. Zhang Ergu looked at the ancient bronze bell in front of him and his eyes burned with passion. Then, the Tiandi Bell, which had been resting quietly in Qin Shujian's palm, rose by itself without any wind. It quickly grew to the size of a person and floated quietly in the air. I've already set up the time formation for you. Once you're done with Yuan Zong's matters, you can enter the time formation to cultivate. Remember, if you want heaven and earth to evolve, the most important thing is for your inner world to give birth to enough precepts. At the same time, you have to be compatible with the precepts derived from heaven and earth. Only then can your strength increase greatly. After he finished speaking, Qin Shujian's figure disappeared from the spot. P.S. I'm looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of next month. Qin Shujian came quickly and left quickly. Zhang Ergu didn't even have a chance to ask before the other party disappeared. Emperor of Heaven, he opened his mouth, but just as he was about to say those two words, he closed his mouth. Originally, Zhang Ergu wanted to ask more questions. However, Qin Shujian left too quickly, and it was too late for him to ask. Then, he looked at the Tiandi Bell in front of him. Time formation. Recalling what Qin Shujian said, Zhang Ergu's eyes were burning. 1 year in reality was equivalent to 80,000 years in the formation. In this way, if he cultivated for 8 million years in the time formation, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds and reach an extremely terrifying level. Not to mention that he would be comparable to Qin Shujian. There would only be a handful of human experts who could be compared to him. Elder Qian, have you heard of the existence of the time formation? At this time, Zhang Ergu also remembered the bow of heaven and earth on his back. From the moment Qin Shujian arrived until now, the divine weapon seemed to have gone completely silent. There was not the slightest movement from it. After a long time, the bow of heaven and earth finally made a sound. Actually, I don't know much about the time formation, but I know that some experts can control time. But I've never heard of someone like Emperor of Heaven, who can make 80,000 years pass in the formation on the basis of 1 year in reality. 80,000 years was more than one. Such an array formation was simply appalling to hear of. If this came from someone else, he definitely wouldn't believe it. However, since those words came from Qin Shujian's mouth, there was nothing to doubt. After all, for a powerhouse of that level, no matter how shocking his actions were, it was still reasonable and reasonable. Go Z, this is your opportunity. If you can cultivate bitterly in the time formation for 8 million years, even if you can't dominate the world after you come out, the number of experts who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you can be counted on one hand. The heaven and earth bow quickly regained its senses and said. Regarding this, Zhang Ergu was also clear about this. After taking a deep look at Tiandi Bell, he turned and left. Now was not the time to enter the array to cultivate. He had just won the position of Sacred Master for Yuanzhong. Next, he had to deal with the handover. After everything was settled, it was time to start cultivating. As for what would happen to Tiandi Bell if she stayed here, Zhang Ergu wasn't worried. It was the most precious treasure of the Emperor of Heaven. Not everyone had the right to touch it. Descending from the mountain peak, Yuan sect was already decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Defeat Qin Yuan Bai. The position of Sacred Master fell back into the hands of the sect. To the others, it was a joyous thing. When Zhang Erge came down, the other disciples stopped and bowed respectfully when they saw him. Greetings, Elder Zhang. Greetings, Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang, amidst the warm greetings, Zhang Erge smiled faintly and nodded in response. However, the disciples who heard the news came in an endless stream, so he couldn't maintain the smile on his face for long. Soon, he used his means to go directly to the main hall. Now, all the higher-ups of Yuan's sect were gathered here. When they saw Zhang Ergu, they all stood up and cupped their fists to greet him. Elder Zhang. Everyone, you're too polite. Zhang Ergu's expression became more solemn and he nodded in response. After he took his seat, Su Yuanming then said, Elder Zhang defeated Qin Yuan by this time, so our sect has obtained the position of Sacred Master. According to the Emperor of Heaven, only a genuine immortal can become the next Sacred Master in our sect. I wonder what Elder Zhang thinks about this. After saying that, the others' gazes also fell on Zhang Ergu. A few of them looked at Jing Fang. To this, Jing Fang smiled faintly. Before Zhang Ergu spoke, he had already taken the lead to speak. Elder Zhang's cultivation is so profound that others can't compare to him. If Elder Zhang takes over the position of Sacred Master, it will be a great thing for our sect. Between the lines, he expressed that he had no intention of competing for the position of Sacred Master. Hearing that, some people had regretful looks in their eyes. On the other side, Zhang Erge shook his head. The purpose of my return this time is to clarify this matter. According to the Emperor of Heaven, only a genuine immortal can become the next Sacred Master. Now in the sect, only the first elder and I have broken through to the genuine immortal realm. But I'm only focused on cultivation. I don't think about other things, and I'm not good at managing the sacred land at all. So I'm willing to give up the position of Sacred Master to the first elder. At the same time, I hope that the first elder can lead our sect to the peak after taking over the position of Sacred Master. After saying that, Zhang Erge got up and bowed deeply to Jing Fang. This sudden turn of events caused many people in the hall to be stunned. Even Jing Fang was stunned for a moment. No one expected that Zhang Ergu would really give up the position of Sacred Master and willingly give it up. After all, the position of Sacred Master was not comparable to the position of Sect Master. The Qianyuan sacred ground had developed to this day and was an existence that could compete with the great Zhao Empire. It could be said that currently, there were only two top forces in the human race. One was the Great Zhao Empire, which represented the imperial court, and the other was the Qianyuan sacred ground, which represented the cultivation world. So, although the sacred master of the Qianyuan sacred ground was not a Ren Huang, he was not much worse than one. Moreover, the first sacred master was one of the Renhuangs of the human race. As a result, the status of a sacred master was extraordinarily high. Zhang Ergu was now willing to give up the position of Sacred Master, which was equivalent to Emperor Zhao giving up his throne. In the eyes of others, this was an incredible thing. Elder Zhang, you must be joking. In terms of strength, you are the strongest in the sect. I'm far from being the Sacred Master. When Jing Fang came back to his senses, he rejected the offer. It was reasonable. He was not suitable to be the Sacred Master. Hearing this, Zhang Erge shook his head. First Elder, you don't have to say any more. I've already made up my mind. Only the two of us can be the Sacred Master. I will enter seclusion in a few days. I won't come out until I make a breakthrough. The sacred ground also needs someone to manage it. It's reasonable for you to take over as the Sacred Master. Zheng Fang wanted to say something. Zhang Ergu interrupted him again. I've already told the Emperor of Heaven about this matter. First Elder, you don't have to worry about it anymore. When the name of Heavenly Emperor was brought out, it instantly blocked the words that Jingfeng was preparing to say. Immediately, Zhang Erge bowed slightly and then left the hall. The matter of the sacred master was almost finished. The rest should be handled by Jingfeng and the others. He didn't need to stay here and waste his time. He left as soon as he said so. The others were stunned. Jingfeng looked at Zhang Erge's back as he left. The expression on his face was slightly complicated. After returning from the Qianyuan sacred ground, Qin Shujian returned to the heavenly court. For him, there were not many places he could go now. With the strength of the Tao fruit level, his divine mind could cover the entire vast 1,000 worlds. In addition, the demon abyss was destroyed. Only one Luoho was left running around outside. It could be said that there weren't many things that could make Qin Shujian care about them anymore. He returned to the heavenly court. He first gathered the gods and rewarded them for the battle of the demon abyss. Then, he announced that he was going into seclusion. The heavenly court's affairs were left to the 5 imperial emperors. Unless it was necessary, he was not to be disturbed. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Zhou Tian's star map floated quietly above, acting as the eye of the time formation. With the power contained in it comparable to an innate supreme treasure, it can support the time formation for 10,000 years. Qin Shujian sat on the throne. The time formation was powerful, so it needed a supreme treasure as the eye of the formation to suppress it. The time formation set up for Zhang Erge was like this. However, the Tiandi Bell's level was not as high as Zhou Tian's star map, so it could not support it for long, only 100 years. Of course, 100 years was a long time. With the time formation, it could pass for 8 million years. 8 million years. Even if he did not have any foundation, he could make his inner world evolve a lot. At that time, even if Zhang Erge was not comparable to a half-step Tao fruit, he could be comparable to a third-level true immortal. Tao fruit is not easy. Even with the support of the time formation, it is impossible to achieve it in a short time. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. He was able to achieve Tao fruit because of many factors, which could not be replicated. Although Zhang Erge also walked the path of evolving heaven and earth, it was not necessarily any easier for him to become a Tao fruit. Zhang Erge has broken through now. Ningbo should be almost there too. Thinking of that cheap disciple of his, Qin Shujian's eyes flashed with golden light. In an instant, he entered the void and saw Ningbo sitting cross-legged in the hall. Ever since he became a god, Ningbo's strength had also improved significantly. He could see that the other party had already reached the limit of the celestial being realm. Even if he had not broken through to the true immortal realm, he was not far from it. The most important thing for the evolution of heaven and earth is to have enough energy to fill it. Ningbo doesn't have the red lotus of purgation, so he can't absorb energy as quickly as Zhang Erge can. It's normal for him to have a slower breakthrough. Given his current state, he should be able to do so in a short period of time. Qin Shujian no longer had any plans to impart the red lotus of purgation to others. This method involved the truth, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Unless that day really came, he had fully grasped the true level of power. Or else, the red lotus of purgation was also a threat to him. In the past, he did not understand the origin of the red lotus of purgation, so he imparted it to Zhang Erge and the others without authorization. Now, his innate wisdom had awakened. Qin Shujian already understood the importance of the red lotus of purgation. Even if he had broken through to the Tao fruit realm, he did not dare to underestimate the true level of power. That kind of existence, it was completely above falsehood. It was like the gap between the celestial essence of a true immortal and the celestial essence of a celestial being, and it was much bigger than that. This time, you will also enter the inner world with me to cultivate in seclusion. Retracting his gaze, Qin Shujian's calm voice sounded in the hall. In the sea of consciousness, the Godslayer's voice sounded. No one dares to disobey the orders of the Emperor of Heaven. You have reached the level of the 8 tribulations Zhu Bing. If you follow me into the inner world, you may be able to accumulate The power to break through to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing with the help of the power of the time formation. Qin Shujian said calmly. Before the inner world was promoted to the greater thousand, there was no way to accommodate a powerful Zhu Bing like the Godslayer. But with the promotion of the inner world, the status of the heaven and earth had been greatly improved. In this way, it was no longer a problem to accommodate Zhu Bing. The upgrade of any ancestral armament would require accumulation over a long period of time. Without sufficient accumulation, even if one were to call upon the descent of the lightning tribulation, one would only end up failing the lightning tribulation and dying. Only with a strong foundation could there be hope of passing the tribulation successfully. In the current era, there had never been a 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. It could be seen how difficult it was for a 9 tribulations Zhu Bing to appear. Moreover, Qin Shujian now had other plans. Zhu Bing, to put it bluntly, it was a combination of faith. Ancestral armaments would only become powerful if the faith they carried was strong enough. If the faith was weak, Zhu Bing's power would also decrease. In this way, the real determinant of Zhu Bing's strength lay in the faith. I plan to let all the humans in the inner world worship you. In this way, the power of faith in you will be greatly enhanced, and the possibility of breaking through and passing the tribulation will be greatly increased. Qin Shujian said. After a long time of development in the inner world, the number of humans was already quite large. In terms of numbers, there was no way to compare with the humans in the eastern continent. But there was one thing to know. In the Great Kiliacosm, even though he was the heavenly emperor, he was unable to force all of the humans to worship the god-slaying saber. The reason for that was because the god-slaying saber was not the only ancestral armament in the human race. But the inner world was different. All the creatures in the inner world were created by Qin Shujian. The human race. They were also part of all the creatures. If he showed his divinity in front of the people, he could make all the humans in the inner world worship the Godslayer. Hearing this, the God-slaying saber's mind was shaken and its tone became agitated. Is what the Emperor of Heaven said true? If he could make all the humans in the inner world worship him, it would be a great opportunity. Because he had never received all the faith of the humans. Even when he was born, he only received the faith of a human tribe. It was extremely difficult to truly collect the faith of a human race. After all, there was more than one Zhu Bing in the human race. Furthermore, not every human would acknowledge his existence. In this case, it would be more difficult to collect the faith of a human race. However, the inner world was different. Qin Shujian was equivalent to a creator in the inner world. If he wanted the entire human tribe to believe in him, the human tribe wouldn't refuse. After the excitement, the Godslayer quickly calmed down and gave a guarantee. If the Emperor of Heaven can make all the faith of the humans in the inner world give to me, then I can definitely advance to the level of the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. He was full of confidence now. With such conditions, if he could not advance, then he was worse than a pig. In the inner world, the conflict between the 10,000 races continued. After the heaven and earth opened the ascending space, the upper 3 true immortals of the various large races appeared one after another. It was also because of the appearance of the upper 3 true immortals that the middle 3 true immortals were no longer the top combat strength, causing some races to enter a stage of decline. The world changed. Not only did it not ease the conflict between the 10,000 races, but it also became even more intense. In the yellow sand plains, the 2 races were fighting. Some heavenly beings manifested their dharma aspects, causing the space to tremble non-stop. There were also divine martial artists who fought fiercely. Kill. Dragons dare to invade the human race. They deserve to be killed. The space collapsed, and a majestic figure stepped out from it. He struck out with his palm, and the power of rules lingered on it. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into nothingness. Some dragons could not dodge in time and were turned into a bloody mist by that palm. Roar. A shocking dragon roar sounded, shaking the void. Then, the space in front of him shattered like porcelain, and a 100,000 feet true dragon rushed out from it, directly charging toward that human expert. A dignified true immortal attacking a heavenly being is simply embarrassing. Today, I will kill you here and prove to the 10,000 races that the human race is useless. Arrogant. The human true immortal sneered disdainfully. Looking at the attacking true dragon, he was not afraid at all. They were all true immortals, so what was there to be afraid of, the moment they attacked? The momentum was earth-shattering. A battle between true immortals, no matter which world it was an existence that could destroy the world. Just the aftermath of the battle between the two was not something that other cultivators could withstand. The cultivators of the human race and the dragons all consciously retreated, leaving enough space for the two true immortals to fight. While the two true immortals were fighting, the other races around the yellow sand plains were trembling. The experts of the races did not dare to move at all. The humans and the dragons are fighting again. The strength of the two races is really strong. Just a random true immortal is already so powerful. When will our race be able to have such a foundation? I only hope that they won't spread here. The emperors of those races looked up at the battle between the two true immortals with despair on their faces. This was the difference between the strong and the weak. In the powerful races, ordinary true immortals were considered experts, but they were far from the top. Any powerful race could send out quite a number of true immortals in battle. Then, he looked at the weak races. To be able to give birth to a true immortal was already an extremely fortunate thing. Those races. Only their sovereigns were true immortal level experts. Apart from them, it was extremely difficult for ordinary clansmen to ascend to true immortal level. Furthermore, even if they were barely able to join the ranks of true immortals, in terms of true battle prowess, they were still inferior to the true immortals of major clans. This was because the true immortals of the major clans were able to possess even more supreme treasures. Naturally, their strength would be even more astonishing. Boom, boom. As the two true immortals fought, each of their attacks caused the void to crack. Destructive shockwaves swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. All the living beings that were touched by the shockwaves were completely annihilated before they could even cry out in agony. Blade, come! The true immortal of the human clan bellowed. A long saber flashing with blue light pierced through the air and fell into his hand in a flash. The long saber slashed down, and the saber light obliterated the world. A connate spirit treasure. Dragon Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth and spat out the dragon pearl in his abdomen, which collided with the saber light. Boom, the two forces collided and both were obliterated into nothingness. At this moment, the void shattered again and another true immortal of the human clan walked out from it. His palm pressed down, seemingly encompassing the space within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It carried with it a boundless might as it pressed down on the true immortal of the dragon clan. It was just one palm. Caught off guard, Dragon Xianxia was sent crashing down. The scales all over his body cracked, and golden blood flowed endlessly from his wounds. How dare you ambush us, human? Humans should be killed. The other true immortals of the dragon's side appeared one after another, and terrifying attacks came crashing down in an instant. At the same time, many true immortals of the human clan also appeared. What had started as a battle between two true immortals suddenly turned into a chaotic battle between more than 20 of them. At that moment, the ripples caused by the true immortals' attacks could be described as apocalyptic. The entire yellow sand plains was covered in the ripples. Many of the weaker true immortals in the vicinity of the battle were obliterated by the ripples. Fall back. Shocked and furious, the true immortals no longer cared about offending the two true immortals. They unleashed their greatest power to stop the ripples that could destroy their race. The true immortals of that race retreated as quickly as they could. Boom, the true immortal retreated, coughing up blood. Though he was a true immortal, he was only a true immortal of the lower 3 levels. Among the 20 or so true immortals fighting, there was no lack of true immortals in the middle 3 levels. Even a true immortal would find it difficult to withstand the destructive ripples. It's over. The true immortal coughed up blood as he looked at the ripples sweeping toward him once more. Despair filled his eyes. Given the strength of his race, they would surely be wiped out if they were caught in the ripples. This was the tragedy of a true immortal. Even if they didn't take the initiative to participate, they couldn't protect themselves. Sometimes, The ripples of a battle could cause an entire race to disappear completely. Just as he thought that his clan was about to be wiped out, a cool breeze suddenly blew across the world. All the destructive power that had spread over instantly disappeared into nothingness. This is... The true immortal was stunned. He immediately looked in another direction and called out loudly. "May I ask which expert helped us? Please come out and meet me." He was certain. There must be an expert secretly protecting his race. Otherwise, the ripples wouldn't have disappeared so mysteriously. After he spoke, a green-robed man appeared beside the true immortal at some point in time. "Xianxia of the fallen race. Greetings, senior. May I ask your name?" The true immortal of the fallen race bowed respectfully. Though the person in front of him looked like a human, there were many experts in the world who transformed into human form. Thus, he didn't think this green-robed man was truly a human. Looking at the true immortal of the fallen, Xianxia smiled faintly. "There's no need for you to ask so much about my name. I helped you out of my own free will, so you don't have to take it to heart. Take your people and leave this place. The battle might be even more intense later. Thank you for your help, senior. If you need my fallen race's help in the future, my race will definitely do our best to help." Xianxia's words caused the true immortal of the fallen's heart to beat wildly. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer. After hurriedly saying those words, he led his people away. Xianxia shook his head slightly as he watched the fallen race leave. Then, he turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Him lending a hand to the fallen race was truly just a casual action. For Xianxia, he had the same relationship with all living beings in his inner world. Even though he was born into the human race and was more inclined towards the human race, in all seriousness, he had created all of them, regardless of whether they were human or not. To put it simply, that was, they were all his flesh. Unless they provoked him, Xianxia would rarely kill them. Just like now. The fallen race was weak and was about to be destroyed in the aftermath of the battle. Thus, he decided to help them. The weak were pitiful. Xianxia was also giving them a chance. Whether these weaklings could rise up in the future would depend on their own luck. What a pity. It only depends on the luck of this race. Unless there is a huge change in the future, it will be very difficult for them to achieve anything. Xianxia shook his head. A race's luck could be used to determine its strength and future potential. At least from the looks of it, the fallen race's luck was very low. They were destined to not produce any powerhouses. Unless one day, the fallen race could change their fate and perhaps have a chance to soar into the sky. However, how could it be easy to change one's fate, however? Xianxia could help the fallen race change their fate if he acted on his own. However, he had no intention of interfering with the development of a race. Saving them was only to prevent the fallen race from being annihilated without a trace. But, helping them, it did not mean that he would help a race change their fate. Between the two, there was a big difference. At this moment, true immortals from both the human race and the dragons joined the battle. It was originally a small-scale conflict, but it had directly evolved into a battle between true immortals. The inner world is developing really quickly. It can produce so many true immortals in such a short time. Godslayer could not help but sigh. True immortals from the two races appeared in such a short time. If the true immortals from all the races were counted, then the number of true immortals would definitely reach a shocking level. Then, he looked at the great wide world. In the ancient times, when the myriad races were at their peak, they probably couldn't produce so many true immortals. Xianxia wasn't too surprised by Godslayer's surprise. When a heaven and earth are just born, it is the time when a heaven and earth are at their strongest. The number of experts born at this time will be the highest. Even if more experts appear later on, it will be very difficult for them to match this time. The opportunity of heaven and earth. They were all piled up in front. What was this? Most of the top experts came from the time when the heavens and earth were created. It wasn't because those experts had lived for a long time, but because those experts had obtained resources that ordinary people didn't have at that time. However, although the battle was fierce, it was nothing to Xianxia. Standing in the former territory of the fallen race, neither the human race nor dragon Xianxia had discovered his existence. Emperor of Heaven, which clan do you think will win? The human race. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment and gave an answer. The human race? Godslayer was surprised. In his opinion, he couldn't tell who was stronger or weaker in the current confrontation between the two races. Qin Shujian thought that the human race would win, perhaps because the other party was from the human race. Qin Shujian understood Zhu Bing's inner thoughts. But he didn't explain too much. No matter which era or world it was, the human race was mostly a strong race. In the inner world, the human race was also a top race. But in terms of luck, the dragons were still a little inferior to the human race. But the difference wasn't big. It was hard to say whether the human race could really crush them. All of a sudden, there was an aura that could crush the sky. Two beams of golden light cut through heaven and earth, and a huge dragon head appeared in the sky. Just the aura it emitted frightened the human race. Dragon Emperor, the Emperor of Dragons. Human Emperor, do you dare to come out and fight? Dragon Emperor's voice shook heaven and earth. When he opened and closed his mouth, the other humans were already under pressure. It was also when the Emperor of Dragons appeared. An imposing figure stepped out from the void. With every step he took, the void wailed, as if it couldn't bear such a strong pressure. We meet again. Feng looked at the Dragon Emperor in front of him. The extremely rich vitality on his body had already turned into the power of the rules that lingered around him. To the Dragon Emperor, he didn't feel unfamiliar at all. From the beginning, when he created the human race, he had already formed a grudge with the other party. Until now. As the human race grew stronger, so did the dragons, and this grudge became more and more intense. You lost to me last time and now you dare to come again. Aren't you afraid that your 100,000 years of hard work will be destroyed in a day? Feng said indifferently. Humph, you were just tricking me last time. This time, Ben Huang has already broken through. I will definitely avenge my previous humiliation. Dragon Emperor laughed in anger. He had already broken through to the upper three true immortals, and his strength had greatly increased. Even if the human emperor in front of him had also broken through, he was confident that he could defeat him. Looks like you and I have nothing to talk about. Feng shook his head, and didn't want to waste any more words with the Dragon Emperor. He took a step forward, and the void within hundreds of millions of miles turned into nothingness. The moment he punched out, the torrent of the rules collapsed and cracked the earth. Insignificant skill. Dragon Emperor was not afraid. He opened his mouth and a terrifying flame spewed out, instantly burning the power of the rules clean. In the next breath, his body disappeared from the spot, and his huge dragon tail smashed the void, fiercely whipping towards Feng. Boom! The fist collided with the dragon tail, and both of their bodies shook violently. However, neither of them took half a step back. Instead, they took a step forward to fight. The power of an upper three true immortal was not something that other true immortals could compare to. When the emperors of the two clans were fighting, the emperors of the other top clans all cast their gazes over, silently watching this earth-shattering battle. Ever since the advancement of the inner world, there had been upper three true immortals. However, this was the first time in history that experts of this level were fighting. So, in the face of this battle, everyone wanted to observe and see if they could find any clues. The human emperor's strength has become even stronger. The human clan is indeed blessed by the heavens, and is not something that ordinary clans can compare to. In Eldar's territory, Jianmu watched the battle, and his heart also became more serious. Although he was the first to be born, the strength that Feng had displayed until now was not much weaker than him. From this, it could be seen. The potential of the human clan was indeed terrifying. In comparison, the strength of the emperors of the dragons was instead weaker. Boom, the power of the fist shook the sky. Dragon Emperor's huge body fell from the sky, his scales shattered, and golden blood splattered across the sky. In terms of strength, he was still a bit weaker than Feng. After fighting for a long time, it was inevitable that he would be injured and defeated. One hit and he was injured. The battle suddenly fell into a one-sided situation. Retreat. Dragon Emperor let out an unwilling roar, and all the dragons retreated. After all the dragons retreated, he took another punch from Feng. After leaving behind some scales, he also broke through the void and disappeared. Finally, this battle ended with the dragons fleeing in defeat. My emperor will win. My emperor will win. On the side of the humans, everyone's morale was high, and their shouts shook the world. To this, Feng's expression was solemn, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, clean up the battlefield and occupy that mine. Any race that dares to approach, regardless of origin, kill without mercy." We obey. Many human true immortals accepted the order. This time, the war between the humans and the dragons was for an innate mine, which produced a large amount of innate spirit stones, a necessary resource for cultivators. Now, heaven and earth had just advanced, and all the spirit chi was still innate spirit chi. Therefore, some places with rich spirit chi would condense innate spirit stone mines. Any innate spirit stone would condense a large amount of innate spirit chi, and could be considered a supreme treasure for cultivators. Although true immortal realm experts did not need innate spirit stones to cultivate, but cultivators below the true immortal realm needed them. One had to know. Other than the first batch of creatures born between heaven and earth, the rest of the true immortals had all walked up step by step from the bottom. Only when the number of cultivators at the bottom increased, could more true immortals be born. So, the importance of innate spirit stone mines could be imagined. Not only the humans and the dragons, the other races also coveted this innate mine. What could he do? The humans and the dragons were considered the top among the 10,000 races. Although the other races around the mine were itching, they did not dare to interfere in the battle between the two races. As for the other top clans, it was also impossible for them to fall out with two top clans over a spirit stone mine that was so far away. No matter what, these connate spirit stone veins were located near the human race and the dragons, far away from the other top races. It was understandable for the two races to fight. If the other races were to interfere, it would be too obvious that they were declaring war. One had to know. Every top-notch clan had their own enemies. In this kind of situation, if an enemy from a top-notch clan were to appear, then the danger factor would greatly increase, and there would be no end to the trouble. Therefore, unless it was a critical moment, no one wished to have an additional enemy, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Just as the humans were cleaning up the battlefield, Feng suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. There, a green-robed man floated in the air. He looked like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world, but he also looked like an ordinary human. However, the moment he saw the green-robed man, Feng's mind trembled violently. He was unable to maintain his calm expression. Just as he was about to speak, the green-robed man shook his head slightly, indicating for them not to make a fuss. Then, he disappeared from where he stood. Seeing this, Feng could only forcefully suppress the excitement in his heart. After seeing the green-robed man disappear, he hurriedly said something and left as well. Ben Huang has something to take care of. You guys stay here. Feng's hurried departure left many human true immortals puzzled. They could all see the excitement on his face just now. That's strange. Did something good happen? His Majesty has always been calm. Why did he lose his composure today? Maybe it's because he defeated the dragons, some human true immortals discussed secretly. In the end, they attributed the reason to the defeat of the dragons. After all, defeating a top-notch clan was indeed something worth celebrating. Immediately after, they stopped thinking about this matter and turned to instruct others to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, they were vigilant in all directions to prevent any sneak attacks from other races. The corpses of the dragons were precious. The blood essence and scales contained in them could play a significant role. In the previous battle, the dragons had also thrown down many corpses. These corpses were destined to be transformed by the humans into their own power. Sovereign. On the Eldar's side, Jianmu's heart trembled, as if he had seen an unbelievable existence. His heart trembled. It also caused Jianmu's main body to tremble. In an instant, the mountain range where the Eldar was located shook the earth and mountains, causing many Eldar to tremble in fear. One by one, the Eldar true immortals came out from their seclusion places. When they saw Jianmu's branches and leaves trembling, their faces were filled with fear. "My emperor, please calm down. I don't know what it is that has made my emperor so angry." "My emperor," those Eldar true immortals were all shocked. Ever since they were born, the builder tree didn't really wake up for a long time. Usually, when it woke up, it would at most make some conversation. It was the first time they had seen it like this. They were truly in awe of the spirit race's emperor. Anger, the Eldar true immortal's words caused Jianmu's mind to slowly recover. Then, a calm voice was heard. "I just felt it in my heart. You all don't have to panic." After saying that, the feeling of the earth quaking and mountain swaying completely disappeared. Seeing this, those true immortals gradually relaxed. It was fine as long as there was no problem. They were still afraid that they had done something wrong and angered this sovereign. Jianmu could not be bothered with them. His mind was completely fixed on the green-robed man that he had seen just now. "Sovereign. That's definitely the sovereign. It's been hundreds of thousands of years, and the sovereign has appeared again," he thought in his heart. Until now, Jianmu could not forget that scene in the past. That supreme powerhouse who enlightened him and passed on his memories. He understood even more. The vast world before him was opened up by that person alone. Although there seemed to be endless powerhouses among the tens of thousands of races competing, in front of that person, they were just ants. Jianmu could now be sure that the sovereign's strength had definitely exceeded the scope of a true immortal, reaching an unimaginable realm. The sovereign has appeared in the human territory. Could it be that the human race is going to have some great opportunity? He calmed down. Such a powerful existence had appeared in the human territory. Ling Huang could not help but think more about it. Although the human race had a good relationship with Eldar, Jianmu did not want to give up this opportunity to meet the sovereign. Compared to his own bitter cultivation, if he could receive some guidance from Qin Shujian, it would definitely allow him to be enlightened and surpass his current limit. "Yes. I want to see the supremacy. Only by seeing the supremacy can I increase my strength. If the supremacy can give Eldar some opportunities, then Eldar can live forever without a problem." Jianmu's heart was burning with passion. At his level, he could see many things clearly. In the world, any strong race would have a period of prosperity and weakness. Although Eldar was at its peak now, there would be a day when it would weaken. At that time, it might be the crisis of extinction. If they didn't want to be exterminated, they must have enough foundation to support them. To be honest, Jianmu wasn't confident that he could protect Eldar for a long time. Although true immortals were powerful, they also had a limit to their lifespan. Even until now, he hadn't noticed where his lifespan ended. But Jianmu knew that one day, he would reach the end of his road. Unless he could break the limit of true immortal, he might be able to get rid of this barrier. Making a decision, he quietly separated a wisp of his mind and sent it out of Eldar. Human race. In the human emperor's palace, Feng had just returned when he saw a person he couldn't be more familiar with standing in the main hall. "Feng greets the supremacy." He bowed down, not daring to be the slightest bit rude. Qin Shujian turned around and looked at the person in front of him, his expression somewhat gratified. "I haven't seen you for tens of thousands of years, and you've already grown to such an extent. Congratulations. My current achievements are all thanks to the supremacy. If it wasn't for the supremacy, there wouldn't be Feng in this world." Feng replied respectfully. He felt reverence from the bottom of his heart towards this creator-like existence. Although the human race was strong now, but in front of the other party, they could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. Feng couldn't control the emotions of an expert of this level. If he didn't do something well, it would cause the human race to be exterminated. That would be troublesome. For you to be able to reach the 7th level of immortal, your talent and strength are at the top of the world. It won't be long before you go through the tribulation. Qin Shujian casually glanced at him, making Feng feel as if he had been seen through. However, at this moment, the human emperor's attention was completely attracted by Qin Shujian's words. "Transcending the tribulation, what tribulation?" His face was filled with astonishment as he asked the question in his heart. Venerable One, what do you mean by tribulation? True immortals have tribulations. Every 129,600 years, the world will send down 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. If you can overcome them, you will be able to enjoy another 129,600 years of life. If you can't overcome them, you will die. Xianxia said lightly. The rules of the inner world were different from those of the great wide world. The rules of the great wide world were that true immortals only had a lifespan of 129,600 years. Once they reached that age, they would die. No one was an exception. Although he had other means to prolong his feeble existence, he was still at death's door. However, doing that well was no different from dying. If he dared to come out one day, the heavenly tribulation would naturally come. Similarly, only death awaited him. However, according to the rules of the inner world, true immortals had to undergo a tribulation every 129,600 years. If they succeeded, they could extend their lifespan. If they failed, they could only wait for death. The rules were different. Some of them came from Xianxia himself. Some of them were naturally derived from heaven and earth. After all, if cultivators did not have a lifespan limit, heaven and earth could not exist forever. The origin of every tribulation was a selection made by heaven and earth. The strong could live, and the weak could die. If there was no tribulation, heaven and earth would soon be filled with true immortals. At that time, heaven and earth would be destroyed. Because there was no heaven and earth that could support a large number of true immortals. If there were tens of millions or hundreds of millions of true immortals, just by swallowing spiritual energy, they would be able to empty heaven and earth, not to mention other things. 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Feng's expression changed drastically. If Xianxia had not mentioned it, he would not have known about this at all. Logically speaking, when one reached the level of a 7th level immortal, one would be able to predict their own matters. However, Feng did not notice that a tribulation was about to befall him at all. However, he would not doubt the veracity of Xianxia's words. Since the other party had said so, then there would definitely be no mistake. Feng immediately bowed down, his tone and attitude sincere. Venerable, please advise me on how to get through this tribulation. Whether you succeed or not depends on your own luck. Although the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations are powerful, it is not completely impossible to resist. The strength of the first tribulation is measured by the cultivator's own foundation. You are now a 7th level immortal, so the tribulation that will befall you is a 7th level immortal's tribulation. If you are an 8th level immortal, then the tribulation that will befall you is an 8th level immortal's tribulation. Every 3 calamities and 6 tribulations will be stronger than the previous one. As long as you know it in your heart. Xianxia shook his head. Hearing this, Feng already felt a sense of urgency in his heart. According to Xianxia, the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations were not ordinary powerful. If he could not get through it, then his death would be right in front of him. He secretly calculated. Until now, it had been about 110,000 years. In other words, the time left for him was at most 10,000 years. According to Venerable, if I don't break through my realm and still stay at my original realm to strengthen my foundation, will the success rate of the tribulation be greatly increased? It may be so for the first time, but the power of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations will steadily increase. It will no longer be limited to your realm. If you stop moving forward, then failure to pass the tribulation will be inevitable. Xianxia explained. Feng nodded thoughtfully. The first 3 calamities and 6 tribulations were measured by one's realm. Every subsequent tribulation did not care about one's realm at all, but its power steadily increased. In other words, if the second tribulation came and he still remained at the 7th level immortal, then he might encounter the tribulation of an 8th level immortal. At that time, death was certain. May I ask, Venerable, how can I not be troubled by the tribulation? Feng suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Xianxia, wanting to get an answer from him. Since there were 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, then there must be a way to not be troubled by them. Right now, in the world, the only person who could give him an answer was the person in front of him. Under Feng's hopeful gaze, Qin Shujian nodded. Yes. I hope Venerable can guide me. In the future, if you can reach the peak of the 9th level immortal and then step through the threshold of the true immortal, then you will naturally not be troubled by the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. At that time, the vast universe will be yours to roam. Reach the peak of the 9th level immortal. Transcend the shackles of the universe. From Qin Shujian's words, Feng seemed to understand the vastness of that realm. Then, he retracted his mind and looked at the person in front of him. Perhaps he was an existence of that realm. With the news of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations and how to avoid them, Feng had some hope in his heart. At this moment, Qin Shujian also got straight to the point and went straight to the point. I came to the human race this time because I have something that I want the human race to do. What is it? Please tell me, Venerable One. Feng bowed slightly. In front of Qin Shujian, he did not put on any airs of a human emperor. He was just like a junior, respectful and reverent. It's not difficult. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Then, with a thought, the Godslayer appeared in front of the two. As soon as the stone knife appeared, a shocking murderous aura was emitted from it. Even the human emperor's palace could not restrain it. In an instant, the sky changed color and the sun and moon dimmed. This is... Feng looked at the stone knife in front of him and the aura that it emitted. His face was filled with shock. As a human emperor, he also had a divine weapon in his hand. But compared to the stone knife in front of him, the difference between his divine weapon and the stone knife was like heaven and earth. Feng could not imagine. What kind of divine weapon could have such power? This is the god-slaying saber. I need all the faith of the human race to belong to this saber. I wonder if you are willing? Qin Shujian pointed at the god-slaying saber in front of him and looked at the shocked Feng. The faith of all the human race. The shock on Feng's face faded a little. He looked at Qin Shujian's face. Although he was puzzled, he did not dare to ask too much. Anyway, to him, faith did not seem to have any effect. He did not know what was the purpose of the stone knife that the other party wanted the human race to believe in. Suddenly, Feng nodded in agreement. Since the Venerable One asked, the human race will naturally not refuse. From today onwards, all the human race will believe in this knife. Good. Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction. The human race believes in this knife, and there is a corresponding inheritance in the knife. Anyone who is fated will be able to obtain the inheritance from the Godslayer. As a deal, whenever the human race is in danger of extinction, the Godslayer will help 3 times. All right. Feng agreed immediately, as if he was afraid that Qin Shujian would suddenly go back on his word. Regardless of the strength of the Godslayer's inheritance, it could at least strengthen the foundation of the human race. What really caught his eye was the promise that the Godslayer would help 3 times when the human race was in danger of extinction. Just from its aura alone, this was an extremely terrifying divine weapon. Furthermore, this divine weapon originated from the Venerable One in front of him. Since the other party had said that the Godslayer would lend a hand when the human race was in danger of being exterminated, then it must have been useful. In this way, this meant that the human race would have another life-saving method. How could Feng possibly refuse such a request? The territory of the human race is vast. The Godslayer's real body is in the human sovereign's palace. I need you to use this blade as a reference to build the corresponding stone statues for the rest of the human race to worship day and night. In addition, the better the quality of the stone statue, the more useful it will be in the future. Qin Shu's sword intent seemed to be implying something. What does the Venerable One mean? You'll understand when you get there. Qin Shujian did not say much. He turned his head to look in a certain direction as if he had seen something interesting. There was a faint smile on his face, but in the next moment, he retracted his gaze. Leave this blade here. One day, I will come back to the human race to take it back. After saying that, his figure directly disappeared from the human sovereign's palace. When he disappeared, Feng did not notice any fluctuations in space. Good fortune. He sighed deeply. In the past, the strength of a 7th-level immortal was the top powerhouse of the world. Any emperor of a top clan was roughly at this level. However, in front of Qin Shujian, Feng truly felt how small he was. So what if he was a 7th-level immortal? In front of a truly powerful existence, he was no different from an ant. Just like how Qin Shujian could leave quietly, Feng felt that it would not take much effort for him to kill him. Ascending to the 9th-level immortal, surpassing the restrictions of heaven and earth. When I have the opportunity to reach this level in the future, I think I will have the opportunity to truly approach the Venerable One. Feng recalled what Qin Shujian had just said, and already had some goals in mind. He did not dare to say that when he reached that level, he would be able to catch up with Qin Shujian. However, when he reached that level, he would be qualified to talk to him as an equal. It should be enough. At this moment, in the territory of the human race, all the powerhouses who stayed behind were alarmed. The destructive killing just now attracted the attention of many powerhouses, especially the aura that came from the hinterland of the human race. Those human true immortals could not sit still. Not long after, more than 10 true immortals appeared in front of the human sovereign's palace. Without the permission of the human sovereign, even true immortals did not dare to barge in. In the main hall, Godslayer's aura had been restrained by a lot. Although there was still a terrifying killing intent lingering, it did not cause the sky to change color like before. Sensing the arrival of true immortals, Feng took a step forward and arrived outside the palace. "Greetings, my emperor." The human true immortals bowed. "Rise." "Thank you, my emperor." The human true immortals straightened up. Then, there were true immortals who could not wait to ask. "Your Majesty, may I ask what exactly happened in the palace?" Just now, a heart-palpitating murderous aura erupted. Thinking of that killing intent, that true immortal's face was filled with lingering fear. Even now, there was still a chilling murderous aura emanating from the human emperor's palace. Although it was much weaker than before, it was still enough to strike fear into the hearts of ordinary true immortals. Feng's face was dark. "You don't have to worry about the killing. Now, pass down Benhuang's order. All human tribes are to build stone statues and worship them day and night. Do not slack off." As he spoke, he used his immortal energy to form the Godslayer's appearance. "This is what the stone statue looks like. You must remember it. Oh, right. When building it, try to use the best materials. Do not be careless." Feng exhorted again. He thought of what Qin Shujian said before leaving. Although he did not know what the other party's intentions were, there would be no mistakes if he did as he was told. After all, there were many precious materials in the hands of the human race that had no use for them. In that case, then he might as well refine them all into stone statues. When the human true immortals saw the Godslayer formed from immortal energy, they silently committed it to memory. Feng did not want to say more. As human true immortals, they did not dare to ask too much. "We have already committed it to memory. Go." Feng waved his hand and dismissed them. Seeing this, the human true immortals bowed and retreated. In the following half a month, the Godslayer's stone statues were spread all over the human tribes. When the true immortals of the human clan arrived, Qin Shujian had already left. In an unknown mountain range, Jianmu, who was walking around with his avatar, suddenly stopped. In front of him, Qin Shujian's figure appeared out of thin air. "Greetings, Venerable One." Jianmu bowed. His attitude was as respectful as ever. "Why are you looking for me?" Looking at the person in front of him, Qin Shujian asked faintly. Jianmu's avatar split from Eldar. His purpose was self-evident. He was quite optimistic about the first living being born in the inner world in front of him. In terms of foundation, in the inner world, Jianmu was number 1. Even in terms of talent, he could be ranked in the top 3. In terms of strength, there was no need to say more. In Qin Shujian's opinion, if there was a powerhouse who could break through to Dao fruit in the future, then the possibility of Jianmu was not small. Standing in front of him, Jianmu bowed his head and replied respectfully, "I heard that Venerable One had appeared. I haven't seen you for many years and missed you, so I specially came here to see you." I hope Venerable One won't take offense. Do you really just want to see me? Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Hearing that, Jianmu's expression was a little awkward, but he soon calmed down. I also have many doubts on the path of cultivation. When I usually cultivate hard, I have never been able to understand the mystery, so I hope Venerable One can give me some pointers to help me cross the hurdle in front of me. Also, if it's something that the human clan can do, I, Eldar, can do the same. Moreover, the Eldar all believe in you, Venerable One. I hope Venerable One can understand. His words were very clear. What the human clan can do, I, Eldar, can do. What the human clan can't do, I, Eldar, can do. If there's anything you need the human clan to do, you can come to me, Eldar. In the face of Jianmu's straightforward words, Qin Shujian was not angry. Instead, the smile on his face became wider. He was straightforward. It was much better than beating around the bush. Furthermore, the other party was also a smart person. He knew that beating around the bush wouldn't be able to deceive him, so he simply said whatever he wanted to say. However, Jianmu's words gave Qin Shujian a different idea. He had left the god-slaying saber with the human race to absorb the destiny of the human race. However, the myriad races in the world had as many living beings as the stars. Although there were many humans, compared to the myriad races in the world, they were still far inferior. If the fate of the human clan could push the Godslayer to become a 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, then even if the fate of the other clans could not condense into a 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, it would certainly create a powerful Zhu Bing. In any case, if the power of faith was not used, it would be useless. Unless someone had comprehended the method of becoming a god through faith, it would be possible to absorb the power of faith for their own use. However, how could it be so easy to comprehend the method of becoming a god through faith? Furthermore, once a living being grasped the power of faith and reached an extremely tyrannical level, it might pose a certain threat to itself. Of course, if there was really a living being who could comprehend the power of faith, Qin Shujian would not stop it. However, it was impossible for him to personally teach the living beings of the inner world the method of becoming a god through faith. All the opportunities. It all depended on oneself. Before an expert who had not become a god through faith was born, the power of faith of the myriad races was actually very wasteful. Instead of wasting it, it's better to collect all of it. It's said that the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, like the innate cardinal treasure, is at the limit of the universe. I'd like to see what kind of power is needed to break this limit. Qin Shujian thought to himself. In just an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind. After a while, he looked at Jianmu with a gentle smile on his face. Well, since you have this intention, it's not appropriate for me to refuse. While speaking, with a thought, a long saber appeared in his hand. Immediately after, with a point of his finger, endless power poured into it. The originally ordinary-looking long saber suddenly emitted a powerful aura, which shocked Jianmu. He did not think that this long saber was really an ordinary weapon. In his opinion, the long saber itself was an extremely powerful magic weapon. It was just that its sharpness was covered in front. Qin Shujian said, I want the Eldar to worship this long saber day and night. At the same time, with the long saber as the foundation, stone statues will be made with precious materials and placed in various places of the Eldar. In return, if the Eldar is in danger of extermination in the future, the long saber will help 3 times. Worship the long saber, help when the clan is in danger of extermination. Jianmu looked at the long saber that was emitting a powerful aura with a faint look of excitement on his face. He did not doubt the authenticity of Qin Shujian's words at all. No problem. From today on, all the Eldar will worship the long saber day and night. Good. Qin Shujian nodded satisfactorily. Seriously speaking, the number of Eldar was much more than that of the human clan. After all, the plants that had spiritual intelligence were all classified as Eldar. There were so many plants in the world. Now that the innate spiritual energy was rich, the number of plants that had spiritual intelligence was not small. In comparison, the number of the human clan was much less than that of the Eldar. It could be said that, at present, the number 1 clan in the inner world was not the human clan or the dragons, but the Eldar. Although the long saber could only be regarded as an ordinary weapon in today's inner world, at most it was attached with its own power and had some magic. Although its aura was powerful, in fact, when it came to a real battle, the long saber was just an empty shell. It had a powerful aura but no matching power. However, if the Eldar continued to worship it, the long saber would be nourished by the power of faith and would steadily improve. At that time, its power would increase by several times. With the current huge number of Eldar, Xianxia estimated that it would only take a few decades to breed a one tribulation Zubing. Now that he was in the time formation, 1 year outside was 200,000 years in the inner world. If there were no accidents, the inner world would have millions of years of accelerated evolution. Such a long time, the long saber was definitely not as simple as a one tribulation Zubing. In the past, Zubing in the vast thousand domains had no way to be wholeheartedly worshipped by such a huge clan. Most of the time, it lost the supply of faith for some reason. But even so, it was still advancing to the fourth or fifth tribulation. Now that the long saber had Eldar's faith as its foundation, if it really did not stop for millions of years, Xianxia felt that even if this magic weapon did not rank among the 9 tribulations, it would definitely reach the 7th or 8th tribulation level. Moreover, the probability of advancing to the 9th tribulation Zubing in the future was also very high. Looking at the long saber, Jianmu could not help but ask. "May I ask, Venerable One, what is the name of this magic weapon?" "Thousand Mountain Blood." "Thousand Mountain Blood." Jianmu murmured the name in his heart. Looking at the long saber suspended in the air, his eyes were already burning. Just by hearing the name, he could understand that this magic weapon was unusual. Not only that. When his eyes fell on Thousand Mountain Blood, he saw mysterious runes engraved on it. At a glance, it seemed to have Tao rhymes manifested. Jianmu's inner thoughts were moving. Xianxia also understood tacitly, but he didn't say too much. In fact, Thousand Mountain Blood was the first magic weapon he mastered. Even after he got the Godslayer, he never discarded it. Although he didn't use it later, he still kept it. It was just that. At Xianxujian's level, a four-seal Dao weapon couldn't play a role at all. Even a weapon he casually condensed from roadside stones was more powerful than the four-seal Dao weapon Thousand Mountain Blood. Speaking of which, Xianxujian had also thought of recasting the Thousand Mountain Blood and turning it into an even more powerful divine weapon. It was just that. Once it was reforged, Thousand Mountain Blood would no longer be the original Thousand Mountain Blood. So, he didn't put this idea into action. Over time, Xianxujian almost forgot about the existence of Thousand Mountain Blood. It wasn't until Jianmu appeared and what he said that he remembered this magic weapon that he almost forgot and sealed. The four-seal Dao weapon Thousand Mountain Blood was not of much use to him. But if he could get the power of faith and advance to 9 tribulations Zubing, it would be an extremely powerful magic weapon. Although the probability of 9 tribulations Zubing was not high. However, there was still hope for this. With a wave of his hand, more power emerged, and the aura on Thousand Mountain Blood instantly declined and died out. "I have sealed the power of this magic weapon. You can keep it in your sea of consciousness and bring it back to Eldar in the future to worship Eldar." "Yes." Jianmu respectfully took the long saber and kept it in his sea of consciousness. She waited until he was done. Xianxujian put his hands behind his back and turned to look at the other scenes in the mountain range. "Ask away. Since you were able to find me, it can be said that we are fated. Although cultivation depends on the individual, if you have any questions, I can answer them for you." "Thank you for your guidance, Venerable One." Jianmu was overjoyed and immediately bowed. That was his purpose for coming here. Although he was already a 7th heaven celestial now, there was no end to cultivation. If he could obtain the guidance of the other party, it would undoubtedly be able to avoid many detours. "May I ask the Venerable One?" Xianxujian answered all of Jianmu's questions one by one. As he answered, purple energy surged between heaven and earth, as if a supreme being was showing his divinity. At the same time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered, and all the plants and rare beasts in the mountain range were born with spiritual intelligence at the same time. After hearing Qin Shujian's words, some of the living beings seemed to have comprehended the voice of the great Tao and fell into a state of breaking through on the spot. Zhenwu, spiritual martial force, divine martial, one by one, their realms rose steadily. Some stopped at the spiritual martial realm, and some stopped at the divine martial realm. But there were also some who were talented and smart and directly reached the celestial realm. For this, whether it was Qin Shujian or Jianmu, they did not pay any attention to it. The former patiently answered, while the latter listened carefully. For them, now the living beings in the mountain range were just ants. With a thought, they could all exterminate those living beings. Whether it was the celestial realm or the divine martial, there was no difference in front of a true powerhouse. The phenomenon in the mountain range, it directly attracted the attention of other powerhouses. For a time, many powerhouses flocked towards the mountain range. The phenomenon of heaven and earth must be the birth of a supreme treasure. That's right. Such a supreme treasure is not something that ordinary treasures can compare to. It should be mine. Bullshit. This supreme treasure is mine. Among the powerhouses who flocked in, the weakest was a celestial realm cultivator, and there was no lack of true immortals among them. Although in the inner world, except for the top clans, there were few true immortals in the small clans. But if you really counted all the clans in the world, the number of true immortals was already shocking. Near a mountain range, hundreds of true immortals flocked here. All the true immortals had the same goal, which was to find the supreme treasure that might exist in the mountain range. In the mountain range, Qin Shujian felt the changes in the surroundings. He paused in the middle of his explanation, and all the phenomena slowly disappeared. Our fate this time has come to an end. What I should tell you is almost done. Just pay attention to the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations that come every 129,600 years. Don't worry too much about the rest. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Jianmu wanted to ask something, but it was too late. 129,600 years, the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations, he instinctively felt that this matter was related to his life. Unfortunately, Qin Shujian had already left. No matter how powerful Jianmu was, he couldn't find any trace of the other party. Then, he scanned with his divine will and sensed the situation of many true immortals gathering in the mountain range. Instantly, a monstrous anger surged in Jianmu's heart. In his opinion, if these true immortals hadn't come to disturb him, Qin Shujian wouldn't have left so quickly. Now that he only heard half of the Tao, these people deserved to die. Boom, an earth-shattering aura burst out. All the true immortals who entered the mountain range were stunned by this aura. Then, a cold and ruthless voice rose from below. All of you deserve to die. As soon as he finished speaking, a cultivator stepped out from the sky and fired out a palm strike, shattering the endless void. The terrifying power caused a true immortal from the myriad races to be horrified. He had only just raised his hand to resist when his fleshly body was smashed apart and he fell down from the sky. Then, he took a step out. The falling true immortal's body was crushed into a blood mist by this terrifying power. The blood mist exploded. His body reassembled. Very soon, another destructive force descended, causing the newly reconstructed body to explode once again. In a breath's time, the body was reassembled and destroyed hundreds of thousands of times. In the end, all the power dissipated. That true immortal had completely fallen. The true immortal had fallen. A rain of blood fell from the sky. The huge mountain range was instantly covered by the rain of blood. When the remaining true immortals of the myriad races saw the scene in front of them, the shock on their faces became even more intense. A palm and a kick. He killed a true immortal expert. The strength of this person was terrifying. It was not something that ordinary true immortals could compare to. Sir, we have no ill intentions. That's right. We'll leave immediately. We'll give you the treasure here. Retreat, retreat. The true immortals of the myriad races retreated frantically in all directions as if they had seen something terrifying. Although there were many of them, they came from different factions. With the strength displayed by this unknown expert, if they really fought, even if they killed the other party, many of them would die. No one could guarantee that. Would he be one of those people who died? This was the reality. It was simply impossible for him to sacrifice himself and pave the way for others. While all the true immortals were retreating frantically, Jianmu had no intention of letting them leave safely. Boom, a powerful aura shook heaven and earth. Jianmu displayed a huge Dharma idol, a towering tree swaying in the void. With a palm print, it instantly destroyed the physical body of a true immortal. You all have to die for ruining my opportunity. The killing intent in his heart was unprecedentedly strong. In the past, Jianmu had always stayed in Eldar's territory and had almost never made a move, let alone kill other living beings. However, not making a move did not mean that he did not have killing intent. It was just that there were only a few living beings that could make him make a move. Therefore, he usually stayed in Eldar's place to cultivate in seclusion and never came out. But it was different now. It was not easy to find Qin Shujian and get some guidance from him. In the end, these true immortals came to ruin his opportunity. Ruining his opportunity. That was a life and death feud. If he did not kill these true immortals, Jianmu would not be able to take it lying down. Boom, boom, Dharma idol heaven and earth appeared. Although he was only an avatar now, the power he possessed was not weaker than an ordinary true immortal. Right now, the true immortals of the 10,000 races were barely in the lower 3 levels. How could they be a match for him? Their physical bodies exploded. Blood rained down. Every moment, true immortals died. Instantly, the other true immortals of the 10,000 races who were originally fleeing were completely enraged. Fight it out with him. Since he wants us dead, let's join forces and kill him. That's right, I don't believe that he can fight against all of us alone. Kill. After understanding Jianmu's killing intent, the true immortals of the 10,000 races directly joined forces and attacked him. Seeing this, Jianmu frowned slightly, but the anger in his heart did not diminish and he had no intention of retreating. Boom, the two forces collided. His physical body cracked and he took a step back. Seeing this scene, the true immortals of the 10,000 races were excited. Kill him. They had originally thought that Jianmu was terrifyingly strong. But now, it seemed that although he was strong, he was not strong enough to fight against them. In this way, the true immortals of the myriad races immediately gave up on the idea of retreating. Rather than being forced to retreat by an unknown expert, they might as well join forces and eliminate the other party. Otherwise, if this news were to spread out in the future, he would lose all his face. All of a sudden, the mountain range collapsed. A massive tentacle rose up from below, resembling a true dragon that was 1,000,000 zhang long. As it swung about, the tens of true immortals were caught off guard and their fleshly bodies were blown apart. Very soon, the tentacle rose into the air and fell down. In an instant, the fleshly bodies of another dozen true immortals exploded. This sudden turn of events completely extinguished the fighting spirit that the true immortals of the myriad races had raised with great difficulty. Looking at the terrifying tentacles, they couldn't understand where this expert came from. Suddenly, someone saw the Dharma idol that appeared behind Jianmu and then looked at the tentacle that was like 1,000,000 zhang long true dragon. As if he had thought of something, his expression changed drastically. Ling Huang. This is Ling Huang's attack. The two words Ling Huang caused the expressions of the other true immortals to change. Everyone knew that Eldar was a top clan in the world, and the Eldar Emperor was the most powerful existence in the world. There were very few experts who could compare to Ling Huang. Although Ling Huang had barely made a move. However, just the title of the first living being in the world had already explained many things. Until now, the other party had only used a tentacle to kill so many true immortals. That terrifying power was simply shocking. At this moment, as Jianmu's true body made a move, a large number of true immortals died. The mountain range was covered in a rain of blood. It was like a downpour, causing people to be intimidated. There were no surprises. From the time his true body made a move to the destruction of all the true immortals, less than 15 minutes had passed. In the end, Jianmu was the only true immortal left in the mountain range. Because of the appearance of the tentacle, the earth meridian below split open like a deep canyon that would never heal. In addition to that, a large number of true immortals died. Their flesh and blood fell into the mountain range, nourishing many living beings. Some living beings could not withstand such power and directly exploded. However, some living beings were blessed by nature. After absorbing a portion of the power, their realms had already advanced by leaps and bounds. After looking at the mountain range indifferently, Jianmu turned around and left. More than 100 true immortals died, and blood rained down for a full 7 days. The death of so many true immortals shocked the myriad races. However, what really shocked the myriad races was not the death of more than 100 true immortals, but the appearance of Ling Huang, who had been staying in Eldar's territory and had barely made a move, and he killed many true immortals in one go. Many people suspected the other party's motive for killing so many true immortals. Some people suspected that it was to fight for some supreme treasure. Some people suspected that those true immortals had angered Ling Huang. But no matter how they guessed, there was no way to verify it. Because all the true immortals of the myriad races who participated had all died in the other party's hands. None of them were spared. The human race. In the human race's palace. When Ling Huang attacked, Feng also sensed the palpitating power. He raised his head and looked at the void, as if he could see the tentacle that had exploded the true immortals of the myriad races. Ling Huang's strength is even stronger than before. Feng sighed. The other party had never revealed his strength, but everyone could understand how powerful Ling Huang was. Just this alone was not something that others could do. To be honest, he had come into contact with the Spirit Emperor before, but he had never seen him in action. Until now. The other party had only revealed a trace of his power, and he had destroyed more than 100 true immortals in one fell swoop. That kind of power was not something that ordinary true immortals of the upper 3 levels could compare to. However, Feng did not feel any fear. Ling Huang was strong, but he was not weak either. If the two sides really fought to the death, Feng did not think that he would lose. The current him. He was no longer the him from 100,000 years ago. Of course. The human race's relationship with Eldar was relatively good. If nothing unexpected happened, there was no possibility of the two races breaking up. The Venerable One had just left, and Ling Huang appeared there. Could there be some connection between the two? There was no reason for it. Feng thought of Qin Shujian. He could clearly see the existence of Qin Shujian. As the first living being in the world, Jianmu must have some connection with Qin Shujian. If it was any other time, Feng would not think so much. However, he usually stayed in Eldar's territory and had not moved Ling Huang for 100,000 years. This time, he suddenly appeared in another place. In addition, Qin Shujian had just left. He did not believe that the two had nothing to do with each other. After a long time, Feng retracted his gaze and stopped thinking about this matter. He turned his attention to the stone saber in front of him. The Emperor of Heaven asked the human race and Eldar to cultivate Zubing. Why not let all the races in the world cultivate Zubing together? When Qin Shujian was walking in the world, a gentle voice sounded in his mind. That voice. It didn't come from the Godslayer. It came from Zhou Tian's star map. Although this treasure wasn't Zubing, nor was it a Khanate cardinal treasure, its quality was comparable to a Khanate cardinal treasure. His body suppressed the time formation. But in fact, his divine will was also connected to Qin Shujian's sea of consciousness. So, Zhou Tian's star map saw everything in Qin Shujian's inner world. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask. Facing the doubts of this magic weapon, Qin Shujian also gave an answer. I have the same idea. The number of living beings in the world is as vast as the stars. The power of faith provided every moment is vast and boundless. It is indeed a waste to leave it like this. Waste. That was really a waste. Letting the human race and Eldar support Zubing was just the beginning. He wanted all the races in the world to support Zubing. That kind of surging and vast power of faith. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Qin Shujian even thought about how powerful a god would be if he used the faith of all the races in the world to support a god. What a pity. I have no way to absorb the power of faith now. Moreover, I don't want the power to control a part of the world. Changing it to the power of faith of a part of the world is undoubtedly neglecting the essentials. Although Xianxia felt that it was a pity, he didn't have too much regret. After all, although the power of faith was strong, it was not as strong as the power he had now. Moreover, absorbing the power of faith was easy to be influenced by the thoughts of all living beings. At that time, it was hard to be sure whether he would still be the original him. Moreover, if he wanted to absorb the power of faith, he had to abandon his physical body and leave only his soul. That was because the physical body was a protective shield that could isolate the power of faith. If he wanted to absorb the power, he couldn't leave the physical body behind. Any expert who believed in becoming a god would either voluntarily give up their body or passively give up their body. There was no third example. In the early days, the gods would attach themselves to certain objects and then slowly absorb the power of faith to improve themselves. This process, it was very dangerous. This was because gods without corporeal bodies, even if they had some power, were abnormally weak. If he was discovered by any expert, he would most likely be killed on the spot. Without a physical body, only his divine soul remained. If he was killed, he would be completely dead. Only in the later stages, when the power of the gods increased substantially and they condensed their flesh with faith, would they be able to break free from the shackles and walk the world with their flesh. At that time, the gods could be called strong enough to suppress a region. Any system can reach the heavens at the end. Although belief systems are weak in the early stages, they are still extremely strong in the later stages. Now, let's see if this world has the possibility of giving birth to a god of faith. Xianxia suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Not long after, he arrived at another race. Since he had already decided not to waste the faith of the myriad races, then he really couldn't waste it. Just as he was heading to the other races, Eldar's side was also greatly shocked. There was no other reason. Ling Huang, who had been silent for 100,000 years, suddenly made a move. Not only did it shock the experts of the other races, but it also shocked the experts of Eldar itself. However, other than shock, the experts of Eldar were only excited. He killed hundreds of true immortals in one fell swoop. This kind of strength made people feel fearful. However, Jianmu was the emperor of Eldar. The stronger the other party was, the better it was for Eldar. At this moment, all the true immortals of Eldar gathered in front of Jianmu and bowed. We have seen my emperor before. We don't know when you made my emperor so angry. A true immortal ruined my opportunity. Jianmu's indifferent voice sounded. One could hear the coldness in his tone. When he thought about how Qin Shujian had left just like that because of the arrival of the other true immortals, anger rose in his heart. Even after killing hundreds of true immortals, he still couldn't calm this anger. Hearing this, the true immortals of Eldar also had ugly expressions. There are actually true immortals who dare to ruin my emperor's opportunity. They deserve to be killed. My emperor, please give the order. We, Eldar, will flatten the race they belong to. Kill all the true immortals were filled with killing intent, as if they were going to flatten the race behind those true immortals right now. To this, Jianmu originally wanted to refuse, but the anger in his heart ignited again. He immediately shouted coldly. All right, pass down my order. The Eldar army will flatten the 100 races. Immediately after, the branches and leaves trembled, and the aura of the true immortals of the 100 races appeared in front of the Eldar true immortals. This is the aura of the true immortals of the 100 races. Use this to find the race behind them. Yes. The Eldar true immortals absorbed the aura, then retreated. Not long after, the Eldar, which had been peaceful for a long time, suddenly experienced a shocking earthquake. A large number of Eldar powerhouses walked out of seclusion. At that moment, all the races in the vicinity of the spirit race were aghast. Everywhere they looked, they could see the weather change. A terrifying aura pressed down on the sky, as if the world had entered the end of the world. What a powerful Eldar! The emperor of a race sucked in a breath of cold air, moaning helplessly and hopelessly in his heart. There was no need to see the Eldar powerhouses. Just a wisp of aura was enough to make the weaker races despair. he even thought about it. If the Eldar wanted to attack his race, it probably wouldn't take long for the billions of living beings in his race to be completely turned into ashes. Who on earth angered the Eldar? Damn it! After a moment of despair, the Emperor roared angrily again. In the past, the spirit race had always been doing well. They had never made such a big move before. As such, there were some races that purposely lived near the spirit race. Their goal was to borrow the protection of this peak race and avoid disaster. However, the usually gentle Eldar had become unusually furious today. The other races that wanted to rely on the spirit race as a backer trembled in fear. They shrank back into their own territories, not daring to move in the slightest for fear that they would incur the wrath of the spirit race and cause their race to be destroyed. In the 100,000 mountains, there were top races sitting there, and there were also emperors of the upper three true immortals. They cast their gazes toward the Eldar mountains. In their eyes, there was obvious shock. What's wrong with the Eldar? Such a strong killing intent. Could it be that they want to destroy all the races behind those true immortals? Combined with Ling Huang's sudden attack that killed hundreds of true immortals, and now the Eldar's rebellion, this emperor, he could almost guess the whole story. The clouds and mist dispersed. The body of the emperor was revealed. A white tiger. However, the difference was that the white tiger had a natural divine pattern imprint on it. It was like a high and mighty god, and no one dared to look at it directly. The top clan, the White Tiger people, the White Tiger Emperor, a true immortal expert of the upper three levels. Jianmu, that old thing, has been silent for 100,000 years. His methods haven't weakened at all. Even if I were to take action, I wouldn't have 100% confidence in fighting against him. The White Tiger Emperor sighed inwardly. In his line of sight, all the Eldar experts had appeared. If it weren't for the appearance of a large number of Eldar experts, he wouldn't have known that the Eldar had accumulated such a terrifying foundation. The number of experts. The White Tiger people couldn't be compared to them at all. Even though they are top-tier tribes, there is still a gap between them. The White Tiger tribe's foundation is ultimately a little lacking. If we are able to devour the other tiger tribes, we will not need to fear the Ling clan. A thought appeared in the White Tiger Emperor's mind. The Eldar had many experts because the Eldar had many living beings. Looking at the White Tiger people, the number of living beings they had didn't even reach 1/10 of the Eldars. There wasn't a single race in the world that could compare to the Eldar in terms of numbers. Even the human race, which was also known to have a large number of living beings, couldn't compare to the Eldar in terms of numbers. With a large number of living beings as a foundation, the Eldar naturally had many experts. Looking at the White Tiger people. There were many tiger people in the world. The White Tiger people were considered a branch of the tiger people. Their living beings weren't as numerous as the Eldar, and their experts weren't as numerous as the Eldar. However, if they could annex all the tiger people, then the strength of the White Tiger people would increase greatly. At that time, even if they weren't as strong as the Eldar, they wouldn't be too far off. The other tiger people aren't a problem. It's just that those few are a little more troublesome. We have to think carefully. The White Tiger Emperor's gaze was ice cold. There were not many powerhouses in the Tiger clan. Those who could match up to the White Tiger clan alone, there was not a single one. However, there were a few tiger people who were inferior to the White Tiger people. If those tiger people were to join forces, even if the White Tiger people could take them down, they would suffer heavy losses. Even if they really wanted to merge the tiger people, they couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, that would do more harm than good. All of a sudden, the White Tiger Emperor raised his head to look at the sky. The sky was originally clear and cloudless, but in his line of sight, he could see the illusory color of blood. Strange. Why does the heaven and earth massacre seem to have come alive? Could it be that the great calamity is coming? He was slightly shocked. The White Tiger was in charge of killing, so it was most sensitive to calamities. In the past, the 10,000 races would kill each other, causing the killing intent in the world to become even denser. However, at that time, the killing intent in the world was like a pool of stagnant water. Even though it was dense, it was not as lively as it was now. The active killing intent in the world was not a good thing. From the side, it was possible that a calamity was coming. Immediately, the White Tiger Emperor looked at Eldar again. At this moment, there was also the power of the killing intent in the world condensing in the sky above Eldar, causing his expression to change again. The killing intent in the world originated from Eldar. In that case, the great calamity in the future will be personally unveiled by Eldar. No, there's no need to talk about the future. Eldar might be about to unveil the prologue of the great calamity. Calamity. The explanation was actually very vague. However, the White Tiger Emperor knew that the 10,000 races would eventually face a calamity, and when the calamity began, it would be when the 10,000 races in the world erupted into an all-out war. In the end, the resources in the world were limited. If every race wanted to develop and grow, they had to plunder enough resources. The survival of the fittest. This was a principle that had always existed. However, the White Tiger Emperor's original guess was that it would be at least thousands or tens of thousands of years before the true outbreak of the Great War would happen. However, the appearance of the spirit race had completely shattered his guesses. It wouldn't take thousands or tens of thousands of years. Perhaps in the near future, a great war between the 10,000 races would break out. The great calamity of the world. Even the top races have the possibility of being destroyed. Now that Eldar is powerful, if the White Tiger people want to survive in the great calamity, we must make a suitable response. The White Tiger Emperor secretly made a decision. The matter of annexing and integrating the Tiger people could no longer be delayed. If this continued, when the great calamity really began, the White Tiger people might be completely destroyed. After all, although the White Tiger people were a top race, they were considered relatively weak among the top races. As a result, the chances of being destroyed were actually not small at all. After taking a deep look in the direction of Eldar, the White Tiger Emperor turned around and left. On the other side, Eldar's experts had all come out. There were more than 200 perfected immortal experts, and there were more than 1,000,000 Devis below the perfected immortal level, and countless cultivators below the Devis. In one move, Eldar had already mobilized more than 100 million cultivators. Led by 200 perfected immortals, more than 100 million Eldar experts headed toward one of the races. Their aura filled the sky. In an instant, the sky collapsed. The creatures of one of the races raised their heads and looked at the sky. There were so many Eldar experts gathered that they could be described as covering the sky and the sun. It was impossible to see the original appearance of the sky at all. In an instant, the weak cultivators of that race all exploded and died from the pressure of this aura. Bang, bang, the cultivators exploded, and in an instant, more than 1,000,000 creatures died. A ruler stepped into the air. His face was filled with fear, but he was also incomparably furious. My race has never had any conflict with Eldar. Why did Eldar bring people to kill my people? I want to see Ling Huang. Do you have the right to see my emperor? True immortal Eldar sneered, looking at the emperor as if he was looking at an ant. Your race's perfected immortal dared to ruin my emperor's opportunity. His race should be destroyed. Kill. He gave the order. The vast attack gathered together, and like a falling star, it fiercely bombarded the race below. No, the emperor roared in despair, erupting with all his strength in an attempt to block the destructive attack. However, it was useless. A single perfected immortal of the lower 3 tiers was pitifully weak in the face of such an attack. Not even a breath's time passed before the emperor was destroyed into nothingness by the force. The destructive force of the attack did not stop, landing on the territory of that race. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Mountains collapsed. Tens of millions of creatures did not even have the time to scream before they were forcefully annihilated by this force. Boom, looking at the land below that had already turned into abyssal ruins, true immortal Eldar withdrew his palm, his expression indifferent. Go to the next race. Only one of the 100 races had been destroyed, and there were still many races left. Now, Eldar wanted to destroy all of them with lightning speed. Otherwise, when the 100 races reacted and joined forces to resist, it would be quite troublesome for Eldar. Either he did not do it, or he would do it to the end. You Eldar have lost your minds and will not be tolerated by the heavens and earth. The Eldar will be destroyed one day, the experts roared in anger, the living beings wailed in agony. The moment all the living beings died, they cursed the Eldar from the bottom of their hearts, hoping that this executioner of their race would also meet his end. However, no matter how they cursed, they could not stop the fact that their race was going to be destroyed. Killing millions of living beings with one palm. An Eldar true immortal laughed coldly. Curse. If you can destroy us Eldar with just a curse, then the top races are just a joke. Today, I will destroy you all. I want to see who else in the world dares to go against me, the Eldar. At this moment, the hearts of all the Eldar were filled with killing intent. Although they were born from plants and had a peaceful nature, it did not mean that they did not have any killing intent. On the contrary, the 100,000 years of accumulation of the Eldar had caused some of the Eldar to accumulate a strong killing intent in their hearts. Now that it had exploded out, it was enough to make one tremble in fear. Looking at the destroyed race in front of him, an Eldar true immortal said in a low voice, "This is the 39th race. The remaining races should have all joined together and are waiting for us to go over. So what if they have joined together? No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. How can they fight against me, the Eldar? It is better that they have gathered together. It will save us the trouble of making a few more trips. We can just destroy them all in one fell swoop." A true immortal laughed coldly. They were not afraid of the races joining together. If the 100 races had joined together at the beginning, it would have been troublesome for the Eldar. But now, they had already destroyed 39 races. What could the remaining dozens of races do to stir up any trouble? Adding up the remaining true immortals of the smaller races, there were at most 100 of them. Now, the Eldar had sent out more than 200 true immortals. In terms of strength, it was a complete suppression. That's right. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot overturn the heavens. Today, we will destroy them all. Destroying the 39 races. The Eldar's aura was like a rainbow, as if he could sweep through the world. When the Eldar destroyed the other races, the experts of the remaining races had all gathered together. There was anger and fear on every expert's face. Eldar is a maniac. Our true immortal didn't do anything. All he did was take a trip to that mountain range, and yet he was killed by Ling Huang. That's one thing, but Eldar wants to lead an army to wipe us out. The Eldar was in the wrong in this matter, yet he still tried to kill them. A ruler was shocked and furious. Although Eldar's army had yet to reach him, it was almost there. According to the news, as many as 30 to 40 races had been destroyed. It was only half a day. Just by wiping out dozens of races, the number of lives lost numbered in the billions. To say that he was insane was an understatement. After saying this, another person said with an indignant expression, "The Eldar wants to kill us all, so we can't let him do as he pleases. Now that our races are united, no matter how strong the Eldar is, we have the confidence to fight back. At this time, you don't have to hide anymore. Some of the clans present here are likely related to some of the larger clans. Now that the spirit race is coming at us with such ferocious momentum, even though we have the confidence to resist them, we will only truly be safe if we can invite those larger clans to help us." No matter how many small races there were, they were still small races. It was good enough to have a true immortal of the lower 3 levels. They didn't have a top expert who could control a region. The strength that the Eldar revealed this time was so strong that it made people feel despair. Hearing this, there was also an emperor who continued. "My race has some connections with the Black Tiger. We have already sent a message. I think that soon, there will be Black Tiger experts coming." Black Tiger, many of the emperors present were slightly shocked. The way they looked at that emperor changed. The Tiger people were very strong. But after 100,000 years, the original Tiger people had split into countless branches. Among them, the White Tiger people were the top Tiger people. Although the Black Tiger people were not as strong as the White Tiger people, they were also a big race. Their strength could not be underestimated. Next, there were also emperors from other big races behind them who spoke one after another. Although the possibility of a small race joining hands with a big race was not high, there was still some hope. With dozens of races gathered together, there would always be a few races with big races standing behind them. Finally, an emperor who had been silent all this time slowly spoke. My race has some connections with the Kirin clan. Now that my race has sent a message, I'm not sure if the Kirin clan will help. Kirin people, these 3 words caused the scene to explode. All the emperors looked at that emperor and instantly recognized his identity. The Martin Emperor. Diao Huang. Diao Huang is actually related to the Kirin people. That's great. That's right. The Kirin people are also a top race. Their strength might not be much weaker than Eldar's. With the Kirin people stepping in, Eldar should be much quieter. Instantly. After the shock, many rulers felt much more at ease. If the Kirin people stepped in, Eldar would not offend a top race for such a small matter. Judging from the current situation, they had offended Eldar because of a small matter. Now that Eldar had made a big fuss and killed dozens of races, he had vented a lot of his anger. With another top race stepping in, it would not be a big problem for Eldar to stop while he was ahead. Facing everyone's words, Diao Huang's face showed some pride, but he immediately restrained it and shook his head slightly. I'm just sending a message. I'm not sure if the Kirin people will really step in. If the Kirin people are not willing to step in, there's nothing I can do. Hearing this, Xianxia said. The excitement in the hearts of those emperors disappeared a lot. However, someone said, it's best if the Kirin people can step in. If the Kirin people are not willing to step in, with the strength of a few big races and our current strength, we are not afraid of Eldar. This time Eldar is in the wrong. The truth is on our side. There are enough reasons for those big clans to lend a hand. That's right. While they were talking, an aura that could crush the sky descended, causing the emperor's expressions to change. This aura, in just an instant, they understood the source. Eldar was here, without hesitation. All the emperors and the true immortals of the races stepped into the air. In the void, the aura of hundreds of millions of Eldar's army was like a prison. Just the leakage of their aura caused the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. The more than 200 Eldar true immortals in the lead were even more terrifying. When the emperors of those races saw this scene, their expressions could not help but change again. At this moment, true immortal Eldar looked at the appearance of so many powerhouses and a cold smile appeared on his face. You really gathered together. That's good. My race doesn't have to waste time and need to search one by one. The Eldar really wants to kill us all. An emperor of a clan roared. Our true immortal accidentally entered the mountain range. Besides, that mountain range is not the territory of your spirit clan. The fact that the spirit emperor killed our true immortal is already going overboard. Now, he wants to exterminate our spirit clan. Even if the Eldar is one of the top clans, they can't be so arrogant. Do they really not care about the other clans in the world? He questioned in a powerful and resonant voice. The 100 clans nodded in agreement. When they looked at the Eldar, their expressions didn't change at all. When he finished speaking, an Eldar true immortal said coldly. How can the lives of a few true immortals be enough to offset the destruction of our emperor's opportunity? Only by destroying all of your clans can we vent our anger. At this point, he waved his hand, his face cold. Kill. Boom, many Eldar experts attacked at once. Terrifying attacks gathered, and in an instant, the sun and moon dimmed, and the void within a million miles shattered. When they saw this, although the true immortals of the 100 clans were shocked and furious, they had no intention of retreating. The Eldar wanted to kill them. Naturally, they couldn't just let themselves be killed. As long as they could delay for a while, the other clans would send experts to help. Rumble, as the true immortals of the 100 clans attacked, the situation went completely out of control. The true immortals attacked. Their momentum was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Now, there wasn't just one true immortal attacking. Including the Eldar true immortals, the number of true immortals of the 100 clans exceeded 300. So many experts attacked. They said they were going to destroy the heavens and the earth. That wasn't an exaggeration at all. Since the Eldar wants to kill us all, then we don't have to worry about anything. Kill him. Diao Huang roared, revealing his true form. He transformed into a million-meter-tall divine marten and charged at an Eldar true immortal. The Marten clan was one of the stronger clans among the smaller clans. As the emperor of the Marten clan, Diao Huang wasn't just a first heaven immortal. He had reached the peak of second heaven immortal. Together with the clan's fortune, it wasn't impossible for him to fight a third heaven immortal. However, Diao Huang also understood the logic of picking the weakest persimmon. Therefore, his target was not some powerful true immortal, but a true immortal Eldar of the first heaven immortal realm. When that Eldar true immortal was targeted, he instantly felt a great sense of terror. However, he didn't retreat either. Although Diao Huang was strong, it was impossible for him to kill him instantly. As long as they weren't killed in an instant, there would naturally be experts from the same race who would come to their aid. Therefore, when the Diao Huang attacked, the Eldar true immortal did not retreat. Instead, he revealed his true form and turned into a towering tree. Numerous roots danced in the void like a terrifying beast. Rumble. The roots were infused with the power of laws, and they danced wildly like silver snakes, causing black cracks to appear in the void. Regarding this, Diao Huang smiled coldly, and his immortal essence blasted out, directly destroying the void. A large number of tentacles broke from the middle, and dark green branches and leaves scattered in the sky, causing that Eldar true immortal to let out a painful cry. A mere true immortal dares to stop me. Today, I'll kill one of your Eldar true immortals and let you Eldar understand that the Marten clan is not to be trifled with. Killing intent surged in his heart. Eldar had already stepped on his face. If he didn't retaliate, what face would he have left? Therefore, kill. He had to kill. Anyway, the Marten clan had the existence of the Kirin people behind them. Even if he killed the Eldar true immortal, at most, the Eldar clan would migrate. With the protection of the Kirin people, he didn't believe that Eldar would really start a war with the top clan. At this moment, there was a rain of blood falling from the sky. A true immortal of the 100 clans couldn't win and was finally killed by the Eldar true immortal. Blood rained down. The killing intent in the world seemed to be attracted by something and gathered towards the battlefield. All of a sudden, the eyes of a severely injured true immortal of the 100 clans turned red and his body suddenly exploded. Boom, the power of a true immortal's explosion was unparalleled. The Eldar true immortal who was fighting was caught off guard and was directly blown up. In an instant, his physical body shattered. Even if he was one realm higher, there was no way he could withstand the aftermath of this destruction. However, for a true immortal expert, the destruction of the physical body didn't mean death. Being reborn from a drop of blood was a piece of cake. The Eldar true immortal's physical body had just been destroyed and in the next breath, it recovered. However, just as his physical body recovered, a true immortal of the 100 clans saw the opportunity and attacked again. Bang, the powerful force cracked the Eldar true immortal's physical body again. Next, another cold saber light tore through the air. Before the Eldar true immortal's physical body could recover, it directly destroyed his soul. His soul was destroyed. The true immortal died. Crack, there was a thunderous explosion in the sky and soon, a rain of blood fell. But the difference was, this time, it wasn't the true immortal of the 100 clans who died, but Eldar's true immortal. How dare you kill our Eldar true immortal? You're courting death. The true immortals on Eldar's side were all enraged. Eldar didn't lose any true immortals after destroying the 39 clans, but now, a true immortal died not long after the battle began. Although one more true immortal or one less true immortal didn't mean much to Eldar. But being killed by another race on the spot still made him angry. Boom, boom. Boom, when true immortals on both sides died, the two forces were completely in a frenzy. Since then, blood rained down endlessly. Almost every once in a while, a true immortal would die. Or self-destruct. Or be killed. In the distant void, there were experts watching this battle. What's wrong with Eldar? He won't stop until he destroys the 100 clans. Who knows? The power of the top clans is really despairing. Even if the 100 clans join forces, it's almost impossible for them to fight against Eldar. And under such circumstances, Ling Huang hasn't even made a move yet. Ling Huang. Hearing the two words Ling Huang, the expressions of all the hidden experts changed drastically. The spirit clan's ruler had only attacked a few times. However, every time he made a move, it was earth-shattering. For example, not long ago, he killed over 100 true immortals in one go with a completely overwhelming momentum. Over 100 true immortals joined forces and couldn't do anything at all. That kind of strength, it was definitely not something that ordinary true immortals could contend against. It could be said that, if Ling Huang personally made a move, the true immortals of the 100 clans would probably be wiped out in an instant. Then, there were some experts who were bewildered. I don't think Ling Huang will make a move. An expert of his level will affect the whole situation. Unless it's absolutely necessary, he will stay in the Eldar Mountains. Besides, the 100 clans can't fight against Eldar now, so there's no need for Ling Huang to make a move. Hearing this, there were also some experts who nodded in agreement. Among the many hidden experts, a few middle-aged men in black with tiger stripes were silently watching the changes in the battle. Should we make a move? A few middle-aged men were talking with their divine thoughts. Hearing this, the man in the lead pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. We'll definitely make a move. The people of that clan have some relationship with my emperor. If we let them be destroyed by the Eldar, we won't be able to explain it to my emperor when we return. But Eldar is now aggressive. Even if we make a move, it'll be difficult to contend against them. If we can avoid making a move, then we won't. With my reputation as the Black Tiger, I believe Eldar will give us some face. The man in the lead said. It was just that when he spoke, he didn't have much confidence in his heart. If it was in the past, it wasn't strange for Eldar to give some face to the Black Tiger. But now that Eldar was in a frenzy and both sides had true immortals fallen, it was hard to say whether the other party would give them face or not. Let's go. After saying this, the leader took the lead and appeared from the void. The other people also showed up. A powerful aura swept out and directly entered the battlefield. In an instant, it attracted the attention of many true immortals. The grudge between Eldar and the 100 clans, I don't want anyone to interfere. Ling Xian sent an emperor flying with a palm strike and then looked coldly at the person who came. He was the person in charge of leading the Eldar army to destroy the 100 clans and was also a top expert among the Eldar. Although he wasn't as strong as Ling Huang, his strength couldn't be underestimated. When the Black Tiger people appeared, Ling Xian didn't have much fear and only gave a warning. Hearing this, the leader cupped his hands with a gentle smile on his face. I'm the Black Tiger, the Black Abyss. I have no intention of interfering with Eldar. It's just that the Madara Tiger people have some relationship with my Black Tiger. My emperor hopes that Eldar can give the Madara Tiger people a way out. Other than that, Black Tiger would never interfere in other matters. At the same time, if Eldar agrees, the Black Tiger will owe Eldar a favor and will definitely repay it in the future. After saying this, Ling Xian's eyes flickered. He had some understanding of the Madara Tiger people. They were a small clan among the 100 clans. Their strength was average. What he didn't expect was that a small spotted tiger people was actually related to the Black Tiger. Release, he still wouldn't let go, this was a problem. No matter what, the Black Tiger was still a large clan, and not just any ordinary large clan. Many years ago, the current ruler of the Black Tiger had obtained a great opportunity from somewhere, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Very soon, he had established a new branch of the tiger people called the Black Tiger. Regarding this, naturally, this caused many tiger people to be dissatisfied. Unfortunately, the strength of the Black Tiger's ruler was tyrannical. Even if the other branches were dissatisfied in their hearts, there was simply no way to deal with the other party. So, the Black Tiger was established just like that. And for so many years, it had been standing between heaven and earth without falling. If it was an ordinary large clan, Ling Xian would have ignored it long ago. But the Black Tiger was different. According to Ling Huang, although the Black Tiger's strength was not as strong as the top large clans, it was not much worse. At this time, the battle in the field was over in a flash. The striped tiger emperor's body was broken by the other Eldar true immortals. He looked at the black abyss in the sky and immediately asked for help. Brother the Black Abyss, save me. Hearing the cry for help, the Black Abyss also saw the severely injured and dying Striped Tiger Emperor. Without hesitation, he directly acted, wanting to save the Striped Tiger Emperor. This move completely angered Xianxia. Impudent. Without the permission of Eldar, he acted on his own accord. It was obvious that he did not put the Eldar in his eyes. At this time. What Black Tiger? What Black Tiger Emperor? Xianxia could not be bothered to care about them. Since the Black Tiger did not give face to the Eldar, then the Eldar did not need to give face to the Black Tiger. Boom, Xianxia directly acted. The terrifying power caused the Black Abyss's expression to change greatly. The other party was the strongest person below Ling Huang. Although his strength was not at the level of an upper 3 true immortal, he was almost at the peak of the middle 3 true immortals. In view of this, the Black Abyss did not dare to relax in the slightest. He withdrew his hand midway and also struck out with a palm. Boom, the two palms collided. The rules were shattered. The Black Abyss's body shook and could not help but retreat. It was only a short exchange, but the winner was already decided. Although he was also a middle 3 true immortal, he was hovering around the 5th true immortal. Xianxia in front of him was a 6th true immortal. Eldar, don't go too far. When did you, Black Tiger, have the right to tell my clan what to do? Alright, let me see how strong Eldar is today. The Black Abyss was so angry that he laughed. He was also angered by Xianxia's arrogant words. There was a certain gap in their strength, but the gap was not so big that it could not be made up. Now that the Striped Tiger Emperor was about to be killed by Eldar, no matter what, he had to act. If he retreated without a single move, his emperor would definitely punish him. The Black Abyss attacked in anger. Xianxia sneered and did not stop attacking. So what if Black Tiger was strong? In front of Eldar, he was completely not strong enough. Not long after the two exchanged blows, more experts from the big clans arrived. Their goal. Like Black Tiger, they wanted to fish out 1 or 2 clans. Now that Eldar was in a killing frenzy, these big clans did not expect Eldar to let the 100 clans go. Anyway, they just wanted to fish out the clans related to them. They believed that Eldar would give them face. However, just as those big clans experts were about to speak, Xianxia cursed. Scram, no one can stop Eldar from killing people. If you know what's good for you, get out of here immediately. Eldar is too arrogant. Impudent. Those big clans experts were so angry that their faces turned green. They had spoken nicely, but the other party had cursed at them the moment they opened their mouths, not giving them any face at all. For experts, face was a very important thing. Xianxia was openly slapping their faces and the clans behind them. This matter was not so easy to resolve. If they retreated, they would definitely be laughed at by other forces. Looking at the clans that were fighting with Eldar, those big clans experts were determined. They immediately looked at Xianxia and sneered. I heard that Eldar is very strong. Let's see how strong he is. After that, several big clans experts directly joined the battle. Eldar was strong. If it was just a single big clan, they would definitely not dare to become enemies with Eldar. But it was different now. There were dozens of clans present. Even if they really angered Eldar, all the clans would join forces and Eldar would have to be wary. Top clans, it was not that no one could fight against them. It was because of this that these big clans experts dared to openly attack. Okay, Eldar, will take all of them. Xianxia's murderous intent manifested. He was not afraid of those experts at all. Eldar had mobilized all his clans. He would kill as many enemies as there were. Eldar is crazy. In the human race, Feng was stunned. He had been paying attention to this battle since the beginning, but he hadn't made any preparations. At the front, Eldar killing hundreds of races for a small matter was a bit too much. But considering Eldar's strength, although Feng was a bit arrogant, Eldar had the confidence to be arrogant, so it wasn't a big problem. But now it was different. Several large races came forward and wanted to deal with a few races. Eldar didn't give them face, but he also involved the experts of those large races. In this way, the situation might go out of control. In the past, Eldar had always been low-key. Even if there were races provoking him, there wouldn't be any big disputes. What's going on this time? No matter how hard Feng thought, he couldn't understand Eldar's purpose. In his memory, the Astrals were gentle in their dealings and rarely made enemies with other races. So, among the many top races, Eldar gave the other races the best impression. In addition to Eldar's strength, the other races wouldn't easily provoke Eldar. Looking at the present, Eldar's way of doing things was completely different from his usual way of doing things. While Feng was puzzled, Godslayer, who had been staying in the Human Emperor's palace, a calm voice came out. Human Emperor, don't tell me you haven't noticed that the killing power between heaven and earth has become active. An abrupt voice. It startled Feng. Immediately, he looked in the direction of the voice and saw Godslayer standing in the main hall. Sir, can you talk? He had never known that this stone saber could actually communicate with him. At the front, even the wind treated it as an inanimate object. Hearing this, Godslayer was speechless. Of course I can talk. Any top divine weapon can give birth to intelligence. Don't underestimate me. Ben Huang was rude. Feng was stunned for a moment, then he came back to his senses and apologized embarrassedly. If it was someone else, he definitely wouldn't apologize. However, the Godslayer was a divine weapon left behind by Qin Shujian. Even though he was a Ren Huang, he did not dare to take it lightly. Subsequently, Feng recalled what Godslayer had said earlier. You mentioned just now that the killing in the world has become more active. What does that have to do with Eldar's actions? Human Emperor, there's something you don't know. Heaven and earth is particular about prosperity and decline. Now that the myriad races in the world are flourishing and have almost reached a peak, a calamity is bound to descend from the heavens and earth. If they couldn't overcome the tribulation, the myriad of races would decline, and some races might even be destroyed because of it. However, if they survived the calamity, there would still be a portion of races that would decline. However, there would also be a portion of races that would take this opportunity to break through their limits and ascend to a whole new level. Now that the world is filled with killing, it's a sign that the great calamity is about to begin. If I'm not wrong, Eldar's battle is just a prelude. There will be even more intense battles in the future. At that time, no race will be able to avoid it. Godslayer said calmly. He was a divine weapon that focused on killing. Therefore, he was very sensitive to the killing power of heaven and earth. In addition to that, he had existed in the upper-class world for hundreds of millions of years. The rise and fall of the myriad races. The destruction of races. He had experienced all of them one by one. The current situation of the myriad races was very similar to the situation of the myriad races in the ancient times. Therefore, Godslayer could conclude that it was time for the myriad races in the inner world to break out into a great war. The calamity of heaven and earth. The myriad races are going to war. Feng's expression suddenly changed. He didn't doubt the truth of Godslayer's words. Instead, he was considering the gains and losses of this matter. It was true that the human race was a top race now, but their strength wasn't truly top-notch. A war had really begun. Feng wasn't sure if the human race could successfully survive the calamity. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask Godslayer for advice. I wonder if you have a way to help the human race survive this great calamity? Whether or not the human race can successfully survive the calamity will depend on themselves. I don't have any good ideas. If any race wants to survive the calamity, they have to rely on their own opportunities, luck, and strength. Right now, the human race is powerful and has deep opportunities and luck. I think the success rate of surviving the calamity won't be low. Godslayer comforted him. Then, he changed the topic. If the human race really can't survive, the human emperor doesn't have to worry too much. According to the deal, if the human race is in danger of being exterminated, I will take action 3 times. With the current strength of the human race, I will cooperate with my strength. Right now, there are no experts in the world who can threaten us. The strongest in the inner world was only a 7th level immortal. It wasn't that Godslayer was praising himself. If the wind in front of him worked with him, not to mention a 7th-level immortal, even an 8th-level immortal could be killed. With this strength, there was no need to be afraid of the experts of the myriad races at all. It was just that he couldn't take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, it would destroy the balance of heaven and earth. He could only stay with the human race and passively attack. When the human race was about to be destroyed, he could only help them. Even so, in Godslayer's opinion, it was enough. He didn't dare to say anything else, but just this great calamity in front of him, the human race definitely wouldn't be destroyed. Unless, the myriad races could produce a 9th-level immortal expert. However, this possibility wasn't high. Right now, the top experts were only 7th-level immortals. It wasn't an easy task to produce a 9th-level immortal expert. Godslayer's confident words made Feng feel slightly more at ease. He wasn't really afraid of the great calamity. He was just worried about the future of the human race. After all, as long as the calamity started, the casualties of the human race couldn't be avoided. Suppressing his guesses about the great calamity, Feng couldn't help but ask a question that had been in his heart for a long time. May I ask, what is the background of the Venerable One? He was really curious about the background of Qin Shujian. From the other party, Feng was almost certain that perhaps outside the world, there was still an even vaster world, and that Venerable One was an expert in that world. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain why the other party came and went without a trace. He only appeared in the world once after so many years. Before the other party appeared, with the power of the human race, there was no way to find out any information. It was obvious. The time when the Venerable One disappeared definitely didn't stay in the world. Facing the question, the god-slaying saber replied indifferently. There are some things that you can't care about now. I can only tell you that with his strength, if he wants to destroy the myriad races of the world, it's just a thought. The human race is favored by him. That's an opportunity for the human race. As long as you seize it well, the achievements of the human race in the future are beyond your imagination. Hearing this, Feng fell silent. Godslayer continued. When you have the chance to reach the peak of the world in the future, you will understand. After saying that, he added in his heart. Cultivate well, human emperor. The great tribulation of heaven and earth is actually caused by me. Who would have thought? Qin Shujian had just left a small clan after throwing down a weapon, when he was attracted by Eldar's great battle. He was the creator of the world. How could the active killing power of the world escape his senses, in Qin Shujian's eyes? Right now, the killing power drifting between heaven and earth had already reached an extremely frightening level. If someone knew how to pry into fate, they would be able to see that the world had been dyed a faint blood red at some point in time. A blood-red world, the Great Tribulation had arrived. It was a sign that the world was about to experience a great tribulation. He could understand the ins and outs of the matter just by pinching his fingers and divining. The Great Tribulation of heaven and earth. Who would have thought that it would be used on Eldar? It seems that as the number one clan in the world, Eldar will have to bear the responsibility of opening the Great Tribulation. But that's fine too. The creator of the Great Tribulation is both a crisis and an opportunity. If he can survive the Great Tribulation, even if he doesn't become a Dao fruit, he'll at least reach the peak of the 9th level of Immortal Realm, or even the half-step Dao fruit realm. Qin Shujian looked in the direction of Eldar. Even though they were billions of miles apart, they still couldn't block his sight. The Eldar Mountains. It was currently surrounded by a large amount of killing power. The Skirich Jianmu was also being corroded by the killing power. Faced with the killing power of the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth, even a half-step Dao fruit realm cultivator might be corroded if they weren't careful, let alone a 7th level immortal. Not reaching Dao fruit, they would never be able to break free from the restraints of the world. Thus, when the Great Tribulation came, they might not be able to completely escape. For Qin Shujian now. Although the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth was still powerful, as long as he didn't fall into it, there wouldn't be any problems. How could I fall into it? No matter what, I'm still the creator of this world. Qin Shujian found the idea that popped up in his mind laughable. Then, he stopped thinking about it. A great tribulation of heaven and earth was a great tribulation of heaven and earth. Without it, how could a supreme expert rise to the top? In all the previous epochs, calamities would appear every once in a while. Any race that could survive the calamity would definitely give birth to a supreme expert of an era. However, not all of the tribulations could be overcome. If they couldn't cross it, then the world would fall into a period of low tide, and there would be a lack of experts to oversee the situation. The Great Wide World. The final battle of ancient times was just like that. It was the same for the final battle of the ancient times. In those two wars, it was equivalent to no race surviving the calamity. Both sides suffered losses. The difference was that in the ancient times, it was the fiend abyss that invaded, but it was also a calamity for the myriad races. Therefore, the myriad races could not be considered to have survived the two calamities. As such, they fell into a long period of low tide. The upper three true immortals were nowhere to be seen, while the middle three true immortals dominated. Furthermore, true immortals were isolated, and celestials were revered. Xianxia naturally did not wish for his inner world to end up like the vast thousand domains after the destruction of ancient times. After all, if it really reached that level, the 10,000 races would be weak, and the number of experts that could be born could be counted on one's fingers. It wasn't beneficial to his plans. No matter what, he was the one who opened up his inner world. All the living beings in it were his backup forces. Xianxia also hoped that one day, when his calamity came, the experts in his inner world would be able to give him some help. It wasn't that the Dao fruit didn't have a calamity. It was just that the calamity of the Dao fruit wasn't in the world, but somewhere else. If necessary, I'll make a move. But now that the calamity has just begun, there's no need for me to interfere. Xianxia shook his head. He ignored the question of the calamity. As long as the myriad races weren't completely destroyed, he wouldn't interfere at all. Similarly, if things really reached that stage, Xianxia wouldn't really stand by and do nothing. He restrained his thoughts. He headed to the next race. Right now, the great calamity had only just begun. It hadn't reached a stage where it completely erupted. Many races were still in a wait-and-see state and hadn't been swept into the great calamity. However, Xianxia wasn't sure. When would the great calamity erupt? Perhaps in a few days, perhaps in a few years. It wasn't certain. But there was one thing he was sure of. That was, once the calamity truly erupted, it would definitely engulf all the races in the world. No one would be spared. What realm does the Emperor of Heaven think we have to reach before we can truly escape the calamity and live forever without being troubled by all things? The heavenly cycle star diagram suddenly asked, sensing something. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression was calm as he looked up at the sky. There were endless rules intertwining there. I don't know. But wherever there are rules, there will be calamities accompanying them. Perhaps one day, I will be completely above all the rules and not be afraid of calamities. However, he didn't know how to completely surpass the rules. Even at his current realm, Xianxia didn't dare to say that he was completely above the rules. At most, he was above the rules of heaven and earth. However, above the rules of heaven and earth, there were also the rules of the universe. Outside the universe, there was real power surrounding it. As for what was behind the real power, Xianxia wasn't sure. Only when he reached the real level would he be able to see the next level of scenery. Before reaching that realm, there was no need for any guesses. Immediately after, Xianxia didn't think too much about it. A race had already appeared in his sight. He believed one day, he would reach that level. After the fall of the Third Era, to the rebirth of this era, and then to understand and evolve the path of the heaven and earth system, thus opening up the inner world. Everything was developing in a good direction. I only hope that this seclusion in the time formation will allow me to gain more. It's about time for those players to return. After the appearance of Hong Jun from the desolate great world, the people from the other great worlds, as the movements of those players became bigger and bigger, also attracted their attention. Until now, Xianxia basically met the people from those great worlds. Of course, The so-called meeting was only his Emperor of Heaven incarnation meeting the other party. In fact, they didn't return to the great wide world. Those people were also in a vague state of their own strength. But Qin Shujian was sure. It wouldn't be long before those people returned to the great wide world. At that time, it would also be a big problem. Just like Dao ancestor Hong Junyi. Such a person wouldn't dare to be under others. So, he was now using the time formation to cultivate in seclusion to promote the evolution of the inner world. To a large extent, it was to improve his strength to deal with the subsequent problems. From Qin Shujian's point of view, a time flow rate of 200,000 to 1 was enough for his inner world to evolve to a terrifying state. At that time, his strength would also increase correspondingly. The world was endless. The rules were also endless. Although his inner world had been upgraded to the level of a great wide world, the rules were still a little weaker than a mature great wide world. The follow-up. Qin Shujian was waiting. He was waiting for his inner world to evolve more rules of heaven and earth, and for the existing rules to continue to strengthen. Only in this way, his strength would steadily increase. The world is endless, and my strength can also be endless. Give me millions of years, my strength will definitely reach a higher level. When I face Luo Ho, he may not be able to escape. As for Hong Jun, Qin Shujian's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Regarding this Dao ancestor who had been famous for a long time, he also wanted to truly witness the other party's strength. Luo Ho was very strong. But at the beginning of the first era, he lost to Hong Jun. At that time, Hong Jun was definitely not at his peak, so the current Hong Jun might be even stronger. Although he had defeated Luo Ho, at that time, Luo Ho had not been at his peak. In view of this, Qin Shujian understood that his current strength was roughly the same as Luo Ho at his peak at the beginning of the first era. In this way, compared to Hong Jun, he was definitely half a level lower. Of course, such a gap did not mean that he would definitely lose in the end, but there was no way to suppress it. However, if the inner world was allowed to evolve for millions of years, there was a high chance that it could be suppressed. Qin Shujian was just thinking about it. Unless Hong Jun really attacked him, there was no need to start a battle for Dao fruits. Boom, a true immortal self-destructed. Blood rained down. Many creatures were caught off guard and were swept in by this force. Their bodies were destroyed, and they completely died. Puff. Ling Xian coughed up blood. Although he was a true immortal at the peak of the middle 3 tiers, his opponent was also extraordinary. The Black Abyss was a level 5 true immortal, and a few true immortals from large clans. There were a total of 5 middle 3 true immortals attacking together. Even if he was a 6th heaven immortal, they would not be able to withstand such an attack. However, while Ling Xian was holding back the 3 middle-level true immortals, Eldar's other true immortals were slaughtering the true immortals of the 100 tribes. Eldar was one of the top clans. Naturally, Ling Xian was not the only one among the middle 3 true immortals. In fact, excluding Ling Xian, Eldar had sent out a total of 8 true immortals. These 8 mid-3rd level true immortals were nightmarish existences for the true immortals of the 100 races. At the beginning, the true immortals of the 100 races could still hold their own. But as the battle progressed, the situation became one-sided. Massacre, it was a bloody massacre. The true immortals of the 100 races were completely incapable of fighting back. One by one, the true immortals were heavily wounded. Some were true immortals. He was going to self-detonate to take the true immortal of the spirit race down with him. True immortals self-destructed. The power was unparalleled. Some Eldar true immortals were caught off guard and were indeed killed by the self-destruction. But in this way, the true immortals on Eldar's side were completely enraged. You're courting death. An Eldar powerhouse at the middle 3 true immortal level had bloodshot eyes. He looked at the true immortals of the 100 races with a sickly smile on his face. Then, he charged into the group of true immortals of the 100 races and his body exploded. A true immortal self-destructed, and it was a middle 3 true immortal self-destructing. At that moment, a large number of true immortals of the 100 races died. They did not even have time to scream before they were devoured by this destructive force, leaving nothing behind. After all, The power of a middle three true immortal's self-destruction was almost comparable to an attack from an upper three true immortal. Those lower three true immortals had no chance of resisting at all. Just for a moment, half of the true immortals of the 100 races were killed. Dozens of true immortals died without any ability to resist. At this moment, the remaining Eldar true immortals were also in a frenzy. They took advantage of the true immortals of the 100 races to attack with all their might and kill even more true immortals who were injured. A rain of blood filled the sky. There was not a single moment of rest. True immortals died one after another. There were true immortals of the 100 races and Eldar. But compared to the number of Eldar true immortals who died, more true immortals of the 100 races died. At this moment, the other top clans, as well as the powerhouses of the other races, were all watching the battle between the Eldar and the 100 races. Until now, the number of true immortals who had died had already reached over 100. Together with the hundreds of true immortals who had been killed by Ling Huang not long ago, more than 200 true immortals had died. It could be said that there were very few great battles in the world where more than 200 true immortals died in one go. Even in a battle between two top clans, the number of true immortals who died could be counted on one hand. The ones who died the most were cultivators below the true immortal level. But now, not to mention the countless number of diviners who had died on both sides, even a large number of true immortals had died. Eldar is really ruthless. Middle three true immortals self-destructed just like that. The Eldar didn't even give face to those top clans when they stepped in. This time, he's gone berserk. Some powerhouses shook their heads and sighed. The usually gentle Eldar had such a violent and bloodthirsty side to him now. It was completely unexpected. If it were the humans or other top clans who were massacring like this, it would still be acceptable. Eldar. There had always been very few disputes. But now, it was completely out of the ordinary. Needless to say, the outcome of the current situation was obvious. As long as the top clans didn't step in, the 100 races were doomed. Even if those top clans stepped in to help, they wouldn't be able to stop this. No, the striped tiger emperor let out an indignant roar before he was devoured by a powerful force. This emperor had finally reached the end of his road. The black tiger had come. But even if the black tiger stepped in, there was no way to save him. When the striped tiger emperor died, the black abyss's expression was cold and ugly. He stared at Ling Xian in front of him. You actually dared to kill the striped tiger emperor. I, Black Tiger, will not let this matter rest. The striped tiger emperor had died. Their mission this time was considered a failure. Thinking of the relationship between the striped tiger emperor and their emperor, the black abyss was angry and frightened. If this matter wasn't handled well, they would be in big trouble. Hearing that, Ling Xian sneered disdainfully. Not willing to let this matter rest? When have I, Eldar, ever been afraid of a little black tiger like you? This is simply ridiculous. Today, the black abyss aside, even if the black tiger emperor came in person, what could he do? When I, Eldar, do things, I never bother to answer to anyone. You, Black Tiger, are the same. As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled. It was as if an extremely terrifying aura was crushing over. A vast and ethereal voice came from within. You talk big. Ben Huang wants to see if you, Eldar, are strong enough to ignore me, Black Tiger. A voice. It covered the entire place, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The black abyss's face was filled with joy. My emperor. How could he not recognize this voice? Unlike the black abyss's ecstasy, Ling Xian's expression changed drastically. Black Tiger Emperor. From the voice just now to the aura that the other party revealed, they all made him feel terrified. One had to know. He was a 6th-level immortal powerhouse. Although he had not stepped into the ranks of the upper 3 true immortals, he was a top existence among the middle 3 true immortals. Black Tiger was only a large clan, not a top clan. The reason was. It was because Black Tiger did not have an upper 3 true immortal. Ever since heaven and earth was promoted to the upper-class world, the difference between a large clan and a top clan was whether there was an upper 3 true immortal powerhouse. If there was. Even if that clan did not have any more powerhouses, it could still be considered a top clan. If not, then it could only be said to be a large clan. If there were only lower 3 true immortals, then it was a small clan. As for not having a true immortal, that was impossible. When heaven and earth was just born, many clans did not have a true immortal. But now, any clan would more or less have a true immortal. Clans without a true immortal, they had long been destroyed. So now, even the weakest of clans had a true immortal. Even if that true immortal had just broken through to the first level immortal. Back to the topic. The reason why Black Tiger was a large clan and not a top clan was because Black Tiger did not have an upper 3 true immortal powerhouse. Although the Black Tiger Emperor was strong, he was only a middle 3 true immortal. He was also a middle 3 true immortal. Ling Xian felt that he was not weaker than anyone. However, now that the Black Tiger Emperor had yet to appear, just the aura that leaked out made him feel a huge threat. That feeling. It was definitely not something that an ordinary 6th level immortal could give. At this moment, the void collapsed silently. A middle-aged man in black with a dignified face suddenly appeared there. His aura moved without wind, like a tide of stars sweeping through heaven and earth. All true immortals. It was as if a terrifying force was pulling at their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Black Tiger Emperor, the pupils of the true immortals who were hiding in the dark, as well as the other experts who were watching, suddenly shrank when they saw the Black Tiger Emperor appear. When did the strength of the Black Tiger Emperor become so strong? No, he's definitely not a middle 3 true immortal. Hiss, he succeeded in breaking through. If that's the case, wouldn't the Black Tiger be one of the top clans? Many experts were shaken to the core. The aura of the Black Tiger Emperor was clearly not something that a middle 3rd level true immortal could give off. In other words, it was very likely that the other party was an upper 3rd level true immortal. If that was really the case, then the Black Tiger clan wouldn't be a large clan. Instead, they would be qualified to be ranked among the top clans. Black Tiger Emperor. When Feng saw the middle-aged man, his expression turned grave. The others did not dare to be certain whether the Black Tiger Emperor had successfully broken through or not. However, as the ruler of the human race, he was 100% certain that the Black Tiger Emperor was already an upper 3 levels true immortal. In this way, there was one more top clan in the world. It's rumored that the Black Tiger Emperor had a fortuitous encounter. Later on, he was able to advance by leaps and bounds, creating the Black Tiger clan in one fell swoop. At the same time, he allowed the Black Tiger clan to be ranked among the top clans. Unexpectedly, he's already an upper 3 levels true immortal. It seems that there's going to be some turmoil on the Tiger people's side. Feng first exclaimed in surprise. Then, a half-smile appeared on his face. He knew very well. The Tiger people were divided. The White Tiger people were the only top clan among the Tiger people. The White Tiger Emperor had always wanted to unify the Tiger people. However, because of the alliance of the other clans, there was no way for him to succeed. Now, the Black Tiger Emperor's breakthrough meant that there was another top clan among the Tiger people. Then, the status of the White Tiger people would also be threatened. The Tiger people were in internal strife. Feng seemed to have seen a corner of the future. The White Tiger people and the Black Tiger clan would eventually fight to the death one day. Whoever won would be able to truly unify the Tiger people. While he was exclaiming in surprise, the Godslayer's voice was a little strange. It's actually him. Hearing that, Feng turned his head to look at the stone saber. You know the Black Tiger Emperor? The Godslayer let out a soft hum and said, many years ago, when the Sky and the Venerable One were traveling the world, he once carried the Venerable One for hundreds of years. Later, he let him go. Now that so many years have passed, he has actually grown to such a level. He is really lucky. He originally wanted to say the Emperor of Heaven. Later, he remembered that Feng had always called him the Venerable One, and Qin Shujian did not say that he could expose his identity, so he changed his way of calling him the Venerable One. I see. The Godslayer's words made Feng seem to have found the reason why the Black Tiger Emperor's strength had soared. He had carried the Venerable One before. What kind of person was the Venerable One? He was a true supreme existence. No true immortal in the world could compare to him. The other party had carried such an expert before. To a certain extent, he was equivalent to the Venerable One's mount. With this identity, it was normal for his strength to soar. Perhaps the Venerable One had left behind some kind of cultivation method for the Black Tiger Emperor, allowing him to reach his current level. What good luck! Feng could not help but sigh. Why couldn't he encounter such a thing? He had become an upper 3 true immortal because he had created the human clan by chance and walked step by step to where he was today. However, the Black Tiger Emperor was neither the first batch of living beings in the world, nor was he the one who created the tiger people. It was just that when he became stronger, he roped in a portion of the oppressed tiger people and established the Black Tiger. Speaking of which, the other party's identity was much different from the first batch of living beings like them. But even so, the Black Tiger army still caught up with them. 2. This. Feng also felt admiration. After all, even if it was really a fortuitous encounter, not everyone could obtain this fortuitous encounter. On the other side, the appearance of the Black Tiger Emperor caused the battle to pause for a moment. The gazes of a large number of true immortals were focused on this Black Tiger Emperor. At this moment, the Black Tiger Emperor's expression was indifferent. Looking at the fallen striped Tiger Emperor, there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. Then, his gaze fell on Xianxia again. The Black Tiger has never had the intention to go against Eldar. In the end, the striped Tiger Emperor is also a member of our tiger people. Eldar killed him without any explanation, which is not giving our tiger people face. Now that you have publicly humiliated our Black Tiger, if Ben Huang doesn't do anything, he will undoubtedly be looked down upon by others. Rumor has it that you are the strongest person below Ling Huang. Today, let Ben Huang see how strong you are to be able to spout such arrogant words. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly struck out with his palm. It looked like an ordinary palm, but in Ling Xian's eyes, it was a great terror. The materialized rules descended, as if the sky was collapsing. Boom, kill. A great terror rose in Ling Xian's heart, but he was not afraid. He punched out with all his might, and all kinds of rule power erupted and collided fiercely. Boom, the two forces collided. In an instant, the rule power was destroyed. Ling Xian's body was hit by an extremely tyrannical force, and he fell into the void. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood splattered everywhere. The scene was silent. Ling Xian, who was known as the strongest person below Ling Huang, was injured by the Black Tiger Emperor with just one move. Such a gap. It made all the experts present look aghast. The Black Tiger Emperor slowly retracted his palm and looked at Ling Xian with an indifferent expression. Is this why you dare to look down on me, the Black Tiger? Cough, cough. Ling Xian covered his chest and coughed. His cracked body was recovering. That attack just now did not hurt him much. His body cracked. For a true immortal, it was just a superficial wound that could be quickly healed with his self-healing ability. What really hit Ling Xian was the gap in strength between the two sides. He thought that even if the Black Tiger Emperor was very strong, he could still contend against him. Who would have thought? It was just one move. He was already injured. Although it was not to the extent of being defeated, the difference in strength was obvious. The Black Tiger Emperor said indifferently, I, the Black Tiger, have never had the intention to fight with Eldar. However, no matter what, the Madara tiger people are still a branch of my tiger people. Eldar wants to kill the Madara tiger people because of some small matter. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Now that I, the Black Tiger, have stepped forward, Eldar is not willing to give face. Although the Black Tiger is not a strong race among the myriad races, it is not a race that Eldar can bully. Today, you, the Eldar, insulted my Black Tiger. Then, I, the Black Tiger, will see if you, Eldar, really have the strength to look down on the myriad races. His words. It made all the Eldar's expressions change drastically. If the Black Tiger Emperor did not display his powerful strength, they naturally would not be afraid of anything. But now, the strength displayed by the other party was simply appalling. Even someone as strong as Ling Xian was injured in one move. If the other party really went on a killing spree, no one would be able to resist Eldar. However, now that Eldar was determined to exterminate the 100 races, and his momentum had reached a peak, if he were to submit to the Black Tiger Emperor, then Eldar would lose all face. Therefore, no matter how difficult the situation was right now, Eldar had to hold on and not lower his head. If he were to lower his head at this moment, Eldar would lose all his face in the future. Regarding this, Ling Xian understood this very well. He stepped into the air again and stared coldly at the Black Tiger Emperor. The Black Tiger Emperor's strength is indeed strong, but if you want to order me, Eldar, around, you are still a little lacking. Since the Black Tiger Emperor insulted me, Eldar, then I, Eldar, will let you see if I have the strength to look down on the Black Tiger. As soon as he finished speaking, a towering tree appeared in the void. Ling Xian directly revealed his original body. The roots of the giant tree danced in the void, and every strike shattered the space. Endless Dao rhymes overflowed from it, symbolizing the aura of destruction. In the next moment, the roots broke through the air, and the ritual power made one's heart tremble. Regarding this, the Black Tiger Emperor's expression was as usual. With a simple punch, all the rule power shattered in an instant. Boom, the roots broke, and blood splattered. Immediately after, he took another step forward, and a black tiger roared in the void. The sound waves shattered the vacuum, and the many roots that were waving in the void were destroyed inch by inch. Then, the black tiger phantom disappeared and turned into a shocking punch. Boom! One punch. It was just a simple punch. Ling Xian's original body was almost destroyed. You dare to insult me, the Black Tiger? You're courting death. The Black Tiger Emperor sneered arrogantly and punched out again. It looked like he was about to completely kill Ling Xian. Right at this moment, the void shook. An extremely tyrannical aura spread out from the direction of the Eldar mountain range. The ground below cracked. A tentacle of unknown length directly appeared from it, and as it swept across, all the void shattered. Boom, the fist collided with the tentacle, and two terrifying forces overflowed. The Black Tiger Emperor's figure did not move. The tentacle trembled slightly, and one could faintly see the signs of cracking. But very quickly, the crack disappeared without a trace. Ling Huang's strength is indeed worthy of his reputation. Today, Ben Huang has learned a lot. Glancing at the tentacle that appeared, the Black Tiger Emperor's gaze directly looked in the direction of the Eldar mountain range. Ling Huang, the first creature born between heaven and earth. Although the other party's original body had been staying in the Eldar mountain range without moving, the tentacle had long gone beyond the range of the Eldar mountain range. No one knew where it extended to. The tentacle that appeared now. It was just one of the many tentacles of the other party. It was not the real Ling Huang's attack. But even so, it could still block his attack. The strength of this Eldar Emperor was obvious. However, the Black Tiger Emperor did not intend to retreat. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression cold. I've long heard that Ling Huang's methods are heaven-defying, and his original body is also the heaven-defying Jianmu. But Ben Huang did not believe it. Today, I'll ask Ling Huang to teach me a lesson. Let's see if it's really as the rumors say, that his strength is unrivaled. His voice was not loud, but it shook the surrounding space. All the true immortals present, as well as the experts hiding in the dark, were shocked when they heard this. A battle invitation, a public battle invitation. After the shock, the experts of the various clans revealed excited expressions. The Black Tiger Emperor inviting Ling Huang to battle was a good thing for them. After all, now that the Eldar had suddenly erupted with such a fierce momentum, exterminating hundreds of clans just like that, the other clans felt a great threat. This matter, if no one stopped the Eldar's momentum, the various clans would also be in danger. Moreover, Ling Huang's strength was tyrannical, but there was almost no one who had truly seen Ling Huang in action. They also wanted to see how strong Ling Huang was. Finished. The Black Tiger Emperor looked at the Black Abyss and the others and waved his hand. You guys go back first. Leave the matters here to Ben Huang. If they really fought with Ling Huang, the Black Abyss and the others might just be cannon fodder. The Black Tiger's foundation was still too weak. It was not worth it to bury a few true immortals here. Especially the Black Abyss. He could be considered the strongest person in the Black Tiger after him. If the other party was nurtured properly, he might be able to become an upper 3 true immortal in the future. So, the Black Tiger Emperor did not wish for the other party to die here. Hearing this, the Black Abyss also understood their emperor's thoughts, nodded and replied, "My emperor's orders, we dare not disobey. Let's retreat." Finished. He left with a few true immortals. In this battle, the few true immortals were not seriously injured, so it was easy for them to retreat. When the Black Tiger's people retreated, the true immortals of the other clans also quietly retreated. Everyone could understand. Now that the Black Tiger Emperor had invited Ling Huang to battle, it would not be long before a shocking battle erupted here. At that time it would be too late to leave. The experts retreated. Only the remaining true immortals of the 100 races and the experts on Eldar's side were left. Now, seeing that the situation was not right, the true immortals of the 100 races also wanted to retreat with their people. However, Eldar did not give them a chance at all. Ling Xian glared at the Black Tiger Emperor, then looked coldly at the 100 races. "Kill them, don't leave a single one alive." The Black Tiger Emperor had challenged Ling Huang. At this moment, he no longer had to worry about the other party attacking. There was really a problem. Ling Huang would deal with it. So, he only had to be responsible for destroying the 100 races. Seeing Eldar attack, the true immortals of the 100 races all asked the Black Tiger Emperor for help. "Black Tiger Emperor, please save us. Our races are willing to be the vassals of the Black Tiger. Please save us." Black Tiger Emperor. The Black Tiger Emperor was indifferent to the true immortals of the 100 races. In his eyes, the 100 races were all small races and could not be used. This time, he attacked mainly because of the Tiger people. Of course, Eldar had also publicly insulted the Black Tiger. Taking a step back. Even if he attacked, to be honest, the Black Tiger Emperor did not have the confidence to protect the 100 races. After all, Eldar was aggressive now, and the Black Tiger's overall strength was not as good as Eldar's. There was no doubt about this. Although he dared to challenge Ling Huang now, it was only a personal matter. If he dragged the entire Black Tiger to fight against Eldar just to save the 100 races, it would be completely reckless. So, the Black Tiger Emperor ignored the 100 races' cries for help. To this, the true immortals of the 100 races were in despair. Kill. Once again, the Black Tiger Emperor stood in the void with his hands behind his back, his mind calm like never before. He did not know when it started, but he had already gotten used to this action. Maybe it's because of that person. Thinking of the scene from many years ago, the Black Tiger Emperor smiled. If it was not for that person, he would not have reached where he was today. Time trickled by. In the Eldar mountain range, the aura that soared into the sky did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it grew even more intense. In the end, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The Tongtian Jianmu, which had been rooted in the Eldar mountains for countless years and had never moved, finally moved for the first time. The roots pierced through the air. Mountains collapsed. It was as if a volcano had erupted, causing even the heavens and earth to lose their color. "My Emperor." In the Eldar mountains, all the living creatures raised their heads to look at the giant tree that seemed to support the heavens and earth. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Ling Huang, the Emperor of Eldar, his original body had always remained in the mountain range, not moving at all. Today, it was the first time he had left this place. That heaven-shaking might. This made all the Eldar feel reverence in their hearts. At the same time, all the top experts in the world locked their eyes on Tongtian Jianmu. If one were to say, among all the upper 3 true immortals, the one with the strongest foundation would definitely be the Spirit Emperor. There was no other reason. His title as the #1 living creature in the world was enough to erase all doubts. #1, sometimes, it often represented many things. Those who were born later couldn't compare to the first living being that was born. Even the emperors of the top clans did not dare to say that they could definitely be compared to Ling Huang. Therefore, although they were very curious about Ling Huang's strength, no clan had ever dared to challenge the Eldar, the #1 living creature in the world. In the sea, the dragons were lurking there. In the palace at the bottom of the sea, a terrifying true dragon lay quietly. When Ling Huang was born, the true dragon raised its head to look at the terrifying body that covered the sky and the sun. Its mind was also greatly shaken. Ling Huang is born. What a powerful aura, it is definitely not comparable to an ordinary upper three true immortal. The aura that Ling Huang revealed made the Emperor of the Dragons feel shocked. Even if he was defeated by Feng, he still scoffed at the strength of the human emperor. However, now facing Ling Huang was completely different. That terrifying aura made the Dragon Emperor's heart palpitate. That feeling. It was as if the other party wanted to kill him, he might not be able to escape. Such strength. It was simply shocking. Order all the dragons not to provoke the Eldar for the time being, and not to participate in the Eldar's struggle. The Dragon Emperor directly ordered. The current dragons had just fought a battle with the human clan and had not been replenished. It was not easy to have another Eldar opponent. Moreover, the aura that Ling Huang revealed was too strong, and it was not something that the current dragons could contend with. After giving the order, the Dragon Emperor's gaze passed by Ling Huang and looked at the Black Tiger Emperor in the void, a mocking smile on his face. An emperor who has just broken through to the upper three true immortal realm dares to provoke the first living being in the world. He is really too arrogant. If he dies in the hands of Ling Huang, the White Tiger Emperor will probably be very happy. Originally, the Black Tiger Emperor's breakthrough to the upper three true immortal realm had a great impact on the White Tiger people. But if the other party died in the hands of Ling Huang, then the situation would be different. To this, the Dragon Emperor could only sigh. The White Tiger people were really lucky. Ling Huang is about to make his move. Black Tiger Emperor, what confidence do you have to dare to provoke Ling Huang? On the mountain peak, the White Tiger Emperor's expression was calm. His gaze had always been fixed on the Black Tiger Emperor. However, when he looked at Ling Huang, who had just emerged from the Eldar Mountains, his gaze became serious. As for the Spirit Clan's ruler, the White Tiger Emperor did not have the confidence to fight against him. In his opinion, the Black Tiger Emperor's actions were no different from striking a rock with an egg. Do you really think that after breaking through to the upper three true immortal realm, you can rise to the top of the world? The upper three true immortals also have differences in strength. If you hibernate for a period of time, you might have the ability to fight against Ling Huang. As for now, the White Tiger Emperor shook his head and sneered. But this was also good. If the Black Tiger Emperor died in the hands of Ling Huang, then the White Tiger people would not have a problem unifying the Tiger people. Without the Black Tiger Emperor, the Black Tiger could only be considered weak among the big clans. As for the other big clans, to be honest, their strength was also very ordinary. The reason why the White Tiger people could not unify the Tiger people was because of the Black Tiger Emperor's obstruction. Now, as long as the Black Tiger Emperor died, all the problems would not be a problem. I hope that Ling Huang can really kill the Black Tiger Emperor on the spot like the rumors say. Otherwise, Ben Huang will have to waste some time. The White Tiger Emperor's gaze was cold. This time, the Black Tiger Emperor was definitely dead. Even if Ling Huang did not kill the other party, he would definitely not let the other party leave safely. If the Black Tiger Emperor was at his peak, the White Tiger Emperor would not have the confidence to kill the other party. But how could the other party not suffer any losses in the battle against Ling Huang when that time came? The other party would still be at his mercy. Ling Huang has appeared. The great tribulation of heaven and earth might really come. If the great tribulation of heaven and earth comes, we should also be prepared. Inside the volcano, there were two huge phoenixes soaking in it. The Phoenix clan, they were also a top clan. They had always been paying attention to the battle between heaven and earth. However, because the Phoenix clan had always kept a low profile and lived in a volcano, it was not something that ordinary creatures could get involved in. Therefore, even if it was a conflict between the 10,000 clans, no one would go to the Phoenix clan to cause trouble. In the magma, a 7-colored phoenix soared into the sky, and a pleasant female voice sounded from it. Although the volcano is good, if the great tribulation of heaven and earth really comes, it will definitely affect this place. I have a feeling that if we can't survive this great tribulation, even if our Phoenix clan isn't exterminated, it won't be any better. Phoenix Emperor. There were a total of 2 emperors in the Phoenix clan. One was the Phoenix Emperor. The other was the Phoenix Emperor. Hearing this, the Phoenix Emperor also nodded. The great tribulation of heaven and earth is inevitable. Now that I have successfully broken through, if you can also reach the upper 3 true immortals before the great tribulation, there won't be many people in the world who can threaten you and me. Because they were born together, they could also unleash extremely powerful strength when they worked together. If the Phoenix Emperor also broke through successfully, the Phoenix Emperor believed that they could even contend against an 8th level immortal. In the current world, there was still no 8th level immortal powerhouse. In other words, if the Phoenix Emperor successfully broke through, the Phoenix clan would be the #1 clan in the world. Soon. At most, in another 10,000 years, I will be able to successfully break through. The Phoenix Emperor nodded. 10,000 years, for the Phoenix clan, it was not too long. The Phoenix Emperor said, 10,000 years is not long. I'm afraid that the Great Tribulation might not be able to delay for 10,000 years. Hearing this, the Phoenix Emperor fell silent. Yes, now that the Great Tribulation was about to happen, it was almost impossible to give it 10,000 years. Let's wait and see. After the Phoenix Emperor said this, his voice fell silent. Eldar Mountain Range. Jianmu rose into the sky. Then, Jianmu disappeared and turned into a man in a green robe. Is this what freedom feels like? Ling Huang breathed in the air between heaven and earth. The spiritual qi within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was strongly attracted to him, gathering towards him like a whirlwind. In an instant, spiritual energy poured into his body. Who? In the next breath, Ling Huang exhaled, and all the spiritual energy within 1,000,000 miles was destroyed. Heaven and earth were clear and bright. All the anomalies disappeared in an instant. Subsequently, he looked at the Black Tiger Emperor. Even though they were separated by billions of miles, they were still able to look at each other. Black Tiger Emperor. That's fine too. Let's test your strength and see if you're worth Ben Huang personally dealing with. Ling Huang's lips curled into a faint smile. He took a simple step forward and disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Eldar was fighting against the 100 races. The Black Tiger Emperor stood in the air with his hands behind his back, waiting for Ling Huang to arrive. All of a sudden, endless gales surged in the void before him, as if they were about to shatter the world. The Black Tiger Emperor did not move, but a terrifying aura swept out from his body. In the end, the 2 auras collided fiercely. Boom! The void exploded. The endless darkness behind him was directly revealed. At the same time, in the place where the gale surged, a man in green suddenly appeared. The moment he appeared, the gale that had originally emerged disappeared in an instant. Everything was calm, without the slightest ripple. Seeing the man in green, the Black Tiger Emperor's eyes lit up. Ling Huang. Black Tiger Emperor. Ling Huang looked at him, his expression calm as usual. He raised his hand and pressed out a palm. A simple palm print was released, but it was as if it divided the yin and yang of heaven and earth. In the eyes of all the powerhouses, it felt as if heaven and earth were divided into 2 different spaces within the range of that palm. While they were in shock, the Black Tiger Emperor's expression was solemn. His body stood in the void without moving, and he directly punched out. Bang! With a punch, the void within hundreds of millions of miles was completely destroyed and shattered. The 2 forces collided, and both of them were destroyed in the void. In the next breath, there was a black tiger roaring. There was also Jianmu rising into the sky. The 2 torrents of laws instantly bombarded together. Fight, fight. When the 2 emperors met, they did not waste any words and directly fought together. The moment they attacked, the momentum was vast, and in the blink of an eye, the sun and moon lost their light. Within hundreds of millions of miles, a terrifying force covered the area. Any living being that stepped into it without permission would be crushed into powder. Whether it was the 100 races or Eldar, The moment the two emperors attacked, they all retreated at the same time. They did not dare to stay in the range of the aftermath of the battle at all. Boom, boom. Boom, in the eyes of ordinary living beings, they could not see the figures of the two emperors fighting at all. Only thunderous sounds could be heard, and the void was destroyed inch by inch. Very strong. Ling Huang's strength is definitely not comparable to an ordinary 7th level immortal. Could it be that he is going to break through to the 8th level immortal? Feng looked at the battle in the void, and the shock in his heart could be imagined. Even with his strength, after witnessing this battle, he was also greatly shocked. However, what really shocked this human emperor was the strength of the Black Tiger Emperor. Ling Huang was strong. That was something that everyone acknowledged. Therefore, even if the strength that the other party displayed was indeed terrifying, it still did not surprise people too much. However, the Black Tiger Emperor was different. The other party was clearly a newly advanced 3rd level true immortal. In terms of foundation and strength, it was impossible for him to be comparable to Ling Huang. But until now, the Black Tiger Emperor did not show any signs of being at a disadvantage. On the surface, the other party did not look like a newly advanced 3rd level true immortal. Instead, he looked like an expert who had broken through for tens of thousands of years and had a deep foundation. To be honest, with the strength that the Black Tiger Emperor had displayed, Feng was not confident that he could take down his opponent. In his opinion, the other party was stronger than the Dragon Emperor. If the Black Tiger Emperor doesn't die this time, the Black Tiger will officially rise. Feng muttered to himself. This battle attracted the attention of all the clans in the world. If the Black Tiger Emperor could really contend against Ling Huang, then the Black Tiger would definitely be able to leap into the ranks of the top clans, and the true top ones. At the side, Godslayer also sighed. His talent is really strong, to actually be able to contend against Ling Huang without being defeated. The chances of him advancing to the 9th level immortal in the future are not small. As the first living being in the world, as long as Ling Huang did not die, the 9th level immortal was a certainty. Now, the strength that the Black Tiger Emperor had displayed had also shocked Godslayer quite a bit. It was obvious. This Black Tiger Emperor would also have the qualifications to become a 9th level immortal in the future. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that the other party could not die. If he died midway, then everything would be in vain. Rules filled the sky. Power intertwined. The Black Tiger Emperor's attack was unparalleled, like the reincarnation of the god of war. The shadow of a black tiger condensed in the void, roaring like thunder. Looking at Ling Huang again. At any time, he was strolling leisurely. With a wave of his hand, he revealed supreme power. No matter how fierce the Black Tiger Emperor's attack was, it was unable to move him at all. Until now. Anyone could see that Ling Huang already had the upper hand. After all, the Black Tiger Emperor was a newly advanced true immortal. There was no way he could be compared to Ling Huang, a veteran true immortal. Not to mention, the other party was the first batch of living beings born in the world. He had a huge innate advantage. Therefore, the Black Tiger Emperor's defeat was only a matter of time. Boom, with a punch, the Black Immortal Core power was like a bombardment of stars, suppressing Ling Huang. Seeing this, Ling Huang was not in a hurry and struck out with his palm. The Immortal Core power penetrated his body. The Black Immortal Core power was instantly destroyed, and the remaining power did not stop, heading towards the Black Tiger Emperor. Buzz, the Black Tiger Emperor raised his hand to block. After a slight tremor, his body fell into the void. Next, he directly broke through the void behind him and disappeared on the spot. Ling Huang's lips curled into a faint sneer. Then, he struck out with his palm again. As if it encompassed heaven and earth, it directly sealed the void for hundreds of millions of miles. The Black Tiger Emperor, who had disappeared into the void, was forced to appear. Seeing this, the Black Tiger Emperor's expression was fierce. He directly spat out a mouthful of essence blood, revealing the true form of a black tiger. A huge black tiger stood proudly in the sky. In the next moment, it fiercely slammed over, and the sealed space instantly shattered. Ling Huang's body trembled slightly. When he looked at the void again, there was no longer any trace of the Black Tiger Emperor. You ran fast. He did not intercept again, because there was no need. As an upper 3 true immortal, if the Black Tiger Emperor wanted to escape, it was impossible to kill the other party. Not to mention, the Black Tiger Emperor was not weak. Although he was not as strong as him, the difference was not big. Subsequently, Ling Huang looked at the other side of the battlefield, where the Eldar and the 100 races were fighting. The 100 races wanted to escape. However, Eldar had no intention of letting the 100 races retreat. Look at this. He struck out with his palm, and the terrifying palm force crushed all the spirit chi. When the true immortals of the 100 clans looked up, they saw that the sky had darkened, and a huge palm had covered everything. No. The true immortals of the 100 races shuddered inwardly. They wanted to flee, but there was no way for them to do so. In the end, he could only muster all his strength to strike at the palm in an attempt to fight for a chance at survival. Rumble. The void was destroyed. The next moment, it was a rain of blood. More than half of the remaining true immortals of the 100 tribes were wiped out by this palm. Kill. Today, 100 races will be exterminated. If anyone interferes, they will not rest until I, Eldar, am dead. Ling Huang withdrew his palm. To him, killing dozens of true immortals was as easy as killing dozens of ants. Cold words, coupled with the terrifying strength that he had just displayed. All the experts of the myriad races who were watching in the void felt their bodies turn cold. Strong, terrifyingly strong, even an expert like the Black Tiger Emperor was beaten to a pulp by the other party. Moreover, in this world, true immortals could be considered as experts. Many small races only had 1 or 2 true immortals guarding them. However, such powerful true immortals were like ants in front of the other party. The gap between the two could not be measured by a simple number. Now that more than half of the true immortals of the 100 races had died, and the remaining true immortals were half crippled, they could not resist Eldar's attack at all. Annihilation. In just an instant. This scene fell into the eyes of the myriad races, but no one stepped in to help. The deterrence in Ling Huang's words just now was not useless at all. Now that Eldar was in a killing frenzy, if anyone went over without permission, they might end up in the same situation. Soon, the 100 races were annihilated. After Ling Huang calmly scanned the void, he led Eldar's people away. From the beginning to the end, none of the experts spoke, and none of them made a move to stop him. Only after Eldar had completely left did someone appear from the void. Looking at the billions of lives of the 100 races below and the blood that had almost turned into a river, these experts' expressions were complicated. Eldar is really ruthless. Hundreds of races and billions of lives were slaughtered just like that. That's right. I originally thought that Eldar was the race that disliked killing the most among the myriad races. Now, it seems that I was too naive. Some experts shook their heads and laughed at themselves. Naive, really too naive, they didn't even frown when they destroyed billions of lives. How could such a race not like killing, immediately after? Another expert sighed. The spirit race's name has spread far and wide in this battle. They wiped out hundreds of races in a single day, and hundreds of true immortals died here. Even someone as strong as the Black Tiger Emperor was forced to flee in defeat. Among all the top great clans, Eldar might really be ranked first. Eldar's strength has always been recognized. It's just that in the past, Eldar never cared about fighting. Now, they can be considered to have truly revealed the strength that a top great clan should have. Hearing this true immortal's words, the rest of the experts nodded in agreement. Indeed, Eldar's strength had always existed. It was just that in the past, Eldar never bothered to make a move. Now, they made a move. It was earth-shattering. After taking a deep look at the blood river below, all the true immortals turned and left. From their point of view, it didn't matter if the 100 races were destroyed. If their strength was inferior, it was normal for them to be destroyed among the myriad races. If they offended the crazy Eldar for the sake of some small clans, it would be an unwise choice. Eldar Mountain Range. Now, all the Eldar who had gone out to fight had all returned. The place where Ling Huang's main body was originally located, now the mountains had collapsed as if there was an endless abyss. Regarding this, Ling Huang directly used a great divine ability to heal the cracks in the mountains. Then, with a wave of his hand, he built Eldar's palace and sat on top of it. In the palace, Ling Huang sat upright above, his expression solemn. Although the killing power of heaven and earth still covered Eldar, he was now completely awake. He raised his head to look at the sky above the palace, as if he could see everything above. The great tribulation of heaven and earth. Do you want to use me, Eldar, to push the great tribulation to begin? Fine, then as you wish. Facing the tribulation, early on, Ling Huang had felt something, but at that time, he had been blinded by the killing power, so he hadn't been able to calm down. But when he came back to his senses, he had no intention of stopping. There were pros and cons to pushing the great tribulation. Ling Huang would rather take a gamble. If he succeeded, the benefits would be unimaginable. Who? In the calm space, there was a hidden killing intent. The Black Tiger Emperor stopped and stood in midair, his cold eyes sweeping around. One breath, two breaths, all of a sudden. The void cracked open silently, and a terrifying palm stretched out from it, directly suppressing him. Seeing this, the Black Tiger Emperor was already prepared and also struck out with his palm. The two palms collided. The rules scattered. His body shook slightly, and he took a step back. The void under his feet exploded. When he looked ahead again, a person walked out. It's really you. White Tiger Emperor. Looking at the person who came, the Black Tiger Emperor revealed a cold smile. It was as if he already knew that the person who launched the sneak attack would be the other party. Hearing this, the White Tiger Emperor's expression was calm. It seems that you already knew. You tiger people always want to lead the tiger people. Now that Ben Huang has broken through, how can you really stand by and watch? However, even if I'm injured now, are you confident that you can kill me here? Whether I'm confident or not, we'll know after we fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the White Tiger Emperor's body suddenly moved, and a terrifying killing power erupted. Roar, the White Tiger roared. Immediately, the Black Tiger Emperor's body also moved, revealing the Black Tiger's original body. In an instant, in the void, two fierce tigers fought, one black and one white, like water and fire that could not tolerate each other. Boom, boom. The battle between the two emperors, and both of them were powerhouses of the upper three grades, caused a huge commotion, and it was simply not enough to cover it. Those powerhouses of the 10,000 races had originally retracted their gazes from the Eldar matter and were preparing to make the next step, but now they were all attracted by the battle between the emperors of the two races. That's the White Tiger Emperor. The White Tiger Emperor ambushed the Black Tiger Emperor. It seems that he wants to take this opportunity to weaken the power of the other tiger people. In the Eldar mountain range, Ling Huang was attracted by the fluctuation and looked at a certain place in the void. He had no intention of making a move. The White Tiger Emperor ambushing the Black Tiger Emperor was a secret battle between the two tiger people, and it had nothing to do with him. On the contrary, if he made a move, the two rulers might join forces to deal with him. In that case, Ling Huang, on the other hand, was more than happy to sit back and watch the two tribes fight. No matter who won, the tiger people's situation would become even more severe. The weakening of the tiger people's strength was a good thing for Eldar. From the moment the Black Tiger Emperor made his move, Eldar and the Black Tigers were considered enemies. Although the White Tiger people seemed to be at odds with the Black Tigers, the two races originated from the same source and their relationship was incomparable. He looked at the battle. Ling Huang could not help but shake his head. It's a pity for the White Tiger Emperor. Originally, with his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to unify the tiger people. But now, the Black Tiger Emperor has appeared out of nowhere and become a stumbling block on his path to unifying the tiger people. That Black Tiger Emperor is very strong. Whether or not the White Tiger Emperor can deal with him is still unknown. Don't look at how the Black Tiger Emperor is injured. But he was very clear. The Black Tiger Emperor's strength did not decrease much at all. And the other party's foundation, to be honest. Although he had defeated the Black Tiger Emperor, he still had a lot of recognition of his strength. I don't know what kind of opportunity that Black Tiger Emperor obtained to have such a foundation. If you were given another 100,000 years, you might really be qualified to rise to the top of the world. Ling Huang sighed. The top of the world he was talking about was not the so-called upper three true immortals. There were many upper three true immortals now. Almost every top clan had one. However, among the upper three true immortals, there were also strong and weak ones. Regarding this, Ling Huang felt that he was at the top of the upper three true immortals. Human emperors and other experts were probably in the second echelon. The Black Tiger Emperor was in the third echelon. The White Tiger Emperor and Dragon Emperor were at the bottom. He did not say anything about this division to the outside world. It was just an evaluation based on his own strength. These years. Although Ling Huang did not leave the Eldar Mountains, he had a lot of understanding of what had happened in the world. He knew the strength of the various emperors. Although the Black Tiger Emperor was only in the third echelon, in fact, he was already qualified to be in the second echelon. It was just a little time. In Ling Huang's opinion, if the other party could maintain his current momentum, the Black Tiger Emperor would be able to be in the second echelon in at most 10,000 years. And to be on par with him, it would be about 100,000 years. After all, the higher the level of a true immortal, the slower the increase in strength. Of course, he was not standing still in his original position. Therefore, Ling Huang did not really think that the Black Tiger Emperor would be able to compare to him one day. Eldar has destroyed the 100 clans, and the killing intent of the world has become much stronger. Then, the 10,000 clans will erupt into even more intense battles, and the great calamity of the world will officially descend. I wonder how long this will last. Will it last until I successfully pass the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations? Thinking of the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations, Ling Huang's heart sank slightly. If there was anything that he was most afraid of now, it would be the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations. Until now, he had no clue about the calamity that was about to descend in the future. In fact, he did not have any premonition at all. However, Ling Huang knew very well that the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations would eventually come. Even if he did not have any premonition, the calamity would finally come one day. Because the person who said the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations was Qin Shujian. He believed the Venerable One's words without a doubt. Boom. Boom, the battle was still ongoing. As an upper 3 true immortal, the White Tiger Emperor was the strongest among the tiger people. Moreover, the White Tiger controlled the killing power of heaven and earth, and his attacks were incomparably fierce. Although the Black Tiger Emperor broke through later, his foundation was strong and he was not weak at all. Although he was injured by Ling Huang, it did not mean that his strength would drop by much. The void exploded. The ferocious tiger roared. The sound shook the 9 heavens, causing all the beasts to flee in all directions, not daring to approach at all. Inside the Black Tiger, the Black Abyss, who had just returned, had an extremely ugly expression. A Black Tiger true immortal said coldly, "The White Tiger Emperor dares to ambush my emperor at this time, not caring about our friendship as tiger people at all. This matter will not be settled easily. Kill the White Tiger people, slaughter them all. Kill." Killing intent gathered inside the Black Tiger. The Black Abyss waved his hand. Although his expression was ugly, he still maintained a calm state. The White Tiger people have a strong foundation, and it is not something we can compare to now. If we rashly start a war, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Moreover, from the current battle, the White Tiger Emperor can't do anything to my emperor. As long as my emperor is fine, this debt will be settled sooner or later. For now, let's wait and see. Don't be rash. He also wanted to directly lead people to destroy the White Tiger people. However, thoughts were thoughts, and facts were facts. The Black Abyss also had to admit that the Black Tiger's current strength was indeed far from the White Tiger people's, and it was not so easy to make up for it. Boom, another terrifying collision of attacks. The 2 figures retreated. He saw a white tiger standing in the void, its chest rising and falling violently, panting for breath. Most of the fur on its body was tattered, and it was dripping with blood. The black tiger on the other side was in a similar state. In this battle, both sides had suffered great losses. Good. Very good. I didn't expect Benhuang's carelessness to allow you to grow. I should have killed you from the start. Otherwise, there wouldn't be today's trouble. The White Tiger Emperor's eyes were extremely cold. He hated it. He hated that he didn't kill the Black Tiger Emperor from the start. At that time, the other party had already displayed considerable talent and strength. However, he didn't take it seriously and just let it be. The White Tiger Emperor didn't expect this. A small black tiger in the past would grow into a heaven-devouring titanic beast that could threaten him. To this, he was both shocked and hateful. He was shocked because the Black Tiger Emperor's strength was already above his. Even if he was injured, he could still fight to a draw with him. He hated that the other party was blocking his path to unifying the tiger people. Hearing this, the Black Tiger Emperor sneered. There are many things that you didn't expect. Today, you ambushed Benhuang here. Our races are irreconcilable. In the future, Benhuang will definitely go to your White Tiger people and demand an explanation from you. After speaking, he didn't bother with the White Tiger Emperor and immediately left. The White Tiger Emperor looked on coldly and didn't stop him. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was that he couldn't. Even if the other party was injured, he wasn't much weaker than him. He didn't expect that both sides would suffer losses in this battle. According to his plan, the Black Tiger Emperor should be injured and unable to defeat him. In the end, he should be heavily injured or killed. Both sides suffering losses wasn't within his consideration at all. However, the current situation was very clear. This time I was too impulsive. The killing intent in his heart was still surging. However, the White Tiger Emperor sighed inwardly. Impulsive, he was really impulsive. Either he should have killed the Black Tiger Emperor before he grew, or he shouldn't have attacked at this time. He didn't attack. The two sides had yet to truly shed all pretenses of cordiality. Now that they had made a move, the two races would be on opposing sides. In the future, it would be natural for the Black Tiger people to attack the White Tiger people. If the Black Tiger was weaker than him, the White Tiger Emperor had nothing to fear. But, the strength displayed by the Black Tiger Emperor was already stronger than him. If he allowed the Black Tiger Emperor to develop for a period of time, the status of the White Tiger people would be in danger. I still have to think about this matter carefully. The White Tiger Emperor took a deep look at the void where the Black Tiger Emperor had left. In the next instant, he also disappeared into the void. In this battle, just like that, it ended with a strong start but a weak finish. However, in the eyes of the top experts of the various races, this battle had undoubtedly revealed the absolute strength of the Black Tiger Emperor. First, he fought with Ling Huang. Then, he fought against the White Tiger Emperor. Such strength. It was already terrifyingly strong. After all, the White Tiger Emperor was also a famous expert in the world. Although he wasn't as strong as Ling Huang, he was still ranked among the top 3 true immortals. Such an expert. Yet, he could only fight with the injured Black Tiger Emperor until both sides were injured. Thus, one could imagine the latter's strength. Soon, the news about the Black Tiger Emperor was spread out. At the same time, the Black Tiger clan also officially entered the ranks of the top clans. Black Tiger Emperor, interesting. Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly. Others didn't know the origin of the Black Tiger Emperor, but how could he not know, the moment he saw the Black Tiger Emperor? He could tell that it was the Black Tiger that had carried him for hundreds of years. But the difference was, at that time, the Black Tiger was only a cultivator of the god martial arts realm. Even diviners didn't set foot in it. Now, look at the present. The other party was ranked among the top 3 true immortals. Moreover, with Qin Shujian's experience, he could also see that the Black Tiger Emperor's foundation was not something an ordinary top 3 true immortal could compare to. Although he was a 7th true immortal, he was more or less qualified to fight against an 8th true immortal. Hearing this, Zhou Tian's star map also added, "Isn't that Black Tiger Emperor the little black tiger that once carried the Emperor of Heaven? It's him." After so many years, not only did he not die, but he also broke through to such a realm. He really has great opportunities. Zhou Tian's star map couldn't help but sigh. It was true that he had great opportunities. After all, it was very difficult for a cultivator of the god martial arts realm to grow to the top 3 true immortals. Moreover, at that time, the world had just been born, and it was the beginning of the war between the 10,000 races. It was already very lucky that the other party didn't die, let alone break through the limit and reach his current realm. Qin Shujian smiled slightly. He was able to meet me because of his great opportunities. If it wasn't for his great opportunities, he wouldn't have been qualified to carry me for hundreds of years. Besides, I was the one who created this world. He carried me for hundreds of years, and the world will look at him in a different light. It's natural that he has great opportunities. He wasn't an ordinary person. To a certain extent, he was the ruler of the world. If the living beings in the world could be the ruler of the world, then the world would naturally bestow blessings. In Qin Shujian's opinion, the reason why the Black Tiger Emperor could grow to such a level was because the other party had carried him for hundreds of years. Otherwise, even if that Black Tiger had great opportunities, it would be impossible for it to grow to the extent of fighting with Ling Huang. After all, Ling Huang was the first living being in the world. His foundation was so deep that other living beings couldn't compare to him. Even the first living being of the various races could only barely reach Ling Huang's level. To put it bluntly, right now, the strongest person in the world was still that spirit emperor. Zhou Tian's star map asked, apart from the Emperor of Heaven, is there any possibility of him breaking through to the Dao fruit realm in the future? It's hard to say. Qin Shujian shook his head. Breaking through to the Dao fruit realm isn't something that can be achieved by relying on opportunities alone. It involves many things. However, he has the opportunity of heaven and earth. In the future, it won't be a problem for him to reach the peak of the 9th heaven immortal realm. Even if it's a half-step Dao fruit realm, there's still a glimmer of hope. 9th heaven immortal wasn't a problem. Half-step Dao fruit realm was also possible. As for the Dao fruit realm, to be honest, Qin Shujian didn't think the probability of the other party breaking through was high. In an era, it was already an incredible thing to have 1 or 2 Dao fruits appear. No matter how talented a person was, they wouldn't dare to say that they had a 100% chance of successfully breaking through. Having a 1% chance was already a great probability. Therefore, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the Black Tiger Emperor didn't have much hope of breaking through to the Dao fruit realm for the time being unless he grew to the half-step Dao fruit realm. It wasn't just him. Even Ling Huang didn't have a high chance of breaking through. And this, the other party had the advantage of being the first living being in the world. Let's go. Now that the Black Tiger's aura is flourishing, I believe that it will become much stronger in the future. It's just right to borrow their faith to nurture Zhu Bing. Qin Shujian didn't stop walking. He turned around and walked towards the Black Tiger. With his strength. In fact, with just a thought, he could appear in any corner of the world. However, Qin Shujian didn't do that. It was very simple. Because there was no need to do so. He had a lot of time. In the time formation, a year in the outside world was 200,000 years in the inner world. Even an ordinary heavenly being wouldn't need 200,000 years to travel across the world. So, Qin Shujian had plenty of time to do things slowly. Traveling the world on foot and witnessing the myriad races was one of his few pleasures. The higher the cultivation level. In fact, the less pleasures one could have. Many things were like floating clouds to the Dao fruit. What he truly pursued had already become single. Qin Shujian didn't reject this kind of change, but he didn't want to continue living such a boring life. Traveling the inner world was obviously a way to alleviate the boredom. Black Tiger. The Black Tiger Emperor returned. Many true immortals were already waiting there. My Emperor. Pass down the order of Benhuang. The clan is on alert to prevent other clans from invading. In addition, all the clansmen outside are to return. From now on, the clan will be closed for 3,000 years. The Black Tiger Emperor's expression was indifferent as he directly ordered. Closed the clan for 3,000 years. Hearing this, the expressions of many Black Tiger true immortals changed. My emperor, if we close the clan now, we will have to give up many of our resources outside. This is not conducive to our future development. My emperor, please reconsider. They all tried to persuade him. To this, the Black Tiger Emperor's gaze fell on the Black Abyss. What do you think? Since the Emperor has made a decision, I will naturally support it. Alright, then go and do it. The Black Tiger Emperor waved his hand and then disappeared in front of everyone. In the main hall, he had already appeared there. There were many reasons for announcing the closure of the clan, but there were only two real reasons. First, it was just that the Black Tiger's overall strength was not strong. Although he had broken through to the upper three true immortal realms, the strength of the Black Tiger clan was still not comparable to that of the top clans. One Eldar could produce more than 200 true immortals. Then he looked at the Black Tiger. At the very most, there were only a dozen or so true immortals. There was no way to make up for the difference in numbers. Not to mention Eldar. Even the White Tiger people had over 100 true immortals. Second, it was just that the Black Tiger's current situation wasn't too good. First, they had offended Eldar. Then, the White Tiger people were eyeing them covetously from the sidelines. At this moment, Black Tiger could only retreat at the last moment to protect himself. Besides, the Black Tiger Emperor believed that he had already broken through to the upper three stages of the true immortal realm. All he needed was some time. He could give up all the resources he had now. Once their strength increased, would they still need to worry about the lack of resources? Therefore, closing the clan for 3,000 years was to give the Black Tiger a buffer. 3,000 years. Combined with the Black Tiger's current foundation, it was enough to nurture many true immortals. Fate exists in the world. Now that I've broken through to the upper three stages of the true immortal realm, I've obtained even more fate for the Black Tiger. With the blessing of this fate, our clan's true immortals will definitely be endless. As long as we have enough things to do, all problems will no longer be a problem. The Black Tiger Emperor raised his head. The White Tiger was in charge of killing, while the Black Tiger was in charge of fate. The White Tiger Emperor could see through the killing power of heaven and earth, but he could see through the changes in the fate of heaven and earth. Now, in the Black Tiger Emperor's eyes, the fate of heaven and earth was gathering. If the Black Tiger's original fate was like a stream, then after his breakthrough, his fate had evolved into a river. The water of a stream is still too shallow. How can it compare to the depth of a river? The Black Tiger Emperor smiled slightly, then closed his eyes to recuperate from his injuries. First, he lost some essence blood in the battle with Ling Huang. Then, he fought with the White Tiger Emperor. Both sides suffered heavy losses. But now, he didn't have time to recuperate, and his injuries had worsened quite a bit. So, the Black Tiger Emperor didn't dare to delay for too long. On the other side, when he gave the order, the Black Tiger's true immortals prepared to carry it out. The Black Abyss said in a low voice, "My emperor told us to give up on our current resources and seclude ourselves for 3,000 years. But there are some places where we don't have to give up on all of them." Lord the Black Abyss, what do you mean? For example, mines and other things. If we can move them all into the clan. If we can't move them, then we'll mine them with all our might. We definitely won't leave anything for the other clans. Drain the pond to catch all the fish. Since the Black Tiger Emperor was going to seclude himself from the clan, then there was no need for the original resources to flow slowly like before. Take them all in one go. As for the negative consequences, it had nothing to do with them. Hearing this, the other true immortals all nodded. If it were any other time, draining the pond to catch all the fish was naturally not a good thing. But now that the clan had been secluded for 3,000 years, this was the most appropriate method. 3,000 years later, perhaps the world would undergo another change. When the news of the Black Tiger Emperor's seclusion spread, many clans were stunned. In their opinion, the Black Tiger Emperor was in the limelight now. He should be expanding his forces without restraint. But in the end, the Black Tiger Emperor announced his seclusion. This was undoubtedly unexpected. To this, there were also some experts who nodded in approval. Retreating bravely. Not everyone could do this. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Black Tiger Emperor seemed to be in the limelight now. In fact, he was surrounded by danger. If he wasn't careful, he could fall into a bottomless abyss. Under such circumstances, the Black Tiger Emperor's seclusion was undoubtedly an appropriate method. Seclusion for 3,000 years, humph. After receiving the news, the White Tiger Emperor's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect the Black Tiger Emperor's seclusion at all. He originally thought that the Black Tiger Emperor would take advantage of this momentum to swallow up the other tiger people and further strengthen his own forces. At that time, the White Tiger people would be able to use this as an excuse to deal with the Black Tiger Emperor. But he didn't expect, not only did the Black Tiger Emperor not do this, but he also chose to seclude himself at this time. Even if I give you 3,000 years, so what? Do you really think that 3,000 years can make the Black Tiger Emperor's strength increase greatly? The White Tiger Emperor's heart turned cold. Then he shouted loudly. Men! As soon as he finished speaking, White Tiger people's true immortals immediately entered. My Emperor, what orders do you have? Pass down Ben Huang's order. My clan will immediately take over all the Black Tiger Emperor's resources. Since they're secluding themselves and not coming out, it's a waste to keep the existing resources. You might as well give them all to my clan for use. The White Tiger Emperor said in a low voice. A large clan had a lot of resources. Since the Black Tiger Emperor didn't want them, then the White Tiger people would take over all of them. This way, the White Tiger people's strength would also increase a little. Seclusion. When Xianxia arrived at the Black Tiger's territory, he couldn't help but be stunned. It took him a few years to reach the Black Tiger's territory. But what he didn't expect was that the Black Tiger had announced a few years ago that he would seclude himself from the world. At this moment, there was a layer of black mist covering the Black Tiger's territory. If one looked carefully, one could clearly hear the roars of ferocious beasts coming from it, which made one's soul tremble uncontrollably. Formation technique. No, it's not as simple as an ordinary formation. This formation is connected to the Black Tiger's own luck, and it's set up with the power of the earth veins. Even if a true immortal wants to break it, it won't be an easy task. With Qin Shujian's vision, it wasn't a problem for him to see the clues of the formation. There were many ways to set up a formation. Among them, the formation set up with the power of the earth veins was not easy to move, but it was also extremely powerful. Not to mention, for this reason, the Black Tiger also connected the luck of the clan. In this way, the power of the formation would be even more powerful. To be honest, Qin Shujian didn't expect that such a powerful formation master would appear in the world so soon. After all, the mystery of the formation could only be evolved through the accumulation of generations of experts. Now, the Black Tiger obviously had an extremely powerful formation master who could set up a formation with the power of the earth veins and contend against a true immortal. Such a formation. It was considered powerful in the Saint realm. The Black Tiger has done a good job of secluding himself from the world at this time. He has made a name for himself and now he's keeping a low profile. With this formation protecting him, the other hostile forces won't attack rashly. It won't be too late for the Black Tiger to come out when the tribulation of heaven and earth arises. Zhou Tian's star map's tone was full of praise. The Black Tiger's method. It had to be said that it was very appropriate. After a pause, Zhou Tian's star map sounded a little amused. To be honest, if this formation had a top-notch treasure as the eye of the formation, perhaps even a ninth heaven celestial wouldn't be able to break it. Well said. Qin Shujian smiled. Shortly after, he took a step forward, treating the great array before him as if it was nothing. He easily entered it. An array formation that could intercept 3 perfected immortals did not mean that it could intercept Dao fruit experts. In fact, a Dao fruit level existence was not something that ordinary array formations could intercept at all. Unless only someone who could set up an extremely powerful formation like Zhou Tian's Grand Celestial Formation and use a powerful treasure to suppress the eye of the formation could pose a threat to the Dao fruit. Inside the Black Tiger. Ever since the announcement of the seclusion of the clan for 3,000 years, 99% of the Black Tigers who were traveling outside returned to the clan. Only a very small number of black tigers did not return. In the mountain range, a large number of black tigers resided here. Some experts inhaled and exhaled the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Part of the overflowing spirit energy was captured by other weaker black tigers to nourish themselves. In the sky above the mountain peak, a black tiger stood on it, inhaling and exhaling like a whale swallowing the sea. A huge amount of spirit energy of heaven and earth surged in from all directions, tightly wrapping around its body. Then, a long river of law surged. Countless Taoist rhymes of laws flickered, causing one's mind to be immersed in it uncontrollably. All of a sudden, a man in green robes appeared on the mountain peak at some point. The black tiger, who was cultivating, sensed something and stopped breathing. The spirit energy of heaven and earth wrapped around its body instantly went out of control, emitting a strong explosion. Boom, spirit energy exploded like a tide. But when it reached the man in green robes, the violent spirit energy was like a gentle breeze, not causing any major fluctuations. Emperor Heaven. The black tiger emperor looked at the person in front of him, stunned for a moment. Towards this person. How could he not recognize him? Even after so many tens of thousands of years, the memory of that scene had not been sealed. The moment he saw Xianxia, the black tiger emperor recognized him. Instantly, the black tiger emperor bowed down, without the slightest majesty that an emperor should have. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was still a small black tiger in the god-martial realm. At that time, Xianxia was a supreme expert in his eyes. Even now, it was still the same. Even if he had broken through to the upper three true immortal realm, when he looked at Xianxia, the other party was like a mortal, without the slightest bit of aura. However, how could a person with such means be an ordinary person? Such a situation could only mean that the other party was much stronger than him. No need for formalities, Xianxia said indifferently. Thank you, Emperor Heaven. The black tiger emperor straightened up and looked at Xianxia with a cautious expression. May I ask, Emperor Heaven, what orders do you have for my black tiger? You're smart. Xianxia shook his head and laughed. Then, he took out a bow and arrow that he had condensed long ago. I hope that this divine weapon can be worshipped by all the black tigers day and night. If the black tiger is in danger of extermination, this bow will protect your black tiger 3 times. In addition, I have hidden a secret method in the bow. If anyone has the opportunity, they will be able to comprehend the secret method from it. It won't be a problem for them to advance to true immortal in the future. The same words. The same way. The difference was that this bow and arrow was not made of stone. Protect the black tiger 3 times, the black tiger emperor looked at the bow and arrow with a burning gaze. Without a doubt, this promise had truly moved him. If it was an ordinary person who spoke, the black tiger emperor would only scoff and not believe it at all. But since it came from Xianxia, he had no doubts. There was no need to doubt. Because the other party was the Emperor of Heaven. The reason why he was able to have his current status was inseparable from the other party. Until now, the Black Tiger Emperor only thought that the Emperor of Heaven was a name and not an honorific. This disciple will definitely obey the orders of the Emperor of Heaven. Very good. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the Black Tiger Emperor's attitude. Moreover, from the changes in the other party's state of mind, he could sense that every word the other party said could be considered to be sincere. Then, Xianxia said again, the black tiger is too big. It's impossible for all the black tigers to worship a bow and arrow, so you can find some excellent materials and forge it in the shape of this bow and arrow. When the time comes, the stone statues will be placed everywhere for the other black tiger to worship. This disciple understands. I came to the black tiger this time for a total of 2 things. The first is the bow and arrow, and the second is for you. For me? The black tiger emperor was stunned. Xianxujian's words caught him off guard, but he quickly became excited. Obviously, this might be accompanied by a great opportunity. So, after Xianxujian finished speaking, he bowed down again. Emperor of Heaven, please speak clearly. Originally, not many people knew about this. When the calamity comes, they will naturally know. However, at that time, the success rate of passing the calamity will be greatly reduced. I saw that you carried me for a period of time, so I told you. Qin Shujian placed his hands behind his back, looking like an otherworldly expert. The Black Tiger Emperor did not care about his posture. Instead, all of his attention was focused on the other party's words. The calamity was coming. When Qin Shujian finished speaking, the Black Tiger Emperor immediately asked, "Is the Emperor of Heaven talking about the great calamity of heaven and earth?" In his opinion, there was only one calamity that was about to arrive, and that was the great calamity of heaven and earth. Hearing this, Qin Shujian shook his head. The great calamity of heaven and earth is the calamity of all races. It has nothing to do with the calamity I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations that all true immortals have to face. 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. The Black Tiger Emperor was stunned on the spot. He didn't even notice when Qin Shujian left. Until now, he didn't even feel the limit of his lifespan. Regarding this, the Black Tiger Emperor only thought that a true immortal's lifespan was long and not something a mere 100,000 years could compare to. However, it wasn't until Qin Shujian said the words of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations that he suddenly understood. It turned out that it wasn't that a true immortal's lifespan was endless, but that every 129,600 years, there would be 3 calamities and 6 tribulations in the world. After passing it, he would be able to live for another 129,600 years. If he couldn't pass it, he would completely turn into ashes. Moreover, when the time came, the calamity would come quietly, not allowing cultivators to notice it at all. This was also the reason why he didn't feel the calamity coming from the beginning to the end. 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. This matter is very important. There definitely won't be any problems. The Black Tiger Emperor's eyes flickered. He had never experienced this calamity before, so he didn't understand how powerful it was. However, from Qin Shujian's words, he could guess 1 or 2 things. Originally, the Black Tiger Emperor only planned to let the clan close for 3,000 years to give himself a buffer time. But now, it seemed that 3,000 years was not enough. At this moment, he already had an idea. Rather than secluding the clan for 3,000 years, it would be better to seclude the clan until he successfully transcended the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. After the Black Tiger left, Qin Shujian went to another race. The inner world was vast and boundless. Strictly speaking, it was much vaster than the great wide world. Furthermore, due to the fact that the world had just been born, the number of races it had was simply incomparable to that of the Great Thousand World. In today's world, only then could the myriad races truly live up to its name. Even if 100 races were exterminated, it did not reduce the number of the 10,000 races by much. At this moment, Qin Shujian stopped in his tracks. He raised his head to look at the sky. The murderous energy surging in the sky suddenly stagnated from its original liveliness. Strange? The killing of heaven and earth should have been active, but now it has become like this. The arrival of the great tribulation of heaven and earth has been delayed. Great tribulation of heaven and earth. Usually, it was very difficult to postpone. When the killing power descended, all the experts would be blinded. Then, it would set off a war between the 10,000 races. A scene like this was undoubtedly a very strange thing. Immediately after, Qin Shujian pinched his fingers and silently calculated. After a long while, his expression became strange. Good fellow, the great tribulation of heaven and earth was delayed because of the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations. This point, Qin Shujian did not expect it at all. There were not many people who reminded him of the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations. One was Feng, one was Jianmu, and the other was the Black Tiger Emperor. After all, there were only 3 experts in the world who had some relationship with him. However, not long ago, on the side of the human race, the human emperor had spread the news of the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations, so that all the true immortals of the human race would be prepared, so that they would not die in the great tribulation without any warning. There was nothing wrong with such an approach. As the human emperor, it was normal for him to be concerned about the human race. However, As the news spread, it would naturally leak out. Some true immortals of the human race accidentally let it slip. Then, the news of the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations completely spread. At this point, the true immortals of the 10,000 races in the world all understood that the lifespan of a true immortal was not infinite. Every 129,600 years, the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations would descend. For ordinary true immortals, there was still a long way to go before they broke through to the true immortal realm in 129,600 years. However, for the first batch of living beings, the Great Tribulation in 129,600 years was already imminent. Therefore, in order to deal with the Great Tribulation, so the experts did not dare to rashly start a conflict now, in case they were injured in a battle. In the end, when the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations arrived, they would then die under the Great Tribulation. With such scruples, the 10,000 races that should have started a war all calmed down. Even the storm of Eldar destroying the 100 races was weakened a lot because of the news of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. After understanding the reason for the delay of the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth, Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, this is also good. The Great Tribulation of heaven and earth is delayed, giving them time to transcend the tribulation. If they can transcend the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, with their talent, it is not impossible for them to advance to the 9th heaven immortal in the future. After all, no matter what, they are the first batch of living beings born in the world. Their innate talent is not something that other living beings can compare to. First, at any time, it had a very important meaning. The first batch of living beings born in the world could be considered the most talented ones in the world. It would be extremely difficult for the living beings that were born after them to grow to a level comparable to them through hard work. In the current world, only the Black Tiger Emperor could be considered to have grown to such a level. The purpose of the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth was to use the method of raising goo to produce top experts. Similarly, now that the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth was delayed, it was also to give those top experts sufficient preparation. Regarding this, Xianxia was also happy to see this happen. After all, the more experts there were in the world, the stronger the laws of the world would be. As the ruler of the world, there was naturally no need to mention the benefits he would receive. As he walked in the world, he could feel his strength slowly increasing at every moment. However, the speed of this increase was very slow. Every once in a while, he would move a little with difficulty. It almost did not change his strength much. However, for a trace of the Tao fruit, when placed on a perfected immortal, it was as terrifying as crossing an entire realm. From this, it could be seen that, after opening up the inner world, it would be very beneficial to the growth of a cultivator. With the current growth trend, in another 8 million years or 10 million years, my strength will definitely increase more than twofold on the original foundation. At that time, looking at the universe for several eras, how many people will be my match? Ever since the news of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations spread, the situation in heaven and earth had become much calmer. All the perfected immortals who were about to face the tribulation entered seclusion with all their might to accumulate their foundation, hoping that they could successfully transcend the tribulation. This way, the conflicts between the 10,000 clans naturally decreased. In the following period of time, Xianxia traveled among the 10,000 clans. He couldn't remember clearly. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, or 30 to 40,000 years had passed. In any case, there were almost all traces of Xianxia in the inner world. Among the 10,000 clans. As long as it was a race that had not been wiped out, even if it was a very weak race, he would place a weapon there and let the worshippers of the small race cultivate it into a powerful divine weapon. However, there were also some small clans that were unwilling. However, as soon as Xianxia displayed his abilities, those small clans that were unwilling all bowed their heads and kowtowed. After all, the reason why small clans were small clans was because of the possibility of being weak. A small lower 3 perfected immortal was no different from an ant in front of a Tao fruit. In addition, Xianxia had given some promises, those small clans had no possibility of refusing. In the end, To be able to establish a relationship with a mysterious and powerful existence was a great blessing for those small clans. Now, the 10,000 clans in the world have their own Zubing. No, it's still too early to talk about ancestral armaments. For some races, they have only just started to consecrate their ancestral armaments, and have yet to transform their ancestral armaments. However, for those divine armaments that were placed there earlier, they have already started to transform. Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face. He had left a wisp of his consciousness on those divine weapons. Therefore, he would immediately know if there were any changes to the divine weapons. After a long period of time, some of the divine armaments would receive an enormous amount of faith power. Thus, it was extremely normal for them to become ancestral armaments. Not to mention anything else. Just the Xianxia placed in Eldar had broken the limit of a Dao artifact a long time ago and become a powerful Zubing. Moreover, they were connected according to their thoughts. Qin Shujian discovered that Xianxia was not far from becoming a second tribulation Zubing. He retracted his thoughts. Then, he looked at the scene in front of him. After traveling to the 10,000 races, he settled down in a human tribe. No matter what. He was also a member of the human race, so he would feel a sense of belonging if he stayed with the human race. In the human race, there were a large number of tribes. Some of these tribes were strong, while others were weak. Most of the tribes would build their own cities for the humans of other tribes to trade with and so on. In the end, all the tribes were under the rule of the human emperor. This was the current state of the human race. Qin Shujian was now a bookstall owner in a tribal city. It was worth mentioning. Originally, the human race did not have written records or paper. Later on, some humans created words and invented paper, leading to the prevalence of literature. In view of this, Qin Shujian also learned some of the existing languages of the human race. These words were slightly different from the words of the Great Thousand World, but they were ultimately the same, and there wasn't much of a difference. "Boss, are there any new books recently?" A young man came to the front of the bookstall and asked the person who was basking in the sun. Seeing that there was a customer, Qin Shujian's attitude was also a little warmer, and there was a smile on his face. "Yes, a new batch of books just arrived a few days ago, but the price is a little more expensive. 1 spirit stone per book. 1 spirit stone per book." The young man was shocked. Spirit stones were the current currency of the human race. There were mines that produced spirit stones, and there were also experts who condensed the spirit energy of heaven and earth to produce spirit stones. Each spirit stone was a collection of abundant spirit energy. Although the spirit energy of heaven and earth was tyrannical, 1 spirit stone was also a considerable expense. A god martial arts realm cultivator. After a month, he could only condense a few spirit stones. Qin Shujian chuckled. "You get what you pay for. This batch of books is good stuff. I heard that after an expert traveled the world, he recorded what he saw and heard. There might be a secret method left by the expert, waiting for the fated person to cultivate it. Think about it, 1 spirit stone in exchange for a chance to get a secret method. Isn't it a great deal? You have to know that the secret method of that expert might lead to the true immortal realm. That's not necessarily the case." After hearing these words, the young man's mood was surging. True immortal, that was the top expert of the human race. There were tens of thousands of tribes in the human race, but there were only a few tribes that could have a true immortal. The goal of every human was to break through to the true immortal realm. Qin Shujian's words had undoubtedly moved him. However, the price of 1 spirit stone per book was not low. The young man hesitated. "Mr. Qin, is there really a secret method recorded in it?" "I'm not sure if there is. If I'm sure, I'll sell it for more than 1 spirit stone per book. I'm just saying that it's possible. It's up to you whether you want to take the risk or not," Qin Shujian said with a smile. Seeing this, the young man stood in place and hesitated. In the end, he gritted his teeth, took out a spirit stone from his arms, and handed it to Qin Shujian. "Give me one." "Good courage." Qin Shujian gave him a thumbs up, then took the spirit stone in his hand, turned around, found a book, and handed it to him. "Take a good look." Maybe you'll be the first true immortal of this tribe. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Qin. If I can really become a true immortal, I won't forget you. The young man left with a smile. Looking at his back, Qin Shujian shook his head slightly, then casually crushed the spirit stone in his hand to absorb the pitiful spirit chi. I've given you the opportunity. It's up to you whether you can grasp it or not. He wasn't lying. There was indeed a secret method left by an expert in that book. It was just that the secret method was very obscure. Without enough opportunity and comprehension, it was impossible to comprehend it. However, no matter how obscure the secret method was, it couldn't hide from Qin Shujian's eyes. I wonder which true immortal is so bored that he actually left his Tao in the books. Moreover, he left it in so many books at once. What a weirdo. Qin Shujian shook his head. It was not right to call the things left in the book secret methods. Strictly speaking, they were Tao. However, every true immortal's Tao was their own foundation and would not be spread out casually. Besides, it was almost impossible for others to use the same Tao to become an immortal. Therefore, even if someone comprehended the Tao in it, it was unlikely for them to break through to become a true immortal. However, even if they didn't break through to become a true immortal, it wouldn't be a big problem for them to become a celestial being. One spirit stone. In exchange for an opportunity to break through to become a celestial being, it was not a loss. It's about to begin? Qin Shujian turned his head and looked in a certain direction with a faint smile on his face. He had been in the inner world for a long time. Including the support of the time array in the past, hundreds of thousands of years had passed in the inner world. Hundreds of thousands of years. It was almost time for the first batch of living beings to transcend the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations. Now, he could sense the aura of the calamities and tribulations leaking out. Regarding this, Qin Shujian didn't need to think to understand that someone must be preparing to transcend the tribulation. If I'm not wrong, the person transcending the tribulation should be Jianmu. He didn't try to calculate, nor did he use any divine abilities to spy on it. Because there was no need for that. Qin Shujian staying in the inner world was equivalent to turning into a mortal and entering the mortal world. He could comprehend different things in the human race and make his Tao heart more perfect. Not when it was necessary. He didn't intend to use his own strength. After looking at the vibration in the void, Qin Shujian withdrew his gaze. Although the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations were powerful, there was no possibility of Ling Huang failing the tribulation. After all, no matter what, he was the first living being born in the world. He had a very deep foundation and was not comparable to other powerhouses. Under such circumstances, it would be a little funny if he failed the tribulation. The first 3 calamities and 6 tribulations are not difficult. The real difficulty is the subsequent 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. However, compared to the great wide world, the true immortals of the inner world are already very lucky. At the very least. Although the true immortals of the inner world had to face the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, it was still an opportunity. As long as they transcended it, they would be qualified to live another life. However, the true immortals of the great wide world could only die when their time was up. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't change anything. Because, this was the law of heaven and earth. There were often cultivators who clamored to defy the heavens and change their fate, but in fact, the changes in heaven and earth were not constant. The so-called change of fate was under the control of heaven and earth. If they really reached the bottom line of the law, even a 9th heaven immortal didn't have the right to disobey. Unless you could break the limits of heaven and earth and get rid of the shackles of the law of heaven and earth. Otherwise, as long as you were restricted by the law of heaven and earth, you wouldn't be able to defy the heavens and change your fate. Heavens, it wasn't so easy, to tell the truth. Qin Shujian really wanted to know which genius was able to make the world set down such a rule. One had to know. Although the laws of heaven and earth were formed naturally, they could still be affected by external forces. If an expert spoke his voice, it would be recorded by the heavens and earth. He believed it. At the beginning of the great wide world, the laws of heaven and earth were definitely not like this. It was a pity. The last time he traveled the long river of time, he did not reach the end of the great wide world. Otherwise, he would definitely know who had done such a heartless thing. However, Qin Shujian was basically certain. A powerhouse who made the heavens and earth set such a rule would definitely not have a good ending. The other true immortals, it was enough to eat him alive. In comparison, I'm much more benevolent. I've never laid down any rules for the world. The 3 calamities and 6 tribulations are also naturally formed tribulations. If you want to live forever, you have to have the means to live forever. Qin Shujian smiled. At this moment, another person came to the bookstall. Mr. Qin, is there anything new today? A batch just came. 1 spirit stone for 1 book. Take a look and see if you want it. Qin Shujian dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind and looked at the person in front of him with a smile. Eldar Mountain Range. In the main hall, Ling Huang sat on the main seat. His body was motionless. An aura seemed to suppress the world and ancient times. There was also a Dao rune circulating. After a long time, there seemed to be something surging in the main hall. In an instant, Ling Huang opened his eyes. A ray of golden light shot out as if it could tear the void apart. It's here. At this moment, he felt something in his heart. He knew that the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations that he had been waiting for had finally arrived. However, before Ling Huang could react, he felt something surging into his 7 orifices. In an instant, his soul trembled. His qi and blood declined. The aura that had suppressed the world had already weakened to the extreme. Ling Huang's eyelids kept trembling. He sat on the seat and couldn't do anything. He could only use his powerful foundation to resist this sudden calamity. After a long time, the astral wind subsided. Without waiting for him to recover, another nameless karmic fire surged from within his body, as if it was going to devour him completely. Ling Huang couldn't care less. After his body recovered, he immediately used his immortal essence to suppress it in an attempt to completely extinguish the flames. Then, the scene in front of him changed. He didn't know when he was already in another place. The imperial court was vast. There were immortals worshipping. He sat on the throne and looked down at the thousands of races in the world. Without waiting for him to hesitate, a message surged into his mind. I am the Emperor of Heaven. I already have an immortal body. Ling Huang's eyes flickered. A sense of satisfaction surged in his heart as he controlled the fate of all living beings. It was as if as long as he willed it, he could destroy all living beings. That power. It made him a little addicted. All of a sudden, his soul throbbed violently, causing Ling Huang to wake up from this state. No. Everything in front of me is fake. It's just an illusion. I am now the Emperor of the Eldar. In the future, I will be able to rule the thousands of races with my own abilities and establish the heavenly court. I don't need to be immersed in such an illusion. His thoughts were clear. Instantly, the scene in front of him shattered like a ceramic. When he came back to his senses, Ling Huang found that he was still sitting in the hall. At this moment, the astral wind disappeared. The karmic fire disappeared. All of the illusions disappeared without a trace. Rule the thousands of races. Emperor of Heaven. Ling Huang recalled the scene he saw in the illusion, and his eyes lit up. The past him. He just wanted to develop the Eldar and become the strongest race among the thousands of races in the world. But, to what extent did he have to achieve to be considered the strongest race? In the past, Ling Huang was not clear. But now, he was clear. That was to establish the heavenly court and rule the thousands of races. At that time, the Eldar would naturally be the strongest among the thousands of races in the world. No race could compete with the Eldar, and no race could threaten the Eldar. He figured out the key points. The Spirit Emperor felt as though his spirit had been cleansed, and he had become even stronger. The next moment, a pressure descended between heaven and earth, as if it was going to destroy the entire hall. The legendary 3 calamities and 6 tribulations have finally entered the main event. Ling Huang smiled. The nervousness in his heart about the calamity had now disappeared. He stood up. The next breath, he disappeared from the hall. Above the Eldar mountains, blood-red clouds condensed. All the true immortals raised their heads and looked at the scene in the sky. In their minds, they all had a bad premonition. Heavenly tribulation. Why would a heavenly tribulation appear in the Eldar mountains? After a moment of hesitation, some Eldar true immortals came to their senses. When they looked at the blood-red clouds, their faces were filled with shock. 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. If there was a heavenly tribulation that was most likely to appear in the Eldar mountains, it would be the legendary 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. It had been more than 100,000 years since Ling Huang became a true immortal. According to the rumor, the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations would appear once every 129,600 years. Combined with the time when Ling Huang became a true immortal. In this way, it went without saying what the blood-red clouds above their heads were. 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, a tribulation that all true immortals had to face. Hearing this sentence, all the true immortals' expressions changed. At this moment, in the void, a person suddenly appeared. All the Eldar true immortals noticed that that person was Ling Huang. My emperor has appeared. My emperor has appeared at this time. It seems that it really is the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Rumor has it that as long as a true immortal survives the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, he can live for another 129,600 years. I wonder if it's true. The hearts of the true immortals of the spirit race trembled. All of their attention was focused on the spirit emperor. 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. It was not a tribulation for one true immortal, but for all true immortals. Observing Ling Huang's tribulation was also to prepare themselves so that they would not be unprepared when their own 3 calamities and 6 tribulations descended in the future. 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Come, let Ben Huang see how powerful the legendary 3 calamities and 6 tribulations are. Ling Huang looked at the sky. There were blood-red thunderbolts lingering there, as if they were about to destroy the world. The powerful pressure descended, but it did not make him change his expression at all. Boom, an equally powerful aura erupted, resisting the heavenly tribulation. It did not show any signs of falling behind. It was as if he had been provoked. The heavenly tribulation was finally enraged. Blood-colored lightning of destruction came crashing down, as if it wanted to destroy the life form that had provoked it. Good timing. Ling Huang smiled proudly and threw out a punch with unparalleled dominance. Boom, the void was annihilated. The blood-red thunder calamity collapsed, and the 2 forces both dissipated. In the meantime, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions with the 2 of them as the center. The faces of all the experts who felt this fluctuation changed drastically. So powerful, they would not deny Ling Huang's strength. What truly shocked them was the strength of the heavenly tribulation. This was merely the first lightning tribulation and it already possessed such a terrifying might. How strong would the later ones be? 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. In the human camp, Fang's gaze directly pierced through the void, landing on the location of the Eldar mountain range. If you say, if there was anyone in the world who was most concerned about the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, other than Ling Huang, it would be him. The reason was simple. The first true immortal in the world was Ling Huang, and the second true immortal was this human emperor. The arrival of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations was based on the moment of immortalhood. In other words, Ling Huang was the first to become an immortal, so he would be the first to face the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. But after Ling Huang, the next person to face the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations would be himself. Hearing this, Godslayer said, "You don't have to worry too much about the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Although the tribulation is powerful, it's still judged by the cultivator's realm. Ling Huang is an upper 3 true immortal, so the lightning tribulation he faces will be powerful. Although you're also an upper 3 true immortal, there's still some room for improvement above the 7th true immortal. After a period of time to build your foundation, it shouldn't be a problem for you to face the tribulation. If there's really a problem, I can lend you a hand once. But let's make it clear, this one time will offset one of the 3 times I'll help you." According to the promise, the human race worshipped him, and he would help them 3 times. Although no matter how powerful Zhu Bing was, without the support of any power, he wouldn't be able to play a big role. However, if Feng borrowed his power, then even an eighth true immortal would have the qualifications to kill him. It could be said bluntly. If there were no restrictions, the human race could almost rely on themselves to sweep through all the races in the world. However, Godslayer also understood that Qin Shujian wouldn't let him act recklessly. Doing so would definitely destroy the balance of the world. Hearing this, Feng smiled slightly. "You're too kind, but I plan to rely on my own strength to face the tribulation. As you said, even if you help, I only have 3 chances. Then after 3 times, I still have to rely on myself to face the tribulation. At that time, if I can't pass it, I'll still die." In his opinion, there was no difference between dying early and dying late. More importantly, as a dignified human emperor, why would he need to rely on others to face the tribulation, if Ling Huang was confident in facing the tribulation alone, then he could do the same. As a top expert, no one would think that they were inferior to others. Feng expressed that he also had dignity. Subsequently, Feng's expression became strange again. Speaking of which, in these tens of thousands of years, there seems to be traces of mysterious experts in all the races in the world, asking them to worship treasures. Is that the sovereign's doing? He had always thought that only the human race was valued by the other party, so they were qualified to worship the Godslayer. But now it seemed not only the human race, but almost all the races in the world had a divine weapon, and each race had their own divine weapon to worship. For a moment, Feng felt that the Godslayer was a bit unattractive. There was no need to think. Since the human race worshipped the divine weapon and received 3 chances to save their lives, the other races wouldn't be any worse. If he had it and others didn't, then it must be extremely precious. But if he had it, and others also had it, then the preciousness would drop a lot. Godslayer said disdainfully, "What qualifications do those divine weapons worshipped by all the races have to compare with me? Those are all trash. Even if they were added together, they wouldn't be able to compete with me. Divine weapons are also divided into ranks. Do you think that a powerful divine weapon can really be used by everyone?" Being looked down upon for no reason, he was also a little angry. Zhu Bing also wanted to save face. After all, his god-slaying saber was a famous divine weapon in the Great Thousand World. Now, it was an unprecedented 8th tribulation ancestral weapon. Other than the Heavenly Cycle Star Map and the Sanhua Sword, who else could contend against him? At most, there was Chu Quangtu's shocking hibernation saber. Godslayer felt insulted that Feng thought that other trash divine weapons could compete with him. "Your Excellency, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that." Feng was stunned for a moment, then he immediately explained with a smile. At the same time, he also felt that he agreed with Godslayer's words. Indeed, divine weapons were hard to find. He had seen the power of the god-slaying saber. It was almost impossible to mass-produce a divine weapon of this level. The 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, it was a great threat to ordinary true immortals. This calamity represented whether a true immortal was qualified to live another life. However, for the first batch of living beings like Ling Huang, the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations were not a big problem at all. Soon, under the gaze of many true immortals, Ling Huang had successfully passed the tribulation. In the sky above the Eldar Mountains, the blood-colored tribulation cloud had already disappeared, but the remaining lightning tribulation aura was still there, making people's hearts palpitate. After the tribulation, Ling Huang returned to the main hall. At this moment, the aura on his body had become even more vigorous. "After passing the tribulation, I can already live for another 129,600 years. If I can break through the limit of the 9th level true immortal within this time limit, then I won't be affected by the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations anymore." Thinking back to what Qin Shujian said, Ling Huang had an idea in his mind. Although he had successfully passed the tribulation, the problem was that the power of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations was indeed terrifying. Even if he succeeded the first time, he was not confident that he would succeed every time. The best way was to avoid the troubles of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Only this way. Only then could it truly exist forever. Only those above the 9th level true immortal would not be affected by the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Right now, he was only at the peak of the 7th level true immortal. However, Ling Huang was already confident that he could break through to the 8th level true immortal. When I break through to the 8th level true immortal, the Eldar will officially start a conflict. At that time, he will suppress the 10,000 races and gather the luck of the 10,000 races to establish the heavenly court. At that time I will be the Emperor of Heaven and can break the limit, no longer being troubled by the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. He secretly made a decision in his heart. The tribulations of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations might threaten him. However, among them, it also allowed him to understand the path he should take in the future. The heavenly court, the Emperor of Heaven. Right now, Ling Huang already had an idea in his heart. However, although he was strong now, he was only at the 7th level true immortal realm. There was no lack of experts of this realm in the world. No matter how strong he was, he could not defeat all the 7th level true immortals. To put it simply, he could suppress one Black Tiger Emperor, but he did not have the confidence to suppress several Black Tiger Emperors working together. However, if Ling Huang broke through to the 8th level of the celestial realm and stood above the other true celestials, then he would have absolute confidence that he could suppress all the powerful enemies in front of him. At that time, only Eldar was honored. Ever since the first 3 calamities and 6 tribulations appeared, all the true immortals of the myriad races understood how powerful they were. After Eldar made no moves, the experts of the various clans began to prepare for the tribulation. After an unknown period of time, very soon, another heavenly tribulation descended. However, this time, the target of the heavenly tribulation was not Eldar, but the human race. Since Ling Huang had overcome the tribulation, the attention of the heavens and earth was focused on him once again. In the human race, Feng stepped into the air. He faced the heavenly tribulation head-on and punched it with his fists. Boom! The 3 calamities and 6 tribulations are starting to appear one after another. The great tribulation of heaven and earth is probably not far away. A faint smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face as he looked at Feng, who was facing the heavenly tribulation. The person standing in front of him had a puzzled look on his face. Boss Qin, what's going on? Nothing. Qin Shujian came back to his senses and shook his head slightly with a smile. He was still the bookstall owner, but the difference was that the place where he sold books was no longer the original tribe. After all, ordinary people could not live for tens of thousands of years. Even a celestial cultivator would die early after tens of thousands of years. Only a true immortal could live for tens of thousands of years and not die. However, if an unknown true immortal appeared in a tribe, it would definitely attract the attention of other human experts. Therefore, in order to avoid trouble, Qin Shujian would disappear every once in a while and go to other tribes to settle down. He did not have any other hobbies. It was good to be a bookstall owner. Some of the experiences of the human clan experts were also interesting reading materials for him to relieve his boredom. He did not travel the world himself. Naturally, there would be other experts who would travel and record everything they saw and heard. They would read about it and be able to immerse themselves in it. The heavenly tribulation came and went quickly. Not long after, Feng had officially passed the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Following the success of the 2 royal families, the killing power that had been stagnant between heaven and earth became active again. The first time the killing power of heaven and earth was triggered, it came from Eldar. The second time was fulfilled by the human race. He shook his head. Qin Shujian had no intention of interfering. On the other side, after Feng succeeded in passing the tribulation, he immediately gathered all the true immortals of the human race. In the human emperor palace, a large number of true immortals gathered here. Feng said in a deep voice, Ben Huang has succeeded in passing the tribulation. If I'm not wrong, the Dragon Emperor is about to pass the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Now, pass down the order of Ben Huang, all human experts gather and immediately attack the dragons. Although the dragons did not interfere when he was going through the tribulation. However, Feng also understood why the dragons did not interfere. It was because they were not confident. In addition, the arrival of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations was approaching, and the Dragon Emperor did not want to attract attention. However, the other party wanted to keep a low profile and pass the tribulation in peace. But he did not intend to give the other party this opportunity. The hatred between the human race and the dragons had been established since the beginning. After countless battles, both sides suffered injuries and deaths. Now that he had succeeded in passing the tribulation, in the next 120,000 years, he would no longer be troubled by the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. This was the perfect time to attack the dragons. Even if he could not kill the Dragon Emperor. But as long as the other party was seriously injured and could not pass the tribulation in peace, it would be enough. With the danger of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, if there was no way to pass the tribulation in peak condition, the probability of failure was not low at all. The news spread. In the human race, all the tribes began to move. Attack the dragons, this was not a small matter. Almost the majority of the experts in the human race had to participate in the battle. Desolate God Tribe. Xiao Luo frowned, his face full of worry. There is news from the big tribes. This time, to attack the dragons, our tribes need to send at least 10 experts above the 7th level of the Sky Human Realm and 100 ordinary Sky Human Realm experts. But our tribe does not have that many Sky Human Realm experts. Do you have any countermeasures for this? Below. It was the other elders of the Desolate God Tribe. Hearing this, those people's faces turned ugly. The Desolate God Tribe was only a small tribe in the human race. Today's human race was basically born with the spirit martial arts. In some places, the spirit chi was so dense that it could even reach the level of divine martial arts. However, whether it was born with the spirit martial arts or divine martial arts, it was not easy to break through to the Sky Human Realm. If it was in a big tribe, Sky Human Realm experts could be seen everywhere. But in a small tribe, it was not easy to take out a large number of Sky Human Realm experts in one go. But the problem was, if they could not take it out, it would be difficult to explain to the higher-ups. After a long time, an elder said hesitantly, our tribe can take out 100 ordinary celestial beings. But if it's a mighty figure above the 7th level of the celestial being realm, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to gather 10 of them. It's just that we can't gather 10 celestial beings under the jurisdiction of the tribe. But if we recruit foreign experts from the tribe, it's possible to gather 10 of them. No matter what, almighty experts were not that rare. If they were placed in a large force, they would be a dime a dozen. In fact, there were quite a number of experts who stayed in the Desolate God Tribe. If it were an ordinary tribe, they might be worried that those experts would turn against them. But in the human clan, there was no such worry. After all, the human clan was a famous top clan in the world. Except for Eldar, none of the other top clans dared to say that they could suppress the human clan. So, even if the Desolate God Tribe was just a small tribe, no expert dared to covet it. Not only did they not dare to covet it, it was also because of the human clan's reputation. They sneaked into the Desolate God Tribe to take advantage of this opportunity to avoid danger. Summon the experts of the other races. Xiao Luo pondered and then shook his head. It's a war for the human clan, but we need foreign experts to participate. If this gets out, it'll be a joke. We can't do this. The human clan was attacking the dragons. What did it mean to ask foreign experts to help? Was it telling others that the human clan was not strong enough, so they needed the help of foreign experts? This matter was not a big problem. But if it was used by other people with ulterior motives, it might bring disaster to the Desolate God Tribe. Although the human clan was a whole, in fact, among the many tribes, it was not really a monolith. Some tribes were secretly hostile. It was just that on the surface, there were human sovereigns in charge. Even if there were any differences between the tribes, they did not dare to say it out loud. They could only do some things in secret. Hearing this, someone else said, in addition to foreign experts, there are also human experts from other places in the tribe. After all, since the establishment of the human clan, some tribes were destroyed and the experts fled to other tribes. There were also human experts who offended people in their own tribes who could not be offended. In the end, they had to leave and go to other tribes. Strictly speaking, these people are the experts of the human clan. If we want to recruit them, there should be no problem. Okay, then we'll do as you say. Xiao Luo nodded in agreement. Shortly after, the elders bowed and retreated. This matter could not be delayed. In a few days, the human race would officially attack the dragons. Before that, they must gather enough powerhouses to go to war. Otherwise, the Aragami tribe would be instantly reduced to ashes if the human sovereign were to blame them for stopping the humans from attacking the dragons. After leaving the hall, Xiao Pan had a strange expression on his face. As an elder of the desolate god tribe, he did not agree with the decision made just now. How could it be so easy to recruit the experts of the human clan to help, even if they were all humans? The desolation god tribe did not have the strength to force them to fight. Furthermore, taking a step back, the main reason why those human clan experts left their tribes was that they had caused trouble in their tribes, so they had no choice but to leave. In other words, they just wanted to keep a low profile in the Aragami tribe. If he were to be dragged into the battlefield, he might not be willing. Besides, it's easy to find ordinary celestial beings, but it's not so easy to find almighty beings above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. Sigh. Xiao Pan sighed helplessly. If they really had such strength, they would go to the big tribes. How many of them would stay in a small place like the Desolation God tribe, to put it bluntly? A tribe with only almighty beings in charge was considered the bottom of the bottom among all the races. Any race would have a true immortal in charge, and the weakest tribe branch within the race would have an almighty cultivator in charge. As for those who were lower than the almighty, they were not qualified to be in charge of a tribe at all. Therefore, the Desolation God tribe was a small tribe among all the tribes. No ordinary powerhouse would be interested in it. Wait, Xiao Pan seemed to have thought of something. After staying in place for a while, he hurriedly left. In front of the bookstall, Qin Shujian sat there, bored. Although he was in a small tribe, compared to tens of thousands of years ago, the city built by the tribe was no longer made of the original yellow soil. If he did not know that this was the inner world, he would almost think that he was in the great Zhao dynasty. The so-called bookstall. It was not really a roadside stall. Instead, he bought a shop that was neither big nor small. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian felt something. Looking in a certain direction in the city, he suddenly shook his head and laughed. It seems that I can't stay in the Desolation God tribe any longer. I thought I was low-key enough, but I didn't expect to attract attention, in order to avoid trouble. He showed a part of his strength, pretending to be an almighty cultivator above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. In the world, an almighty cultivator could only be said to be passable. It was not low or high. In a tribe, it would not be an existence that anyone would want to step on. However, Qin Shujian did not expect it. He was just a small celestial being. There would be a day when he would be targeted by the Desolation God tribe. At his level, as long as someone talked about him or thought of something related to him, he would be able to vaguely sense it. After a simple packing, Qin Shujian quietly disappeared. Not long after, Xiao Pan walked over. Looking at the empty bookstall in front of him, he could not help but shout. Boss Qin, is Boss Qin here? While speaking, he did not spread out his divine thought to sense. Because it was undoubtedly impolite to use divine thought to probe a person without permission. If he met someone with a bad temper, he might even fight because of it. After a few shouts, there was no reply from the bookstall. All of a sudden, Xiao Pan had a bad feeling in his heart. Then, he walked in. He could see through everything in the shop. There was nothing left on the bookshelf. Qin Shujian's figure was nowhere to be seen. The shop seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. There was no trace of life. This scene made Xiao Pan feel disappointed. He smiled bitterly. Boss Qin is really mysterious. Could it be that he knew I was going to look for him, so he left early? This thought, just as it surged in his mind, it was confirmed by him. Xiao Pan actually knew a lot about Qin Shujian. He had been in the Desolation God tribe for hundreds of years. Although he only showed the strength of an almighty, he always felt that he was not simple. The scene in front of him confirmed the guess in his heart. End of chapter 1032. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.